YouTube stream is live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Good to go. All right.
31 off.
Deploying flashbang.
Pizza. Or he was like in the smoke, Kevin. In the smoke. Hey, Mike, dude.
No, I heard you. I'm just trying to find
He's
him.
here somewhere. I saw his fucking head. Alright. Oh, he lagged out. Great, now we gotta wait 2 minutes for that.
Why are you guys running around? What the hell? I guess I'm getting kills too. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're gonna literally have a timeout.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So's B-Wells.
Jesus Christ.
Phase up.
Toxicity, thanks for 23 month primer and chat. I matched it all gifted on Twitch and YouTube. Oh man. I'm about to just dip to watch the major. There, we'll just watch it right now. Fuck it. Tell me when the game's live.
When it comes to actually Kicksan, I will say I have a lot has grown on me with this guy. With the Apex run that he made at
We're watching the
last
major?
major at the end of CS:GO in 2023 up until now, I've seen improvements in leaps and bounds, adjusting his calls.
I'm running an ad now actually, so it doesn't run during the major game.
Pretty deep
Heads up.
positions and then
Heads
making
up, heads
reads
up.
off of just what's going on live in the game.
I
Too.
mean, they're both definitely very different.
Game's
in-game
live.
leaders. Snack's more of a backline player, more of a lurk.
Double molly mid, run it down. Go.
Coming. Check it with the program. We're going fast.
I think Pizza, but what a great player.
We left bomb and spawn.
Getting
again.
bomb. I'm getting it.
Is that our smoke?
I think it's Trex.
Did he just...
Yep. Evo.
And then...
Oh my god.
B's clear, B's clear.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Oh my god. Tell me when the round's live.
Every single piece on both sides is activated and online.
Sure.
They have a very similar map pool, as we know.
Yep.
So the question would be, does it then come down to...
I literally don't understand how this guy aims like that, but then did what he did to force us to overtime.
On the back foot because
When he just
you
shot a
can
wall.
overall
He's on the left, he's on the
time.
left.
So you
Mauling
have
it.
to put that into consideration. But I do think that on a shared map, what will
Jesus
come
fuck.
down to how well do you counter your opponent,
Jesus.
and can you...
We won.
Oh my god.
Round is live.
We won.
Again.
Yeah, we're going again.
Again, mid. Actually, you know what? B. B, B.
Yeah, B's definitely
I'll
faster.
smoke fast left.
I got the flashes.
Bags, thanks for the 3 month primer. Thank you. Pass,
Sure,
thank you very
ghosting.
much for the 3 month primer. Thank you. 8 stack B man.
I'm flashing, Chico. Flashing. Flashing.
Yeah.
Pillar.
So cool.
Dead.
Kill him, fucking canal. There you go. Yeah.
Why'd he leave?
No, dude, get him back in here.
It's okay, bro. It's okay.
He's back.
He'll be again, but go slow. Like rush it, but then just sit B main. Run straight to B main and sit there and fight together. One person go T steps.
I got it.
Guys, thank you very much. Somebody keep track of all the gifted subs. I'll molly off the rip.
You're right, kiddo. I'm lucky.
I'm mollying B main. Don't front in, but just fight. Yeah, just keep fighting. Just keep fighting. Sit here. Don't go in. Don't go in. Don't go in. Oh shit, I'm lagging. spacing servers.
They're gonna push mid behind you.
Somebody watch mid. Shadow, watch mid. One's pizza. Nothing to play.
Yeah,
Okay, slowly just slowly go to A. Just start going to A right now. There's 3 here. There's 3 here. Just start going to A.
E-box isn't even peeking. Yeah. Okay, then come on. 1 E-box. Dead.
One more.
Yeah, I'm not peeking anymore. Just go Rogues, guys. Go Rogues.
E-box.
One more E-box.
Still fighting mid.
Rotating through temple.
Flashing him in.
One temple.
Pushing him in. Pushing me mid.
From
Pushing me mid,
E-box?
Gavin.
From E-box?
Last guy mid on me.
Last one's canals.
Canals, sorry. Yeah.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
bye.
Oh, we got 4 minutes to spare.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
In the semi-finals is to make
Heroic
sure that
going to
either one
surprise
they
G2.
shut down
Feel
the
it
man
in
on
my
your
bones.
screen.
Had to
right
call the
now,
very
and
last
I
round there. I'm a
too
fucking
hope
genius.
That for whatever
All right.
reason, him and Nico
Oh,
are feeling
shit.
super nervous and don't.
Guys,
perform.
keep
Is that
keep
really
track
the
of
win
the
condition now?
fucking gifts and
mean,
subs.
it
I
is
have to
gonna be
pee.
tough out op, honestly, right? If
I have to
Dexter,
pee.
then that's
Give
gonna
me
be
one
tough, but you
sec.
just gotta hold your ground. I mean, Dexter has
Hi,
done so
Steve.
well on defensive.
Everybody in
opping
chat say
throughout the
hi,
course of this
Steve.
tournament.
He should be
That's why
streaming
he
right
has
now.
Some of the most successful
24 hours a
opening
day,
duels for
but
the
he's in
event is
here.
because of his defensive
But just say
offense.
hi,
He's
Steve.
also had some
Play
big
some
clutches
PoE,
on
you
retakes
fucking
and
weenie.
post-plant holds. So yeah, he's not going to be able to be as flashy as want to see, but he can still within his own, lane find ways to have impact. I think for me the biggest thing we got to watch up in this matchup is Nerds versus Malbs. Those are the two guys that are going to be clashing at middle on Ancient a lot. They're going to find themselves in a lot of early to mid-round interactions because G2 likes to play up tempo, so Nerds will be forced to face him quickly. And I think it's going to come down to if Nerds can keep up his form, and Malbs has looked a little bit shaky at times, that could tilt the balance just a little bit. But then you got to worry about the follow-up, and that's going to be where things get tricky.
I mean, I would want to just envision it like this. What Snacks is doing right here is like he's walking up to a bout in the ring, and he's 25 kilos heavier than his opponent. He's 50 pounds heavier than his opposition. I don't even mean like outside of the server right now. I mean the firepower
I was gonna
in
say,
the server.
literally and
and at this point, for Heroic and Kicksan to win this, they need so much more in terms of tactics. They need to basically outthink them twice, twice as hard. It's like they need like 40 IQ points more to outweigh the 25 kilos that weigh in Snax' favor. So that's why it's just like you can do so much right, but you have to play a perfect game here if you are Heroic and want to win, whereas G2 can show up and they can be a little bit nervous. They can mess things up a little bit more, but the wealth of options and firepower, that is so heavily in G2's favor.
I will say this though for G2, I just don't want them to get bogged down and get stubborn. I know this team is capable of playing split pressure too. Let Malbs work an area, let Nico work the opposite, come together in the mid to late round. I just don't want to see them get pigeonholed into running the same execute on the A bomb site 5 times in a row like they did against 3D Max, or just kind of pigeonholing themselves into B executes. I know this team is capable of playing more proper CS. They just need to show it to me more often though, in my opinion. Whereas if you're on the Heroic side, you got to find a way to disrupt them. You can't let them get comfortable. You can't let them get the basic map control and then kind of work from that. They're too talented for that. So I want to see Nerds and Tessus be the aggressors. I want to see them try to disrupt G2 before they can get launching off the pad.
If they need a bigger IQ, they've pretty much got it standing behind them. We saw what he could do with Ents. He punched way above his weight with the pieces that he had. I would argue he's done the same with this Heroic lineup. When it comes to prepping for G2, I would argue that Heroic's probably coming in far more prepped than anyone else could be.
Very likely. I would probably only trust a Blade Alexi B combo to be more prepared coming into a matchup like this.
Them.
Yeah, and that's true. So honestly, I mean, Heroic, they are right now at this point, just their tactics can be on point. We have seen it. We have seen them take down Na'Vi in the previous round with good strategies on top of that. But Na'Vi, they just don't have that same kind of star power. It's just that G2 when they're playing in this kind of game, there's so many reasons to say why G2 win, and it's just that to play at 100% for Heroic, for Nerds, who has never been on a major playoff stage, that is where I feel like the jitters will actually get to him. I don't see it getting to Monacy, who has been the best arena player of the year so far. I don't see it getting to Nico, who has been in moments much bigger than this one before, 2 major grand finals in the past. For Heroic, on the other hand, a couple of these guys, they're known to crumble a bit. Like Tessis obviously was part of that Cadian lineup. Well, the reason Yanko has reservations about him as Denmark's best player is because he has fallen off in moments like this before.
I think that Maui has said what needs to be said. It is a mountain that Heroic is going to have to climb. But hell, if anyone can try, I believe it would be these pieces. So this is it. Quarterfinal time. Scrawny, Launders,
All right, I'm
bring the
back.
hype.
I'm fucking back. Let's go. Perfect timing.
We'll
Fuck
do our
yeah.
absolute best, Sam. Thank you so much for your insights, Dustin and Maui Snake. You guys paint a beautiful picture, but I think Sam said it best. This is a mountain that Heroic
Guys need a prediction?
have come
Where the fuck are the
prepared
mods
for.
around here?
All of the tools in their backpack to try and mount this, but
Where the fuck are the
G2's
mods?
talent stacked to the sky.
Okay,
as
I
they
got
will
you.
be
Give me a
attempting
sec.
to get into the semifinals. Do Heroic crack under pressure, knowing
All right,
they've
give me a
already
sec. I got you.
dispatched of the previous major
Let me lock it the
champions?
fuck in.
Today could be their day.
Muting the alerts.
Glory on the line, semis await.
Thank
and
you,
it's gonna
guys.
kick it
Thank
off
you for
on
all the
Ancient
subs.
with a
Hopefully someone
slow
kept track.
walkout through middle.
Ooh, Monacy
that
on
classic
silence. Yep.
unsilenced USP. A little BM to start us off. He is shoulder to shoulder alongside Nico, and the 3 of them drop like flies.
Jesus Christ, the crowd's like,
As he
G2!
assists. You have so much prep on your plate, but the
All right,
moment
well,
you
that's
step
G2.
forward, you're met by
G2's
who?
here ready to
Nico
play.
and Monacy, and that's going to happen all match long.
I mean, you could talk
It's
about prep,
over.
but it's G2 who had
I've
the
seen
proper
enough.
setup for this
G2
exact.
won
So they knew
here.
what was coming. They put themselves in
I've seen
positions
enough.
to win, and they succeeded. G2 are the
I
king
don't
of
remember what
pistols
the
when it
fuck
comes
Mirage
to tier
was
1
really. I'm
teams, so I'm
sorry, I
not
gotta
surprised
go
to see them
quick
pick
here.
up the first one.
I think I
That was
lost it. I'm
definitely
sorry.
one
Oh,
of
that was the Momo
richest,
game. Sorry, I'm sorry.
most top
I'm
through
sorry.
desks, I think, of the entire event. So I just want to give them some credit there. It was a lot of great points that were made that I think we can unpack as the series goes through. But gotta say, they touched on everything, man. If Heroic played their best, I definitely ride with Dust that they
2
can
minutes,
be the
2
better
minutes. It's
team.
gonna auto close.
And I think
Go,
G2
go, go,
obviously
go,
play a looser
motherfuckers.
style that is more top heavy. But they lean into those players because that's how to get the most of their team. So let's see if Kicksan can break through this.
They're just going to try to do
Okay, well.
denied by rifles.
Guys,
Nico snacks
you should
headshots
flash
in
them.
abundance, and it's unfortunately Heroic.
Desk builds up,
Fizzled
Kicksan's
out
calling.
in mere seconds with the force
Not a
buy.
singular
so
flash
back to
on the
drawing
B-rush.
board, back to the Glocks, and G2 to the
Not
comfortable
one?
start.
We'll see about FaZe in this arena, but
Not
I have the
one?
suspicion that G2 are most likely the most popular team here so far in playoffs. I think even more than
That's
Mongols.
crazy work,
the
man.
Monacy fandom
J-Ru,
has been
thanks for 30.
outrageous.
Scary
And,
Crazy Butternut, thanks
you
for the
know,
9.
this is
Jay
the last
Warrior,
dance
thanks for
for
13.
G2 with the lineup
Mills,
that we
thanks
see
for the
before
primer.
us,
Marine, thanks
which
for
is a
34.
special thing
Yerk,
for
thanks for
everybody to go
28.
witness
Snow
live.
Pirate, thanks for the gifted. Muffin,
A
thanks
lot
for the
of people are
27.
wondering if Nico will get his
Colton,
first
thanks
chip,
for the
and if
gifted
this will
sub.
be his
Hive,
last
thanks for the
chance to
4.
get a chip.
Vac,
Of
thanks for the
course,
3-month primer.
bittersweet.
Thank you,
It'd be
thank you,
a
thank you,
glorious
guys.
moment for a team that has shown highs and lows for these last
Close prediction? No, it's staying up for 2 minutes. You're going to be fine.
final attempts to hoist that major trophy, right? CSGO's uncrowned king in Nico alongside Monacy. This duo has given us so many fun moments.
He's more of a prince, right? You can sort of see it coming with Monacy. I think that's it. You watch him play, and he looks like the whetstone for the rest of Tier 1. The guy who understands the game better than anybody else. And the only...
Darth Friesen, thanks for the
I'd say
28-month resub. Thank you.
The front runner in figuring out how to use the op in CS2.
Chat, who do you guys got?
And now I think...
If
you've
your
seen
pick'ems
Zai
aren't
Wu
dead
pick
like
the op more
mine,
often,
trying to go
especially
for the
here at
cinematic
major, which is a
round,
welcome sight.
who do you guys have winning?
But he
G2 or
was
Vitality?
the only guy. for
Don't
some
lie,
time.
I know it's between those two. You guys are boring.
Nico is set to depart for
Okay.
Falcons.
All right.
Speak of the devil. With the easy cleanup versus Glocks, the top brass at G2 have made it very clear that Monacy is not going anywhere. Having signed that contract 2 years ago now, he has given them moments to be proud of and a runway for the future.
You want Nico, but you
But
trust
now
the
on
Lou.
the tarmac, Heroic in
Honestly,
with
you're
the
kinda
guns.
base for
First
saying
full
that.
buy of Ancient. First full buy And the first test for G2. That pistol went down so smooth.
All right, give them the 12
Right there
subs.
with
That
it.
way 12 of you get ad block for
I
later.
think the single best part about Kicksands calling has not been the team
As
play.
promised,
It has
there we
been
go. Thank
standing
you,
up
guys.
to
Thanks for
losing
the
bad
subs.
rounds. In their game versus Na'Vi, they went up
All
against
right.
it all
Yeah,
in terms
cave
of
control
individual
3 on B
clutches.
with the op there, passive on
Losing
mid.
player
That means they're going to
advantages,
aggro down the B ramp.
and they
and
still
then,
came back the round after and
do they
won.
go back to red, though, with
It's
the
gonna be
op is the
activity here
question.
from
Right?
G2 right out of the gate, down the ramp. They'll go. Tesses gonna find 2
Oh,
players at the
Tesses
base
gets
of it.
one.
Snacks, it's a clean trade.
Oh,
A good
Snacks
lineup,
almost killed
but he's
both.
not quite as clean as need be
2
to
H,
finish
or
off
sorry, 3
Kicksands.
Look who's
HP.
coming, the final boss of the server.
But he's missed his
on
timing.
An aggressive push. I don't know.
Has he? One player, yes,
Yep.
does slip into the cave. He seems wary of it, but a missed incendiary means that cave pressure will remain.
The fact that he's
Oh, he
even being
wants
this
it.
aggressive
He
solo
might go.
on the site. He's got a teammate behind him,
Yeah.
separated by a smoke.
Bro is confident right now.
Shows the confidence that he
He is
wants to
point
show.
blank. He actually
here
didn't
in
walk
the early
in.
rounds of his
He is
opening
still
game.
single zoom just sitting there, shotgunning.
Bomb took a sniff at this B site with
Molly is-
Kicksands. He decides to make it depart.
That molly is great. Clears out the close positions, makes it safe for Monacy to push into cave and clear it. And this will alert Hunter that the fight might be coming towards him. As we see the CTs peel back now. Bomb in main.
Makes sense to throw that bomb over towards Shush. He is the player with 100 health here for Heroic. Most likely to crack a bomb site. But Hunter's going to remain passive.
He's looking for another peek.
Short
There's
barrel.
a timing where he will
Vitality
look.
phase. I genuinely don't have too much skin in that game.
Steps
Wait,
out,
what?
And in
Hunter?
that moment, Nerds thrives. So
Hunter?
hands busy for Nerds. Maltz
What?
could just dive this,
What just-
but he doesn't. It's going to be the nade. but
Oh,
it's
he
not
threw it
gonna
too
stop
far.
that
No,
bomb, nor will it find
no.
the kill. Nerds actually connects into the
Oh,
headshot.
that's gonna get him.
This 3v still down by 1 as Monacy just underhands
Surprise.
a bomb on Nerds and then pushes to the back site.
Oh!
And instantly takes his Shush's head off. The 3 health of Kicksands. The 2 T's that touched over towards that B site. Kicksands, huge reposition through main, catches Monacy off guard, and to deny Monacy
Fucking
a
A, bro.
1v3
Monacy's
early
just flying
is to
out
give
of there, dude.
Heroic
He's
their
flying
first
out.
round.
That's what we're talking about with Kicksands being able to make the call. Now you could look at that round and say, Hunter, why do you even take that peek on that timing? Could have peeked out and gotten a frag.
I literally
think
don't. Well,
he was
Hunter
sort of
peeking
alarmed and ready to
isn't what I'm
hide
so
again
shocked by.
before realizing
It's
there were 2
how he
players there,
peeked it, bro.
and that's what got him killed.
Like, what?
But this is what Heroic can do.
It was how he moved out of it.
Punching up all events.
I know, but like it was just weird. There was, if you thought they were coming down it, you didn't really need to move, in my opinion.
Ooh, leg shot.
Like you're kind of
only
just
for
there, you
Monacy.
know.
And as he peeks towards
And the only
right,
reason
trying
you
to
move
cut
there
off
is
the
if you're
support
gonna
of that
peek like the
front
main
runner. They already
guys.
have their footing in
Oh.
sight. Monacy will find sanctuary between the Molotovs. Nico finds this hidden corner. And this could come back to haunt them if not for great job out of Tess.
Great peek.
He tries to
What
go
a
in through the
kill.
smoke spam, and the CTs have a difficult choice.
He did that on 7 health.
Unlikely. They will walk away, and Heroic making the most of that
7
open door
health, he
put
just did
forth by
that.
denying the 1v3.
I'm telling you, man. It's I mean, this team, this event has been very special. When we talk about the formation of Heroic at the beginning of last year, it was an emergency situation when ends fell apart and they had to find a lineup. They paid a
Happy
lot of money to
Friday
get Kicksands onto
from
the
an
team.
Aussie. Hey,
and
Konzo,
Saw
thanks
took
for
a
the
huge
5
bet on him.
Aussie
And then when
dollars.
it came to
Thank
the
you.
major, they were clearly not prepared enough. Started
What
off
are
so
the-
strong
wait.
at Blast Group's beginning of the
What's
year.
the Aussie
fell
dollar
apart
called? Is it
right
just
thereafter.
Aussie dollar?
And in this middle portion of the year, the closest they got to a chip was Thunder Pick, where they ended up losing to the Mongols. But that was
Lame.
the first instance where you thought, wait, they're actually starting to figure out a consistent tier 1 style that's going to be sustainable for them. And here they are proving it at the major, getting the corners. And it's not just getting the quarters. You know, it's not a run like some of the
Bus
other
money
teams
thanks
have
for
had. Even looking at people
25-month
criticize
reset, thank
Liquid's
you.
run for running into easier teams. Heroic took down Na'Vi. They had to fight against Mongols, who showed amazing strength in elimination.
Nah, dude, I still absolutely
Almost 2
love
rounds away
the
from
rupee.
getting into
That shit looks
quarters
so
right
fucking.
from
The
there.
little logo
Then
for
the
it
hardest
looks
road
so
possible.
fucking
Most
cool.
pressure versus Na'Vi in the end, and still overcame that.
It looks
I
dope.
mean, after Mongols, Heroic had the second highest average ranking in terms of opponent at that elimination stage.
You know, depending on how good Heroic do, they might be the most improved team of the year if they can show something this and go a little bit deeper at this major. But this will be
Come
the
on.
hardest test right now.
Nice.
Maltz, he takes a lot of damage here, but it is still his rifle
Oh,
and
he got
Monacy's
out.
on,
Nice.
right? The remnants of that last round. So to kick it off, 5v4 is a good sign. It's going to activate Nerds into the cave corners, wary of which side he should look first. Nico instant dinks. That is huge.
Of course, the peaks are just perfect.
Why did you
Nerds
dude walked in there solo
assassinated.
nerds?
We've got 3v5 now.
And it frees up Snacks to make
Props
a
to
move.
Nico for just two.
But,
Like,
I mean,
that's actually
huge shadow
super hard to
advantage, right?
do.
You can't go into that and not anticipate
Oh,
that move.
no,
Shots
okay.
let you get out for free. This op is now into the position. You've got the rifle right here with it. This is G2 making the most of the little that they had. It is a phenomenal lineup. One M4, one op,
Bomb
and
speed.
G2 send Heroic back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Now this opening game is so ridiculous, and I think G2, you'd be silly not to be worried about
Brother went
Heroic
down swinging.
coming into quarters. But if there's any team that
go,
Heroic would be
Mobs.
most afraid
My
of,
goat.
G2 would be at the top of the list. I think for some, they look at this game and they think this is just the first rung on the ladder of games that G2 will win on the way to the first chip for Nico. It just feels like there's some, there's an aura about them at the moment. But again, look at the confidence call out of Heroic. They do not get scared.
Ooh, and even ahead of that, there's a late smoke that goes down. No opening kill here for Monacy.
And there's no one in Donut to put the pressure on just yet. Bomb's getting planted a little late, but
it's not stopped. And once Dexter's hands no longer
5v5
busy, that
now.
off into play.
here's a tap at whether G2 or not.
Oh, another
are
restroke
really
on
good
Donut's
teams.
pretty
They're gonna
brutal.
try this 5v5
Dexter,
forward.
what are you
They've
doing?
got some time to do it.
Dexter's
have the agility
overheating
as
like a
well.
motherfucker right
But
now.
Wait, nice.
Oh, there we
Nico,
go.
late lurk. Finds the kill out towards elbow. That's Nerds
Source
down.
chat, I do that all the time when I used to op. I finally get a rifle and I just want to shoot 30 bullets. I'm just like, yeah!
Distracted. That
I get to
flashbang
shoot all the
disturbed it.
time.
And it's
This
a
is
late retake
sick.
now
That's
for
the
G2. They've
energy
gotta come out
Dexter's
three
giving
strong
me
from the
right now.
donut. Tess looking to cut them off. Tree cleared.
Wait,
Bombs falling.
Monacy
Dexter
decayed.
down
Oh,
as they
no.
put that smoke on top of
Oh
Monacy.
no!
Tess
And
is clutch.
Monacy
He dies to his own molly. And that'll be the round one for Heroic. Off time, but just played perfectly from Tess. They were so crowded up in the site, they needed to try to expand because there's not enough good spots to stand. And you see the push through the smoke from Shush, you think, why are you doing that? But back default with the smoke coming up and Donut being exposed to that, he had to make something happen. So
Monacy really does just do it better than anyone else.
Some info delays a little
All
longer
the
because you
time.
see at the very end of this post-plant situation,
Look at-
there's simply no time to defuse, and they have to rush trying to get
Boom!
this last kill. As you can see, it's 2v1.
Oh no, Monacy!
Desperate, right? No other course.
Oh
When you
no,
run
he
through that
just
smoke
full
blind.
default ran into the...
Heroic, right? How fast they did it.
Right back. G2 tries to beat Nico's
What?
head.
Whoa.
Back and forth to build the lineup here from Dexter.
Okay,
Again, trying to
3v3,
put
like
down
we all
these
planned it.
riflemen.
We're playing slow here.
Wow, real fireworks already.
I love it.
Hey, Z,
Dexter
thank you
into
very
the
much.
triple kill,
Hell yeah.
doing everything to deal with the pressure. And as we talk about a Heroic,
One of the
as you
homies in the
mentioned, that
YouTube
kind
chat
of comes
just
into
sent me
their
some
own
rupees
later
chat,
in the season.
W.
One of the things that
The
really
logo
held
actually
them
does
back
look so
was
sick.
Dexter and his inability to secure that visa to attend some events.
Now, this is where I'll say that, if Heroic play their best, I think they definitely can
Just
win
be
this
thanks to
game
the
versus
35
G2.
month primer,
But standing
thank
up
you.
to the stacked individual talent is something they can't do on an average day, versus, as Maui put it, the best playoff player of the year in Monacy and the second best rifler of the entire year on the same team. The problem, I think, for Heroic when it comes to Dexter, we see high peaks, but in my opinion, some of his pick plays are a little obvious. I think he can be countered when he goes out for some of his moves right now, and I feel like he's got to try to freshen up in a way we haven't seen throughout elimination.
Honestly,
We've
felt
seen
Donk
good games,
deserved
but
number
Nerds
one.
is
I
still
mean,
the best player on the
I'll be
team.
honest, dude,
Nice
like,
play here from Shush. I love the deep
I
temple peek. The
I
challenge
think
on
he
bomb
does.
is
What?
Monacy actually ending up getting the one in the background. We
the
saw
only
his
people I
1v3
feel like that
attempt
don't
come
feel
down
this
to the
way
final
have like,
frag.
I've got to have some sort of like crazy, like,
Does he
they're just
still
like
chance
super
this at the
Monacy or
halfway
Silent
point
fan.
on bomb? They do give him space. That Molotov actually gets extinguished, and it would have told him there's a player still back in that corner. It's the second piece he doesn't know about as it came down to the last clutch, caught off by the last member of Heroic's positioning.
His mind is on the money.
And he doesn't take it this time. He won't try and throw out that chance. It is Heroic to tie the game.
They'd have to go and secure a kit. Now he's looking to punish exits. Let's see what he can do from this position. Hey. This is a great first pick.
Okay, there you go, Monacy. One sec, chat.
That was a Navi spray.
I have one last free code
Gone but not forgotten.
for PoE2,
Yes.
and I have to
Long-
give it
long
to
in the
Nori,
days
and I
that,
saved it for her, so one sec.
Monacy played
I'm
on
the
the
best, what can I
academy,
say? Hold on,
and
one
that's
sec.
when we saw the
Also, chat,
brilliance
one
of the
singular
flash.
F, pay respects. Nori's about to start playing PoE2.
Nicely done here from Nico to try to set it up, but Dexter slides out and trades.
Girl, if you're listening, you gotta go
Once he
redeem
gets
it
that
on
damage
their
up
on the
so much
PoE
low, you can see
website.
the limitation. Nerd's one of the few NPCs 7 players
So
in the
safe to
world.
say Nori will be staying up watching the major with us too, chat.
Mixed up by here for G2 as they're bifurcated on the
to
sites,
start
holding it down in
Path of
Donut,
Exile 2
thinking
at
about the B split.
10:15
But
p.m.
as time
It's
goes
chalked.
on, they'll obviously
Melon,
be
thanks for the 11-month
a
reset.
little
Thank
insecure
you.
about A main. They have this crack spot on mid, so they've got that info. But it's not full information, and it looks like another solid call here from
Friendly
Pixan.
reminder,
There's no
chat. I did do a
friction
sponsor stream. If any of you
to
guys end up
stop the
buying
A
it, just
hit.
use my link. Thank you.
Mobs may try to throw himself into the fray.
Thank
Eagle
you.
in hand.
It's worth
Surely
it.
they
It's
go
so much
through
fun.
this.
You think?
Oh,
Gets off the angle, gets pushed by
no.
Nerds and cleared. Monacy
Thought we were
looking
gonna see a
rumble with
Mobs
that
round.
AK,
Hey,
but
Molly's not deep here on Temple.
nobody faces him until Dexter
Uh-oh.
decides to take his head.
Guys?
Clean off May. Hunter bring it back.
Hold on. Somebody
Again,
check the
limited
script.
rifles. Beautiful mid play out from Tesses. Not caught by
Guys,
Nico
what if
this
G2
time.
loses?
Nico usually so good at getting one over any kind of late mid lurk.
I played PoE 1? Yeah, a little bit.
Or mid rounds. Either way, Heroic,
I had like
you
3 or
said,
4
no friction
characters
in the A
like
site.
that I
Mobs unable
played
to do anything with the
about
Deagle,
like
and that is why Heroic find themselves one round up on
65,
this T
70,
side.
nothing like
And,
crazy,
don't
man.
be
I
surprised
never.
you see Heroic play Ancient.
It was more. It
well,
was too much of a
because
time
that's, I think,
sink.
the map that they've
But
had
now
the
that
most impressive
PoE
wins
2's
on
out
so
and
far.
WoW's had
Eliminated
some
Navi.
downtime, I'm like, this is
Eliminated
sick,
Navi,
bro. I'm
versus
doing it.
Mobiles. In some ways, map of the
I
event
said,
with
like,
how
dude, this
well both teams
is. I've
played,
been
and
craving this genre
I think-
for a minute.
yeah,
Diablo
their
4
team
was
says-
ass. Okay. G2ers, but
I mean, this is Monacy playing well, it's Nico playing well, and Heroic still with a small lead. One of the rounds G2 have won. It was a similar one to
editor
this.
cut to me talking about how I said Heroic is the better team, but G2 got
Mob
big boy star
self-proclaimed
power. And oh
best
my god,
Deagle
dude,
in
can we
North
stop with the
America.
artifacting on the stream? What the fuck?
Honestly, just
Dude.
hurting from the second, and as he
What
goes
is
back
going
on the
on?
angle, his head's off. Shadow advantage from Mobs. He's
That's
down
him, by the way, not
empty-handed.
me.
But there's more where the first two came from. You got Hunter and Snacks at bat. Oh! Double D is clean. Snacks dead. Hunter, he's got all of it to do.
Oh.
But 2 is all he'll find.
I respect the
He
step up.
tries to set up his cousin, who is still just too many steps behind, but is equipped with that M4. 14
Flags,
frags
I'm
deep
fucking
here on
busy
map
right
1.
now.
And these D's uncertain.
Also,
as to his
I literally
position.
got
Right
7
now, it's
uniques
two backs
in one
turned.
level.
Shadow advantage. Oh, clean goal out of
I don't know
Dexter.
how. I
And
swear
his
to God, my
rifle work
shit was
is looking
glitched.
just as good as his op.
Absolutely.
There may be peaks and troughs throughout his performance, but today is starting strong.
Man, look at that. Oh, beautiful tracking on
And
the
none of
first
them were
frag.
for my warrior.
Jumping up in front of Hunter.
All right.
A good day from Hunter could also make the difference. When we talk about the Dallas
I
run,
guess one
Hunter
technically
being
was.
the 3rd best player on the team was instrumental.
Yeah, I could start a sick fire mage, a
But
merc.
this is, G2 in this form.
If I played one-hander, I
But
could.
Heroic playing
And
this well on
then-
stage versus G2 right now
Wait,
are showing
literally
us
everything
that they
but
are not
me.
false prophets. The calls have looked good. There's a lot of trust in the
Ordered
reactions
Starbucks,
that
or you just
are
have the
fast.
cup? No, Nora used to
They
work at
survived
Starbucks a
getting
long, long
ecoed
time
in
ago.
this
These
game.
are
They
just
survived
reusable
losing
cups.
a pistol and 2
We
conversions
talked
and
about
still
this.
come
I got
back
a
for a
super.
lead.
I got a nice little
Heroic
setup in the
can be
house.
proud of themselves so far.
This is Rook's map pick. It is, but this is. I mean,
Tons of damage here for Hunter. He soaks that up.
oh my god,
End up being worth it for
bro.
him, but he
Oh,
also
there you go,
tries
Mobs. There you
makes the
go.
most of Hunter's
That's what needs to come
opposition.
online for G2
Down
for them
through
to win
middle.
ancient. This is Mob's best
Fire
individual
at his
map.
feet as he
If
ran
he can
into the
start to
faces
heat
of
up going
Heroic,
to
and
the
that
T
elbow
side,
control could end up
it
being
could-
essential.
It could turn it around for
His A site
G2.
continues to be targeted.
Great to see Mobs and Hunter working together. When they
Like,
joined the team, Mobs
the fact that
credited
you
Hunter
have
a lot for
Monacy
giving
10
him
and
some
5
space,
and
making
Nico
him feel
14 and 6,
comfortable
and you're
in this new
losing
lineup.
6
This
to
is huge
4.
timing for Dexter. You can
Man,
see Mobs giving
and
it the
that's
jiggle peek.
That's the problem with those crack spots on
Yes.
Donut. You're always
Ain't
going to
nothing
have a
wrong with
small
that,
gap,
Brady.
but do they call
long
the
as you
timing?
enjoy it,
looks like
man.
that.
Backline compromised.
And what can Dexter do with this information? He's synthesizing his options. He's telling his team to take over main.
Oh, that's so huge. They also
And Donut's
Molotov
about to get a
Cubby.
couple sprinkles.
Beautiful. They Molotov Cubby out middle to
They
serve
know
up
he's
a
probably in
distraction for
Donut.
Dexter, as if they didn't know
Oh!
he was clear, but he makes a mistake. He pulls out a util. Nico hot on his heels, able to sniff out what's going on. Mobs low HP, not able to get yet another, but Nico's here, so the rifles keep it going. The lineup's not right theirs. And G2, luckily off the back of this overperformance from Nico, will maintain
Nico's
what looked
17 and
like
6,
a
guys,
lost A
and they're
site.
fighting to tie it.
Yes,
Bonzo
indeed.
with the 5 super chat on YouTube said I got 2 kids.
Kill and getting donut,
First
but
game
instead,
other than CS for them. What you think? Wild
G2
Classic or
survived it.
P-
You heard the
You mean
Nico chants
for
inside
them?
the arena, 17-6.
Oh, hell if I know,
First
bro.
chant we've had so far this playoffs, and to me, it's no surprise it's one of the
I don't know,
G2
man.
players.
Yeah, we knew early on when G2 played against
2
the
kids
Mongols,
means 2 WoW subscriptions.
G2
And if you're going to play.
have the crowd on their side.
Path of Exile time it is.
Back 10's here for Heroic to try to finish out a half. A half that secured them 6 and kicks down that fire, spreads beneath him. Star of the show for G2 goes down.
It's pretty critical that he dies in cave, as they're all curdled up here at the bottom of Banana.
Snacks, who has not been tested all too much throughout these first 12 rounds.
They're coming through this.
He's gonna have his hands full in the B side.
Oh, they flashed this time. Wow, that looked a lot better when they hit B with the
deep
flash.
down ramp maintains flanks, so he thinks, but Mulbs has in reality slipped
Honestly,
in
I'm
behind
kinda
this back
shocked.
line. And I mean, the surprise is the name of the game here. How long can he milk this? Not long at all.
Yeah.
Dexter wins
Wow.
another duel, and
That's
that is
half over.
a 7-round half
Come on.
for Heroic.
Look at that. Like, look at the score lines, and then look at the top score, right?
Listen,
That's
guys, I
exactly
want
what we
G2
see
to
this
win,
game. The
but
Stars playing well for
give
G2.
some props to Heroic.
somehow
They are
still
playing some
overcoming
good
that,
CS, man.
At least for now.
I think you
Like,
said it. That was
it's not
an
like
excellent
Nico's not
pre-game
hitting.
desk
It's not like
between
Modesty ain't hitting.
Maui, Snake, and Dust, and
Yeah.
we get exactly what they foretold. Fortune tellers alongside Sam. 2 stars.
No, the glitching is
stand
their
up,
stream. The
and
glitching is
team
their
play
stream.
pans out.
You
If
know,
not for that pistol and
I think
conversion.
that round shows us that Heroic
trying to
are
see
a
if chat was
five-headed
yapping
Hydra.
about it.
When Kicksan dies in the 4-1 play to go Cave and Banana, they're still able to exec and cover the gaps that
Yeah, guys, no
Kicksan
free
can
promo
longer
around here.
clear and not worry about it. They still are able to operate.
If they don't sponsor the event,
You know, I can't help but feel that when Cadian left this team, Tessas took over as the IGL, and they've got him prepped and ready to become sort of a second caller on the lineup. And you can still see it's the heart of Heroic in many senses.
Surely.
G2
Childish
are gonna
One,
have
thank
to
you
work
very
hard
much for the
this one.
70-month resub.
That
Thank you,
Heroic
guys.
spray covers Monacy's from the first half.
Yeah.
We're almost back up to 8,000 subs
CT
once again
side
during
taken up
the
by your
major
current
co-streams,
leader.
which is unreal. Move my fucking mouse, idiot streamer.
Again, pistols, one of the features of G2, one of their strong points, and they're going to go flooding out middle. Nerds immediately
Nerds.
tries to retreat here. They are hot on his heels, and it's going to be up through the red room
Ah,
into
the
the
Snappy
line.
Classic, huh?
Them
Four
defenestrating
players
through the
jump
window.
Look at him, dude.
over
Oh
his
my
angle.
God.
Like water, G2
looks sad.
flooding into this A-bomb site from the back line. And while the CTs push off-site,
The synchronized
they've
leap is pretty
completely forfeited
insane.
it for the plant. What's the post-plant look like? What's this retake come through with? How can they manage to get it back? A man advantage will certainly help. Mulbs opts not to go deep into the donut. Hunter doesn't boost up onto green.
Look how uncomfortable they are
Zach,
on the map.
thanks for
They're
the
trying
8-month
to get
farmer. Thank
anything.
you.
One good post-plant position, they have to fight for it. And Shush is holding it down.
Sickening headshots
Wow.
coming through here from Heroic. If you
Bro.
can roll back this bomb site, as it seems they have, then it is clean sailing for Heroic as they go forward into the next half with an 8-5 lead and
they
money
are-
momentum.
I mean, you know,
Ah, man, they're
G2
playing
opened
good
the valve
Counter-Strike.
when they jumped through window.
If you're a
and they
G2
flooded
fan, you're
back
allowed
through
to be
CT,
upset right now, but
because
if you're
they took
not a
that
G2
position
fan,
and
put
didn't
some
hold on
respect.
to
This
window,
is-
didn't plant for CT, and had to worry about Donut
They're
and
playing
main,
some good
they
CS,
needed
man.
to get one more kill. And that was either Shush or that was 2 inside of Donut, and Shush locked it down with his 2 USP kills.
Not bad for a player who comes into second pistol, 3 kills.
Who's Heroic's best player? Nerds. For sure. And I'm not looking at this. I don't know. Is he showing it right now?
Won't give up the pistol.
Not really. No, Dexter's hitting right now. And Dexter's mostly doing the rifle on that T side, but
life.
yeah, I'd say it's Nerds.
G2 on rounds with
Nerds,
buys
then
like
Testas,
these.
then Dexter.
Galil for Hunter and Monacy.
That would be my order of operations for them. Thunder, thank you so much for the 38-month primary. Beautiful.
Missed chance out of the first shot.
I don't think anybody would say no to that, Thunder, but
You know, I'm personally not a huge fan of the vacant A site meta. We've seen some teams try to do
President,
that.
shut up.
Can be
Lyra!
powerful,
Thank you
but
so
if
much
the
for the
bomb goes
5
down fast
gifted,
enough, like we saw with
Exquisite Willy.
Heroic in the first half, oftentimes you can lose the retake on time, and retakes are just not a reliable way to win rounds, and that was not a reliable smoke to get you out of mid.
Bob is the bot, Rain. You can
my
leave.
goodness.
Thank
Saving
you.
grace.
Yeah.
A
Back to the
Snacks
main
Tech
channel with
9
you, sir.
finish.
Thank you.
on a tagged red player. Oh, and then
That's
hands onto the Galil.
with a double.
Quality, not quantity.
Now
Huge moment here for Snacks to try to draw rotations.
But with the lay of the map, it's still pretty comfortable here for Heroic, I want to say. Now they don't come back in to clear out mid. And I think this next interaction at the tip of Cave is going to be the key one. Kixan, he's got the MP9.
He's got the right read. They bolster the back line, both eyes set towards Cave. Easy cleanup on the
Damn.
2 players low. Here's the third and Hunter. Oh, and while TSS is busy towards Hunter, now softened up for Hunter. He's
Hold
got
on.
that Kovac blood pumping, but he has no idea where Dexter's at. And in so many of these close rounds, the CTs catch them off guard.
Turns out he's the big game. Dexter, clean 1v1 on that timing. Brought to
This
you by
Kixan
the
was
perfect
picked up
alignment
from being
of the
previous.
MP9s
He
to
was
cut
on
off
that
Cave,
Apex
like,
team
put themselves in
with
great spots to both
Knock
fight Cave and then turn their
and
attention
JL.
to Banana afterwards. This was an awesome try
He
by
was the
G2,
IGL of that
course,
team
to get
when they made their major run in
those
Paris.
couple of Snacks kills in the beginning of this trade.
And Stico, yeah.
But now, Connor, we're at a 9-5
Yes.
on Ancient.
Nothing to buy in the next round. Place for G2.
We have a lot of chokers. Put that plainly. You know, considering what we've said about Heroic so far and bigged them up so much, there's a lot to be proved in this quarterfinal. Yes, they had the elimination stage versus the crowd, but this is another level
Guys, this is
of
crazy. They have 5 rounds right now with Nico
where
and
now
18.
Dexter in the interview said, I can really see the trophy now. This is where the pressure is absolute
I do want to
maximum.
keep
And
reiterating,
this is
man,
Kixan,
Heroic had
who
by
did a
far the
fantastic
hardest
job on
road to
Apex.
playoffs.
This is Heroic, who have seen a major final with TSS and Shush.
By
This is
far.
Nerds on Ents, who
So they've
as,
been-
you know, rookie of the year, has had unreal
they've been
performances.
playing the big boy
but they
stuff.
have also struggled to close out winnable games a lot
though.
in their career.
Stakes on both sides with Util. You know, for the newer fans who join us just for the hype that is CS2, they may not know that Dexter has made major playoff
Are you getting it
runs
through
in the
Steam,
past.
Nori? Because they give you
And
a
if anything,
code
I
as
think he's
well
tapping back
that you
into
can
that
download
performance
through
that he showed
Steam.
once upon a time alongside Spirit.
He always plays
But
like
also,
he
if you
believes.
do it,
I think we
I
know
always
that
get a
much
little
about
worried
Dexter.
since you're on the
His
stream
honesty comes
internet
across,
right
his
now.
frankness.
You know, maybe his
Turn off the stream, but I
predictability
think
at times
you're-
can cost him.
I think
I think
got
his
you.
confidence is key.
I think this team is more than Dexter, and then in some
Well, no,
games,
Nori,
Dexter
everybody does. You
can
get
play
that.
to the
You
level
get
of,
once
you know,
you
the top
redeem it on the
players.
site, girl, you can request the
He
Steam
has
key to have it on
so
Steam.
much potential.
Well timed. Actually, they get ahead of it.
It's like
Not as bad as
a
it could
key
have
for
been.
a
That
key
pack
if
of
you
players
want.
spreads out in the middle.
You don't have
They need
to,
to go
but
back
yeah.
and grab this bomb before they expand too much.
Luckily for them, Shush
don't have
doesn't
to do it that way.
hyperextend through A main. Monacy scoops bomb, goes to join into the B split.
This is interesting. I mean, they're not really watching window at all.
Kixan getting active. Down the ramp they'll go, but it's a very passive Monacy. That's bomb spotted. Eco steps out into the duel. Tess
Oh,
cleans
man,
up the
what a
front runner.
And that's a
Great.
high HP player down in front of him.
We've got the wall bang out from Snacks, but it's off the mark.
Oh, the bomb spot is so uncomfortable at 27 seconds. This timing, Lurk is everything.
Oh
Is Nerds gonna
man,
go
does
for
he?
it?
Does he?
Shush is gonna cut it off. He drops the bomb and then disengages. Tess has
Oh,
coming
Te-
running
oh,
in.
Tess's
That's gonna
brother, what
alleviate
are
a
you-
bit of pressure. Nerds knows the backline's compromised. Hunter's desperate. And Nerds in the perfect position.
There's Nerds. There's
That Red Room
Nerds.
player comes
Time,
back
though.
now with the second frag.
Shush has got a.
It's a huge
Nah, no
attempt
time,
for
no time.
Logs.
Time to get the plant
He
off.
will not
That's
get
it.
it. A main player comes out onto the site, but
Careful.
he gets lost inside of the smoke.
Oh god, dude.
Oh, he hangs on to that. Galil so desperate. 10 rounds secured here by Heroic.
Wow.
A
I mean, actually,
perfectly
good job to
timed
not
fight
die
by
after
Shush.
time
Suddenly
there.
becoming a crushing victory. Yes, Shush. But you know what? It's also Kixan with the push on the other side of the map. He tips off Shush.
Rock, thank you again for the 5
That
gifts,
side of the
man.
map has been cleaned out. They get the trade from Tessess with the MP9. That's the one they had to deny to create the fog of war, to make sure that Heroic
Heroic
don't
of my
move too
pick'ems.
fast.
What do you think that- of
They
that
couldn't
choice?
grab it. And it's crazy to think it's a
If
couple
you're a
of
big fan
individual
of the
kills that are
team,
keeping G2 out
Or
of
if you're
rounds.
super sweaty with the pick'ems, props to you. I think
Clutch moments, that
we'll see
star
though. It
power
is their map
potential.
choice.
Those rounds have been denied in the gritty moments of Heroic.
To
If you
me,
just
this
tuned
felt
in,
like
you
the
would think,
closest
G2
matchup though.
are crumbling.
On the pick'ems.
I don't think that's the case. I think they're actually just not good
I
enough
disregarded
so far based on how well
everything,
Heroic
and I
have
went
played.
pure cinema. It backfired immediately. So, but this is by far, in my opinion, the
No,
closest
Maui's snake was
matchup we
quite
had in the
critical
first round.
of G2's calling on Ancient accusing Snacks.
And I think that was reflected yesterday as well.
Redundant, repetitive with some of those
Although, man, the way the Mongols lost, I would not have guessed that. That was heartbreak.
Kicksan not
Oh my
afraid to
God.
run risks, and Nerds neither steps forth into the donut, occupied by 3. Perfect.
Oh, my nerves,
Always
dude.
trade potential.
Wow, how they find that re-aggression. Just
Wow.
real tic-tac-toe in through donut.
2 stars of the show for G2 remain, an 11th to be taken away. That's Heroic's ambition as they move forward down middle and also cave, right? Remaining active in these moments.
Connor, 2v4, Monacy and Nico.
Yes.
Can't think of 2 better players at the moment to make this happen.
But trailing by 5.
35 seconds. Bomb control here for Heroic is a real test for them as they search for the second guy. They know that Monacy got this kill in main.
For a second there, Monacy had eyes deep into donut, but we actually get a CT smoke once the second defender gets into position. There's a matter of
like,
how
I
much
heard
they
you,
wanna
Shuhei,
fight
and I
for the
believe
actual
you.
bomb.
I mean, time is now suddenly just
Can he
such a big
scoop it up?
problem.
It's right there for the taking. He's gonna have to get desperate, and as he dives down through smoke, Nico nowhere nearby to trade him. 8 seconds remain on this clock. He knows there's one locked into the corner. He'll scoop up that frag, but the other 2 CTs secure it. Heroic are on the brink of a blowout.
Yes.
Bro.
I mean,
This
I definitely believe
is
that there was a
insane.
chance Heroic would win this map. I did not think that it would be in
11
this
to
fashion.
5.
This game, as it stands,
11
I think it's
to
closer
5,
than it
guys.
looks, but the scoreline would tell you otherwise. I think a lot of these rounds have come down
Star
to
Stricker
just a
with the
couple of
51
key
on the
traits.
timer,
It's
thank
just
you.
been pretty extraordinary to think that it's Heroic who are the ones to look like they've got better individuals right now. And
Nico has 20 kills. He did, but he ended CT side, I think, with 17.
20 kills, 10 deaths.
Yeah,
you still have
Or 18.
Monacy
It was 17
positive,
or 18. I'm not
despite
flaming
being
him, by
down
the way. I'm
6
just
rounds.
saying.
yeah, and that
This
is the
is
hard
why
part
their
to
T-side,
litigate,
though
to
I
think
would
that
say, is struggling,
the
right?
stars
And
are
Mulbs
shining,
had to
but
get
there aren't
online.
enough
He's
in the
probably
sky.
You know,
he's
for
probably the
G2.
most
It's not
important
that
piece of their
Heroic
T-side
have
ain't
cut all
shit.
the heads off this Hydra.
And
It's
I
that they've
want
taken
Mulbs
it
to
out
do
at
well,
the
but
knees.
I also don't want to lie to
And
you
as it
guys.
squirms to try to get back into this game, it's not enough.
For this map specifically, Mulbs is their most
Heroic sitting
important
comfortably
T-side piece.
6
And
rounds
he's
deep
usually the best
and
player at
confident
it.
at that.
But their CT side was disgusting. So I don't...
Saw a glimpse of greatness versus Mongols on this very map, and Heroic tap back into it.
Their CT side, they just
Let's see
got
about that
absolutely
T-side, G2.
worked.
Snack's going to be looking to line up the green molly. But very wary of some kind of a mid play. And I think that kind of comes down to this activity from Heroic's CT side. You can see Snack's a little nervous. There's nobody on the boost. And it barely spreads all the way, so Monacy doesn't end up getting a target that Molotov was meant to dislodge. Kicksan shows a little skin towards ramp. Here's the commitment in from the other half of this pack. It's a clean frag from the cage play. Great trade out of Kicksan.
Man.
And there's nobody else to come and help this final fighter. Hunter into the open
Well,
will do it on his own.
that's a huge
And finally,
kill
a
from
moment
Hunter.
to catch his breath. They
Oh, the
show
nade's
two
big,
players'
though.
presence over towards A. The
Oh!
nade doesn't find Hunter as he just gets around that pillar.
He's got to go for another swing, right? He's just too cramped on space. Hunter not fighting short means Dexter's running up, and Dexter will simply get the kill.
Nice
He
clean
couldn't really,
clear of
like-
the site. We got the
I don't know,
smoke
I
down
didn't
on the
hate what he
ramp
did
cause
there, to be honest.
desperation here for Snacks.
He needed help.
Damage coming
Like,
out of Monacy. Snacks is incredibly low. Heroic getting back on top of that bomb. No frags coming
oh, he
through.
spams. He's gonna think that's the diffuser. Yeah.
Shush secures the 12.
And
just
then
held the
Snacks
same
dying
spot.
as well. 12 rounds here for Heroic. A massive job here. I mean, it's incredible what we're
Rad
witnessing.
the
and that's
24-month reset. Well,
G2
guys, looks like if
trying to
this
get
keeps
the
up,
B
I might have
ramp
time
like
for another
Heroic did
pug.
in the first half, but they can't get that first kill, man. They're trying to set up and be just as loose, just as scrimmy, just as top-heavy, but Heroic were able to pull off the rushes just a little bit better. Their reactions have been just a little bit better.
No star power needed.
Heroic
thus
straight up
far
showing
from
you the
Heroic.
team diff right now, man. They really are.
A game plan and a call to action.
Bulb's actually got one right there,
Couple
but
of trades back and forth, and
Straight
just like
comes
that,
out.
mid is actually won. They don't have a cave push to really delay for time, but you know, with the smoke present, they can actually wait this out. And of course, G2 are nowhere to be found. Let's see if this boost can yield any frags. Kicksan, how careful are you going to be?
Comes through, spraying into Nico. But all you've done there is given up the kill. 21 frags for Nico. And Nerds softens up the back line. And
Bro, the fact that Nerds doesn't chase that kill is some demon shit. Actually.
But a vacant map everywhere else here for Heroic. And being so busy inside the site. Oh, Monacy straight up into Nerds. Getting into the action as the wallbang fight goes back and forth.
That's going to speed up A, though. That's going to speed up A.
This immediate call. Everybody leave. A site prime for the taking.
They killed the A player, then they saw the op. 100% A's player.
Maybe a little sooner than they'd expect. He's going to contest through the util. He will go.
Because if it was just Nerds that died, they actually weren't sure if the op was maybe still like anchoring A, because that's super common.
That was a moment where I think Nerds was convinced they would have left
as soon as the op shot came up from Dexter, you just see all the G2 players knife out.
Of cave, and G2 finally found an exit.
They were gone,
really
bro.
Had their attention though on B, even with no one playing A for that
Scar
long.
thanks to the 51 and Radis thanks to the 24. Thank you,
for Heroic. So G2 survived this round. It is one of the early tests here on T side. It's because they lost the CT side so heavily and then lost the second pistol that we haven't seen many rounds like this. So that's a good sign. But
it's crazy as Heroic has no money. There was a lot of close rounds, man.
If they pull this off.
Don't forget, G2 was losing rounds, but like when Maul saved, it was one player alive. When the next following round, there was just like a few. Like,
I'm curious to see what
it's not like they've been steamrolling with 5 alive the whole half, you know?
Because right now the calling from Heroic so active. Not only do you have the pressure from all of these map points looming overhead, but just knowing Heroic are so well oiled at the moment.
This is what people talk about when they say being on the same page. You've got a system that almost runs itself. You know what you're supposed to do for a teammate in an adjustment. There doesn't need to be any micromanagement, and you see the reactions coming through. But still, G2 show they can keep up at least a little bit.
And the door's ajar here. First tac pause called by Saw. A system that can run itself, but not bad to have a maestro.
This is the tac pause where he goes, do you want to play a game? We've got a half by with the op in play
just
here.
sent me a picture of her,
a little fun if you're
because Nori used to play Path of Exile, and she still has a
you know, it's
in
the
this
kind of
series,
level 60 hardcore character.
I mean, now people might consider them favorites, but it's not.
That's my wife right there.
Written off that G2 could simply come back on the next 2 maps. So Heroic are looking for a strong win here.
It's the buy you can have fun with on a score you can have fun with. They're going to try to play it loose. 3 players in middle. First one taken
this
down
is what I was
easily.
talking about, Malta too.
Background softened up the second. Nerds,
nobody came through though.
Coming through
could very well be the deadliest piece. They will open up the smoke, and Nerds loses out versus Monacy. So man advantage claimed.
That's a nice one.
There it is.
Makes the biggest difference. They're going to pendulum around through spawn. It's Nico holds outside of cave.
That's what they need though. Is like Malt's like that's like where a lot of their rounds. Oh my god.
Nico turns as he gets nervous. Where is this pressure?
And information flows both ways.
The other 2 teams are to get into position.
The CTs are leaving, right? They think that this is a sign there's no way G2 are going to go to this side of the map. Now they might get cut off at the
tried to help.
Monacy's watching
and then
this.
It got him killed.
Pushing in. And he's going to hear this.
Oh, he wins it.
And it goes both ways. It's gotten them both killed.
Now to keep Heroic
it's gotten them both killed.
Win. And he has not been spotted this entire round, so he can play to his strengths.
They think he's got him cut off, and they're playing very close to the spot. Let's see how much
That's why I
time he
always
delays.
tell you guys, man, there's rounds where it makes a difference, and there's rounds, dude, it's part of it, man.
Point of retirement to lead G2.
It's like crowd, but it just lost him the game.
And willing to push this the distance.
Incredible.
Heroic don't just secure their map pick, they blast G2 out of the water.
Everybody always mad. It goes both ways. Over 30, but shut up. Forgive you. It's late and you're old. True.
major has never been just a major.
Комета, преследованию которой я посвятил жизнь.
The mission I'm willing to dedicate my entire existence
Prediction?
to.
Yeah, I'm coming.
When I leave,
I got you.
I want nothing else.
Only the major trophy.
This is the major.
Это major.
Ovo je major.
Holy fuck, those odds, chat. You are so stupid. Sonic, thanks for 38-month primer.
major. Det her er major.
Verbal, thanks for the 3-month primer.
As a major.
Tidy Whitey, thank you. Red Herring, thank you. Redline, thank you. Krezzy, thank you. Thank you. It's Nuke, right? Chat, it's Nuke? G2 Nuke? Yeah, it's gonna go there. I got a little bit of food from earlier that I'm gonna go munch on real quick. Give me 1 sec. Ren, thanks for the 63-month timer. I still got some egg noodle from earlier. Let's go.
Even with all of G2 stars activated, Heroic still takes the map win, and it is now 1-up to them. Gents, what do you got to say about those apples? Because Snacks couldn't get a damn bite.
I see what you did there. I like it.
It's the big Shanghai. Wasn't hungry enough, apparently. That whole second half right there was kind of every single caveat, every single condition that needed to be met in order for G2 to have a disaster class offense. It was all met. Every single requirement, Dust.
I mean, look, at least they didn't just execute A 6 times in a row.
It would have been better. Hey, it would have been better. People have been telling me that it's better. People telling me that that's somehow good and genius.
Okay, can we rewind a little bit though first?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the first half. You know, a greater time. You know, great start from G2 defensively. 1 pistol, 3-0 start, looking hot. But let's give credit to Heroic. Again, such a varied offense. They are not contained. They are able to, you know, just kind of work the whole map. You know, go for the mid pressures, go for the set pieces.
So fluid.
Exactly.
So many good mid rounds from them.
The cohesion was just perfect, right? And even though Nerds was having kind of a quiet game, that's kind of the guy you're expecting to kind of really dictate the pace of these rounds and create those openings. It was Dexter with an AK-47. Like we talk about some of these other operas out in the world, like Munacy, who's really good with rifles, or Zebu, who's really good with rifles. But to see Dexter come out when some of his other stars were quiet, I mean, him right there on the screen had such impact this game.
And for them to open up the space for him to even accomplish that, though. The lurks from Shush, though, towards the A side of the map, calling over his offense back to his side of things. G2, though, they fought in that first half. Like, they were good on those early entry fights, the fights towards middle. It felt like all the space that they wanted at the beginning, they were good for it. It's just the mid-late round, they were consistently outplayed.
Outcalled, even. I mean, this was what we spoke about in the pregame, that Kixan calling versus Snacks, and I felt like the reactive nature of Heroic meant that even with Nico firing on all cylinders in the first half, they still end the half up because they were able to react so fast.
Kixan is approaching levels of elite in-game leading that I was wary of, that I wasn't sure about, that I have my reservations. Every single progressive game I am seeing him work with Heroic, I am becoming more and more inspired because the system is developing. He's understanding how to use his players. And even though there aren't even necessarily those huge pop-off star performances here, like what you'd say the best one here is Dexter, 18-11, it still is dwarfed by what Nico did himself. And they only got 6 rounds, G2.
Indeed. I mean, it's a crazy one because when you go to that second half, look, I thought G2 did a pretty decent job in the early stages of rounds. They were creating good mid-pressure. They were putting themselves, you know, on a foundation to launch from. But there was, instances where they kind of overcooked and I feel like overplayed their hand and maybe just weren't decisive enough to just commit to something and were trying to, you know, throw fakes and double fakes and just try to keep Heroic guessing. So I do feel there was a little bit of that, but I also want to give credit where credit's due for Heroic. They did such a good job re-aggressing areas of the map at just the right time, whether they were pushing down B ramp once things got quiet at middle to discover whether or not they had fallen back to B, whether it was Nerts, who was a constant nuisance at mid, by the way. Like, even if he wasn't always fragging, he was doing so much chip damage with HE grenades, spams through smoke, you name it. He was kind of constantly weakening and softening up the offense. That way his teammates could clean up later, and boy, did they on all fronts.
Can I be a little bit cheeky, boys?
When have you not been?
In the pre-match, you were both like, well, if all of those G2 stars come online, Heroic has a hope on hell. You saw the board there. All three of them were there. Nico had the game of his life.
On Mouse. Brother in Christ, when he made that comment earlier, that's why I called you a troll. I thought you were making a
was
joke.
performing well in the first half. I think Mobs was a little bit of a slow start. By the end of things, he was okay overall.
That's fair.
But I mean, I feel like it was just too much cooking. It was too much going on in terms of the
you were
ideas.
so wrong. You could have just walked away.
Set the tone for me. The second half pistol round number 13, the way that instead of just going
bro
with what
came in the
was
stream
tried
earlier
and
today, he was
tested,
like
when you're watching Snacks,
bro, they're gonna cheer so hard for Heroic. Did you hear them cheer for Xerxin yesterday? I was like,
white toast. It's simple.
Oh, so you're
it's
trolling, and he
effective,
just
we all like it. But there's been some community sentiments that things are a little bit too simplistic. So what do? They flip the script entirely. They go for a mid-rush through all the way through Red Room, all the way through Spawn, and this is like I'm watching a Fury around
just
with
because you spam the same message 15
this
times while I'm not at the PC
ridiculous
doesn't mean you're not an idiot either.
And
So
I
maybe
almost think
simmer
that
down,
G2 are
buddy.
simply perplexed by the fact that they didn't get kills when they found themselves in this position. They get the bomb onto the bomb site slowly and meticulously. Heroic pick them apart. Every single player on Heroic knows exactly how they want to react. They don't overextend by themselves, and they just
biggest
eat
tragedy
G2
right now, though, for
alive
Heroic,
because that initial plan was
fucking
so
jerseys, man.
ridiculous. It was so over the top, bombastic even.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, but it also just goes testament to Heroic just being so much more like decisive and having so much cohesion in those critical moments. When the pressure's on, when you're in the mid to late round, when you're going for a big retake or a big post plant hold, or you're trying to sort out, hey, how do we get ourselves back into a 3-on-3 situation on top, they just have more chemistry. Like, I think now that they have finally been able to settle in with this roster for the last few months and kind of just get everyone on the same page, like the brain trust of Kixin and Saul, and just the players being able to also
you got to think about like the G2
to go for things when the intuitions
how they moved on their CT side, and then think of how Heroic. But I'm like,
I think that you've highlighted it there and you've said it.
In the mid round, G2, you just saw individuals walk places.
They worked really well as a team, and something that we've seen from the
like you just see individuals walk places and try to make plays. Heroic, you saw the team go places. You saw set setups. You saw re-clears with 2 or 3 people. You saw information being gathered. G2's just shooting in the dark. One guy walking somewhere and going, they're over here, and then the rotate's like, oh shit, and then they're like, it's like, oh my god, he's over here.
Mid-round them. They just try and play for later.
And they're just constantly on the back foot. They have no information, and people just get singled out.
They just A-exec like 5 times in a row.
So that was like the biggest difference maker. And
so we're gonna overcomplicate things.
Mob's trying to rotate in that scenario and like make good choices. Good luck.
Forum threads. Those will all say like that wasn't the most inspired half. It has been effective before.
It has been effective. I think they just need to find a medium ground. Like we've seen at times them be stubborn and go for the same things over and over again. And then I've also
Stubby,
seen
thanks for the 44-month resub. Thank you. Twinkle No Sound, thanks for the 25-month resub. T-Bones, thanks for the 6-month resub. Bren, thanks for the 63. Thank you.
More impact on the game, in my opinion, as an opera than Munacy is kind of crazy that those words are coming out of my mouth and they're objectively true, not just.
So Mobs and on C side he had impact, by the way. He did. It was just too little, too late, and they had a terrible CT side.
People can say what they want. Yeah, it worked against 3D Max, but I think Snacks is a problem in this lineup. I do think that G2 is going to struggle.
The protocols
you mentioned it,
were on full display. You had a perfect example of how to play CT side Ancient from Heroic and a perfect example of what not to do from G2.
Above average team cohesion intelligence.
Nico dropped 18 kills and they lost the half.
They were looking like the more polished team.
Like,
when rounds got a little bit chaotic, even when G2 tried to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works,
kills and they lost the half.
Able to collect, just have clear and concise comms and recognize
and they won the pistol
and have the appropriate answers.
Can they do that on Nuke?
It's going to be an interesting one. Like, I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Heroic. I mean, despite them, playing in a decent amount, their resume is not the best. I'm just going to be honest about it. Meanwhile, you look at a team like G2, they've won their last 7 Nuke games in a row and against the best teams in the world. And what makes them so effective is that they're just so good at split pressure because you have Nico and Hunter, the cousins, dictating things at the yard, but you also have Malbs playing inside.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, map 1, right? Map 1, but that's what went wrong. That's what went wrong in map 1.
That's both in the attack and the defense. So
their CT side was so bad.
I think it's going to come down to Tessus and Nerds.
I am a little bit concerned for G2 simply because
wait, one sec.
this is a map that it almost kind
that's my mouse. Yeah, sorry. I'm plugging in my mouse. One sec.
They outlined at the beginning of the season and said, this is going to be our pick. We're going to outplay people on this one. It is almost by circumstance of the players popping off in these sorts of situations. Like you said, with the Mobs inner pressure, the Hunter and Nico outside yard pressure, Monacy kind of being an X factor in rounds. But the fact that they have never picked it with this 5-man lineup, and now they're hinging their season, pretty much hinging this lineup's life on this map, that is where I have seen teams who were the favorites in the past crumble even at an underdog who was just nipping at their heels.
And by the way, this would be a massive upset story if Heroic's done it. Because look, Heroic's done it in the past. They beat Vitality at Rio. They were able to beat Na'Vi to be here in this quarterfinals. They've taken top 5 teams before, but now to do it in the quarterfinals of a major, to shut down G2, a team that some teams have picked to win the whole damn thing, and certainly had the talent to do so. If you can pull it off here on Nuke, and that's not been your best. They got blasted by Na'Vi in that series that we saw in the major coming into these playoffs, but they had the capacity to do so. And for me, it's just going to come down to the yard play. If Nerds and Testis can find a way to best Nico on both sides of the map, that's a win condition. If Dexter can keep up this impact with an AWP roaming around Nuke, that's another win condition. There are options out there for Heroic to win this thing, and what a shocker it would be to see a Heroic 2-0 over G2 on maps that they usually play well. I mean, I know I'm kind of building up a romantic story, but we really could wind up that way.
I've seen some just great reactions from Testis and Nerds. Anytime people are trying to cross outside, they're nading that smoke with Dexter already holding line, waiting, scoped in at that position. And so the G2, they just got to be ready for it because there are great reactions on this Heroic side. Saw and Kicksand
who gave him the aux cable, dude?
Fantastically over these 6 months.
Actually, is that,
despite
am I showing my age?
Of the trials and tribulations they went through with all
Say what you want about this major, but bro dancing in the background is
should we even
elite.
keep Dexter on this lineup moving forward? Well, he's made a name for himself here at this major, and they even devise a game plan defensively to get him activated too.
You've kind of explained what you meant in the situation, but I do kind of want to showcase the viewers at home what you were talking about, because when the veto came up earlier, Dust, you pointed out that this was probably a punish pick from G2. So walk us through why you had said that and what you were thinking and how it kind of impacts you now after you've seen Angel.
I think it's just their track record. I mean, G2 is a team that, again, has won Nuke the last 7 times they played it in a row, and they've done it against top 5 teams, whereas Heroic, they've barely beaten anyone of note, and they have a negative win rate. So I'm just kind of looking at like track records for one. And look, we've also seen G2 bounce back before. When they had that overtime scare against 9 Pandas and Yarmar, they bounced back. When they lost to 3D Max, they bounced back. When they went dead last in Rio, they bounced back with the trophy. So this is a team that is formidable. They do have grit, and they have so much talent.
Did they bounce back with the trophy? I thought they got the trophy before.
You know, we talked a lot about their T-side antics,
but
they
get
also
a
have a
trophy
great
after
defense.
that too?
He's one of the best operators in the world. This is a map where he can dictate the pace by just being dynamic like he always is. You got Malbs defending ramp room. You got Nico defending yard. Like, you have so much power that Heroic has to get through in order to be successful on a map that they have struggled on in the past. So look, I think the 2-0 dream is real and it'll be romantic, but I also think that their map is pretty likely.
I do feel like maybe it's a bit unrealistic to go, oh well, Saw is so good, like we've seen what he's been able to do. I'm sure that he has a strategy
off in the background. Holy shit, where'd he go?
Reaching for Heroic fans in this particular map.
I'm not sure if it is anymore, because when G2 have crashed out of tournaments with this lineup before. I've heard the interviews in the past, what Taz says in the losers interview, what the team says. He always says, you know, I wish the team trusted Snacks more. I'm going to tell you right now, the egos on G2 are probably too big to trust Snacks when your tournament life is on the line. That's why they've crashed out before. They just tried to play the game plan that Snacks devised with Taz in the previous map. They had a buffer, you know, you're able to lose one map. Now, this is where I imagine that the tension is just so high. This is where Nico just becomes the mid-round IGL. This is where he starts calling. This is where Hunter starts calling. This is sometimes where there's too many cooks in the kitchen. And for a G2 team that probably didn't expect to get blown out on map 1 in that fashion, I would say that they are right now, they're redlining right now.
Do you not think that for G2, I mean, that is the biggest problem, right? Is the moment that they find themselves with their backs against the wall, like in this instance, Dust, then there is this reliance for Nico to start jumping, and there is a sort of deference to someone else, and that then creates a situation where you're not playing as a team anymore. You're all kind of going in different directions, and that's what you can abuse if you're Heroic.
Absolutely. I mean, you could certainly find gaps, especially if they're willing to try to get disruptive and
all right,
maybe,
we'll see.
Do some
Time
aggressive
to see
moves
if
in
it was
the late
map
round to try
1
to,
or if
unsettle
G2's
G2,
actually
not let them
cheats.
instill their
You guys
game
ready?
plan. But at the end of the day, for G2, a lot of this year,
how many of your pick'ems are shocked if G2 does not
and
pull this
they've
off?
never really had much of a middle ground. So now at this point, you got to dig deep. Again, Nico, this is one of his best opportunities to win a major again. You know, we've seen him crumble in other moments. You know, the Boston major where he lost in the finals, or when he lost to Na'Vi on Nuke and I think it was Stockholm. Like, it's one of those things things where this is his chance to finally shake that off, but he's one map away from losing that chance right now.
Nico needed a little tiny snack. He had to take a bite out of something, so we're giving him some time, which means we still get a chance to chat. I mean, they are the crowd favorite, and with good reason.
Sure.
I would argue that the Chinese fans, this is their team. They are camping outside the hotel for a chance to get a picture with m0NESY. Does that benefit them?
It does. It instills them with a confidence that they otherwise wouldn't necessarily have. To make it abundantly clear, before the face of the game
Zaz, thank you
was
for
simple.
the primer. I'm
Before
still not
that,
Elvis,
some
though,
may have
so
even
you're
considered
fucked
it
up.
Kenny S. m0NESY is the face of CS2.
Once I didn't give in to
He is
Copium.
who the fans are lining up
Sorry,
to
man.
see, camping out to get a glimpse of as he leaves his hotel.
I
to
did.
see him
I
lose
got
in the
peer pressured into
quarterfinals would
not
be
picking
disastrous
Spirit,
for him.
even though I
It
told
would
Chad
be
Spirit was
disastrous
gonna
for
win.
G2, and sitting right next to him for Nico, even more so catastrophic.
But then across
Chat
from them,
literally
they have a
bullied
team
me.
of players who have been on that side. They've been part of various lineups where they have been the team that's punched above their weight. Granted, different, whether it be the old Heroic or the old Ents. Those players know what it feels like to not be the crowd favorite, to be going up against insurmountable odds, and yet they've done it. Can they do it all together now?
What the hell? Did we just
The
get
question you're
debated?
asking now is, can they
Hey,
ruin G2's last dance? Is it going to be a
analysts,
waltz or is it going to be a
host,
stumble
start
on the
game.
floor? And I think that
Sorry.
it'll only be
I
up
get-
to how Heroic responds and
turning
how
into what I
G2
hate
handles
most.
that loss to determine what that's going to be.
We're still waiting for the players, which means you have to listen to these boys a little bit
I didn't say it
more.
wasn't Zaz. I just said I'm not Elvis.
No one's
yeah?
complaining about that, Sam. No one's complaining.
Bigger question. The Counter-Strike that we've had a chance to see here in the playoffs. Holy hell, it's been good, right? I mean, this was something we spoke about yesterday. I'll say it again. Sometimes the major, it doesn't deliver.
We got the
Bro
heroes
lived long
that
enough
we
to see
wanted,
himself
okay?
become
From
the
very
villain. That's
first
what I'm
series,
saying, man.
Unfortunately, Senzu didn't pop off for the Mongols. Well, in his stead, we got Exertion doing well. We got Brolin doing fantastically. That's what we wanted to see from Mouse. On the Spirit side,
Oh,
we
fuck.
got
How bad's
Dong
the tech
putting up
issue where we're talking
historic
about-
numbers
okay.
once again. And that's why we're craving m0NESY to keep moving forward. We're craving. We need Nico to keep moving forward. If these guys don't make it forward, sure, we got Heroic on the other hand, which are a great story, and it's a great strategic duo between Kixan, between Saw. Nerds has been on the come up himself, but we all want G2 to go a little bit further. I'll say that, just for the fun of it.
Let's find out if they can.
Oh, thank God. Good stalling, Maui. Good job. W stalling. Well done.
For the fun of the game, Maui Snake, thank you, gentlemen,
Damn, I
for your
missed the Gamba.
poetry
Brother,
in
the Gamba was up
pregame.
for
Again,
15
setting
minutes.
The stage alight as Heroic
I
kinda
literally
shocked the
cannot help
stadium.
you.
The spotlights in Shanghai have G2 a little nervous, and I like that take by Maui, where maybe now we start to see the Stars take the reins, because the Stars delivered on Ancient. It was the plan for the T's now that crumbled.
Yeah, the scary part is they were good individually. They just weren't good enough as a roster.
Fuck, dude.
Heroic, do they believe
There we
they
go.
can do
Holy
this?
shit, one of my ears.
Yeah, not
Fucking
much
allergies,
progress
they've
making
been
on Nuke,
a
looking
bitch.
to break new ground.
SS, he'll take his one and depart.
There we
saw
go.
that
Thank
flurry
God.
from G2 back on Ancient in the T-side pistol, the 5-player Red Room push. Well, right now they've already got footing down in the base of Heaven. However, Kixan smokes off Heaven, and that's going to turn G2 back.
They've got the 2 lower rotations. Again, we have praised the reactions from Heroic. I think this is a great use of 5 players at the moment.
Excuse me. Sorry. All right.
And Tessas hit some critical shots on Ancient, man. In a spot like this, you'd expect him to deliver. Let's see if G2 can overcome him.
Easy second for TessS. He's going to have a field day.
Oh, Tess's, no way.
3 kills from TessS on the site is all you can really ask for. And now the rest of Heroic will just flood down towards Decon. Degster on the other half if needed. And it is instantaneous. Headshots from Nerds. A pistol in the back pocket of
What do you got,
Heroic.
Flum?
How reliable
I
that
picked
was from
G2
Tessas
Mongols
and some of
final
the
because I
pushes
thought
that
that'd
he
be
had on Ancient. It's
the
a
most
great round
hype
from
and
him
fun
Nerds.
major we could have.
Full house, in fact.
It
as they get all
immediately
5
backfired.
together, and even winning pistols against G2.
And then I got bullied into picking.
This is a team that
I figured
destroyed.
But I got bullied into
other
picking
top
Liquid
teams
over Spirit. I
throughout
definitely
entire
told everybody to
stages
pick
on pistol
Spirit.
rounds.
And then this one I thought was a coin flip though. I really did.
Of rounds
I
like
really,
these.
really did.
Now you
Heroic.
have to wonder how they feel.
I am a broken record. I do not care. They had the hardest run.
Gets going, and the game's
They had the hardest run to get here, guys.
on those pistols in the past to irk out wins.
They had to fucking
Just
play
seeing Heroic
everyone,
these
man.
days as a god slayer. They
Everyone.
don't seem to be worried about who's better than them. They're clearly very focused on how good they can be.
Were you smoking crack with those pick'ems? Nah, dude. After the
Why
group
is
stage,
it that every time they lose,
I've
a
talked about this
1v5,
before. Like getting
1v4,
pick'ems for
1v3
like the
clutch,
major you want to
their
have
next
happen
call
is
a
way more
confidence
fun.
Call. It's a rush And then not only do they
Like,
rush,
actually,
but they win.
I think it's because of the confidence that you can put
I have
in their game plan.
the
There's a
Boston
lot of
coin,
head-to-head
man, and that's all I
talking
care about.
Taz
You know what I
and
mean?
Snacks versus Kicksan and Saw, and the pieces
My
of
Stockholm
Heroic
Diamond
have faced.
is useless. You know, shit
Well,
like
it would
that.
take you so far, but when the individuals
You know
have
which one I
also
display?
delivered, when you've gotten
The
those
Boston
close rounds
one.
and again added to the tally, all's good. And this round's going to be the same damn thing. Heroic, it's not even a test versus these measly pistols. Everybody down outside, and the money starts to flow for Heroic early on.
Another story here.
You didn't want Liquid to win?
Is the fact that G2 won a single T round.
There's not enough
on
copium
Ancient.
in
They
the
start off here on
like
T-side
in the
nuke,
world
and,
that could have made me
this
pick
is
Liquid to
where
win the major.
They could mess this half up and still make some grand comeback.
Aaron, thanks to
but it's
tier
gonna feel like
274.
so
Welcome
far
back,
since they
beautiful.
won any round. If they don't get themselves
Yeah,
together here,
please,
it's
you're
a real
still
test
remembered.
for Snacks. And as Maui put it, it might be a real test
You
for
still
Nico.
don't tell me when you come to Vegas.
We
You're
know
fake.
there has been subversion in the calls within this team.
I
and
said
that
it.
Nico
You've
does
probably
do a
been
lot
here.
of calling, and I agree 100%.
Weird, my number
that'll
got
take
lost in the
over
mail.
If push comes to shove.
Well, there's the push.
Doesn't have my number, but if you did, you would have lost it.
Happy that Tess delivers an easy opening kill towards the ramp goes Monty.
I was there 3 weeks ago. See?
Shush slides in with a single frag,
Who's
but
fake
burned
now?
into the corner. He was stuck.
Oh my God, it's 2 players lower already, and
Yeah.
Nerds is actually in control.
Wait.
Hyper-aggressive rotation,
This
and
could-
they can blindside them. Oh, they do, Nerds! Not able to collect the second
Where's
kill.
that
They're
volley
going to
to
come
the door?
jumping in. Snacks gives them another
Oh
fight.
my God.
Both CTs confirmed, another up in the rafters, and it is fully exposed for Nerds to try to pull this back. And he's got it down to him in the 1v1 versus Nico.
Now he's got to
no.
figure out where Nico's coming from. Nerds, Rookie of the Year last year.
God Slayers, you called them. And
Oh,
we saw
no.
close clutches from
Oh,
G2,
no.
but never anything pushed over the line. And Nerds is going to take that smoke as an invitation to take over site.
He has potentially the chance to go up the clock if he wants to, or he can play towards decon. It's not open. So with the closed door, he tucks. And when Nico's going to give him space like this, he's calculating where's the final position Nerds will go with a totally silent map.
Calculating?
Yes.
So it's possible that Nico walks out and clears this.
Of course.
But he has to make noise to even get vision of Nerds here with the amount of time left over.
And Nerds is just waiting for that dry duel, waiting for that door to swing, waiting for his chance. Clear corner.
There it is.
Nico, you
Aw,
are on the
fucking
money,
A.
Rohan. Takes his sweet,
Fucking A.
figures it
Hot
out
cold,
with
hot
just,
cold.
and finishes off. Need I remind you what was a 4v2 for G2?
Yeah, that's,
shit,
you know,
hold
want
on.
to give Nico a lot of credit for figuring that out, but as you saw him paused up in vents, it's clear what he was thinking. When someone
By the
gets
way,
scared, they
people talking
always
about
move into a
Snacks,
spot like that.
That little setup from
If you want to play a more patrol
Nerds
position
and
get
Kickson
up
was
the
sick
clock,
though.
you might
Like,
have had to watch a
I don't know
few
if you guys are
angles
paying
and
attention.
wanted
He
to try
heard
to
the
keep it
reload. That's
simple.
why he
So,
ran it down. So yeah, he got baited, but that was a sick double
That's a
rotate
playoff
from
play.
Heroic to have it that
G2
early.
went around.
Snacks absolutely expected that one could be lower. Expecting
Shining
both
in a
there
mid-round
in that
still,
position on that
moving forward with the
timing was
limitation.
really there's. No,
Snacks to the
I think
MAC-10.
most players would have actually
G2
gotten
to the
baited
lobby.
into that. And then that reload was intentional. He sat right there just to pull him in
I
just
think
a little
Dustin
bit
did a great
further.
job of highlighting just how effective Kicksan has been in terms of opening kills. An in-game leader who looks
So I know
more
people like to
statistically
dogpile
like
onto
an entry
Snacks, but that
fragger,
was
has been
a better
good boon
job.
for Heroic's
That
recent
was a better
results.
job from Kickson and
Keep your eyes
Nerds
on him
than
as
it
he
was
tries to
something
find
bad
fights
from
through
Snacks.
Squeaky.
You guys just like
He'll
to
be
hate.
playing a critical role throughout this CT side on Hut.
Yo, Joe, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Shush gets easy
Oh
picks.
my, well,
Kicksan finds one through the smoke.
this
Flagged.
seems like a
Absolutely smashed. Not a smidge of success here for G2 on that full-blown execute.
Oh, versus the tournament favorite, man. In the absence of Fallen, it looks like we've got a new librarian. Great hold from Shush in the rafters.
Those Hut players don't even come out to a disrupted rafters hold. Fully visioned, no fire on his feet.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, we make fun of anchors.
G2 really
this is
popular
a
in
map
China or
where
something?
Anchors get
Yes.
a lot of play on CT side.
In fact, a lot of
You
people
know,
were
half the
predicting
rounds
that
end
even
up
if it were a
or
G2
more.
Mongols final, that
And,
G2 would actually have the
in
crowd.
that spot, your sole job is done before the match starts. You know, it's which flashes do I have to dodge?
Yes.
How long do I have to stare into the wall? When are they going to try to mix it up? And when I'm unblind, you have a great angle. If
I know
there's
you
no
guys are
flashes
big, you
upper
know,
and you're sitting
you guys
up
are
in
super
vert where you're
fans of
sitting
me
in
clearly,
Mustang,
and
you
really
have an
the real
amazing
one,
fight versus
Launders.
Hut, right? So the whole
But
job
yeah,
can be
G2
summarized
was
by
the
saying,
most
how do I
picked
not
team
get
to win the
flashed?
major.
Shush does that. He makes it look
and I
easy,
think that includes
but that's not easy
the
to do.
Perfect World players.
You know, back in the Heroic system, when it was led by Cadian and at the top of the world. We praised Shush as one of the best
They
anchors
haven't,
ever.
Joe. Yeah.
We put him up in that limelight.
I think he was the he had
The crowd is the same as every single live event that we've ever had, and it always gets amplified at majors.
He was someone whose protocols I think were extraordinary.
It's literally the same shit, different day. I promise you, go back to any event where there's a large crowd, I promise you see the same thread, same post.
So he's overcoming that here.
Let's see what he can do. Right now, we've got that Soul AK of Monacy. Simultaneous with a Nico Deeg outside. The stars are unquestionable. The recovery is required. And Heroic have shown they can still win these rounds. Ooh, Raj play nearly taking Nico out of this equation.
But even the fact that Tessas comes to clear this at least brings us back into the possibility. Look, they're crawling outside. Kicksan's already in secret.
It's a great distraction.
It's not chat, it's the whole community, man. I saw one of the top comments on like one of the Reddit posts being like comparing CS crowds to golf crowds, and I
send Mulbs a burst. He gets found out, easy pickup and a fallback. He is not going to run the risk of losing yet another life. Heroic can't afford that. You can offer them map control. Eventually, bomb must go down. But that op's looking tasty. It's tantalizing to cross.
Hothead, put down the fucking bong, brother. It is sold out.
I mean, we've got a completely vacant upstairs for the moment. Tess working on a contingency plan. This push with this longtime teammate of Shush following closely behind him will meet up in the hut.
Really good timing. Even if Tess dies here, that second layer to the lobby flank is good. Up along the wall.
Oh, that was actually good damage with the Glock.
Oh! It's got to be the Danes for Heroic.
And Tess wait,
oh, no way.
Oh
my God.
The Danish flank to fruition.
The Danes, bro.
Beautifully played. And again,
fucking.
Right? What's the first thing? 3v5, and they make two
I'll
players
be honest,
go
and
if
there's two players on the stage,
thought they would be. Kixan finds his early
or any
pickoff.
players on the
They
stage that know how to
called
play
that G2 were
against
gonna take
with
this
the
into a
crowd
slow
against them,
round, and they paid for it.
Rook had to play against Furia in
G2 had
Rio.
done something as simple as grouping for ramp after that first couple of kills
My
that
God.
happened, they would have
My God.
Did they give G2, did they give Heroic a lot of time? No. Heroic just moved that fast that it made him feel like it.
And I think that's something we could attribute to them back on Ancient as well, right? These mid-round pressure points from Heroic have truly been a win condition thus far in the series. Nico's gonna eat the flashbang. Nerds takes the dangerous cross, but
and then they lost in the finals. What a bunch of noobs, am I right?
Wall of smokes.
And then
KD
got stabbed in game.
Doesn't look to confirm just yet.
In game.
There's something special about watching a team that doesn't have true superstars winning matches like this. Whether it's Mouse yesterday or Heroic
Why do
today
so many people sleep on Heroic? Because Monacy, Nico are
all the
poggers.
attention on Dunk
And Kixan,
Dunk, Monacy, and
Nerds,
Dunk,
Tessie,
Monacy, and
Shush.
Zywoo looking for first
they're not
in three different
poggers.
sort of roles, with Zywoo moving more towards.
I will say, like, I want to see Nico get a fucking major though. Like, I'm teasing, but
it's a tale that the Heroic organization knows all too well. We go back to the All Danes.
Hunter doesn't have armor.
Down, the biggest star.
He does not. He forgot. He has $1,100, and he just got obliterated, and he is 0-6.
Double entry, triple quad.
Oh my God!
Blink and you'd miss it, but
What
Heroic
the
still have one
fuck just
player to
happened,
bank on.
Mobs?
It is yet again the Tess flank.
Nice that they countered
Detours,
that.
I need a replay.
Nade that came out. Tess alone
Fucking
in this
Mobs
position.
Thanos
Surely there's
snapped
no way.
upper.
2 players left.
Clean sweep.
Okay, don't get 1v3 though.
Tess, a key piece of the reinvention that Heroic have gone through. Flash up into the heavens, trying to find a way out through this door, and once he does, the play is there to be made. Just trying to section them off. That's one player.
Oh, he knows both. He knows both.
Anticipating one from the background.
Oh, he didn't. He didn't.
Well held by Mulbs. Back vent. G2 on the board. You give them enough space, they can still sneak through.
And you know, we've talked about Monacy and Nico. Mulbs has also got to be part of the conversation in terms of what has given G2 new life coming onto this team with Snacks. He's really balanced out.
I definitely didn't call Heroic flukers. The big
single
question mark with this roster for me personally was always Dexter.
As an injection of talent onto
and
this
then
team.
they couldn't even have Dexter play.
A huge core reason why they've been able to pick up 2 big chips this year.
They practiced for like a month and a half, and then they go to their first event, and like the first 2 events Dexter missed.
G2 took a big swing.
Because of visa stuff. So like,
signing one of North America's hottest prospects, but one that was left in NA for maybe too long.
Yeah.
Because the thought of crossing that ocean to play for a European super team.
Yeah, Stewie walked so Malps could run, of course.
Well, shout out Twists too.
It was all about North America. That's the point. So G2 with a second T round is a great sign. Doubling their T rounds.
And I was always critical of Dexter because he was an absolute demon, and I had to watch him dismantle Liquid many a times on previous teams.
You know, we saw how adamant.
But he always required like a lot of resources, like a lot of things revolved around him. And in this heroic team, I knew that wasn't going to be the case. But he's not quite to that same level that I've seen him peak at versus, well, Liquid, Aware, at different times. But
this is one of those times where he will not.
He's been doing much better than I thought he would. Like, and I will admit that for sure. He's been. Wait, oh, he tried to go down vent. Oh, he tried to go down vent. No, Malps. Kixen said hello.
Kixen is the opening kill inside the vent.
He sat on, don't tell me he sat on that ladder.
I think he must
He
have been.
did. He tried to walk through the smoke and he was sitting on the ladder. It's classic. It's better. It's not even a troll, chat. It's not. It's better than to have your gun out.
Well, that's a little
they
bit
walk straight on your head. They think they're on the ground. You just instant one shot to the back. Done.
Nico trying to step forward. Shadow gives it to Nerds, but it's a headshot from the machine. Nico shuts it down.
Okay, 4v4. Nico's trying his best to pull this one back.
You do still have Kixan maintaining control of main. Along this back wall, Nico dead.
Was Dexter always this good?
To work with.
Literally, he was better, bro. Not even. Oh my Kixan!
Not
Oh,
with
we saw him.
just a knife kill. Another
Oh,
two right
Modesty,
there.
no.
4 in total for Kixan.
Modesty, just like me, for real. He's always wanted to pull out the butterfly.
That is the dawn of Macedonia, folks.
Can I get a flam, please, in the chat? So you guys can see it. That's me hitting the butterfly.
Starting it with the back.
That is me hitting the butterfly knife. Oh, there it is. There it is, yep.
Oh, a huge catch.
And it might look silly to a new viewer, but that is the most effective way to kill someone dropping the vent.
Yes.
No joke. 100 damage if you knife someone's feet on the ladder. And in a play like that, G2 are trying to sneak for lore control quickly. That extra 20 yards at the beginning of the round.
That's crazy. The Kixen stood up, then said sit down, and sat himself down.
G2 sprinkle a couple rounds so far in this half, but Heroic clearly has
He's like, I'm gonna sit down now. That's right. Okay, wait. Nico has a fucking.
Off, folks.
Okay.
That is thousands of hours in the hands of Nico at work. Unreal.
All right.
Just measly pistols.
My scouter, my upper.
The thing is, with that kill, it actually opened the perfect door.
All right, fuck it. Modesty, you're right playing this game.
Some kind of vision on outer, and look at this push from G2. How are they managing to get bomb of all things into hell? And there are backs turned to the CTs, but it's a Glock.
It's a Glock, man.
Snacks, wouldn't you rather take the bomb site? He tries to go up and out, but maybe this actually just serves for the perfect distraction. Maybe somehow
Oh my
goodness. Oh, it runs in the blood.
Hopping's hard.
A missed shot out of heaven.
Say it's in the blood.
It's in the blood. How dare you. That's the interviewer guy. It's the worst gun to have in that position.
He literally can't. Nah, dude.
Oh, man.
That's crazy.
Man, oh, man.
Scrawny, he's already 0-8.
I'm going to try my best to help you secure this chip, right? In the CSGO
normally I would
Memories
say
Part
that was
2.
a Flom cosplay.
His dream was
Unfortunately,
not to win a major.
as Scrawny
It was to
just
help
referenced,
Nico
I don't
win a
know if
major.
this
You know,
one's on
everybody
me.
needs,
I'm going to be real.
You know, screw a family member like that, a friend like that. It's incredible dedication. But
Cousins, but really brothers. Deep wall of smokes comes out from G2.
Oh,
back
man.
to the gun round and back into the success story of Monacy.
Okay, well, Kixen getting a little ambitious
He's really
there.
playing like he will not be denied in Shanghai.
Dust brought up that Kixan's performance so far has been extraordinary, especially T-side entries.
Fucking
And his
Nuke's about to be a
individual play was something you
permaban for
could
them
see
just so they can't be in
glimpses
heaven
of
anymore. That's crazy.
throughout his career, but never really taken over like he has this major.
Tessa's going to serve up a distraction by bringing one down with him. They don't clear top boxes. Almost slides up to perfection.
Oh, Dexter, that was...
Huge headshot comes out from Monacy.
All right,
Clutches
Dexter.
him for shush.
Now we're talking. You know, I almost
Nexus
prefer to see a
said, "I'm
round like this
coming,
at a G2 group up and explode.
I'll
Nice
do it.
attempt at the hold for Heroic, and they doubled up inside of ramp, which means they sort of read the map well, but this entry pack, too powerful. That's Hunter's first kill, but critical.
All right, 3 rounds for G2. Considering the circumstances at the moment, not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, this one beats all the stats if Heroic can be able to win Nuke, you know. As Maui aptly brought up, this is a map that G2 have incidentally been forced to play and consistently win and have made a streak out of it. But sometimes G2's map picks have definitely cost them at majors. So we have the Vertigo performance in the Legends.
Who do I got winning next game?
And that one came back to haunt them. This one's,
I think Vitality probably wins.
The same similarities in the sense of
Potentially
like
2-0,
this is
man.
clearly a strong map for them right now, which is not something that they always take to.
I think the silver
As for
lining,
Heroic,
the
like,
silver lining for FaZe,
it seems like a great punish.
Rain's
You know, Heroic
individual
have
form
gotten destroyed by
is
Na'Vi on this
maybe
map. They
the
don't
best
have
it's
any
been all year.
really good wins so far. Does also
that is
entertain
the
the
silver
fact that
lining.
this
So
would be
if
a romantic
Rain can
finish for a team
continue
like
his
Heroic.
form,
It's unlikely we probably get a third
create
map,
an avenue
but
in
for
for
some
them.
reason they both could agree it's possible it ends here. Stats
I
don't
think
tell the
it
story,
could be.
but clearly there's
I
more
think
to
it could
it.
be interesting, but if we're going based off of what we've seen the entire year, how they look coming into the
story
major,
of what could have been. for
everything
each
in
of
my
the
mind
members of
says it's a
Heroic.
2-0 Vitality.
Is it possible that we say that Heroic have the best reactions of any team
So,
in
we'll
quarters
see.
right now?
We'll see.
The beauty for me is that, like you mentioned earlier in this match, you can still see that heroic identity that Cadian instilled in the organization. You know, Kixan is almost in a way able to emulate those aggressive CT
Brookie needs to
mid-rounds.
step up as well. He does, but Rain's a catalyst for me. It's not that it's all Rain's fault one way or the other, but I'm just simply telling you how it is. If Rain plays well, FaZe looks like an entirely different team. Brookie played well for 3 months while everybody on FaZe looked like ass and they didn't win shit. Like, okay, well handled, well handled. They fucked up the util. It looked a little spicy.
And the Tess flank is faster this time. Already out through Squeaky, but held on to by Snack, who looks to put both down against that wall. It's a fast smash from G2.
Hey, simplicity is everything for G2. It maximizes their talent.
Natural beauty.
Yes, it's kind of.
I think Kerrigan can outcall him. Calling won't matter in that game unless individual levels step up on FaZe, which is so fucking crazy for of a statement.
And
But
Modesty on this team.
that's just how it's been for FaZe the entire year, man.
How do you deny all those traits?
There's a certain people like to flame Kerrigan and talk about his individual. Don't call it like for him and FaZe, like calling literally doesn't matter right now. Like they just got a headshot some more. That'll help a lot. Like if they just simply headshot a little bit better, that'll help them immensely. I promise. Wait.
3v2 now.
Now 2 hands on AKs.
Is that ball?
3 with Dexter's.
Snacks is on the roof.
USP's push ramp. Get off the ladder. No.
Yeah, he'll get off the ladder. He'll get pulled off the ladder.
USP's.
Wow.
A round made of dreams.
Oh my God. The first moment of calm for G2, and they get run down by USPs.
Chat, don't type Paul.
Found standing on the ladder.
The last dance for G2.
No,
They lose
chat,
a
hey.
critical round in
No,
this game.
no.
Already
God
down
damn
the
it.
map. Could this be their first loss on Nuke after 7 wins? Could it really be heroic?
Let me lock the
to
fuck in
stop
here.
the
Now that I
fairy
knew
tale
chat was
story
going to be an absolute fucking
of
shithole.
Nico, Modesty,
More so than
G2
normal.
getting a chip.
As Maui Snake highlighted and emphasized in the pregame, first time G2 play Nuke with Snacks at the helm.
This is G2 who just got back to #1.
Due to the folly of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
At the hands of Heroic.
To call that an opportunity is an understatement.
Gaslighting isn't real.
But to be honest,
Grow
when you
up.
see how Heroic beat Na'Vi to get to this point, you gotta think Na'Vi were less scary.
Honesty is going to be fixated towards that door, but
Full
in
lobby
reality,
control. They know it's outside now.
Heroic have such strong footing in lobby right now. Monacy getting so close to that wall. Shush wants to swing out, but to do so would to give Monacy a chance to extend man advantage. You'd think he comes back.
He has such a good angle. They just want to wait on this. Monacy's everybody else is walking lower, and Monacy will finally leave. He's going to hold their attention at least.
You'd think. If it's not their attention, at least it's their footing. They are stuck inside lobby as long as they think he's still here, but now rumblings of a lower hit.
No.
Lobby is taken over by Shush, but there will be pressure on the IGL. Nico could lurk all the way from outer, but you still have to cover this bomb. Snacks luckily will do that for him. And then those other two players in lobby still to be found out. The retake most certainly on. Final round of the half. It's a good call from G2 to get bomb down lower. Snacks covers when needed. And you will not have the two stars of the show to try and guarantee this fifth.
They need this so bad.
Counter-terrorists have been emerging out from ramp, and they are held back.
Okay.
It is a good lower hit coming forth from G2. It's a recovery of a T side.
When all is said and done, they got 5 rounds. It was an arduous half.
Oh, that's cool. Is that?
They got eco with it.
I've never seen that before.
An even better half. We know that.
The phase jacket, right? I think it was.
And thinking about the path. G2 have to put that one behind them. They can feel pretty proud of what they've done so far. I think it's sort of been alarming how good Heroic are on Nuke here in map 2. This map should have been something of a gimme for the favorite squad.
But Heroic are looking to make waves today. For G2. Doesn't really matter.
Now they've got to land the somersault, and that is a whole different level of expertise when it comes to Nuke.
Bro?
They proved their reactions on CT.
Chad, better get a nice
they showed
cock
the same
right now.
fundamental energy that they brought over from Ancient. They're on the same page. They
Oreo,
believe they can win.
Thank you so much for the
they
5,
don't get shaken.
10,
they can even
15,
win Eco.
20, 25,
But
30,
here's where the game
35,
plan matters
40,
just as
45, 50 fucking gifted. Jesus Christ. YouTube chat, shut up. You're all annoying. Thank you.
This is where Saw and Kixan as a duo are going to take the most attention if they can secure a win here and close out on T side.
Especially knowing that this G2 pick caught some off guard.
Don't let the round score fool you. Heroic are not closer to winning this map than G2.
The success story of Pistols for G2 under question in this series. Nico falls away empty-handed for the time being. Lots of presence spotted outer. He gets nothing for his efforts.
Are you going to go in 2 pistols versus G2 on Nuke?
Panda thanks to 33. Oh, hold on. Oh, bro got stuck. Bro's just like me. He couldn't get through the window.
Basically on death's doorstep, decides to forfeit any control of heaven. And all that does is offers an invitation to nerds, because if you can clear
Thank
this
you very much,
rafters
Panda.
hole,
Thank you.
then you have sitting ducks down beneath you. And also, if he waits, when these CTs scramble to try and get down towards
B, making noise. Just wants to hold their attention, make them believe it. He's going to actually regress, but they're taking lower.
Malbs, once that door swings, could be exposed.
Control thanks to the 11th army. No, it's not my birthday. Oh, no, Malbs!
No damage, no kill.
Not him, nor Nico. Slow down Heroic's endeavor to the B plant. And because of that ominous presence up in heaven, there is a slower rotation from G2. 3 players left.
Oh, no,
that was Shush
man.
opened the door, didn't clear clock properly, and was 1 hit away from dying.
Nerds gets away. Snacks will use sneak behind them. There's nothing he can really do, not with a kit. This pistol's won. Heroic, they have indeed secured that 8th round. He'll look to deny a bit of Kevlar, trying to gain some kind of respect, but it is cutting through butter for Heroic in this pistol. And that is taking away a key element of G2's win conditions.
Yes, pistol rounds. Unbelievable.
Well, I turned 31 today. Do you think I can still make it onto the pro
Nobody
scene?
can hit a shot, and I'm not talking
No,
about
but have
Heroic.
you heard about this great game called World of Warcraft? I think, or PoE 2. I think that's more up your alley.
So much to be proud of in terms of
Source,
his development to this point.
32-year-old. That also still plays
We often
CS.
criticize playoff games unlike any other because they're so important, and that's where champions
World
are
of
truly
Warcraft
born, when
is
they
calling
win
your name, brother. It's time
the
for you to
grand
take
finals
over
of
and
the
start
big
raiding that with that
Truly,
guild and
how
become the
many
raid leader
playoff
you were
games
meant
do
to
you
be.
get in a year? Not many. And that's why players like Monacy stand out so
It's
much.
time.
And Tesses, well, he's taking this opportunity by the horns. somebody who you can see the improvement, but now in a rare chance, and one of the most difficult games he could possibly have to prove himself, is taking to the top of the board. I think they're done helping you, Mulbs.
You saw the anger coming out of Mulbs too. Frustration starting to boil over for G2.
Hold off on PoE2. It's funny. I feel like everybody that hasn't been playing Path of Exile loves PoE2, but all the PoE peeps are not a big fan, which kind of makes sense. They got their own little CS moment going on.
In anticipation of any kind of a secret fight, Nerds, it's a ton of damage for him to have to deal with.
This one's without lobby, so they're looking to take it lower. I think G2 might be able to read this situation.
Hook your brother up with a code flum for PoE2. I don't have it anymore. I just gave the last one to Wifey. Actually, though. Damn, what a shot. What a shot. But I do got a link if you end up buying early access. Hashtag guy. Get you one more. Get you one more. No, fuck it. Run in there. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Run in there, Nico. Just get his ass. Holy fuck that. And the crowd is going fucking crazy for Nico. Let's go.
The only man to get a chant in this arena. Blow after blow.
Counter-terrorist.
I turned it up a little bit for you guys there to really get the Nico chants in your eardrums. I hope you guys like that.
Denial of the close clutch. Hang on, fast play maybe. We've got one out on A and 4 to charge down.
Oh no!
This is the Kicksand Classic. You lose a round like that, you run faster the next one. Downstairs they go. Control side is getting taken over. Nico looking to cut him off at the pass.
Nico will find the further duel. Tech9 out from control. Easy for him to
God.
just slay. Kicksand down for the count.
Oh my.
Here we go. Holding it around. Nico, everybody getting
Bro, Nico is just. Bro said I'm not losing. He literally said, "Fuck it. I just killed your homie. You ain't repeating me. I'm swinging."
All right, that's a great sign for G2 and maybe a turning point here. Calls like that for Heroic have yielded so much.
He said, "Get the fuck out of my way."
And it's not as if they get stunned.
No, Chad, he's still leaving. No, Chad, he's definitely still leaving. But like,
his ground with that Galil.
Yeah, no, he's definitely still leaving.
This round, but it's a save for Heroic.
What a kickstart to the TCT side. Nico does not kneel.
One more?
Make sure that
One more for the road?
is clearly drawn in the sand. One of the best outer nuke players we have seen ever.
One more? One more?
Easily soak up some
yeah! Oh, Hunter! Hey!
Contribution from his cousin.
Hit the 1D, get the 1D, get spinning, get spinning!
Of Heroic.
Do it!
Because now you are going to have to dig deep.
He's hit the inspector again, bro was...
Just tries to catch him off. Monacy's got him. His second brother.
Bro was spamming the inspector and running it down outside
side we know can stand the test.
He's just like me for real. Okay, and by me I mean you, Chad. I'm not that cool.
I think Heroic have convinced me that they can do even more here on T side, even though that the score is tied up. But if everything goes as it should, if this one ends on Mirage. Let's see what you've got.
What a bloodbath it would be.
Headphones, Steel Series, Nova Pro Wireless. Code FLOM 12 for 12% off.
You got SMGs.
They're complete overkill, but they're exceptional. My God.
But with how many players are up on the rooftop of the outer yard, check this out.
Ads? Nah, there's no ads playing right now. Oh, you mean me? Yeah,
like
I'm a walking ad, bro.
These two defenders are about to have their hands full, and if they get caught trying to pass around grenades, if they get caught looking elsewhere on this map, if Nico gets blown away, suddenly SMGs
upper hit.
May be too much to ask of.
Oh, that was...
Back then does get his. Nico, though, that Galil goes down. Monacy very quickly sweeping into the bomb site to deal with the hut.
Nice from Monacy, very nice.
The shoulders of Shush. Backside player swings, and Monacy's gonna land it. If not those MP9s,
there you go.
From Monacy in
There you fucking go.
That's right.
On his terms.
Swing round came back in their favor with the Nico Deagle.
Solid here for Modesty on the upper hold.
Establishing themselves on the
Crazy.
CT side of
Molly
Nuke.
landed. The timing is both MP9s have to jump off from their safe spot. This is when it was supposed to get hairy.
Somebody flamed me for saying G2
these heads
was actually looking decent on their T side when they only had 3 rounds and it was 6-3.
Those SMGs called the threat. Their support systems at full throttle.
I didn't forget.
Swinging wide.
I saw your comment.
Hunter's gonna dive
I
off,
waited.
but yet again, this time smoke push stuff. And it's gonna go down real smooth for the Kovacs brothers. Able to hang on to Squeaky. Still! Revenge served up by Nico.
Bro, just uppercut him with the knife.
On Dexter.
Holy shit.
Bomb hits the ground. And the hopes
He's
of Heroic
literally
start to go
bugging
up
in
in
the
smoke.
major.
It is aggression offered and aggression answered. Done.
This is where we learn. Few have figured out T-side nuke. It's,
Oh my god.
it's not an easy map to win.
Nah, he's back on his
G2
bullshit
10
again,
rounds
man.
there. They're not
Nah,
gonna think of it
I've
just
seen
yet.
this Nico one other time in my life in the major. It was when he was carrying Almanac, who was
Expectations had
opting
to be
for him
realistic
into the
coming
finals.
And I
I've
think
seen this one other
they're
time.
I would assume they're already somewhat exceeding it. You know, they were thinking Nuke could come up in this series. They had a really good start, though. This score, is bolstered by the fact they won both pistols. But still, I think they've got a few mental victories.
Almanac GOAT?
I think G2 will still be embittered by the fact
Low-key,
that Ancient
Almanac
went the way
actually
that
was
it
a
did.
GOAT. The fact that he basically played
As
every
long
role
as
to the
Heroic
level that
keep
he
this
did.
one close,
The fact that they made him
I think
up
they
was
keep
actually
G2
fucking
tilted.
criminal. Bro just said, what do you need me to do this week, man? I
But
got
still,
it.
I
It's
don't
fine.
think the jury's out on this game.
Poor guy.
I don't think G2 think that
But
either.
it was kind of cursed that he was upping, so that's how I like to remember it, you know? He was not the problem with that G2 roster. Not at all.
Trying to
My
keep
God.
that threat of
That man was
another
holding it
aggressive
together.
stance up. When in reality, Dexter, this is a golden moment. He gets blinded and put down.
Oh, baby. Maul's
Dexter
getting
has been
activated
a
in ramp.
non-factor in this second map of the series.
Yes, an excellent second flash to clear out that angle. Very safe stuff here for G2.
Peaks and valleys of his performance. And an absence that G2 make the most of. Bulbs was pissed, and he has come back through this CT side, now taking control of Trophy.
Omar, thank you for the $1.99 super chat on YouTube. He gives me money pretty much daily chat to fund me getting a $10,000 bidet / Japanese toilet that talks to you. Shout out Omar, thank you very much. Thank you, bro.
A much needed frag. They gotta go back and get that bomb. It died inside of Hut. It will get scooped up. Nertz and Shush in a 2v3.
Oh, and Nico, he's looking for that communication from Modesty. They've got one on the other side of Squeaky. He gets out.
Josh, I just don't know what that is, so I just timed it off for a second. Don't hit me.
Towards Sight Mob. Beautiful headshot. All onto Shush. He has performed so well in map 2 of this series. Gets the kill. Trades are clean. Nico took that road. Fast up.
20 and 11, ladies and gentlemen.
Guaranteeing the back line.
He's still going.
They look sick right there. That's a great shot from Mobs in Heaven. If he died and the 2v2 backside ensued, it definitely
Oh, that's
could
a
have been a
bidet,
round
bro?
one
Wait, for real?
Heroic.
Bro,
They
look,
avoid that.
I swear that could be like a
And Nico
shitty
touches 20. 2 great maps
case
in a row.
site. I swear, they all have some... If you told...
Avoiding walkouts like that is key. Heroic are going to be the ones who feel like they're painted into a corner here on T side and are going to try scrimmy stuff.
Well, you can get the ones that warm it up.
That they need
Hosh,
to drag
what are you
G2
doing?
into mud with them if they're going to win here on T side.
Felt like they tried that with the opening moves. Out of that last round, the threat of again
I think there are, Hash.
was shown.
Gilbertson, thanks
but
for the
not
12-month reset.
realized.
Thank you.
Having that smoke, and they're going to try to cross into main. Nico is awaiting exactly this move. That is assuming Nertz was to go through the smoke, and maybe this is why Nico takes up the position. But leaving that gap on the wall also gave Nertz full vision as he secured this
Look at these
other
guys.
spot.
Neighbors.
An inch of cement between them, and it is Nertz to find the frag. Missed chance from Modesty. Falls onto Hunter as he maintains main. There's already a player to come out.
There's a PK, but
crossed right
oh, it looks good.
Team kill, so be it. The last two pieces of G2 known to the
what's the
heroic
money looking like?
T-side.
Good, good, good. You gotta look for this. You gotta look for this. No reason not to.
Do they have any recourse here, G2? Let's
He's
see
so
if they
low,
even
though.
attempt this, but we've got Modesty.
They split.
It feels so bad when your mobs in this spot because you want to give it a try, but you're so fucking low.
If mobs can pull on something,
they're looking for a big
I feel like
mistake.
Modesty's got to go first here. He's trying to come through lobby with 14 health. He's just dead. He knows where he is. He knows where he is.
He has to. If he can. Time ticks fast. Kixan clutch queued. 2 kills a pop for each of these players. The bomb is on the corner. There's still just enough time. And Kixan denies. Drops an elbow from the top rope.
I mean, that was so good though from G2. They got all the guns. Kixan died at the end.
It is truly alive. That one's very close, but look at the money here.
I mean, if you're going to lose a round from G2, that was maybe the best way they could have done it.
It's a great first move out of Nerd, and even though Dexter gets this sort of team kill as they're exiting, they've got the perfect attack coming out of Squeaky at the same time as main. You couldn't ask for better cohesion, better protocols to deal with Top Hut.
Why not try the wallbang? Bro, he didn't.
And the game somehow is close.
No, he doesn't have extra.
G2 at this point, they're going to be buying.
Bro, he's right
of
there.
Whether or not they win this round, it's the maximum difficulty here for Heroic. And they're the ones on Galil's.
Kappa was a little late there, bud.
Cool. Plenty of kills to be had here for Modesty on the other side of those smokes, but they fade, and he does too, withdrawing towards Hell instead. Uncertain of the timing. He thinks maybe Garage is already compromised.
Who went out in the Spirit match? Spirit.
When in reality, Heroic stagnant behind that red box for now.
Hey Z, thank you very much for another 100 rupees. Thank you.
And as he comes back to
that currency looks so wicked.
He held out of the gate. We get this fake A hit.
Thank you,
They're just trying to
dude.
draw the mini player and upper, yeah, just to
also,
free up the cross.
YouTube
They've
does
got
an
it.
auto conversion.
What you do now is
$1.18,
put your heads
we're
on
in
a
there.
silver platter. Nico shaves Nerds off of this commitment down into the B site.
Wait, Nico shot. He shot he broke the glass and shot immediately back in control room.
Rifles prevail, or so it seems.
Bro, oh my God, he is the fucking Terminator. He is the Terminator.
His sweet time, because there's not a lot left.
Oh, and he bamboozled him, and Shish is like in control. He gets it too.
Nico is on top of that.
Yeah, that's right. He's keeping that crowd steady. Nico, 23, another critical round. And
he wants some fights.
That's why you can't prep for a guy like this, man. The way that he can get kills from control side and dip out so quickly, he's not even forced
the
to
way
multi.
he overheats, but also it's so correct.
That's
like, he is overheating, but he's also making the right, like, it's...
Upper two to cut Kixan off.
Bro, it's crazy.
Util. Layers to the attempt here of Heroic's T side.
Like, always harder. Thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And yet all attempts end up in the same situation. Yeah. Round wins for G2 each step of the way.
And it's Heroic looking for bargains again. They've got Galil's at best.
It's so
single
unreal,
flash,
man.
smoke and molly. Oh, and a blind side for Kixan to deal with yet again.
Nah, he's...
And this has opened up. I mean, the only better performance we've seen
flow
on a
state
nuke
has been
outside
activated. The
is
entire
Lane at Antwerp.
My man is seeing every single outcome, and he knows.
With enough freedom is a god tier player on this map.
Simultaneous Molotov in the vent to make sure all forces can be put towards that site. There will be no
What's Eco's
stoppage of the
crosshair, brother? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that's what you need right now.
You have been killed. You will be cold. G2 denied Tesses a moment of glory. Modesty sprays him down, and Heroic's valiant
Because
efforts
you
hero
defused the
to
bomb.
dry up. G2 in Shanghai shall not be denied without a fight.
She's saying professionally. Chad, I ran an ad. Oreo, I was a little lost in the sauce in that game, but I just wanted to say thank you very much again, man, for the 50 gifted. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I always like to tell everybody, Oreo, I know you've done that, I think, before. Make sure you're looking out for you, bro. It's holiday season. I did have to sell the 8th mansion, but I still got 7. So make sure you're taking care of you, all right? But thank you. I do love money. I won't lie. Thank you. Time to get another drink. Hold on. All right, hold on.
What is going on, everybody? I'm Parla, and I'm currently sat with Dexter and Tessis of Heroic. Boys, how are you doing?
Doing great. Great result. Happy to be in playoffs, and let's see how far we can go.
And Dexter, what about yourself?
I mean, we already had one interview with you yesterday. I still feel amazing. Now just realizing that we need to do a lot of work and slowly getting myself to be prepared for that.
Yesterday, you guys only had one chance remain. Let's talk a bit about that win. From your perspective, I guess Tessis first, how did that final elimination game go?
Well, went pretty good, right? We started out really well, and then we had a really rough second map and came back on the third. Overall, it was pretty good, and I felt 90% of the game that we were fully there and we did all our things correct. And I actually think like we played some really amazing CS, and if we can just bring some of that in the next games, it's going to be looking good for us.
Dexter, you guys had to beat the current major champions, Na'Vi. Was that an extra cherry on the top of the qualifying for top 8 cake?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot for me, and I think for the rest of our team as well, because they're not only the previous major champions, but also I think they're one of these teams who succeeded a lot in this year. We had a talk one day before that match. I just wanted to share one of the thoughts, and one of them was basically that we have a really rough road to qualify to playoffs. That's true, but you can't say to yourself after that, oh, it was tough, that's why we didn't qualify. That's why it's really important to win whoever you're gonna meet, because as I'm saying, and I will always, I think, gonna say that, doesn't matter who you're gonna face, but if you wanna win the major, you need to beat everyone who is there. And for us to qualify and beat the team who is like, in my eyes, they have #1 in this year by winning a lot of tournaments. To qualify, to beat them, it means a lot for me, and I am actually super proud of every one of us that we managed to do that, and we did it. In my eyes, we did it perfectly.
Is this mindset key going into playoffs, that no matter which team is ahead of you, you have to believe you can beat them?
Yeah, for sure. You have to have the confidence in yourself and in your teammates to be able to win the major. And if you don't have that, like, it's just not going to work out. Like, maybe you'll be able to get a good result, but to be major champion, I believe, like, you have to have the confidence and the belief in yourself and in your team. And I feel like in the past 2 months we have been able to build that together.
What about the overall journey so far across the RMRs and then into the elimination stage that we just played?
I think at the RMR we didn't have the hardest teams to play against, so no matter what, we kind of had to qualify for the major, at least looking from our own perspectives. The elimination stage was completely another game, and also with the crowd, and got a lot of valuable experience together as a team in front of the crowd, and we got a feeling of how it is actually to play here. And even though it's maybe only a couple of thousand people, the arena was like crazy, and you could hear the crowd, you could feel the crowd in every single step of the way in the game, and I can only imagine it being double as much when we get into the big arena, and you just have to be ready for that.
But I have to ask, general expectations, how far do you think you can go in the stadium?
We have visualized this, Abdul. We visualized before we went into the elimination stage, or after losing to Mongols more likely. Last tournament we lost to Mongols in the final, and now we are in the opposite bracket. And our mental coach told us a story from back when they won the Olympic gold, and they were in the plane and visualized they would go to first to the quarterfinal, but then when they got there, they want to go to the semifinal, and then want to go to the final, but it had to be against France, and they never won against France. And then they played France in the Olympic gold medal, and they won it. So we'll do the same here, and we want Mongols in that final, and we want to win against them.
That's pretty damn cool.
I'm back.
Guys, all I can say is I
Mirage,
wish you the best
right?
of luck. An absolute pleasure to talk. It's been awesome to watch the journey so far, and looking forward to seeing you guys in the arena. Dexter and Tessis, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
3.44 rating. Wait, for real?
Le major ne définit pas la norme.
Because the major is the standard.
Imagine.
It is rooted in
Wait,
passion.
I was like, what? I was like, I don't even know it's possible.
Attitude and style, even after the years have passed.
Oh, I mean CT
It
side.
remains the grand event you long to remember.
This is the major.
This is the major.
Not wrong though, on one half.
Niekto sa ma spýtal. To jest major.
Stark, thanks for the one gifted sub.
This
Thank you,
is the
appreciate
major.
you.
Это мажор.
This is the major.
That's not bad. All right, chat, map 3 coming up.
This is the major, if you didn't get that note very clearly. Snacks fans are already on Reddit starting their hate threads, tagging Maui in it, because of course G2 was able to equalize the series, and now we go to Mirage. Where the hell was Dexter, boys? What happened there?
Just go. I would say that the game planning for...
I will say, if you're a G2 fan...
I would say for Heroic on that T side, unfortunately, didn't really
Nico
involve
is here.
him as much as it would have
Things
on
are looking
Ancient.
fantastic.
And really on his CT side, too. I mean, like, I don't really feel like I want this guy to get more than a single
something that you might not realize.
And I feel like if he's going to show up like that, then this run for Heroic is going to end right
not
here.
be the best, but they're one of the best on Mirage right now.
In the sense that Heroic were able to get off to a hot start. I think they were up 6-2
So
at
we
one
shall
point.
see.
Things
This
were
is gonna
going
be really
swimmingly.
interesting. I think
They were
map 3
shutting
should be
down.
really
G2's
fucking
upper
good.
executes. They were defending the yard pretty well. Seemed like everything was really spiraling in their favor. But
I
at
think
some
this could be
point,
this.
just kinda
I'm
slipped
really
up a bit,
hoping
and
map
that
3
just cracked the
delivers.
door open for G2, and that was allowed him to get back into the game. But then we flipped sides. And fucking Nico kicked that door wide open and said, oh, you think this game's over? Let me go ahead and get a triple deagle frag for this round. Oh, you like Galil's? I'm going to get back-to-back rounds triple kill at the Galil. Oh, you don't like that? I'm going to get another triple kill, and it includes a knife frag inside of a smoke. Like, Nico was an absolute goddamn
not
nightmare
even
this game,
trolling.
too. Like, it was
Just watch the
unbelievable
CT side
what he was doing in that second half.
You're going to see a stack of his highlights now when they're on the screens, but it was the
We're
difference maker. We
hyped
said
right now.
this.
This
G2
is
has
crazy.
these superstars, but the Nico Manasi effect in that second half ultimately carried this team to Mirage.
To nobody's
The CT
surprise,
side
Chad, I walked to
antics
go get a
from
drink,
Nico
and
are why many
Nori
still have him in conversation for the
bought
best rifler in the
cheese
world.
mix
The
pack of
head-to-head between
munchies,
him
and
and
let's
Donk
just
has actually been
say-
incredibly favorable for Nico as well. And so,
We had to
in
give
a
it
lot
a
of ways,
run.
you know, you look at him as the best rifler of CS:GO. I
nobody's
know
surprise.
that maybe some of the other riflers like Get Right and Coldzera had higher peaks at times, but the consistency still a decade later is there. Nico is still dominating the opposition. He has now, at the tournament as a whole, become the second highest rated player over Zywoo. That is how destructive his performance was here on Nuke.
Dude, he has like over 50 kills, I think, already between this map and Ancient. I'm not 100% sure on that, but he's definitely like near that. Like he dropped 20 something in that game as well. Another 26 here for you with 127 ADR. Just a minute. Look at that
CT
timeline.
side.
Look, there was one round he didn't get a kill on the CT side, or maybe two. The pistol, and then like one more round in there somewhere. But look at all the multi-frags. Again, I counted out some of the triple kills. Dude, there was the Deagle triple, the Galileo triple with the knife, like whatever.
6 rounds with the 3K on the CT side. This is why we frame G2 in the way that we do. The individuals on their team, despite the drought of frags that he experienced on that T side, he is always going to be able to play himself back into shape. Some great little moments he had on the T side here and there, some good picks that helped open these rounds up for them. But when it came to that defense, he was everywhere that he needed to be. He was like Zywoo with a rifle. He was just everywhere the opponents thought about going. He was
I don't
in
want
their
Nori to
head,
brick her
he was in their
character. She's just
playbook.
gonna fucking
He knew
YOLO
exactly
it
what
like
was
she did
coming
her
next, and he
hardcore
was 10
character.
seconds
Although her
there before they were.
I just want to make this very, very clear. Forget the numbers and everything else. Nico is the most versatile rifler we have probably ever seen in Counter-Strike.
Can you get
on
me
C-side, he can entry,
the
he
wall
can
glacier
aggressively
build that
lurk,
you're using?
he can trade, he can do whatever you need him to do. CT side, he can anchor a spot. He can run around and make plays. He can rotate and make plays. It doesn't matter. This guy never feels uncomfortable with the rifle in his hands. No matter where he's at on the map, no matter what situation this guy is put in, he never wavers. He just seems so calm and collected, and he battles through so many snares, and he really carried this team back into this nuke match and into a third match.
They made respecking way too
If we
expensive
go all the
for
way back
fucking
to the
early
first
access.
half, though, like, we've spoken
That
about
got
that second half. It
nerfed
was the Nico
get her
impact.
a
But in the
fire
first
build,
half, I
Quags.
felt like Heroic had a chance, and then it seemed
I
like they
actually have a unique
really
staff
just
for you,
felt the
Nori.
decks to fall off.
Unfortunately for their CT side, there's not a presence whatsoever. When I'm talking about like Nico looking like ZywOo, one thing that ZywOo is incredible at is just knowing what the next fight is. He's rotating in advance. He's in position set up with the AWP. Dexter was playing catch up the whole game. Every single time that G2 were going for any kind of maneuver whatsoever, Dexter would arrive late, try to push through a molly, just fire off one shot, usually pass on, and that's unacceptable for a guy that to me used to be a very cerebral player. But in terms of how fast some of these teams are playing in terms of moving from one action to the next, Dexter is unfortunately a step behind when it comes to nuke.
That's what sucks. I would love to try different builds when they nerf
a map
stuff.
like Ancient and a map like Nuke and just the comfortability.
I would love that. They
And,
just,
you know,
for me,
also, I just
playing
think there was just
casually,
something about
it's so
G2's
hard if I
fire
fuck
in
up
that
a
second
character.
half that is intangible. It is the fire that Nico is like, I'm not going to lie down. I'm not going to die this way. I'm not going to let another major run get away from me. Not this time, not this way.
Somebody's gooning in the
Because it
YouTube
would have been
chat.
crazy to get 0-2'd by Heroic. That would have been a nightmare, I think, in the minds of many of these players. But Nico became the nightmare of Heroic in that second half. Just such a beautiful CT side. I haven't really seen a dominant CT rifling performance like that in quite some time.
But I mean, also on the other side, you have to say, like, if Heroic had been able to 2-0 this, it would not been a good showing for G2 because they knew coming in. We all knew when this map came up that
Taylor, thanks
Heroic
for the
was going to have a little bit of a struggle.
Thank you.
Right. Thankfully, we don't have to live in that reality. So I'm not trying to go down any kind of tangent with that one. I mean, I think Heroic were adequately prepared. I think their T side had a good game plan. They were targeting the A bomb site, doing execs, doing dry hits, doing splits from main itself. Like they were trying to punish Snacks and Hunter, that duo on that A bomb site. And now, unfortunately, it's not really the same weak links when it comes to Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage is going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, I think
yeah,
it's
I'm so
common
curious, 'cause
ground. So
Heroic
in that
looks
sense, like
so
if
good
you're
on this
feel
map.
pretty comfortable.
Like-
They're 10-2 in their last 12 games. At this major, they've beaten Spirit. They've beaten
I mean, you're
Navi,
always
they've
bound to
beaten
lose
Mongols.
one.
They beat
I mean,
Vitality
it's
and Rio.
just-
Yep, I mean
they've been looking good on it.
They are, but G2 is an equally strong force on Mirage, if we're going to be honest with you. I think the difference being it's going to come down to the same thing that came down on Ancient. I do think
When
that
you got the
Heroics are a little
hours,
bit deeper
truth, for
tactically.
sure. It's
They're
not
very
too
good
bad,
from
but,
default.
like-
They're very good on pacing chains executes. They're very good at their splits and mid control. And I think it's also just going to come down to the X factor of Nertz again. He was missing on Nuke. Let's be quite honest. But this is a map where he is so mobile. He's so comfortable. He'll be in your face connector, in your face
Matty,
window,
don't be
in your
weird,
face
bro.
and
I think
executes.
it's undeniable
He plays
how
the most
obvious it
important
is when
CT
people start
position
acting
on the
diff.
map at
Right,
that A
thank you.
connector. Nertz needs to come alive if Heroic want any chance at trying to win this
Let's not all
Mirage
be
game.
dense,
But if Nico
all right?
pitches
Like,
up the way we saw in Nuke and he plays like that, I mean,
Then it's
all
over.
the nerds in
Then it's over, yeah.
alive in the world, then it's a definite G2 run through to the semis.
It's just no chance. I mean, Nico was flat out unplayable on that CT
I
side.
haven't
If he's
played
able on the
in 2 or
mirror
3
position
years
of Nerds,
is-
also a connector on CT
Oh,
side, if he's able to have that same
ESA was bought
level
by
of impact,
Faceit.
because again,
Faceit,
he was
ESL
just before
are all the same
anytime
company. They're
Heroic were
literally
headed
called ESL
anywhere on
Faceit
the
Group.
map. Nico was there before
all
them
on Faceit
every
now.
single time.
One
That's
happy
why he was
monopoly.
able to get 6 3Ks in a single half of Counter-Strike. Like that is just so unbelievable in terms of positioning, in terms of mechanical prowess. All of that was purely on display there. If he even gives 90% of what he did there on their defense, G2's, it's over. Like Heroic love to finish A as well. They barely
Alright,
actually
you see
even
what
go from
Quack
mid
said in
control
chat?
into B splits. It's either a B pop or it's usually an A exec or an A split. They barely ever will do a B split after a slow control. And so Nico's just going to be tested once again. And if he's popping off like that, it's done. It's closed.
Yeah, Nertz is going to have to find a way to negate Nico and that A connector if they want to use that site. But then you also got to worry about Malbs, who's the A anchor on the CT side, and that's another force to be reckoned with as well as Money sees AWP. So there's a lot of hurdles in front of Heroic Heroic to try to do something on Mirage. But again, the one place they will have an edge is tactically. You know, I do feel like G2's a little bit one note, very just fast executes 4-1 splits, but it doesn't matter if your guys are fragging. Like if Nico is able to do similar things, and it doesn't matter anymore.
The only company
because in Ancient it did matter. That was the thing. Nico was fragging on Ancient. Manacy was popping off, but the reactive nature of Heroic and the calling in the mid rounds made all the difference. I mean, is that going to make the difference here?
I mean, what sold Ancient was the T side of G2. That T side was just too many cooks in the kitchen, too many ideas in the mid round, people trying to go too many different directions instead of having clear reactions to what is happening. If you take space, you know what to do with it next. It's almost like the protocols were on display, whereas for G2, I'm not seeing that necessarily. With G2, I want to just see poppy hits. I know that I clown them sometimes for it because it looks a little bit too one note, but let's just stick to what is shown to be effective.
But let's talk about it, Maui. That is the meta of Mirage. That is the direction that all teams are trended towards, is going for the fast executes, is going for the 4-1s, you know, not really resting in just mid control and just sitting there. Yeah, Heroic is capable of it, but I still feel like they're going to be at their best with, you know, the highly packed punches, and G2 is the exact same way. Now, you mentioned something earlier, Maui, and I want to come back to it. The weak point of this G2 defense is that B bomb site. That's where Snacks is. That's where Hunter is. I do think that at some point, Heroic must game plan from their mid control to maybe go for some more B executes. You know, try to get Nerds and Tessus just kind of entering in there and try to give you space, because I think that is the one like vulnerability that G2 may have defensively. And then again, I think on the CT side, you got to be disruptive. You got to let Nerds make plays and connect to the middle. You can't let G2 get comfortable and set up their executes and just send their firepower forward. You have to be able to disrupt them somehow.
Kicksan's calling, is it going to make the difference? Can he get into a situation like we saw on that first map where they're able to get G2's number?
If Kicksan and Saw are able to take down G2 with a T-side performance that makes us appreciate what they are doing in the mid-round, then they are entering the category of elite when it comes to brain trust between rosters. So for them to do it here, it would vault them to a territory that I don't think either of them have touched before.
Here's the thing, they're capable. Again, we know their playbook's deep. We know that they are very diverse in how they can play Mirage. Nerds in particular is so diverse in the spots he can play. You know, I think for me, it's about, are you capable of it on this stage? Because we've already seen it at Shanghai. Again, we talked about how they've already beat elite teams like Spirit and Navi and Mongols. You know, they've done it at Rio. But now you're on the major stage, quarterfinals, G2 up against you, one of the best teams in the world, one of the most dangerous forces you could ever face with the amount of talent that they are going to put in front of you. Can you do it now with all the chips on the table? You got through the first map, great. But now you just got blanked on your T side on Nuke. Nothing was going for you. Now you have to put that to the side, get some composure, and go up against
Nico,
a very dangerous Mirage team.
Up,
but
baby.
Doing so confident that you know your Mirage is also just as great. And that's going to be up to their mentalities, whether or not they're able to do that or not.
What an immense amount of pressure we're putting on the rookie in Heroic. And I say rookie, obviously G2 has Malbs, it's his first major playoffs, but he can kind of lean back on the Nico Manassi pop-offs. And if he doesn't quite perform and nerves get to him, that's okay. Those two superstars are there. On the other side, Heroic's rookie is Nerds. This is his first major playoff. And we're saying here at the desk, hey, Nerds, like, this is on you. You're going to have to do something. That's a hell of a lot to be wearing on your shoulders.
It is, and that's why at times I would say if Nerds crumbles in these kinds of situations, we'll probably give him a pass. We're not giving a pass, though, to Nico. We're not even giving a pass to Monassi, who is, for all measures, young. He's quite a young player still at this point. And it also puts pressure on people like Snacks.
This guy could afford to go to Australia. That's crazy.
Sure, Malbs is pretty new to this kind of stage, but at the same time, he's got a major winner that's sitting in the middle of him. He's got 3 guys that have all been deep at majors in the past, even reaching grand finals.
And he's gone, just like that.
I'm not putting this on Malbs. I'm putting this on the rest of his crew, and I think that they can and will deliver here. I do think that G2's taking this map.
Yeah, and Mouse can still be a factor. You know, he's so good at extremity pressuring on A on the T side. He's so good at anchoring on the CT side, and he will be in the mix, trading and doing effectively. But look, it's not all on Nerds. Let's be real here. You know, this is a map where I think Dexter should play better. I think he should be more comfortable here with AWP as compared to Nuke. He should be able to have impact. And Nerds can also rely on the fact that people like Kixon and Tessus are willing to be warriors. They're willing to go in first. They're willing to be fearless and kind of just try to create that space for Nerds to not only have to open himself, to give him a little bit more time in the mid-round to work things out and make things happen. So it's
I think
not
Heroic has shown that they're the better team on Mirage, but the way Nico's playing right now,
he's the most versatile player, but there are some tools that Heroic can, you know, use to kind of set him up a little bit.
Every once in a while, and I think the most likely person that can do it is Nerds.
So many different things have to go right for Heroic to make the semi-finals.
Thank you.
We just have to rely on the fact that Nico's cursed and he never wins a major. Who knows? Let's get into game and find out who's going through to the semi-finals.
I'm closing the prediction after Pistol. If you forgot, you're stupid.
So aptly put, Dustin. warriors in the server. 2 of them to try and set up Dexter, and all of them having to harness that kind of a spirit as G2 and Heroic under the spotlights of Shanghai do battle on Mirage.
Who the gift of sub to Series 2K, thank you, appreciate you.
Heartbreak.
Coda, thanks for the gift of sub to Addy, thank you very much. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the subs.
That have an unbelievable resume, that lean heavier on CT side, that have yet to clash, are going up against it all. G2
Was that just top?
with
Wait,
all
what's
the
the molly
pressure in
for
the
though?
world,
Is
put
it
the
for
best players
underbuck, you
under
think?
pressure, and Heroic with everything to prove.
Top stairs.
Just hoping
So the double, so we got.
his contact.
Oh, he actually missed the underback molly.
As they get
No
into
banger?
it, they're going to try to charge towards tickets. CT's offering no kills for the attack. And so
Whoa, Nico, okay.
everybody gets put down.
How many pistols are you going to be able to sustain? Again, this is a map that these two teams mirror each other on so many things. CT sides, resume, great wins, single-digit losses for their opponents, in Tier 1 consistently. If Heroic are going to win pistols, this is a massive condition for G2. Map agnostic throughout their entire pool. That's an unbelievably positive sign for the underdog.
Okay.
And if
Me
you're
trying to make sense of this.
Monacy for G2, you can say Nerds and Dexter.
G2 played a standard.
Dexter first popped onto the scene, played
I don't
on
know.
OG, had that
G2 played
unbelievable
standard,
Mirage
but then
game versus Simple where he
that
showed
felt so
that he can
desperate
beat
for
the
a round
odds,
that
and
you
he
had to have
doesn't
at least
scare
half
away
expected
from
coming.
superstar players that have proven more than him.
That's crazy to me that
combined. It showed that all
I
Dexter
know it's
needs
one
is
round,
a
but that was
world-class
just like,
rifler,
that was
somebody
baffling.
who
Like,
could play at the top.
they played a default round, but then
can win
immediately
games. Their
kind of like
consistency questioned
panicked,
back
which was
then.
weird.
But the supporting staff of Heroic certainly better.
That was,
So
that was a
Nerds
little
and
odd
Dexter,
for me. I don't
think
know.
you're calling
Prismatic,
the
thank you
right
much for the
names
one
to step
gifted
up
shout out.
today.
Match it all gifted on
Right
Twitch
here,
and all member
right
mommies on
now.
YouTube. Thank you.
Versus all of G2. A very silent USP push. SS gonna get blindsided. He'll find the one. Tougher shot maybe for the MP7, but it can just draw itself back into the underpass.
MP7.
Nerds ain't gonna go down.
MP7 is actually good. It's just really expensive.
That pistol round win.
And I don't like the move speed on it.
Catwalk taken 2 by the CT side. It's a common spot to go on Antico's for the T side, but this time they get all the information and make it a quick A pop.
Oh,
honestly, Heroic have also been more in control of the situation when it's come to anti-eco rounds. It's G2.
To me, the MP7's always kind of felt like it wants to be a rifle, but especially with like the move speed, and it's just like a.
I'm gonna put it.
It's like the jack of all trades, master of none.
No
SMG. It's not the fastest. It's not really the best moving.
I think the world would be.
It doesn't have the worst spray. It doesn't have the best spray. It has pretty good armor pen. Not that like it's just.
Heroic played undeniable.
And it's gone.
To get themselves into playoffs. And it almost felt like while the Mongols had stolen all of that spotlight, you know, Heroic took down Na'Vi to get.
So basically, it's mid. Yeah, and the reason why I'd say it's bad is because it's mid and expensive.
And so we've pulled back that curtain. Their reality on full display. Heroic coming to play even versus G2 in this quarterfinal.
One critical thing about G2 on the CT side, Nico has 10 kills.
Bro doesn't need that $300 shot. He's built like that. We all know the contract that's coming.
0.67 rating across Asian and Nuke, and we just saw the masterclass that was Nuke CT.
Fast play here for Heroic. Gonna put this first CT gun round to the test. Shush actually getting the team kill to make it a little easier for the defense to hang. Nico.
The green things on your PC. Grinch also Nori moved them. When the fuck did they get up there?
SS2, 4v2.
Have they been up there the whole day?
For Heroic to try to bounce back against, not likely. Doesn't seem to be happening. A bomb plant could be the sanctuary.
Bro, I actually had no fucking clue.
That dial cranked to a 10,
they shouldn't be up there the whole time. That is where my water cooler is.
And the CTs let them breathe.
Yeah, and there is no one in CT spawn. So TSS, will he be able to get away with this plant? No spams coming through. They think it's back on default.
Fade.
But yeah, they're cute as hell. Yeah.
I mean, surely unwinnable position here for Heroic. We'll see. They're getting tagged down.
Yeah, TSS getting softened up so much so that once he does peek into that duel, 3 sets of eyes trained on him. Kicks in. It's just the Galil, but he effectively shakes.
I know it's not this round, but I just mean like this composure though is like what I wanted to see a little bit more of.
Considering they killed one of their own on the exit of that ramp, it's a convincing first gun round for G2.
Yeah, a lot of
You've been enjoying PoE. I did a sponsor stream for it. I accepted it knowing that I would genuinely want to dive headfirst into Path of Exile again. And yes, I've been lost in the sauce, man.
Mouse will be taking up spot.
Currently playing Warbringer Armor Break with Sunder.
For the time being, that part of the map's
It's been really fun. I like to slam the ground.
Great answer back here for G2
Just
early.
like Earl, you know? Just like Earl.
Nico reminding us that we might be talking about a three-way tie.
Oh yeah, Flum. I lost more channel points than I earned last year. Yeah, you should probably talk to 20. He's probably got a few of them.
In the race for #1 this year.
Now the sound blipped there for a second.
You remember what his Stockholm
That build sounds
was
fun.
like
It
up
is.
until
You
the
basically
semifinals.
literally just run around with a hammer and bonk things and slam the ground.
He's trying to show everybody his best self, and he is doing a fabulous job of it.
I love Thunder as well. I just followed to type this.
CT's trying to keep that cap pressure up to couple with a peek from Nico, but he doesn't full commit with it.
I knew I wanted to get into it, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I knew I was fucked as soon as I started leveling my character. I'm enjoying my character. I'm in no rush to switch, but I can't wait to switch at the same time.
Stark contrast to the round prior.
Let's see the call out of spawn though. This one's most likely to end. They're gonna, barring any adjustments, Mobs in front of the smoke here on connector.
Big
There's
position.
a chance.
Yes,
oh!
sir, but Tesses keeps it clean. It's an execution of Malt. It's Hunter off the top.
Incredible Tesses in these early rounds.
Like from the, oh my god, like from the 18th to the 21st chat. I'm just gonna probably not be live spending time with Nori.
Wonderful tethering here coming out from Heroic.
And
player finding their own.
honestly, I just kind of want to tell her to cancel all the plans and just play Path of Exile.
Step forth, and it is Heroic to immediately answer back to
Man,
the first
Heroic, that
round of
was
G2.
way too clean.
I wouldn't be surprised. What a round.
That was way too clean. That's concerning. The money too, man. The money.
Tesses has had his moments. No single player on Heroic in the series has had a performance like we saw from Nico.
Talking about PoE,
just
yeah.
on Nuke alone, but even across these three maps. But somehow here they are, 3-1 up on map 3, getting trades like this.
Ah, man, this is demon shit. Like, this is like.
Crushing blow was brought up on the desk as well.
You remember that T side on Ancient? They play so similar. Like, you know, there's a joke right now that I like to make with Face It. It's Mirage or Green Mirage, but and it's not just because they're popular, but man, there's a lot of similarities.
That alone is justification for avoiding it.
Man, I
think Dust's last
feel like
point in
Heroic's
that
T
analyst
side is
desk
so
was
good on this map. It's
just
scary.
perfectly managed in the sense that Dexter
Play
is going to
PoE
have
too.
a better map. I'd put everything on it.
Yeah, it's one of his best maps, and it's one in history that we
I
can
prefer
actually see him take over
MR12 or
consistently.
MR15. As a professional watch partier and professional pug star, I prefer MR12. I do. I think it creates, on average, a better experience overall.
Here on the A side sometimes.
You could absolutely argue there are games where there might be a comeback in MR15, but the amount of games that I have not had to feel like I'm getting dragged through as much because of it is fantastic. And what people always fail to realize with MR12, if it's truly a close game, we get quicker into overtimes, which actually means less saves and more just raw fucking guns, gun beat gun rounds. Like, if it's truly a close game, if it's MR15, you're more likely to end like break somebody's money at that last second. Like, I like the MR12. We get into the just big boy gun v gun earlier.
What's Nico looking for? What's Nico going to do throughout this CT side? Because
I think the real question here is,
MR12 BO1s are dog shit? Yeah, you gotta tell me MR15 BO1s weren't dog shit? It's the same shit, just different flavored. It's still dog shit.
I would agree, yes. I think that we saw it in Rio.
One is not they're both shit.
And that's just a raw positive here for Heroic, where I think that's why we haven't seen any tragedies in the series so far.
So it's
we haven't seen them.
Not to flame you, but that's just an entirely useless point to make. Like,
and there will be a lot
they're both
of running around from players like Nico and Monacy on this map to supplant some of the presence on B.
And you know what?
To make those rotations effective.
I never wanted MR15 best of fives. I'm here for best of 5 MR12. It really feels good, actually.
And if they're not
The
careful, here's where it
pacing,
gets away with
the maps, I really fuck with MR12 best of 5. MR15 best of 5.
I think not to sound like a broken record, but definitely trying to tap
So
back
I
into the
think
identity that Heroic once was.
overall, if you were to
Constant
generalize
playoff
it, I think MR12 is better. I do.
Almost the guarantee.
And but you can always make a case for outliers of certain game situations, all that shit. But I think overall it's better.
Are we watching Heroic new and improved?
I will say this also for a lot of you guys,
At the
and
tail
this
end of
is to
2024.
blame you, but to not lie to you either.
really
I
has
think
been
a
a
lot
story
of you
of slowly,
guys,
and then
what I've
everything
noticed in my
afterwards,
own games with people
now
that
they've come to this
you know
major.
don't play 10 hours a day. A lot of you guys just have no fucking clue how to buy.
When the G2 support staff walked away from the stage going
Like,
into
it's
this third
insane.
map,
The
I saw
amount
more
of
than
you
one
guys
player
either
draw
buy
cross
too much or
across their chest.
oversave way
I think
too
that
much. You
definitely
guys are like
is a testament
every fucking
to them
player
taking
that
this
I play
Heroic
with that doesn't
seriously
play on
and
it for like
knowing
on a
it
team
ain't gonna come easy.
is so
But the
dumb with
first
their
kill
money.
will here
It's
in round number
absurd.
6.
Like,
Monacy just perched on Ticket, given an easy kill to Tessess.
and I see so many people complain about the
Posted up
economy
on
system,
Ticket
but
for
I
the
just think
cat
you guys
cross
don't
early.
understand
That's
it.
obviously
So
been a
like,
very common thing that people are doing right now. Okay, a lot of damage.
I see it both ways, you know?
Before. Great start for G2.
Yep, both players disengaged, but Nerds worse off.
This angle is perfect from Hunter.
can you
as
give
well.
a bit of
Anybody who
advice
jumps
on
up
it? If your 2-round loss bonus, you can always buy if you have 2K the round before.
Monacy grabs another.
Okay? If you have $2,000 and you're on a 2-round loss bonus or more,
now we're talking.
you just make sure you don't go below the 2K mark. Keep it going.
You just mentioned it, right? We're going to see those two players, Nico and Monacy,
You got
move all over the map
4,000, but the rest of your team's broke, and you're on a 3-round loss bonus, or you're on a 4-round loss bonus. Buy an M4 armor, no nades. Get fucking wild with it, baby.
But that bomb still sat back by the TF.
Like,
even Shush.
it's okay to force buy the second round. Your 4th round buy is going to be insane, and you'll have a guaranteed off.
Bomb site control.
Don't save twice, you fucking idiot.
Have nothing.
This is just G2's opening theory of work. They had A-ramp smoked.
The only time you should be in a scenario where you're saving twice, one of them should always be a force and the other one should be a hard save, and that should only happen after you get a full reset. That's the only time, and there should still be a force buy in there. That's it.
This play works so well for putting pressure on connector, and it's really rare, of course, that you're going to have your ticket offer posted on that. That'll feel great.
All right, there you go. I tried my best. Without having a visual of like the scoreboard, that's as good as I got.
Like that.
Are you okay? Oh, wow, I'm just trying to help the people. I'm currently watching a Mirage save right now. Can you let me be?
Round, so when you catch the right gambles,
yes,
likely not to see those plays happen as much. And we know, as was highlighted, that Heroic are going to take special
No, we're good.
This game.
Poor Flom thinks people are going to listen to his advice.
How
I
easy
try.
those 2 kills came doesn't feel like it's a time
My
for
entire
Monacy to cash
YouTube
out just
channel
yet.
is like basically just me pleading
Spin
for
in that
people
slot.
to learn the game of Counter-Strike and knowing that it's falling
Double
on
up.
deaf ears.
Snack's going to pick up the scope. And we have had this
Quite literally my entire YouTube personality.
Please. A couple critical kills. There is a world where the
My
team's
entire
flooded
channel
into
is me
his
getting
position.
mad with people in my butts.
We talked about gambles. That could be one that doesn't pay off, but Monacy's new position to start this round sure does. And once more, bomb sat back towards doors.
Yeah,
No
I do
immediate
think
commitments can
a
be
video on how to
drawn
buy
forward
would be
here by
really
Heroic.
good.
Tessess takes up the mantle of walking down
Problem?
middle alone yet again.
I just think views-wise it
Tries
wouldn't
to
do
join
very
up with
good.
Kixan, who emerges where the first T fell.
And that's just me giving you the real answer,
Careful here, Hunter
unfiltered.
just gets off his post, but now that he's
Think
let
views-wise, it
Kixan
kinda
get
struggle.
his rook on the file, can we get the re-aggression from Hunter and
Basically, if it's not a Mirage
just
guide,
to resmoke
maybe if I do
here
that,
from
maybe if
Cat.
I say the Mirage Economy Guide.
Now comes another volley of mid-util.
How to control your money and maintain your money on Mirage.
If you miss versus Nico, you're lucky to get that second chance, but he makes the most of it.
yeah, man, that's the player he's been lately, actually.
Absolute
While the
genius.
snacks op was called to question, he delivers. Catwalk maintained here by Hunter. We do get a T to slip up into connector. That's one thing that's gone well here for Heroic. It's an adjustment from Kixan, from window to
Playing with you on
con.
train, the M249 was my life because you guys kept buying it for me. That
into this A site.
you were definitely playing with me and Fruit Cup X then,
window, you can
because he
see the
buys that.
hesitation that puts in the back of Snax' head.
Okay, Monacy, there you go.
Monacy standards.
Yeah!
He strikes Kixan down.
Get you one
You know
more.
that hook
Come
that was
on.
in your mid control's now dead, and Dexter's chances fizzle out before he even gets close to the bomb site. G2 CT side starting to come to fruition.
And they're playing from behind, but the quality of rounds is there. dominant in 2 of these instances.
Bomb with the M249 was hilarious, dude. Unironically, I don't know why that gun makes sense to me.
Depending on how this game goes and say this is how it started.
I don't know.
To go badly for G2, but when you
remember,
see
I was like, I was like single-digit kills, and Gavin told me to pick it up just to troll me, and then I ended up like top fragging the game. When
again, he's got the other opening here. He finds the first one on Nerds. It's brought to you by the fact that he has this extremely poofy smoke outside of connector, and Nerds is looking at his radar and seeing his teammates swinging top mid. They don't spot Monacy. He's never going to activate into underpass if he doesn't think that his teammates have top mid control, but they grab it. They just don't have vision on Monacy, and there's no punish on that smoke.
I think we might be back.
Real time. Can't be missing.
Real time, but you know what? He's posted on that with a full B play coming.
Yeah. Hang on now.
Oh, God.
Pressure on Kicksan now, leading the charge with that Mac 10.
Wait, Sax is hopping? Wait, Sax is...
So be it to the leg. Kicksan will get the job done. Molly towards the van. Nerds hoping to bring this back, but everything gets denied all across the map. And Heroic
oh my God.
Oh, hat off the Snacks.
G2's been saving strats for the major.
Right there. That's
Snacks
all around from the perspective of the utility, the op, the nade.
That's what it was.
That came out.
They've been saving this the entire time. Bro's been holding out.
So Molly lands deep in the back of Apps, and they show us they don't know.
Oh, dude, my pick'ems are. I picked Pearson and I had G2 Mongols final. My pick'ems are done. I'm just here for the vibes. I mean, I guess technically I picked G2, but my entire pick'ems was a pick'em of what I wanted to have happen. I was trying to manifest with my pick'ems, not necessarily be correct.
T-side that we've seen previously.
Yeah, definitely.
I was trying to conjure some shit up like a fucking shaman.
Teams have their CT side struggles on this map. They'll both be better on CT.
They played double up with Sax on every Mirage game with Sax. Brother in Christ, can you shut the fuck up? We're fucking having a good time here.
Both have done it versus a lot of tier 1 competition, but yeah, G2 looking very sound right now.
Sax is crutch up like 50 times. You don't think I noticed? We're just having a good time here, man. Grow the fuck up.
I agree with you 100%.
YouTube chatter, man.
That'll help. A beacon of hope here is Tess.
Why are you so bad, Flum? Because it's more relatable for you guys watching.
Quickly swoop through, grab that AK, but Hunter
I was good at the game. No one will give a fuck.
Already. And the one rifle they've picked up tries to look towards Khan instead. Kicksan gets naded to pieces. Snacks his utility, doing wonders as Hunter taps into the side of Tess's
Okay,
head.
Hunter.
Just as quickly as this one kicked off, it has been stomped out.
That's an easy kill.
CT's maintain total mid control, barring the one death in connector. Nico won't go down in vain, but
is he being old also relatable considering my biggest demographic of viewers is 25 to 34? You're goddamn right.
3-6. Luckily for him,
you're goddamn right.
Around G2.
Starts over with B Dexter on this Deagle at 45 seconds. When G2 are looking to win this round.
Every motherfucker in here has got fucking crippling college debt, a mortgage, maybe some kids, and they're fucking mad at everyone.
Was that a headshot? This is too far away? Maybe.
Honestly,
6 HP off
some of them got all of them. We call that the trifecta.
He's a stubborn guy, that mobs. Mr. Mario.
That's an NA brain.
Yeah, that's right.
Real thick.
Sorry, chat, sorry.
This is the guy who watched all of Dank Donk's demos.
Yeah, Dank Donk, damn right.
Yeah, they worked. They got him a place on G2.
Sorry.
Learned and adopted that style.
Bro just read my bio.
And I mean, the most impressive part
honestly, at this point with my chat, we might need like fuck a Discord. You guys want to set up a LinkedIn group? Like fuck it, I'm down. I'll start sending out just like noties through LinkedIn when I go live. You guys down?
You know, should be limited in that regard, or maybe could even fail.
Hey, come back! What the fuck? Well, yeah, all right. All right. Well, I got the
about to get neutered.
Okay.
Yeah. To be stuck in G2 in the shadows.
Wait, what?
He was going to get eaten alive on this team by the, the talent and the ego.
Wild time to get thrown back into that one.
Steps up. Big time. And he has throughout this critical CT side from G2. It's not the star-powered performance that we had back on Ancient as they tried to hang on.
Oh my god.
It is a unit that G2 have brought to the server for this third map, the decider that keeps one of these teams in Shanghai.
The rotation's back just in time here for Monacy to take it.
trying to jump spot over. He's not going to find anything. Monacy no longer blind. Perfect prediction of 10.
Badger, you look great though.
Second shot opens the door here for Nerds. But the smoke won't deny Nico. His
Wait,
spam
if
connects to
Nerds
keep man
gets
advantage,
CT though,
and a ton
that's
of
huge.
damage also done.
Oh, but that's
Smoke,
even
don't drop
huger.
down. Constant on these glances, knows the hands are busy on the ball, but in doing so gives Dexter
nice
a threat
shot,
to pull
Dexter.
on.
What the fuck?
And it is this ticket control already. Long flank being put into position
That was a
for
great
the G2
shot.
retake.
That was actually.
It's a deep peek denied. Dexter trying
Wait.
to thrive here. He's not
Oh,
working with that
he's
op.
thinking flank because there's no. This guy's not CT. He
He's
hasn't
thinking
seen him
about
jumbo.
Hunter on the long flank as they come up slowly through connector. Snacks with another op shot.
Oh no, dude, he knows
Still
it.
thinking, but which of these flank positions does it come in from? Knows that the retake from Khan's getting closer. Fast moves, Dexter presenting a chance, a clutch in hand, and he tracks him
No,
down.
bro.
Dexter,
No, that's
under
crazy.
destruction at the hands of the destroyer.
Nah, you, bro.
Showing
Clap
that he
your
can
fucking hands,
rifle
Jack.
too.
Oh,
And that was beautiful
shit.
in terms of presence of mind.
You're
There was not a
G2
single
fan, you're
true
allowed not
clue
to, but the
that
rest
the
of
big
you,
flank was
Jesus
coming
Christ.
in. But he committed to that idea from the moment that this came down to a 1v2. Sat pretty.
No, it's
and
the
there's
fucking
no way that Snacks
resolve.
could approach him. Credit to
It's the
Snacks, though, in this
resolve,
game,
man.
Hopping and hitting shots.
This guy didn't even flinch.
Both players kind of falling through the sky.
Yeah, they just ran out of time at that point. That was, you brought it up right away. It's a long flank.
Wait up,
By
we've
the
been
time
through
it came
this.
in, they had no time to actually safely clear out default, even though they knew Dexter was sitting there. It's a good reminder that Dexter can rifle. Wait a second. Hunter might not be aware of this.
Oh, but that top mid kills everything.
Wait, oh my
no,
God,
no, the
oh
boost
my
goes
God.
wrong.
Wait.
Is Nerds actually going to go into window and they get this kill first?
Oh my
Connect.
God.
What a play.
The booster fixates in on the gap player, not
Oh my
struggling
God.
as things started to seem to go south. Perfect ramp play out from Shush. Individually across this map now, Heroic starting to put forth. But Nico still has this element of surprise. Executes Kixan, and so the
Nico
IGL
said,
hits the ground.
"Enough,
They got
crowd,
two players
stop it."
waiting on his position. Nico's being hunted at the moment. They're looking for his rotation.
He's trying to find that third. He's going to know that the window's occupied by the booster.
This is where Nico can be a genius sometimes. No space to work with. His teammate in Snacks allows him to move out of here, clears out connector.
But with this fight on window, Nico not quite ready.
Wow, they played that so carefully, man.
And Snacks unfortunately just missed the smoke in front of connector. He is not
Bro,
able
what
to
is
offer
happening?
much. And so we are starting to watch Heroic at the tail
I'm
end
gonna
of this
crash out,
T-side
man.
breakthrough.
Man, their T-side is loose in this regard, but look at this play, man. The fact that they don't get stuck on this idea of trying to punish Hunter walking up Cat. Instead, they put somebody else on this duty as they boost Nerds into window. They know that they're feeling comfortable about this area of the map. They're not ready for the underpass walkout. And then Heroic implant two ideas at the same time, just perfect played. And that's the lifeblood of Heroic over the years, regardless of the players that have come onto this team. Shining through to keep Heroic in the lead.
Terrorists win.
And it's at this point in the game where G2 have shown great stuff on CT side. They maybe even won more difficult rounds,
man.
more cleanly than Heroic, but Heroic have a lot to look forward to in the second half. This is below par here for G2.
Cherry on the top if they take it with a lead. The floor has risen, but the stars aren't shining as much as they did in the first two maps of the
All right.
series.
There we go. G2 leads this round.
What G2
Captain
would
Obvious
do to
here,
tap back into
chiming
that
in with
ancient
his
performance
incredible
for Nico.
analysis.
The same one that thrust them to victory on Nuke. And it's not because he hasn't had his fights here in middle, but he simply hasn't thrived to be sent through smoke soon enough. TSS on the other end gets found out. Good support from the catwalk. That's a perfect distraction, but it's still not enough. Dexter with the reaction, point blank, and he doesn't overstep into the scope of Monacy.
Pause in the momentum. The idea is we'll take a reset. G2 leave this situation, have only secured the perimeter of the map. They have to listen to this utility and guess
Nico
where it
cooling
is.
off, man. Somebody's
And for
got to
the
step
moment,
up.
Heroic are
Step
still
up.
ready to make moves.
Oh, nice, nice.
Blindside here from Hunter. But if they think that's really the mid-emphasis, oh God, are they wrong?
Yeah, it looks like, oh my goodness.
It's not bomb spotted, but the second player's here right with it. That's Degster with the bomb. Monacy slips back into the bench, keeping his scope trained towards Cat as he anticipates the mid-split. There is still time to double back. Degster tries to walk in, keeping his head on a millimeter.
God, if you could see it, he might go for the wall bang.
Oh my God.
Zooms in on him, pops him against the wall of the apartments, and with bomb seen at the B site at 20 seconds, you'd think that there'd be nobody elsewhere, but in reality, Kixan continues to hunt.
They have to go beat him.
They're already on this line, and so they'll find that flank. All pressure falls to Shush. He will tap away towards the bench, and he will be killed on the final line as G2 ties 6 apart.
I mean, look, this is a half where no one gets to 10 kills. It's some quality rounds out of G2. This one being dead even, I feel like, is
delivering right now.
The cap of Heroic. Will move into half 2, and here is where its pressure is going to reach its absolute apex. And speaking of Apex, Kixan has shown that with almost nothing in a roster in this iteration also looks like it's been thrown
thank you very much for your Twitch primer.
Might be able to go
we
even further
have a
in
second
playoffs.
here. Any primers, prime
in
for
an
Gary.
unlikely scenario like it was
that goes
last
for you
time.
too, YouTube
Arguably
chat.
now with better pieces, with a little more history, a little bit more experience. They've already proved
I've been away. Is this semis? No, this is the...
Not to be shaken by
We're
the
in the
big
quarters.
stage.
We did the first. We did the
Kixan,
upper
as we've seen
part of
his
the bracket.
raise, despite
I mean,
his
there's no
struggles
there's no
numerically in the
winners
kill
or
count, right?
losers.
His opening attempts
But
on
we did one
T-side
side of
were
the bracket
praised,
yesterday, and then today's the other side. Then tomorrow's semis, then final.
G2 got to be sharp. They want to close this one. But you know
Rival,
what?
thank
They
you very
can
much for your
prove
Twitch
they
primer.
can
Thank
close
you.
out a 7-round T-side on Mirage versus a team like Heroic. I say that with all due respect because there are
Fish.
bigger sharks in this
Thank you very much for your primer. Fox, thank you very much for the 2-month reset. Thank you.
How far are they even going to get?
Second pistol live. Heroic's time to shine.
Torment, thank you very much for the primer. You're stunning. Thank you.
They shook off the struggles of their T-side. Lean back and await the beasts that are G2. Nico first, dead. In an instant, Tesses takes his head, and we get Shush off of the ticket with a second.
They can't
We've
lose
seen
another
pistols
pistol,
get
bro.
Swept away, and this one looks to be the same as Nerds gets into the action. Tesses finding a second, finally gunned down by Snacks, but a clean sweep of second pistol primes Heroic for glorious moments in Shanghai.
Oh my God, another pistol won by Heroic. You actually can't make this up. This has to be the most successful performance in a best of 3.
Look
in
at
a situation like this from Heroic on the basis of pistols alone.
Look
Unreal.
at them just sit here like statues.
Snacks can't find a target.
He's got 15 bullets to find 4. And nobody trying to overstep to be that problematic first one.
I mean, Donked walks, so Snacks could run.
And the moment this player backside takes his peek, all 3 others go.
They learned a key lesson from that 1v5.
Surely.
Never peek. Wow, a lead for Heroic. And this has been the least top-heavy scoreboard so far.
How do I stay charged for these games? Oh, dude.
I think that's an
Both the chats help quite a bit. I won't lie.
proof that, of course, Heroic across that T-side, you've muzzled the stars.
I think with both the streams combined, we've been sitting around 8,000 to 10,000 viewers, like the whole major. I always got something to yap
more
about.
often than not, down in the mid-control at the hands of Tesses, who stepped up big time in Cadian's sudden absence, who was criticized for becoming a very obviously stated temporary in-game leader. Not because he had this high hope of becoming one. Not because, like, electronic per se. He had some glorious attempt to prove himself.
Shit, man.
He did what he had to keep the team afloat so that they could rebuild.
One Ultra Sunrise a day
and he
keeps you absolutely charged and ready to go through every goddamn game in Shanghai.
And to be honest,
that's the saying.
He's become a better player after touching that IGL role. And in history, it's always looked at as a curse to take on such responsibility.
Will this major break viewership record? Oh, absolutely not. No.
But
no.
Tesses has managed to take
this,
that lesson.
This is the worst time to run it for like Twitch and YouTube. However, it'll be really interesting. I would love to see a comparison of previous majors with the Asian audience, like versus past ones.
I hate to think that this round is a wash.
It's hard to know because those
room
sites,
for something ridiculous to happen.
they don't like tell live view count, but they're also not like total views. It's a really weird metric.
Can't sleep on the Deegs, but That's gonna flush him out of the apartments with a triple. Monacy's Desert Eagle does keep this round alive. He's got that bomb and he's facing targets, but he won't know about the player who slipped out Marcus.
Well, there's
so
also
fully
Billy as well. There's multiple sites I think that have it.
2 Desert Eagle headshots, but no third, fourth, nor fifth. Heroic.
But in terms of like a Twitch and a YouTube perspective of viewership, no, this will not be breaking any viewership records. And it's
kills in this game.
I don't think anybody thought it
Who's
would.
gonna have
That
the breakout performance?
was using their noggin for a
Who's going to
second.
save the day for G2?
If ever, this match might not be a tale of stardom.
It was on Nuke for Nico's CT side, but it's been CT sides almost exclusively here for Nico.
Giving them the space top mid, G2
Next
hoping
major's
somebody
in Austin.
oversteps, not looking likely.
See Nico getting involved here.
You can see just how cautious Monacy is of these proactive CT plays that Heroic were able to employ, as they have successfully throughout this major.
I never had
worried
any.
about a T-spawn wrap.
Somebody asked me in the
Not
YouTube chat if I
once
have any
did Heroic
input
watch
on
their
updates.
backs
Brother
like
in
that
Christ, I've
when
never
they
had real
themselves were on the
input.
offense.
Yeah. And conversely, you've got a very defaulty.
I mean, like, sure, feedback when I was literally there playtesting, I was very, like,
His kill. There's pressure on
new
him right
version
now.
of the
Let's see if
game,
he
but
can
oh my God, that was so scuffed it threw off nerds. That was so bad, it was good. No, they don't.
Snacks, a huge moment
No,
to
there's
at least catch one kill.
my
in con.
conversations
Oh
with
God,
Valve. I'm a
could have been
glorified bug
worse.
reporter. I just try to see broken things and I just link them broken shit.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
And I get absolutely zero response, and if I'm lucky, it gets updated or patched and fixed.
Dexter again not working with the trusty ult, but still
no-
some pretty critical
it's like
map
talking to
control.
the void.
about it. And the T side.
But sometimes things get fixed. I'm like, well, maybe they did see it.
And the lineup is great. He's got that shadow, beautiful
Oh
spray.
my God.
Tethering
Dexter
nicely.
with the rifle today, dude.
He will find
Holy
nothing.
shit.
Heroic, a mere 4 rounds away.
That's not a great sign for G2's T side, because they get a lucky kill to get them back into this after they mess with the flash and connector, and they can make nothing of it. That is a standard spot the way that Dexter's playing it. Yes, he's pushed, but they can't even find
Source
the trade.
Gonzo.
Sometimes we've seen G2's T-sides be too simplistic. There is no room for that now.
I think Mirage is going to get kicked out of the map pool soon. Typically, it's always the least played
They
map,
have
chat.
conversions. They have room to play with.
Dexter starting to
Usually, like that's usually like the biggest metric to go off of. So no.
This moment
Until
slip.
further
You
notice,
have
Mirage ain't
upgraded
going anywhere.
pistols in hand. And maybe that last round a symptom of G2 trying to just charge back into an A site. What they
I
would have
actually be
given
curious
for
what the
ramp
premier stats
split.
are on Vertigo, because you
But
guys
in their
actually
back
dramatically
rearview mirror
underestimate
now.
the Vertiglobals that still exist, even
No
in
time to
Premier.
think about it. Rather focus forward. Dexter on the op.
It's not just pro stats, chat.
A world-class anchor looks to reestablish himself. Blinded in the process. Malt's Tech 9. Hunter finds one. Dexter continues to collect kills off the top of Ticket.
A lot of damage dealt. They might have to put this bomb down, but it looks
One
like they're going to try to
smoke
fight.
spam. All you need, but it's also an invitation for that top Ticket peak. Malb's doing everything he
Hold
can.
on, 2v2. The swing. Oh, he missed. He missed. Oh my God, but he's still alive. He's getting help from Kickson.
Kicksan for the back rope.
Oh my God!
Malbs with a quad.
Malbs
The
just went fucking
Guatemalan
insane!
destroys them.
Leave it to Dr. Malbs.
Dexter, maybe just stick
clutch
with the
in end to
rifle.
deny kicks in. And that re-aggression. Dexter in emergency fallback protocols, and finally G2
Oh my God.
win the unlikely round.
X Factor, finally. Dexter trying his damnedest
He just had to hit one, man.
Stay alive. The fastest of swaps to that Tech 9.
One bullet makes the difference.
One bullet.
In a roster made of a sea of
Malb's
stars,
literally running
one
through that
young
fucking
North
round with plot
American
armor.
steps forth in a critical moment.
Aura. That's the type of shit they need right now, though.
Heroic's depths to be tested.
And with this timeout, there's time to think. I think there's time to get the jitters off of your G2 because you realize that's a turning point in the game. Look in the disparity of opulence here. Dexter on a scout.
Modesty instantly predicting this kind of a push from Tesses, but he misses.
Yeah, this a wide swing. No way.
Nico gonna try to instantly move forward.
This is actually crazy. The fact that Kixon also isn't aggressing this is...
And again, this is the second chance bot for Snacks here on T side, right?
Yes.
It might not come into play unless
the way that they approached that last round, they took mid control really late into a very simplistic idea across
This
A.
is...
Show me a clean call.
I mean, no, this is actually a decent setup from Heroic. They have full A control. They're pressed on the extremities, and they're giving mid.
You can
They still have a little bit of a spot with
There's a
Teslas,
huge
but
part of them that believes this round
he's just
ends
in a
B.
point where he can
Got a
hinge
lot
back
of
and
eyes
forth.
on it, but not great guns. G2 going to have to fight
Just
their
got
way
the
out. And
Deagle.
now
Scouts
they're
here
trying
as
to add
well.
a layer of complication. They're coming back for mid control. They can start to put in a lurk up connector if
How do
they
you keep
want
your
to.
sanity streaming?
But
I
can they
don't.
draw attention late enough for this attack to come through? You've
Shush.
got eyes forward.
Will remain on that pillar. Dexter's scope in. It's just the scout, but he finds damage. The Deagle primes. Both players
he killed him
down.
falling.
Nico gets his entry still.
He
The
killed
scout
him fucking
continues to
falling.
tank. CT is drop all around them, and they
Oh!
through in convincing fashion. A flank from Kixan surely not meant to be enough.
Yeah.
That scout does damage, but it does not deny.
Holy shit.
And Kixan ends up going down for 4 alive here for G2.
All right, all right. Nico would really wall falling headshot a guy.
One hand on momentum. All until
Like-
Bulbs ripped it from them.
That was the perfect world replay.
Pistols
Huh.
here in round 18.
They've won more with less, Connor.
Yeah, it's
Why'd you have to say
something's
it?
scuffed today.
Again, they're gonna try. Nico does it.
Hell yeah.
This time, Bulbs combines with them. Dexter
Bulbs said, I gotta get mine, I gotta get mine. Hold
we
on.
have a tied game deep on Mirage.
Tag game now, 9-9. Anything goes. And again, so far, not super impressed by the way that G2 have been approaching some of these T rounds, but the third Nico chant of the evening here in Shanghai.
9-9, and G2's lost both pistols. Impressive stuff so far, man.
Eco's to the wayside, guns in hand. And 3 players out window at the start of this one, looking to take a fight to Snacks. Is he ready? Just for the one?
Oh.
No, from Nerds.
Nerds got 2. That's the type of shit I was talking about that Heroic needed.
Wonderful transfer onto the second kill.
They take a chance. They leave that B site empty. Won't come back to haunt them. Hunter slides out though. Good positioning. Him versus Dexter. He goes down. Trade out from
nice
Monacy.
shot,
Monacy
man.
and Nico. It's a slow play from Nico.
Oh.
He fires one shot, gives his position away, and still able to collect the kill to Shush. Bomb over towards the Tetris, but a bomb be damned. He wants frags.
Wow.
And he'll find no further as Heroic to double digits first.
It's another quick call up the A ramp, but this time with the mid split, they're trying to get in connector quickly. And as much as I want to say that G2 want to be approaching this with more thorough defaults,
That
and
was
really
a nice
trying to
run out of
press small
Heroic, dude. Nerds
advantages
getting that
into a
double was
close,
impressive shit.
They have been playing their
Hard.
best CS, playing sim,
Mulbs
right?
didn't have his
Can't get
gun
both
out.
sides
That's
of
what
my belt here
happened.
on map 1. That was
I think he was throwing a nade at connector
obviously
or
not
something.
cutting
He was. It
but
looked like he was pulling his gun out.
It definitely worked with the upper pops. 1 round lead here for Heroic. Great sign out of Nerds.
Plus, thank you
inside
very
of
much for the
mid.
19-month primer. Also, the person that flamed Hunter, he was partial blind, bro. He wasn't looking at him for 2
Right at his
seconds.
feet. Take him down past half. And again, with this lean, Kixan might actually try to squeeze for Palace after the smoke comes up, and they're really hoping that this round ends A. Gotta follow this bomb for a second.
Their reads have not been wrong.
Yeah, this might be a really great read. But you know what? G2 made that last round expensive, and that's why Kixan is on this MP9.
We saw the wrath of Mulbs Tech 9.
Oh man. It's going to slow them down. G2 getting nervous, and they don't do much while they're setting up for their execs. And look at that, another smoke on the A-ramp, man. It feels like Heroic or clairvoyant.
Dangerous peek from TeSeS.
Great peek, man.
Predicts it correctly.
It's because it's a boring default where nothing's happening on B. Someone's got to look for something.
Maybe an all too common flaw.
That's just a nice pre-aim and nice peek from TeSeS.
Nico doesn't get bullets sent back his way. Shush tries to play it quiet. Palace push gets punished. He doesn't seem ready for this off angle, but Shush lets him know that he's here, and so suddenly has to just go back desperately for the underbound.
Oh, that timing.
Mob. Executed. There's the incision from Dr. Mobs.
Modesty deep peek down
Oh,
towards
what?
That one
Modesty fell asleep or something.
Dexter does his damnedest. Bomb to be planted.
They push out.
Yes, and they stop it. Bomb is planted.
Oh my God, what is
Dexter to the
happening?
clutch again. You need to search. You need to destroy. And as he takes that glimpse towards the connector, he has missed the timing. We get that one shot back out from Brick.
He's got a smoke.
Flash out from Con.
Now he knows.
He's gonna put that smoke on Bomb.
No kid.
And as he anticipates, he's put a bomb off the top rope, kills Nico onto the bomb with the fake tap. Mob started this. Can he end it? There it is. Kid. Denied.
Oh my God.
Kid picked up. And
Oh
Heroic
my
arrives.
God.
11 rounds to the board.
Top of default. And Batman dives down to save the day.
Holy Dexter making up for that round.
Unbelievable
When he
clutch.
didn't hit him
Once that
CT,
flash comes up from connector,
he was on a fucking mission,
all
man.
the way to the final second, knows when it's time to peek into Mobs, and makes that shot look safe.
Tess is like, holy shit, I spit on my monitor. Hold on.
Dexter's Mirage is something to think about.
Dude, it felt like it was all
G2's
going for
life is now
G2.
officially on the line.
That round there.
Mobs with the perfect double
2024,
entry.
Dexter may have been delayed, but he sure as
How
hell
did it
won't
end
be
up with
denied.
Mobs in the 1v1 trying to close out the round?
He puts his team on the better purchase.
Oh my God, that you can't.
G2 facing the prospect of heroic OT guaranteed.
In a world where every option is obvious to someone like Monacy, Dexter finds another way. But look at the money for Heroic once again teetering.
Monacy, I mean, dude, I think Monacy had to be looking at his radar or
Hard to say
something.
that's even a concession sometimes. A hit.
He
comes
like
in
didn't
simple
react. I
once
feel
again.
like he was not looking at his scope. That's the only explanation. Gunning for you. Thanks for the 2 month primer. Thank you.
It's going to be Shush and TeSeS yet again. The Danes shoulder to shoulder, but the util here does deny early
Triple
angles.
flash for Shush.
Shush taking a glance, but it's TeSeS the drop burst. Bomb is not enough for the multi-frag. And so G2 keeping it simple. And in these simple moments, they have shined. Nerds with a little bit of wallbang damage takes Hunter down to
They need
half,
this, man.
but it is
Gotta
ticket
convert.
control for the G2 camp
You got
again.
CT spawn. You have a
There'll have to be a
4v3.
retake, but it's players who have
Oh, does he have a
spent all
flash
their
for this?
money.
Oh,
no
fuck, he
nades
does.
left here for G2.
Support with the flash.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Perfectly placed. Thrusts Kicksand back to the even keel, into the AK upgrade. All too easy. Snacks keeps his head down. It is Monacy and Nico ahead of him. And as Monacy turns attention, it's good, but now they get cleared back. Snacks looking to add another clutch to his record. Damage is good, but the Glock's out. And as that CT crosses, jumping on both sides, it's down to desperation.
Oh my God.
Snacks, G2's inspiration, finds another clutch.
As we all predicted with G2, it
The
came
player
down
with
to
the most
Snacks
clutches
in the fucking
in
1v1 to close out the round, by the way.
Again. Of course, a lot of this one has to do with time. G2's explode up the A-ramp is
Fucking
something that
Christ.
we're waiting for, but just like their upper pops on Nuke,
With a fucking
even
Glock.
despite a kill that comes out early, G2 can answer back with 3 entries.
Bro was
They can
literally
explode
fighting
across your
demons with
site
that Glock.
at light speed.
Snacks is like, fucking, get back! Get back!
Clutch answered by
I'm not
Clutch here,
fighting.
and now the future
Holy
has
fuck.
never been more uncertain in this game.
He said, this shit's on burst, so I'm not afraid to use it.
Everybody pretending that they can be calm,
Oh,
even
man.
though the guillotine.
Meanwhile, Nurse is
getting
trying to
set
move
up
like
on
he's versus
stage.
Nico, but he forgot he's 1v1ing Snacks.
This is a chance for Heroic
they
to
force.
blow everyone away.
Big Buddy Pal, thanks for the 39-month resub.
and
Thank
for
you.
G2, This is just what they're supposed to do. They're just supposed to be able to win this.
And with 1 round of loss bonus, Heroic come in with a force.
Oh my God, this is, no one has an M4 or AK
They kind of have to,
besides
Chad.
Monacy on the map.
They kind of have to.
Tale of what could be and how close
Right,
it's
let me. They said they're on 1 round loss
Money
bonus, right?
kept low every round of this later second
So
half.
they'd be broke.
But which knee bends
I mean,
first?
Nerds could have gotten him
Shush
for them.
with his men behind
No.
him. The MP9 betrays him. There is no top mid split to come out, so Snacks pass. Oh, another one.
Snacks just played that so incredibly well.
Trying to cause a distraction for
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Shreds heads
Oh my God.
mid, and we fall 2v2 with the Monacy disengage. Him and Mobs tasked to clutch. They know that B site's clear.
This is blood sport, a bare knuckle fist fight right now with the guns that we have in this round. The rotation's coming around to B. It's a race to get control. And Mobs, he catches one.
Oh, my Mobs is gonna literally fucking save this G2 team. It's like the prophecy foretold. Holy shit.
There aren't better guns to pick up because his enemies were just
Nico
as
does an
held
incredible
back as him.
team map
You really
performance,
wanna
falls
peek
off third
Cat
map.
with this MP9. He's not
Mobs,
working with a kit
look
either,
at him
and there's no
go.
corpse inside sight. This is going to be a desperate one for Kicksan. They both go for the
Oh.
peeks. He's trying to close that gap, and the closer he gets,
Are they gonna
the
peek
better his
together?
chances. Nade will certainly help, but it goes too far, and he gets dropped, and G2 take 11.
Double peek and Mobs touches 20. We were wondering who the hero would be. Well, Snacks also shares the limelight right there with his clutch into this 2K Mac 10 round. 11-11. You could not write a better finish to this game.
It's a full save for Heroic. Friendly reminder, G2 got full USP on Nuke. They still won that map.
All put forth by
I'm just saying though, G2 really likes to fuck around and find out.
In a situation like
They
this, and
forced?
you've got
Nah, they're
to
full
pay
USP right here.
attention to your IGL.
And look what happens. That buy from the last round, deciding to come in with MP9s means you get
Shut up. Oh,
this
what am I gonna do? Make them
single
lose
rifle
another one? They
on
already
Nerds.
lost
Heroic
one,
essentially
dumbasses.
forfeiting the 12th round. 1 round too soon.
It already happened.
Jubilation for Dexter when he pulled off that clutch, but he's not there yet. Snacks into the
There you go.
room.
Good util. Good util from G2.
G2 absolutely tested.
Yeah, taking the pressure off. Snacks opening up now in these last few rounds. Yes, just pistols, but they need them.
Nerds' M4 has been found out at 1.
Yeah, Nurse has got to save that. Nurse has got to save that.
So be it. Trades essential.
TK in there as well. All right, here we go. Now, question is, does Kixon switch M4 for
Surviving the
Nerds?
pistol,
Yeah, he
surviving
does.
a T-side. Opening up the potential
Kixon dropped
of winning
M4
this
back
game,
to Nerds.
13-11.
MP9 for Kixon.
After getting destroyed on map 1, 13-6.
We called for the Stars to step it up further.
Let's go.
Miko and Monacy
Snacks and Mobs
normal.
on map 3, dude.
Who knew Mobs would
As we
thrust
all
them
predicted.
to the limelight? But it ain't over yet. These rifles yet again to the back of
Oh
mid.
man, the same thing. Do they speed up B? Do they speed up B?
5v4, but this B site is understaffed. Look how fast that rotation
Oh, but the
comes
rotation's
into
already
the
here.
action.
Dexter, though, the opera. He jumped right by him. He whiffed!
They do. It
He fucking whiffed! Oh, no!
3v3 yet once more. It's gonna have to be the
Oh, my
market
God!
push.
Jumping out of the smoke, they are.
They creep out.
If he had an A1S!
Is this the end? A big
Wait,
game
Nerds.
player finds his one.
Oh my God,
Nerds
he-
gets his, and Shush now looks to tether back.
I mean,
they don't plant in that
who else do you
moment.
want in this fucking
Who
clutch if you're
better
G2?
than Nico
But it's
Monacy
Nerds
to try and get this
again!
clutch. But the first one gets denied.
No!
This is his destiny in Shanghai. Fan favorite 1v2 minute to let
Oh my
this
God.
stew.
And he's thinking, one piece of utility to work with goes out to empty pillar.
He doesn't have his trusty monocle. His finger trembles on the trigger
And
and
there's
he
Josh.
falls. He tries to step out, and Heroic stand tall. The test has been taken to G2.
Yes, and we get the overtime on map 3. It had to happen this way.
Say
A
thanks
game
so
that
for
has
the
it
one
all.
gifted.
Goes
Jesus
the
Christ,
distance.
man.
G2, you can see it. They didn't want to have to play in
Yes,
this
guys,
position.
playoffs are all single
They
limb.
proved a lot to get to that point on
Yes.
T side. But you could
His third
argue
map,
in
you
the
fucking
face
lose,
of
you're
those
gone, buddy.
pistols that they were the better team to get
You're fucking
all
gone.
of those rounds in total. clearly intimidated by what has been a force. Heroic, winning fans alive here with their impressive performances back to back to back. But without the close,
I can't believe, dude. I
there'll be
thought
a whole lot less chatter about
how
this team.
do you think Dexter feels right now?
God, I thought that decision to buy early was going to cost them.
The relief that man has.
Spray right there.
Clean as need be.
The relief that
Modesty
man
not
just
anticipating that
felt.
position from Shush. He thought surely he'd be further back on catwalk. Everybody catch your breath. The question is, does more runway in this third map lead Monacy, Nico, and Malbs to stardom, or Heroic to an upset?
All right.
Dexter, Nertz, and Tessis are the counterparts of G2 in this moment.
Oh, okay. Damn.
And we have seen critical clashes set up inside middle, sometimes dismantled by
Damn.
teams
Nico doing a
coming out
whole lot of
underpass.
yapping right now.
But it's G2 to establish here in the first round of OT.
Snacks, the major winner. With these back-to-back multi-kill rounds to get close to regulation. First to die in round 24. Now fully kitted out. Dexter and Monacy telescoped on each other. Snacks walks right into that bomb dropped on Cat. Monacy assuming that he got there before Dexter did.
Dexter, I think, predicted that they were going for this default.
If there was anybody left sitting on top of this for Heroic,
Nertz seems semi-aware.
No ladder,
The timing.
at the moment, and they fight back for it. Heroic have Nertz.
the one silver lining is
Why
that they
though?
grabbed the bomb.
You mean why did Snacks
two
walk
players in the
into an
process.
off angle from an Opera
And the
that's
first one
been
goes
not
down
seen
without
the
dealing
entire
any
round?
damage.
Whereas Opera was
Snacks puts
posted on
G2
bricks?
in a difficult to reclaim position.
That-
On top of that, 20
Sometimes,
seconds.
chat, you gotta tip the
turns us
hat
back
to the
the
player,
worst possible
not
moment.
flame the other one,
And
you
then
know?
the last two pieces just get
Oh my
smothered
God.
on an attempt to exit connector. Monacy in the thick of it all, denied, and Heroic with a clean sweep in the first round of OT.
Okay, totally melted down. And Nertz, 4 frags. His big round
I'll
here
start
as they
calling you
get into
Pry again if you
playoffs.
say some stupid shit again.
As much attention as there is on everybody else, he's the biggest star on the team, and
That's
he's
right,
the one with
Pyre.
the least experience in this position. Look at him go.
Did he just shoot at a rifle?
Holding
Yeah, I think
himself
he was trying to
together
pick it up.
beautifully.
All the pieces of X-Ents that were purchased, they couldn't get Nertz. He finds himself on a home.
Oh
First, it felt
man,
unlikely
that's
to
a
thrive.
brutal molly. Dexter again. They never even knew he started ladder, so he's starting here again. Same start. That was completely
But in
unknown to
this
G2
moment,
last
on the
round.
glory, it's right ahead of them, and each of these rejects deny that title. Heroic coming together to be something better than ever.
Patience paid off last round for Dexter to get that bomb down on the cross when Monacy was posted up on his angle. He once again sits pretty here in the ladder room, holding on to free information.
Yeah, no.
If G2 play these defaults out and can't figure out why Heroic aren't moving, they're going to pay for it. Once
Man, they
again,
just are waiting
Dexter
for this
finds him.
shit.
B-site
Why
is
is Snacks the one
completely
going
vacant,
first?
which means there is an opportunity to hit this.
Why is it just all on
Dexter
Snacks
will
to
come
try to
in and
get up
kick
Cat
Dexter
solo?
here to join. Easy. Dexter Cat out here in the corner.
Oh my, what
Ahead of
is?
the smoke, blocks them.
This doesn't look like anything they've been doing the whole game.
Scouring.
Am I just misremembering the
Who
T-side?
steps forward next? It's a hot swap back into the AK. Wasn't able to piece it together back in the last round of the regulation. Now it's Malbs. It is he who put them here to begin with. The third piece of this success story from G2.
And Malbs has a chance now with Nertz going down. First tap comes through, double push happening. He's gonna hear this 12 seconds.
They gonna
Woo!
Oh
my fucking
Undeniable! In a night sky full of stars, the supernova shines!
Oh my. Can I get a tactical timeout?
That's a medical doctor you want on your side. Unbelievable.
Bro.
Ties this game up. Wow. And keeps G2's beliefs
They got no
alive.
business winning that round. Malbs, you're too good for them.
We'll call that involuntary euthanasia for Malbs.
Takes scalpel to skull.
Oh my God.
Wow. That would have been 2 straight in this overtime for Heroic.
2 given gifts by Snacks going down off Cat in back-to-back
Bro,
rounds. 2
what a
5v4s, but
fucking
only
round.
1 converted.
What a fucking round,
Shaping
man.
up to be a classic series, another classic position here on the A site. Shush tucking in quietly on the A
what the
ramp.
fuck?
I like this
The
forward
explode is
defense.
coming.
It's when they lean back towards Ticket and Triple that G2 were able to take over site, but when they prod the front end of this attack.
It's Nico, who's 13 and 21. Kixan is going to be running headfirst into him in just a second.
He hangs on, puts a smoke down, but gets denied by the Tetris position. Screw Nico in the Palace. Hunter's gonna do it for the Kovac instead, but he gets exposed. Shush hits the dirt after 1.
There it is.
It's a great denial out from Nico.
Oh my God.
One of his
If
own.
that's what
Dexter
breaks
continues to
Heroic,
try to
holy
rotate over, but
shit.
he will find nothing to pull on.
They surmise
I've seen enough.
the refrags, and this one again
Let's get
is
Malbs a Netflix
Nico, who's able to
documentary.
get 2
I've
because
seen enough.
Hunter, his brother in blood, saves him, taking out Kixan early. That Palace push is what cost them on the pistol round. It's been a game where he hasn't been able to kill everyone, but this time gets bailed out, a little bit of space given to the guy who you know has the most range on a rifle on the whole team. And this means now Heroic have Dexter saving, G2 somehow winning.
It's crazy
that last
how much
round,
this
and they
game
somehow,
really is
of
just
course, it's all about
exactly
Malbs.
what
And a clutch that you think is
You-
impossible.
it's
'cause it
everything
is
I thought it would
14
be.
rounds for G2.
Heroic quite literally looks like the better team. And time again,
You look at
G2
this
says,
scoreboard.
I don't give a fuck
We
about
talk
your
about the
tactics or your
2 stars
team.
of G2, and yet it's this top-heavy
it's
performance
exactly
from
like-
Dexter and Nerds
it's
that
crazy.
just seems to not be enough.
B6 for 200 bits.
Not in
Sonny
the
Boy,
face
thanks for
of
the
Malbs.
57-month primer. And Cozy Dibs, thanks for 23-month resub. Thank you. No, it's
G2's
just
third
fucking...
star all
oh
the way
my
from
God.
Guatemala.
It is the feat of clay that makes the gold of the image precious, and Malbs has been anything but a heel this game. A player that comes on the G2 and doesn't get his star rolled, and yet somehow is able to show us why he is a star.
And with that conversation of Nico's departure on the back burner, we've already heard the officials in the G2 camp say Malbs will take up those
I need to
spots
focus
if
on work,
needed.
but I doubt this match is
To
too
join
entertaining.
the
No,
squad and
fuck
to
work right now,
thrive
bro.
as he
Lock the
has,
fuck in.
Waiting for his big
Tell your
ticket
boss to
moment.
come
You
on
could be
over.
looking at the future
Fridge, thanks for the
star
15-month
rifler
primer.
of
Thank you, thank you,
G2.
thank you.
The thing is, you're
I
staring
normally
at him
don't say
now.
that because I need all of you to stay employed so that way I don't have to do anything serious. Thank you.
Move along,
But
Nico.
for right now, this time is the exception. Lock the fuck in. Lock in.
Blood, sweat, and tears from both of these rosters to get to this point. I would feel for anybody who loses this game because it's still up in the air.
TSS yet again out towards mid. We will see
A little
no
bit of
contest
mid-press,
offered
double
by
lurks
G2.
on A though.
They're pressed up
No
against the
lurk for
glass
B
here.
this round.
Both on
Well,
A-ramp
I
and
guess
in
they're not
Palace,
moving up. They're not moving them up.
readying the crunch.
Dexter was thinking there was going to be some sort of underplay here. Phrasing.
Safely securing the perimeter here are Heroic as they move up.
How's Dexter going to move in this round though?
Monacy's rotation.
Surely
will be
he doesn't
everything.
lurk
You see,
under
he's
with the
op
fucking
moving
op.
into Ticket. This means that they're suspicious about the right site. Hunter resmokes connector, and Heroic have to take a big gulp and think about whether or not they want to continue forward with their plans. And they still have not grabbed that bomb yet.
Yes, Duds.
Slip up into Con though. That Molotov still gives them good grace.
Oh, and Monacy gets more comfortable inside the
Okay,
site.
he did
You've
get
got
out of
Malbs
there.
facing
This
Palace.
is the best position to fight into connector. Can he count on Malbs?
We'll see. There's a 1v1 that he wins. Monacy collects his. Nico into the fray at the
They were
perfect
so
time.
ready for this.
Everything comes crumbling, crashing
They were
down
so
around
ready
him.
for that one.
Dexter couldn't crawl out of main. It's if he wants to. They toy with him.
Mops hit him with the spray. Mops hit him with the spray.
You shall not pass.
Down like dominoes they go. G2 chucks 50.
Oh my God. My fucking goat.
And a smile on Mobs' face.
He said, I'm on the way. He hit him with the Mobs speak, baby.
The best read so far here for G2 on the map.
I've had to face that peak many times. Alex, thanks for the 18-month primer. Fridge, thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you.
The Heroic have already fought up versus one match point. Now tasked to do it twice. We praise the T-sides of Kixan. But his opening attempt success has been muzzled in this final map. This key decider of a glorious run in Shanghai.
Anybody on Heroic, they gotta step up. Who's gonna do it? Somebody's gotta just...
We were promised quality Counter-Strike.
Lock at the fucking, like my chat right now.
Major.
Is it Nerds? Is it Dexter? Teslas? What do we got?
Challengers. And stand not inside their bomb site will be G2 here in the 5th of overtime. They are going to carve a path to victory with this forward presence.
This has been the most audacious push so far, actually. No one holding onto the ramp, and they're looking to go all the way around. Now, Maltz could actually reroute back to A. But for the moment,
Correct, there is another match, yes.
You know, if Heroic are not holding Palace or A ramp, they know that it's going to be the
They got the read. They have the read.
That's all that Heroic have towards A. We get this off taken off the angle.
Yeah, they have the whole read. There it is. Hunter with the fucking 3K. There it is with the 4K.
The G2 dynasty in Shanghai shall
Mobs. Map 3, listen. Map 1, Map 2, Nico, get your fucking major. But you know what? When it got to Map 3, Mobs.
He said it was the rise of the rookie. If there was a time to activate,
Holy
a time to
shit,
fill
what a
Nico's
game.
shoes, the time was now. Malbs has
And
just
now that I'm done
it.
glazing the shit
And
out of
holy
Malbs
shit,
and
what a
G2.
way to make sure G2 stayed in this.
GG,
It
Heroic.
came
My
all
God.
the way down to
You guys-
OT on the third map. Gents, you said it right in the beginning. Heroic needed to shut down that firepower. It
genuinely
looked
feel
like
bad
they
for
had.
Heroic. Like,
And then Malbs just stood
they-
up and said, no, not
I'm
today.
not just saying this.
Nico was the
They
nightmare
played
on Nuke. Mouse was
so
committed
fucking
so
well.
much. I mean, think
This whole
about how many
goddamn major.
injuries he had on T-side to get him back in the game. How many clutches he had to carry him across the finish line on overtime. Just a beautiful scene from
But, like, how are
the new
you
kid on
supposed
the
to
block,
beat
so to
G2
speak, as
when
far as
shit
the
like
G2
that's
roster
happening,
goes.
man?
Having such monstrous stars in front of him like Nico and
That's why we
Marcy,
love
but
CS,
he,
though.
throughout the
That's why
course
we
of
love
this year,
CS.
has set himself up to be the X factor, the third guy, the trio. That trifecta is what drives G2 forward.
And
Daniel,
his
thank you so much for the
major
5 gifted
almost
subs.
spoiled
Exquisite Willie, brother.
from a
Thank you, man.
sickness, an illness that plagued him throughout the elimination stage, performing beneath his own standards. But I'm glad there was that 3-day break. I'm glad that Malbs is back in full force, because when Malbs is firing at this level, G2 is purely a spectacle to behold.
The rise of the rookie, but it was the rise of the rookie on the other side as well, because yes, they might have lost, but I'm not going to take it away from them. Nerds here on Mirage, what a performance we saw from him. You both said as well, he needs to do something.
What is this?
He did so much. He was pulling that
Mythic
team,
versus Team
kicking
One?
and
Was this
screaming,
overpass?
trying to keep his major dreams alive as well.
Don't do that
I mean, the
to
story of
Malbs.
this game was that Heroic kept getting hot starts
No,
to each
no.
half, but then G2 would claw
No.
their way back in, but Heroic would
Malbs is my
just
goat.
hold them off enough to keep it
Shrek,
going. It
shut
was a
the fuck
game that
up.
was a roller coaster ride. The peak's just as good as the troughs, and at the end of it
Shut
all,
the
it
fuck
goes
up,
into
Shrek.
overtime.
Shrek, did you see what that
and
man
then once we
just
got
did? Shut
there,
the
it
fuck
just seemed
up.
like Heroic finally ran out of fuel.
I mean,
Shrek
this
is
is the kind
actually
of
coming
game
in
and
here
the
fucking
quality
trolling,
that it had
man.
was just worthy of a semi, worthy
I
of
got the
even a
payout. I
grand
got you, I
final.
got
This, I mean, this was pure fireworks on Mirage, and what a fantastic map play between both these teams. Like, I've got nothing to take away from either of these rosters and how they played this one. So many individual highlights, great calls from both teams, good reads as well, just great late round decision making, and we even saw some good teamwork too.
I'm going to say, like, I wouldn't even say that Heroic ran out of fuel. I think that G2 just found on
look
that
at Truck
final
on that
gear
match.
and were able to push forward. They neither of them
Truck was
ever
lagging,
took their
bro,
foot off the
okay?
accelerator.
It's safe to say that G2
Truck,
was the better gun round team. For Heroic to be in this position off the back of a couple pistol rounds, G2 had to fight back into these halves with, honestly, great setups, great understandings. When Heroic were taking their time through some of these rounds,
I remember
just
that,
trudging
Truck.
along,
Truck,
the
you
layered
get bonus
utility
points
to
if
take
you
map
go and
control.
find-
G2 slotted themselves
I don't
into
think
so
Malls is
many
on this
great
version,
positions,
but if you
pushing
find the
A
Team
ramp,
1 game where I
stacking
dropped
B
30
bomb
kills
site.
in one
so
half,
many times they
you
knew
get
what
bonus
was coming
points.
before it happened.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful sequence from really both of these teams. It's hard to really nitpick or critique either one. Yeah, sure, we can maybe say that
Really,
certain things didn't go
what I've
the way they were
learned is I
supposed to.
just
There were
need Team
certain
1 to come back to the
discrepancies
scene
that,
because I, for
you
whatever
could point
reason,
out,
when I
but the
played
bottom
against
line
them, no
was
matter
that
the
these two
roster I
teams brought it
farmed.
today, they were slinging it out, and now we'll hear from the winners.
Butters.
比赛让我们看得血脉喷张，在这样的舞台打比赛，赢下了这样的 BO3，分享一下你现在的心情和感受。
First, congratulations. You guys definitely take the victory with a very exciting series.
Sorry,
so
Butters
how
was
do you
here.
feel, especially playing under this crowd?
Obviously, the crowd was really good. Thank you guys, first of all. Yeah, the match was really tough. They played really good. We were doing some troll as usual as well, but we played really good overall, and we're really happy about this.
首先，观众朋友们真的太棒了。然后这场比赛的话，确实对手也非常强，他们给了我们强力的反击，但是我们最后自己发挥的也不错，所以成功拿下了这场比赛。
我们先要聊一聊刚刚结束的这场比赛，这张地图 Mirage， 你拿下了一个世界级的1v4。我想知道，在这个残局结束之后，你在想着什么？你们的队伍里面在说着什么
Let's talk about the Mirage. You managed to win a world-class clutch, 1 versus 4. So what is your mindset after that win?
It was a crazy moment because on the 1v2 situation, I felt like it was it was a super hard situation because I faked they were out and they just needed to swing and kill me, you know. So after I hit the first shot on, I think it was Tessus, the first guy who swung me, I knew I won the round, but the feeling was super good, and all I said to the guys was all right, let's win this thing, yeah, and yeah, that's it.
说实话，我没想到那个能拿下，因为当时是一个非常难的残局，尤其是最后1打2的时候，如果对面同步做得好一点的话，可能会骗一骗我，然后就能把我这个残局拿下。但是当时也没有想到，我想第一个摇出来的可能是 Dexter， 然后我拿下了他的那发子弹之后，我就觉得我有机会了。然后当我成功拿下这场那一局的关键局的时候，我跟我的小伙子们说，我觉得兄弟们，我们可以把这场比赛拿下来了。
那一场比赛那1分结束，就因为这个残局。是。 那我们还得聊一聊这个 BO3 整体而言，因为从 BP 上这场比赛就非常有看点。我想问问 Maps， 你知道这场 BP， 你预料到这个 BP 的结果了吗
？This is definitely a very interesting, exciting series, but I personally feel like the result of the veto is very unexpected as well. Have you guys coming to this series predict the veto?
Yeah, we definitely knew that these 3 were going to be the maps. We were not sure if they were going to pick Ancient or Mirage, but we knew that the 3 maps were going to be Ancient, Mirage, and Nuke. And I was pretty certain that they were going to pick Ancient, but yeah, there were some people that were saying, no, they're going to pick Mirage, and the other ones were saying, no, they're going to pick Ancient, but we were pretty certain that it was going to be those 3 maps.
其实我们来准备的时候也预料到可能是会今天的3张图，可能有些粉丝或者有些观众会觉得会在 Mirage 跟 Asian 之间对手的话会来挑哪一张，但是我们非常确信最后能打的就是这3张。
非常确信。那所以对于你们而言，对于 G2 而言，你们会觉得这个 BP 结果出来了，对 G2 会更有优势吗
？Were you guys feeling confident after you guys see the veto?
We didn't really say anything okay, now it's gonna be easy or something. It's never like that, but we know that Mirage and Nuke are pretty strong maps of us, and also Ancient was at some point, so it was good kinda, but we were not cocky or something about it, you know.
我们知道，其实结果出来之后的话，我们还是会照常的去准备。我们不会说，虽然我们的 Nuke 和 Mirage 打得非常好，然后我们就会去轻敌或者怎么样的。当然，我们 Asian 上也有比较好的表现。所以出了结果之后，我们还是要平常心去好好打比赛。
没错，那最后一个问题想问一下 Maps， 对现场所有支持 G2 的粉丝们有什么想说的？以及你的粉丝有什么想说的
？Any words to the fans supporting you here and the fans in front of the screen?
Of course, thank you guys for cheering for us. You guys are amazing and always make us feel super proud of being here and always cheering for us. I can hear you guys through the headphones and it's super nice. After the one before, for example, it was a really nice feeling and moment for me. And thank you guys. 谢谢。
Connor, thanks for 2 months, partner. Thank you.
感谢所有的
Ben
粉
Short,
丝支
thanks
持
for
我们，
21.
只有你们
Thank
打比
you.
赛，我们真的非常的自豪，在这样的场馆里面来代替你们出战。我能够听到你们的声音，我在耳机里隔着防护的这个隔罩，我还能听到你们的欢呼声，真的太棒了，太好了，谢谢大家。
再次把掌声送给 G2。接下来让我们把画面交给鸽子。
Any prime forgetters chat? Stop baiting more than me, man.
好的，那么我们接下来来进行败者采访，帕拉。
Kixon, commiserations, you and Heroic now out of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I know it's tough to talk at times like this, but what's going through your mind right now?
Well, obviously I'm a bit sad because I feel like the game was really even. Anyone could have won it, and some little details decided everything in the end. But yeah, not much to do. Congrats to G2, I think they deserve it.
刚刚帕拉问他说，这场比赛你们虽然很遗憾输了，但是可以跟我们分享一下你现在的有什么想法吗？然后 Kixon 说，我其实想说，我感觉非常的难过。我们这3场比赛吧，打的其实双方都是有来有回的。我觉得我们在一些小的决策上面可能会影响到了我们最终比赛的结果。我觉得没什么好说的，就恭喜 G2 吧，他们值得这个胜利。
It was a hard-fought best of 3. Let's focus in on map 3, Mirage. We go to overtime and it just slips away. What happened?
Well, I think there was 2 or 3 situations in overtime where it was some clutch situations, XVX, and they won 1v2 or 1v3, and then I think it just came down to all of these little details, and they did better in this situation, so that's how it went.
刚刚帕拉问他说，那我们还想问一下，在最终的加时赛当中，你们很遗憾没有能够把握住是什么导致了这场比赛的失败？然后他说，我觉得我们还是有2到3个的残局，以及决策上面的有一点失误。比如说像1v2、1v3这样的残局，我们并没有处理好，然后就是导致我们最终可能在收拾残局这一方面确实是有一点点欠缺。
Kixon, of course, you wanted to win and progress, but what are your thoughts on finishing top 8?
I think overall we showed that we are a really strong team, that we can play against the best teams. We played against so many top 5 teams. We beat some of them, we lost to some of them, but all of the games were close. So I think it's a good, we showed that we deserve to be here, and I think the future is just bright for this team.
刚刚帕拉问他说，那我想问一下，每一个队伍来到 Major 当然都想赢下冠军、赢下比赛，但是你们对于前8的话是什么样的想法？然后他说，其实我自己觉得我们这个队伍在整个 Major 的比赛当中打过一些很强的队伍，有赢过也有输过。然后我们整个赛程打下来，我们对彼此都是更有信心，配合上也是越打越好。所以我觉得我们前途一片光明。
And Kixon, with that said, commiserations once again. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home and everybody in this arena?
Swing the bulbs real quick.
I want to
What the
thank everyone
fuck?
who supported us. I'm just sad that it was the last game for us in the arena. It was incredible to play here, and thanks to the Chinese crowd. You guys were insane.
最后问他想对观众朋友们说些什么？他说：“我就是想说谢谢大家。虽然刚刚那一场比赛是我们在这个舞台上的最后一场比赛了，但是感谢所有支持我们的中国粉丝，所有支持我们的粉丝，你们非常的厉害，我很喜欢。”
Bro.
好了，那接下来我们回到分析席。
I mean, like, god damn.
I just want to take a moment to talk about Heroic. The
dude,
team of, I think the casters called them rejects. They were the leftovers. They come together. They have one of the toughest runs in the major.
Hard, man.
They take out Na'Vi, the favorites. They come here.
So
they go to the third map. They go to overtime. They were 3 rounds away from taking out the home favorites again and being those favorite slayers.
Incredible tournament from Heroic, man.
This lineup for next year might be out of the major, but they are going to be terrifying coming into the 2025 season.
Shush Tessis on the wrong end of the stabby drama. You had Kixan, who probably was touted well as an in-game leader for his Apex performance.
At the end of the day, you know,
Dexter, who was sitting on the bench,
deserved to win that. They won it. I'm just saying,
for a year,
fucking A.
Not playing, and then you had Nerds on the wrong end also of the Falcon swap. So all of them finding a home together.
There's a golden Kappa train going on right now.
putting together this sort of run.
If you gift a
despite
sub or a
all
sub
of
right now,
the trials that they had to face
I'll match
as
it.
Dexter was facing visa issues, this
And
has
he'd
to
be
be a run
gifted.
that they're proud of. Thus, I think this
But
was
basically, if
a
you give
great
any
job,
amount
and
of money
to
through
Kickstand's
Twitch, you get a
completely
golden
right.
kappa.
They showed that they can take a great fight to the best teams in
This
the
is
world.
absolute bait and meant to
again, like you said, a
incentivize
lot
you
of
to
turbulence
give
with this
more
team
money to
as
the
they were
streamer.
trying to onboard Dexter. Dexter, prior to being onboarded, took a year off of playing the game, was not a part of CS2 the first half of the year whatsoever, and not a part of the end of CSGO either. Yet this group has come together.
It is.
You know, we saw what they were able
Okay,
to
this is
accomplish at
working
Rio,
way too
placing
well.
top 4 there, a couple other second place finishes along the way. They come here,
Well,
they go through a trial by fire, have them play all the hardest teams that you could probably face. They beat some of them, like Navi, for instance, to make it to this quarterfinals, and they do have a well-rounded squad. Dexter's growing more and more as a primary opper, and with a rifle in his hands, he's also very strong. Nertz is just a fantastic
working
flexible star
incredibly
rifler.
well.
Tessus is just a warrior who's going to entry for you. Same with Kixon, leading
Is
from
it
the
permanent?
front.
24
And then
hours,
Shush
you get
is
to
just like
flex
that
on
perfect
people that
glue
you gave
guy
a streamer
that holds it
money.
all together. So I mean, if they do keep this lineup together going next year, which I hope they do, they are certainly a top 10 team in the world, and I think they could definitely make a case for top 5.
Absolutely no reason not to keep
Watch
this
your
lineup
fat
together.
ass for 800
Dexter worked a
hours
little
this
bit
year,
on the
not
nuke,
even
but other than
50%.
that, I think
I
we've
was
got
at
a good
3K.
thing
Where the
going
fuck
here.
were you?
A good thing going when we talk about. I
fell
want to
off.
kind of celebrate what we just saw because I feel like it was such an incredible game of CS. So many clutches as well.
Holy shit,
Favorite one
guys.
comes to mind right now. What is it, Melly?
Mobs, easily
fell off,
Mobs. I'm not even gonna mince my words here. The Mobs fight on the B site. It was like throwing it back to the Vince moment where he was casting Cold Zera, and look at the odds just stacked against him in a 2 versus 5. He's able to find the first one, and now 1v3.
Wait, you didn't link it?
Unbelievable.
Season?
I'm gonna say
Okay,
this
I gotta
next
thank all
shot he
these subs.
gets
Hold
is
on, you guys are going-
unreasonable. Turns, flicks
on.
instantly
Jesus
to headshot
Christ.
Tessus
Okay.
right there, and then Shush
That
just lines
clutch,
up right there.
man.
This shot right here, we need to see
Right
it back.
here, hold on. Boom.
That's the first bullet that he is flicking 90 degrees to his left. Like this guy, the Guatemalan sensation, representing a
Fox,
region
thanks to the
that
one
no
gifted.
one
Thank
even
you.
has
Filthy
on the
Beans,
map
thanks for your
of
primer.
World
Thank you.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah, when you talk
Emperor
about
Drew,
South
thank
American
you very much
CS,
for
you immediately
gifted.
go to Brazil. You don't think about anybody else up until
Swagger, thanks for the
9Z
100
kind of
biddies.
broke out a little
Try,
bit. But
thanks for
this
the 33.
player,
Look
starting
great.
out first on M80 and
And I do be
CS2,
baiting
playing in the North
tricks.
American
Spectre,
scene,
thanks for the
caught
40
the
month
attention
resub.
of the
Thank you.
international squad to become their
Junkie,
next
thanks for the 100
superstar.
bits. Jasper,
and
thanks
he
for the
has
bits.
fit the billing. Malbs, just such an impressive performance
For
that
all
game.
take, thank you so much for the 5
75%
gifted.
headshots.
Anonymous,
I don't
thanks for the
usually
one
gush
gifted.
over that
What, are you
number,
scared?
but 3 out of
Luke
4
Reed,
of
thanks
his
for the
kills are headshots. Like
one
that's
gifted.
absurd.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Like,
you.
Nico's not even doing that.
Shimmy?
Okay, that's
Sorry.
crazy.
Because I have 2 North Americans on the desk, I got to do this. Wow, Complexity must be bashing their head against a desk. How did they miss this guy? How did they let
Temps,
G2
thanks to the
take him?
17.
I'll tell you
James,
why,
thank you very much
because
for the
I
one
played
gifted.
Mobs
Thank
in
you.
an online match back in 2018, and I defeated him, and he was off everybody's radar. If I was beating him back then, people were like, it couldn't make any sense. But no, he's obviously Mobs. I will say right now,
Keep
like
thanks to
he
the
is the
gifted sub
role
to
model.
Floppy.
Okay,
Thank
for
you.
a region that is obviously underserviced, doesn't have all the pro teams, the top teams in the
Alicia's
world
thanks
playing
to the
there.
one gifted.
He
Thank you.
learned by just playing the game the right way, playing positions like ramp on nuke. You know, like he was a superstar in support
True.
spots while
Let Maui
also
cook.
being an entry when his team needed it. That is very difficult. He didn't demand all the resources. He didn't have an attitude. That is one thing that Mobs never had. When he was coming up in the space, no one was like, this guy's toxic, this guy's a bad teammate. None of that crept out whatsoever. Everybody liked Mobs. Like everybody. He was unanimously loved in the space for a great attitude, great gameplay, and I'm glad to see him fighting on this kind of stage.
It's one of those things where M80 were not going to sell him to a domestic rival. They were not going to let him go to Liquid or Complexity or any teams they were going to have to face in the Americas
Copy, thanks
region.
to
And
the
they weren't
11 month
even
primer.
originally going to
Thank
sell
you.
him to G2. Their owner was very transparent about that. But what he saw was an opportunity for Malbs, who is a star today, to be a part of a team that can win today. Their owner knew that M80 was a work in progress, that yes, they were
Fire,
trending
thanks
in
for
the
the
right
biddies.
direction, but Malbs was something special, and this was an opportunity that might let him lift a major trophy today as opposed to months from now. And Malbs has taken that opportunity while being very grateful to his past. He's always been super supportive of his former teammates and where he's come from and how they've supported him to get to this point. And now he kind of just gets to be kind of the flag carrier for the region, doing it on the international stage. It's awesome.
I'm
Well
going to ask
said.
the tough questions because
W.
this is major playoffs, and I think
2
we
NA
can.
analysts.
Yes,
Mobs popped
they've
off.
made the semi-finals. G2 superstar players. I am concerned when they go up against a Vitality or a phase if Carrigan is activated, that will not be enough. I feel like maybe there is something lacking in the calling and coaching department, and the best teams in the world will take advantage of that. Heroic did, and they almost were able to defeat them. Vitality, phase, Spirit on the other side. They could do it as well. should G2 fans be concerned, or is those 3 players and the firepower that they offer enough to pull them all the way to the finals and lift the trophy?
It's the strongest trio we have right now in Counter-Strike. I don't see anyone that's better than them. Vitality, though, will put up a great fight against them. And on top of that, Vitality plays as good of Team CS, if not better, than Heroic. If this sort of G2 shows up tomorrow and it is Vitality in the semifinal against them, I would probably have to put my money on Vitality, because you're not going to win that clutch that Snacks had on default if it's ZywOo on top.
Damn, that's a lot of hours.
Okay, Nerds, great tournament. But ZywOo on top right there, perched up.
Thanks to the 4-month resubs.
That's what I truly believe. And I also believe that strategically, where Heroic was able to exploit G2 today, Vitality can do the exact same, if not better.
And you're asking a difficult question. That's one that we've all been pondering for the last several months. I mean, this is a team that has won 2 titles, but then went dead last in Rio. We've even seen them slip on a couple of banana peels in Shanghai. But at the end of the day, it is a team that can simultaneously win the whole thing or simultaneously crumble once they face adversity and they struggle to adapt. And I do think that, yeah, the betting favorite has to be a team like Vitality if they do make it through the semifinal, but you always have like that crazy puncher's chance that you can just brute force your way through adversity. And so
19,
that's a question that's been asked all year long, and we've never had an answer because sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. So I'm just along for the ride to see if they can in fact do it or not, because if they can, it's going to be amazing.
A minute left on this
but if not, they will certainly still make it entertaining.
Anyone want to try hazard a guess as to, if you are the other teams watching G2, what holes you can find in their gameplay if you were watching this particular series?
I mean, they got a lot of holes, I feel like.
This one here?
They headshot really good.
I feel like on Mirage, Kicksan actually called a great game, but then they couldn't just win the clutches. On Ancient, we saw kind of awkward mid-rounding sometimes from G2.
Is that thanks to the 100 biddies? Thank you.
Honestly, I will just say they don't win this series if it's ZywOo instead of Dexter. I mean, that's kind of a crazy ask, and it's kind of like a big what if that doesn't really lead anywhere. But at the same time, like, Dexter's rotations were really slow on that second map right there. If he was in better positions a little bit faster, it's a done series. Like, he was late to every fight by like 3 seconds. So that's the thing. People like ZywOo, individuals that are able to read the plays a little bit quicker, the comms being a little bit sharper, having faster protocols.
But if you're patient
that's what
with yourself,
Vitality has, and so it
all
it's
makes
a big
sense.
Picture.
It just
it's not
takes
like
some
a
time,
single
you know?
thing. If there was a single
Cybernet
way
takes to
to
the
just
biddies,
like
Exotic
break
takes to the
open
biddies.
G2, then everybody would do it. It's not that simple ever.
I mean, it's a super unpredictable team, right? Sometimes they will play you slow. Sometimes they're just going to be that explosive team that just throws in their 3 stars and just lights you up. Like, you don't really know what you're going to get on an in-and-out basis. And so I agree with Maui here that there's not one particular thing you can try to target. I think you just have to hope that your talent can match them on the day, that you have your own star players who can give you similar firepower, and that you try to flex your more polished protocols, your more sharpened mid-rounding, your just superior team play that a lot of these teams like a Mouse Sports or Vitality
that YouTube
and so forth will be able to demonstrate. And so I think that's going to be probably the bigger picture more than anything.
Just a quick reminder, at the start of the North American RMRs, I asked these 2 gents who they thought was going to win the major, and Maui actually said G2. So keep that in the back of your head for a little while. He did mention there that Vitality could have their number. However, Vitality still has to overcome FaZe and get into that semi-final. That quarterfinal is on the way. Richard, Yanko, and Blair will be here to take you through. From us, keep watching. The Counter-Strike is incredible, and we'll see you tomorrow.
What a first. Does he add actual players? Of course it's actual players, bro. They're not playing window anymore. Why would they not be? You know? Why is Storm gifting subs every game? Because I bait a lot of subs, and Twitch added those things called like hype trains or whatever, and I always felt, for whatever reason, that weirded me out. So I call them scam trains, and I match the gifted in it, so I don't feel weird about hyping up. Otherwise, it's just a giant purple bar. It's like, oh yeah, guys, fill it up, woo! My way of kind of feeling better about it. God, this guy looks old. True. Old as fuck. Ethical? No, I just bait all the time. So but I like to do it in my own way, you know? Thanks for streaming. My sleep schedule's absolutely fucked. I got you, dude. Yeah, we're watching Vitality versus FaZe.
He is off to a fantastic start this game, 5-1.
Be careful. Where's that bomb at? Right in front of him.
It up. And as he comes back with now an AK, that's 2 kills in this clutch.
Don't make another mistake, Mouse.
Oh, God, this shot's so close. Tries to keep himself down behind box. At some point, he's going to take that peek. And when he does, from it.
Oh.
And if they come out through that donut smoke unprepared, we'll see if they can keep the pressure up. Oh, it fades. Oh, the lineup.
Come on.
Oh, third. He's got the support of Jimmy right behind him, and it's looking like Xerxes, despite not starting the round it did, will be good to go.
Round's not over.
Plants bomb. Techno.
Be careful.
For CT,
37 minutes. Yeah, guys, the players come out, they set up real quick, then they come out, then they do the walkouts, the interviews.
Techno takes one off. Oh! It is another.
And they're not stalling, guys.
Still alive. Comes out from the cave, down to 11 health. He is doomed at this point. Oh! Impossible! We saw the value of the Xerxes red room push 1 round ago, and it's trying to put it in position yet again. Utility comes out, the flash is good. Shuhei doubling down as
play some PoE in the downtime. Let's go.
Chase him all the way.
36 minutes. But this fragment is kind of sick.
They think they can creep in. Yeah, right.
Should I run around on some PoE?
Bodies confirmed downstairs. Torzi hits a wall bang of all things. It's going to put more pressure on Techno to bring somebody
PoE 1
down.
knowledge, help with PoE 2. Yeah, of course.
He keeps it as clean as he can, but it was a massive ask. And then that insurance policy.
Run an ad yet? Yeah, I already did.
In these kinds of high-pressure situations, Blitz needs to
RuneScape
deliver.
isn't for
and
me.
Now he's going to have to finish this.
I was already into like WoW and shit.
Sidelined by Torzi.
It's a little too grindy for me. That's a little too AFK like farming simulator for me.
Twist the Tech 9. It has to be ultimate to finish this. How much
I know the game's got a lot, but
nothing. And he's in trouble now.
I need a little bit more dopamine while I'm playing. Magnesium thanks to Twitch Primer, thank you.
Dark smoke. That is going to be problematic for him. Shiro trying to draw process, so Donk could do damage. There it is. They're in a charge, and there he is! Once again, despite the perfect timing, destroys Liquid with 4 and ace!
I never get ads on my PS5 Twitch. I hope you get paid anyway. If you don't see any ads, I don't get paid, but it's all good, man. I'm not stressing.
Softened up for him! He's done it! Ooh, he eats the flashbang and a sitting dump for Donk. A second available for him, trying to track the head. Magic draws the crosshair and sets up more from Donk on the Glock. Clear this corner as well. Oh, this is revolting! Another one from Donk! Overlooking it, no scope provided.
Ronan with a gift of sub to Baby Jeebus. Thank you, thank you.
All thing from Ultimate, now Shiro into the side task with the plant.
Sorry, next to sub Primer, thank you.
Shiro could overlook this, he does, and now pulls the trigger.
Am I gonna make an economy video? Probably not. It's just kind of like, I don't know how well it would do if I'm being blunt. I know the content would be good, but I like literally mean like the algorithm.
40 seconds, spams away, connects onto Sontix. Twists, guarding Naflight. 9 bullets, just stands to deliver, but here comes Donk. Around the
I think Liquid's gonna do any changes. I don't know.
Nice shot! Twist stubborn, holding on, trying to fight back the captain. Brilliant!
All good. All right, all
30
good.
seconds. There's no time. If they go into a B, there's 3 players stacked.
There is so much trouble, Chad.
There's no way through this. They're
My
going to go into
Windows
the
knows.
stack.
Donk ready to receive. Shiro to disrupt. It's falling
Minus
through
the
their
Kinder plus the real
fingertips.
IGL.
So close, yet so far.
Well, that's,
Liquid.
when we always have the Liquid conversation, it's what I always tell you guys. It starts with Twist. Everybody's like goes straight to your Kinder, but it literally
Vitality make it through to
is
the major.
entirely
In
reliant
style,
on
I would say we might be relative ease. I've got Apex and
what
Sai
Twist
with me
wants
to
to do.
discuss this run they've had so far, because you guys are looking in great shape. So you're feeling pretty good.
Actually,
right
I'll
now?
watch this for a second.
Yeah, I guess the team feeling really good. Maybe
we did have the best practice, but during the official we have good vibes, we had good plan as well with the team. I don't feel with the team we didn't feel any pressure doing this. Okay. Also the armor and the elimination, we didn't, like we just play our game. I think we, obviously it's like the major, but we didn't feel the pressure of the major doing playing with doing this elimination stage. So yeah, I think the team was playing really good individually and as well as the team, so it was kind of good to play.
And you do have some more experience as a team, right? You've gone through a lot this year as well, especially how this has all gone throughout the events, obviously Cologne being the big one. But you mentioned something interesting. Practice not been so good. Why is that? What did you see not as good in practice though?
I mean, practice is also hard to always give your best. I mean, you're always trying new things, and mostly before the major, you're always trying to be perfect. So it's also hard to, like in official, it's always easier to make your things. So in practice, you're always trying to do new things. Maybe it's not gonna work or it's gonna work. So it's always harder to play, I would say, play good in practice.
Apex, for you, looking at the run you guys did have, right, on paper it looks very impressive, not dropping to anyone. What were you most satisfied with that the team delivered on?
Well, it's a major, it's always stressful, and we all know that even though we played lower ranked opponents, a lot of upset can happen, and a lot of happen in best of one most likely. So for us, it was not to get a loss against two slower teams. And even though I don't think we faced like the higher positions, obviously, because the best ranked team we faced was Furia, and it was a pretty close game, to be honest. So I think we just did what we had to do at that moment. We just played great and as a team, because I really feel like if you play good together and not as heroes against those opponents, you're gonna win. And that's what we try to do. We do it in a fashion way, mostly the last game. So I'm happy, but obviously not satisfied yet.
For you, Zaiwu, we talk about you as the #1 player in the world doing all this damage. I'm not going to ask you the general question of, do you want this? Because I know your answer already. But what I want to ask you is, are you starting to believe
what builds have you guys been running PoE if you guys have been playing chat?
On this I feel like Vitality's doing this. You're making your way upwards. From Cologne onwards, it's been super good for you. Do you feel like it's in your hands right now? Not just the #1, but the major itself into the #1?
Even before the major, I always believe in it. Like, because if you don't believe in your team, you have no chance to win the major, because it's not even the more prepared team to come into the major, is the more the unity. You come to the major, who's gonna win it. Obviously, before joining the major, we didn't win any tournament, but we were like
talking
a lot about how we want to be in the major. Obviously, Cologne is like we won it, but it was something different. Like all of us were on the same page. We were ready to fight. Like, doesn't matter who we're gonna face, we're gonna beat them at Cologne. And we wanted kinda to find this more, like after Cologne, and with this team and with Dan and all the staff we have around, it's always easier to do it during the major when there's more pressure. I don't know, but he's always good under the pressure. Like, I always believe in it. Like, I don't know why, but it doesn't matter like the lose we have before, or like we lose against G2 or Eternal Fire or whatever. The lose
a stick of butter.
Like, we improve so much from that. So yeah, it doesn't matter now. Like, I know we can win the major.
What
the music's too loud, bro.
Perfect World Shanghai Major mean to you?
It will mean a lot for us in a way that Zaiwu gets also 2 majors and also gets above a lot of players. Still 24, so I still have time to win some. When you see Simple that is 27 and only one, it's not easy to win. Even though you are big names like them, you are Simple having the god of CSGO in one. Unfortunately, only one, because it's tough to have the right team around you. It's tough to perform at the right moment as well. So I think it will mean just a lot for both of us in that regard. For me, it will mean 3 as well, 2 as IGL. Will create a bit more in a way my legacy. It's also my goal to win a third one, a second IGL. Even though I will prove people wrong once again on a lot of aspects, and that's all I want. I know that we can do it without a problem, and we have the team for that. So yeah, it will be a wonderful moment, and we'll put also Vitality in different spots as an org to win 2 majors.
You've always said about proving people wrong, Dan. You're very motivated by that, right? You want to show them that it can be done. how much do you listen to people? Like, what information do you take in of like them saying, oh, Apex can't do this, oh, Apex won't do this?
Anyway, whatever I do, I'm gonna be hated. Because if I play good, it's because I have good positions. If we play good, it's because we have good players.
It's not wrong.
If we play bad, it's my fault anyway. So whatever I do anyway, I will be criticized. So it's just fun, but when you win, no one can tell you anything. Even though you played like shit, you've been carried, you won at the end. So,
yeah.
And those newbies don't understand what's behind proving people wrong, and I'm not really listening to whatever they say. It just motivates me in a way. Until when, I don't know, because it's getting old now. But it's just a good help in a way that I'm fine to play bad in IEM Rio or whatever, but if I show up during big tournaments and we can win those ones, we don't want to win like the European Championship, we want to win the World Championship. What you will remember in 5 years? Who won the Shanghai Major or who won whatever tournaments? EPL or no, you will remember the major, so for me that's when it matters the most.
I love that, and that's a great way to end it. Thank you very much for your time, guys, and good luck getting through the playoff stage and get on the way to that trophy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Parla, and it's time to phase up because I'm with Rain and Carrigan. Boys, how you doing?
Good.
Thumbs up in the building. Congratulations on making it through to playoffs. You did so yesterday. Have you had a chance to process it yet?
Yeah, we rewatched the game, and some people did. We're not very happy with the game, but I think we could have made it a lot cleaner than we did. But it's good that we made it in the end and closed it out.
It's interesting because when we did the post-match, of course you were elated to get through, but you were sort of more relaxed in how you were looking back on the game. You were making jokes about it. It feels like today, just shortly after, that you're sort of more serious about how it went, and is that fair?
Yeah, I think heavy emotions after the game, that somehow we survived. Obviously, the analytical mind of mine is going in after the game, like thinking, how did it even get to this point? First of all, and no chance on our pick twice in a row. That makes me very confused. And then on worse maps, there's better maps for enemies, we start playing better. So as a leader,
imagine trying to veto like that.
I tried to make a motivated speech before the game. On Inferno, we end up having 3 rounds. I'm like, okay, maybe I said some wrong words, you know? So yeah, it's very hard as a leader to.
Bro's like, what the fuck did I say?
What is the issue that we don't have any consistency in the way we play? So obviously a lot of thinking and
it's gonna be easy for FaZe.
But I think making playoff is the right step in direction. I actually think having the hardest playoff is the best part for us. Playing rough teams in start, because if we manage to win them, we are going to gain some confidence that we maybe didn't have the past 6 months.
Coming off the victory yesterday, and considering the context you've mentioned, question to both of you, does that make this break period more intense? Is there more to think about and sort of have to deal with before you get into the stadium?
I think it's good for us, so we can look back at the mistakes and actually try to fix it. Because there's recurring mistakes on all maps that we can actually work on and try to figure out before the next game, and it's something we have to do, or else we're going to get punished versus the better teams for sure.
If you look at the journey, including the RMR and the elimination stage, what are your thoughts on how it's all gone?
I think the RMR went pretty good overall.
4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, the last one didn't really count.
Favorite PoE2 act so far?
I think we had a pretty okay RMR. And,
I'm enjoying 3 quite a bit, actually.
We had a boot camp afterwards, so it was also pretty successful. So, I mean, it came into this.
I didn't like 2 as much.
Feeling pretty good as well, but we had a few hiccups and some mistakes suddenly starting happening. But I don't think we need to think too much about it, and hopefully we catch up a little bit in the playoffs.
Looking ahead, all right, obviously we've already experienced some level of crowd here. It's been quite a high bar set already, especially for opening and elimination stages. But up next, guys, it's the arena, it's the stadium.
Quebec?
How hyped are you to get in there and start playing in front of a huge crowd?
What time is it where I live? 1:37 in the morning.
It's going to be wild in the big arena for sure.
And Carrigan, how have you found the Chinese crowd so far?
I mean, had a good experience the last few years here in China, playing on stage. What I always find very unique with the Chinese fans, they actually don't cheer only for one team. Obviously, they are favor a little to certain players. But when it comes to the game, they actually cheer for good Counter-Strike, which I think this is the only place in the world where I see that normally the big brand teams have advantage against the smaller teams. But when I heard about Heroic and Na'Vi, they were cheering a bit for Na'Vi, but then in the end, there was a roar when Heroic won, and that's very unorthodox at any tournament. So I believe
actually not bad compared to the RMR times. Well, no, the RMR times are nicer. It started earlier.
To hear it call raw, hopefully
starting later and later now.
You never know. Just for great Counter-Strike.
I guess to close things out, if we're talking peaks, do you guys think you can peak in this playoffs? Do you think you can go all the way, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I know it's in there. I saw glimpses of it. Aim at 12, 8-0 start, first map. Everything is possible. 0-8, you have to reset and grind again. But I believe, like, doesn't matter how you get there in the end. If you're in the final, it's very simple. It's one enemy is between you and winning a trophy, and I think everything is possible, but you have to work very hard this week. You have to reset very hard, come in with happy emotions, constantly reset, because the enemies that's left in the tournament are top 8 in the world. So if you want to win, this is the way to do it.
Rain and Carrigan, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else that you'd
Starts
like to say
so late now. I go to bed early and starting my day. Shit.
Sure.
Damn, simple farmers, respect.
Hello guys, this is Brocky from Pakistan. I'm gonna read the letter that I wrote to myself 1 year ago.
All right, Brocky, let me listen to you yap. He probably should talk to himself.
Stop being a good luck.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Predictable.
I don't know, man. That's probably about the game. You know, sometimes being a little in the game. I mean, when CS2 came out, I was playing good, so I fell off a bit. I know everyone else got good at the game, motivated to not be a.
Hey guys, it's Frozen from Phaser. I'm here to read my letter that I wrote to myself a year ago, I think. Dear David, I hope when you are reading this, you are where you want to be, you finished and accomplished all your goals, and you are chasing new ones. I hope you are happy and have a peace in your mind. Just stay you. There is a good direction that I'm heading, but you know, there is still a few extra percentages that I need to get, I would say. But yeah, I would say definitely on the right path. I think just not achieving the things I wanted to achieve, you know. But I think that's just sometimes that's how life is sometimes, and yeah, either you bounce back or you go down, right? So yeah, just gotta keep working hard.
Oh my God,
my name is Kerrigan.
these.
I'm from FaZe Clan, and I'm here to read my letter that I wrote last year. So let's check it out. No idea what I wrote. Hello, future Kerrigan. I hope you're doing good. Currently at 11 win streak. Hope you are still on it when we talk again. We kind of went further with the winning streak, but kind of ended at 18, so it would be impressive if we still had a win streak from 1 year ago, not gonna lie. I think obviously tournaments, you're never guaranteed a win, right? You have expectations. Beginning of this year was super good. Could have been fantastic. It was good with two big
What does CS players strive for? Is it just major? Yeah.
The last few months have been obviously rough.
Major's the big one.
I also think rough times.
Grand Slam as well.
You grow as a player, you grow as a leader. You grow as a team.
Later Zenith.
Life is not all about being happy and being on the high all the time. It's about how you fight the lows and try to win the championship this time. The last 3 events I played with the mouse core, like me, Frozen, Rups. We won all 3 events in China. I'm hopefully this is the lucky charm place for us, and winning the major would mean all the things we've been through as a team. How close we were to win the major in Copenhagen. Lifting a trophy here will be out of the world. It will be fantastic. Can't even imagine it, but I have to imagine it.
What's up guys, this is Rain from FaZe Clan. Today I'm gonna read a letter that I wrote to myself about a year ago. Hello, future self. I hope you're alive and your oil investment
Grand
is
Slam,
going
what's
well.
that?
Hopefully
Wins that?
You have a couple
It's
more
multiple
trophies in the
tournaments.
cabinets. I think I got 1 more trophy since then. So
It's multiple tournaments.
not as many
It's
as I hoped,
ESL's.
but
It's got to be an
looking forward
ESL
to
tournament
more.
though. IEMs.
Not really invested into oil. I think it's just a meme from Norwegian
Bro, I've watched
people.
this one so many times.
I think back then it was a turbulent period. We didn't really know what was going to happen with the team, so we kind of just played event by event, full confident, and just played the game. I think in this team right now, we're planning for the future, and we had a great start with the team, and we've had a lot of setbacks, but I feel like we're on the right trajectory going forward, and we see progress every day in practice and in games as well, so it's looking good for the future. I feel really confident coming into the tournament. I feel confident individually, and I feel confident as a team. I think we've had a really good boot camp from the first stage to the elimination stage now, so I'm looking forward to play.
Hey, I'm Raps. I play for FaZe Clan, and today I'm reading a letter I wrote myself 1 year ago. Don't know if it was a serious one or a cool one.
He says nice car.
Let's see.
Imagine he flames himself like for the thing he gets annoyed by.
Remember nice cube? Question mark. But in all seriousness, it's not that deep. Also a meme. I played a game of tic-tac-toe here. I wrote GG.
Imagine he just gives himself shit for it.
I wrote Brain. It's also an inside joke in our team. We all know Rain, and sometimes we give him the nickname Brain when he has those high IQ moments, when he makes a smart play or says something smart, you know, that's when you say Brain. Probably happens more often than not. Sometimes you kind of, like, he says something stupid, but then you say Brain instead, and then, like, you know, you kind of piss him off, you know, just like, as a teammate, you know, for fun, and it's just good vibes.
I think the player
nothing like flaming rain for good vibes.
Me to become a professional player, it was simple.
我的启蒙老师是 Richard.
I think one guy that stands up the most, I would say, is Kerrigan.
Everyone spoke about him as like he was a god in Australia. Like he would just play and fuck everyone up like all the time.
I always liked Stewie, 2K, Twist, and Nico.
And of course the MVP with James and Dustin, who gave me a lot. And now of course Liquid. But yeah, in the past it was probably James, Dustin, Huge, Zeus, Highski. Those were the ones that motivated me.
Yeah, G2 did win though.
You know, he was the guy
it
who
was
picked me up
crazy,
the
man.
mouse, and I mean, I think if Kerrigan didn't pick me up, then I don't know where I would be till this day. And then one day, you know, I see a Steam friend request and Kerrigan, and yeah, I mean, he told me about this mouse lineup that is about to be built. I mean, at that time, I already thought it might be Jover for me. I already thought there's not gonna be another chance for me to join the team. After he told me what's happening, then, you know, I was very grateful for what was about to happen.
As a young North American player, I always watched him on Cloud9 growing up, and I got the chance to play against him like a little bit ago, and yeah, that felt good.
I kind of see which pro is playing more and getting more impact. So nowadays I look more on Dunk.
我当时在打那个就是我们浙江这边的那种网上的小比赛嘛，他就邀请我加入了他的一个等于他那个时候弄的有个培训班，当时里面有现在的弟弟，然后有现在的茄子都在他那个培训班里面。
But yeah, no, he definitely has good qualities that you learn off of, like work ethic and stuff, and he's a very silent achiever, which is strong.
Even before when I was leaving Mouse, he told me there might be a day where we might play together again. So I didn't know it's gonna be that soon. Definitely, again, grateful for the opportunity opportunities that he gave me.
2016,
the Frozen Kerrigan shit is pretty fucking wholesome, I'm not gonna lie. But also, they need to chill with the music.
Joining Navi.
They need to chill.
Just destroying everyone, literally. It's cool feeling like when you can just destroy anyone and everyone at the server.
The person who truly inspired me to pursue the dream of becoming a pro player is Fallen. He was the first player.
For sure, he's Fallen. For sure, definitely.
The guy that inspired me was my big brother. He always believed in me and always wanted me to become one.
I think the person that inspired me the most, I would say it's from Romanian scene, BTN.
I would say very games, like in South, big games, Rocket, Redline, all these
not as good vibes.
Players who play for these big teams inspire me a lot.
Yeah, so my brother showed me the game, he taught me, but
don't one man spam them for me, right?
He didn't let me even play the game because he said like you have 10 minutes to play and that's all. But later on he really showed me the way and showed me the game and showed me everything. So yeah, it's basically because of him.
I remember when he was playing in SK, they have the video on YouTube called The Dream. It's like a 15 or 20 minutes long video, and this is one of my favorite CS video. I watched it countless times. It always gives me inspiration and a lot of energy.
Oh my God, Madfish, ain't no way.
Jaifu.
Ain't no way motherfucker pinned that.
CS. What he did in Brazil is why we are here now. That's why I'm here now. I think he changed everything in Brazil. He changed everything for me. That's it.
I think he inspired more people, more of his teammates, because he was like the father, let's say. He helped me with my career, teaching me the very basics. Maybe they were not that good, at Taiwan level, but it was good to start from somewhere. And then we went through a lot of lands, a lot of ups, a lot of downs as well. And then it's a very good story.
Because I was really young when I started the game, and
you can't deny it now. True. Good morning, Madfish. How you doing, bro?
Like the big 3 names I knew, like back in the day. So Shox, NBK, APK, Apex, Happy, Kyrel, like all this kind of name I was watching them a lot. So I don't have like one player in my mind who would like inspire me a lot. I think it's like this group of person who inspire me a lot.
G2 came into the major looking strong, but the first game may have said otherwise, but it might have been a good kick in the ass for you guys to get yourself back to winning ways and dominant ways. But let me just start by asking you both, how do you feel about the overall performance you were able to put in?
Good.
Good. Thanks, boys.
The match, please. Soon.
Good mood, at least.
I think we did a very good job bouncing back after the Mongols game. I think, best of 1. We lost a couple of 5-2s.
Average chance for a start playing. It just depends, man.
We just cannot allow that to happen in
some
best
like
of 1.
16, 17, some 26.
That much space for mistake, and that's the biggest reason why we lost to Mongols. I believe if we would have converted one of those rounds, I think
everybody's got their own journey, you know.
Maybe not. They still played amazing, but ever since that game, I think we played some very good Counter-Strike. I think there was a clear progress throughout each game, I would say, and then against FaZe, we played perfect Counter-Strike almost. So I think it's a good sign heading to the playoffs.
Talking about the stage, you guys are more than crowd favourites. That
6
you feel
minutes.
like Shanghai has become like another home crowd, almost like a Dallas sneaker.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Every time we come to Asia, it's crazy. Like, honestly, the fans are crazy, and we love to see it. We love to play in front of them, and we just enjoy it to the fullest.
The A game for G2 is very different to many teams, because a lot of teams maybe have 1 or 2 stars on it, but you guys right now have a huge potential with 3 to 4 stars at any one point.
Jello, what are you yapping about, bro? Kind of. All right.
Can be 5 sometimes, you know. Depends on the day, if I eat a lot or not, you know.
I mean, if you look at Navi as well, I think their firepower is also very good, right? Okay, there's not one guy that stands out, but there's always someone.
I just need you to reel it in for me, brother. Thank you. I don't know what you're doing right now.
I feel like, someone's going to be jailed the best.
It's been all thanks to the 54-month reset. Thank you.
Wonderful. Like, it's always someone that is going to step up, and for us, obviously, it's, Ilya is always there, Zaiwo is there, Donk is there, but I would say that our firepower, if on a good day, I think it can be the best one out of these teams.
What do you see right now is the biggest weakness for you guys as a team coming into this playoff stage?
I would say just being too confident.
There's no maps, Madfish. We got a little while. We have
problems with the advantages.
Mm-hmm. And is that like, when you say the overconfidence, like, because you can be confident in the server, you want everyone to be confident, but is it maybe what they're over-peaking, they're going for fights they shouldn't?
And I would say like it's also emotions, behind it. In the game, you just sometimes want to close the thing too fast instead of just take your time. I feel like
my farm does not play for a pro team because I'm bad.
And the comms is like the comms are really good and it's like flowing on TeamSpeak. Like we feel like that we are like that we have like immortality, and we can just like pick everyone and do stuff together, and mostly like we have just problem with that. And I think if we can fix this like in the very crucial like moments and tough in the round, it can just give us a lot of advantages in the future. And I would say, like Nick as well mentioned it already, that this is the one thing I would say we need to work on.
Okay. You in agreement?
I mean, yes, I agree with this, but what I would say our biggest weakness is, I think, us being comfortable. And by that I mean that we enter the game thinking that we can just go out there, do our job and win, but we need to do more. Like, we need to have more energy. Like, that was the issue against the Mongols, for example, right? Yeah. Like, we thought we're gonna go there and we're gonna win, you know, because we're a better team. So I think we need to be hyped always. If you're not hyped enough, they're gonna be more hungrier than you, right? Even though you're a better team, if they want it more, they will win, you know. So I think that is our biggest weakness, and that's something that we have focused on after the Mongols game, and we cannot allow it for it to happen again in playoffs, because it's obviously elimination as well. So
yeah, one game at a time. For the other side of the coin, though, biggest.
Phone call trying to tell him to start the game. Thank you.
The firepower is definitely there.
Yeah, dude. Hold on, guys. Can we start the?
Good. Yeah, I would say it is our.
Hey, that's enough over there.
The biggest strength
Can we
right
get the
now.
fuck on the stage and get this shit rolling?
Like the confidence, you can go like either way, right? If you are very confident, but in a good way, it's also a big strength. And if you look at Mongols, for example, they're also super confident.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big
fan.
fan.
That's the reason why they're winning against everyone. So I would say those two strengths are the biggest ones.
I would put trust as well. I think like everyone is like trusting everyone on the call, whatever who's calling what like in the round, like we are going for it, and looks like we are on the one page fully.
Now, lastly, I want to ask you guys. Snacks, 10 years ago, you won a major. If you were to win the Perfect World Shanghai major, what would that mean to you?
Nothing.
You liar.
Obviously, like, you know, my...
It's a crazy comeback story, bro.
Yeah, actually, it's true. Like, if you imagine like what I was doing like 3 years ago or something, playing with Polish teams, and right now I'm back on the players.
How long will it
major,
take me to fix my sleeping schedule? I don't know, man.
Kind of one of the favorites to maybe win it, you know. Obviously, it's insane. My wife is coming, my mother is coming to this event as well.
That's cool.
I would be extremely happy
really cool.
and like kind of dream to just win it in front of them, you know. Like that would be something.
Favorite
insane.
for the major?
For you, Nico,
who do I think's gonna
it's
win?
obviously the last dance of Nico on G2, and you're going into this major.
I think out of Vitality G2, it's got to be one of them.
What a way would that be for you to be able to do it and get this one?
I mean, it would be.
I thought G2 would have a hard time with Heroic, though. I really did, actually.
It was my goal for a long time, but especially now, with you know, for it being last event as well, it's just cannot get any better. The better ending. So I'm fully focused on it.
Well, guys, good luck.
I did pick Mongols to win it, but I was trying to manifest some cinema. You know what I mean?
Let's see how it goes when we get to the arena.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
The major has never been just a major.
Комета, преследованию которой я посвятил жизнь.
The mission I'm willing to dedicate my entire existence to.
When I leave, I want nothing else.
Only the major.
Masters, I think I'm gonna redeem my tokens on. I don't know.
Это major.
Ovo je major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is major.
What is
a major? That a major.
As a major.
Bro, if this is really just the same guy, there is one person that's made.
This is the major indeed, specifically the Perfect World Shanghai major.
No, if you're watching, which apparently you are because you have about 12
that you guys have all just
you need to stop. This is not healthy. And if you're a grown-ass man, I need you to take a step back and like stop whatever you're doing because this is weird. Thank you.
We've got Yanko, and
Holy
crucially,
shit.
guys, we've got Vitality versus FaZe, Apex versus Karrigan in what used to be a marquee matchup, but times have changed a little bit.
Times changed a little bit. Now we have a team that is FaZe somehow moving along, somehow surviving. The wheels haven't quite fallen off yet, and then you have a Vitality who, for me, they seem to be peaking at the right time. Perhaps
how, as a fully grown man, do you support Vitality?
Haven't won a major so far yet.
Asking the real questions, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. A rematch of the semifinal in Copenhagen earlier this year, where FaZe was able to be victorious, but
Vitality
you do feel the tables are turned now. You know, almost flipped the result. Vitality in much better form, and FaZe really struggling. I mean, you can see it all time, sure, but even just this year.
Why are you being a dick?
Yeah, sure, and even just the 2 wins there. That was the first CS2 tournament.
Actually, no, fuck it. I'll do it. Here's the attention rewarded. You made a joke like I was back in high school. I permabanned you instead of just taking responsibility and saying my bad. You quadruple, quintuple, quintillion, double down all the way until the cows came home. You made about 15 different accounts. You apologized one singular time, never took responsibility for it, deflected, and you're probably a grown man in my YouTube chat on like your 16th account looking for this. Bro, please. On one of the accounts, I actually just timed you out for a day and you so desperately couldn't stay away from the channel that you came in here and you made another one. And then you tagged me 4 times in 2 different Discords to get my attention. If you are an actual adult, stop. Stop. No, it's the right guy. Stop. No, don't care. I know what you said. It was like you're in high school. Stop. You're a grown man. Thank you.
And it's been working pretty well for them.
I mean, FaZe is a team where you know, as Karrigan, you have so many free reign and agency to your individuals to make a lot of plays, you know, to have faith in them, right? And he had this interview from Rain where he said, I think we're just, you know, pushing things a little too much. We're being a little too panicky. We're trying to not play the game to win the round, but rather trying to force fights, which shouldn't be happening.
Maybe he likes you. Dude, if you guys want to go see, you guys can go look at my mob tweet
on the veterancy
before he
and
deletes
just
them.
smarts, in-game smarts. When that's falling apart, questions will be raised.
Also, dude, you put a fucking comment on my engagement photo on Twitter.
Right now, alongside Monacy and Donk. He's playing imperiously right now. Spinks and Flames peaking at the right time here in the year. And then even Mezzy, man, like this is a guy who's been kind of the weakling for the team, but ever since he came back from the little bit of break he had a month ago, he's the best form we've seen from him all year as well. Everything is falling in place here for the side of Vitality, including, of course, the guy you see on the screen right there.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this guy then. Obviously, it's kind of unavoidable in the same way when you talk about Spirit, you're going to talk about Donk. When you talk about G2, you're going to talk about Nico and or Munacy. Obviously, if you talk about Vitality, you're going to talk about this player. He's in contention for best player of the year. I think many people think he is the number one. I'm not sure if I agree, although winning a major turns out might tip the scales in his favor. But one thing I can say about him is
when you have no one talking back. Brother, I literally timed you out for telling a woman to go back to the kitchen when they showed up on the screen.
Game,
is that what you wanted me to say?
The thing about ZywOo is it's just so smooth when you watch him play. He does it with such ease, right?
Is that what you wanted me to say?
He's in the Matrix and sort of sees everything so perfectly well, reads the game on an incredibly high level.
It's not even hard.
You know, from Monacy, you'll see
you could even have come back.
Times and crazy flicks. The mechanics are,
my YouTube chat. You can read through all of his
on a different planet. With ZywOo, it's the clutching abilities, the positioning, always seeming to be in the right place at the right time, and it just clutch.
Yes,
I mean,
he literally did respond to my engagement photo asking for an
unbid. The elimination stage, they were down to Furia, right? 12-10. It's a saved op on ZywOo, and he manages to make it happen, and they win in overtime,
it's
right? Their run would have been much different. After that, they play MIBR in the 2-0 game, and that's it. They're in the playoffs. Their next game is today against FaZe, so he's been definitely stepping up in those
only
key
reason I
moments
responded is because you clearly made about 16 accounts tonight in one evening, and
it's always been about
you're actually making me uncomfortable.
Step up. They have, but can they do it consistently, right? And right now, sure, they haven't had any wins so far in this season, apart from the Cologne win, which is absolutely massive, of course. But Spinks and Flames right now, they seem to kind of hit their stride. They don't seem to be showing too many nerves, even in big games as well. And for me, if everything peaks like that and ZywOo continues to play his game, the Vitality is scary.
Even off the list. Mezzy, he's had the dad buff.
Just look at his numbers. Just look at his numbers. He's just being the daddy of the server right now, because these numbers are smaller sample size, obviously, because this is, of course, the RMR when they went very clean through and they played the elimination stage.
But these I was. Like I said, it was about 16 accounts, and dude was going in different Discords.
Garbage a few months
tagging me and shit like that.
Everyone's peaking right now the way they are for the side of Vitality. Honestly, I don't think many teams remain in the tournament.
With my fucking wife in it, but that's
the problem is for Vitality. Actually, outside of that Furia game in the best of one, they weren't really tested this whole run. The unfortunate thing is one of the teams that they played in that run was FaZe, and they just 2-0'd them in the RMR to go straight into the elimination stage. So that's the issue. I think, to be honest, the biggest problem for Vitality is the last time they played the game was 7 days ago. They made it through so quick. They've just been sitting around. You know, sure, of course you're going to play a ton of CS, you're going to practice, you're going to theory craft, all of that stuff, do your prep, but just not being in a competitive environment for a week and now having to go on the stage, right? I think that's going to be the biggest problem for them. If they can handle that, they're a massive favorite in this matchup.
Well, let's take a look at FaZe. Obviously, a very different FaZe to what we've been used to. You know, start of 2024.
I mean, it's just another day streaming.
Final FaZe can't make it to. How many trophies are they going to win over the course of the year? Slowly but surely, those missed opportunities have really come back to haunt them, because now, how they would love to be in finals again. They've had this slew of mediocre finishes, a lot of 5th to 6th, you know, and even worse in some cases. And honestly, at this major, they've had to rely on the old man Rain to, try and drag them through. And a number of key players for FaZe have been conspicuous by their absence. You see the numbers here, and one of those, perhaps the most obvious of those, is Brokey.
Brokey comes into the playoffs as the worst opera in this team, and that is saying something. Like, this is, you're the primary opera of a team like FaZe. You're supposed to be delivering the numbers, and he's got like what, I think 5 maps out of 27 in the past couple of months where he's gone positive. It's been an abysmal run for Brokey, but I don't want to pin it all on him as well. I feel like even some of the veterans, you're looking at someone like,
you can.
I mean, yes, to a certain extent, but let's not forget about Robs, man. Like, even Robs, for example, sure, he came alive in the final map, against Furia, but he's been missing as well. Rain said in an interview just after they qualified for the playoffs, once we get to the playoffs, we have another gear we can always get into. But I feel she might have the gear, but it's like a Model 2 with the wheels falling off. Like,
Brokey was actually so insane for FaZe.
Is it going to get past the finish line?
At the start of the year, and then he's just...
do that, you need
I don't know what happened.
You need to Robs to get back to the form. But here's the thing, Rich, I have no faith right now.
Yeah. Well, look, you former coach of FaZe here.
YouTube AI
Brokey.
Chat summary, I don't
what's up
even
with
want
this
to
game
know.
right now?
I think the important thing for him to regain his form is just has to, he thrives in the chaos, right? And in fast-paced games and being able to do some of his wild stuff, like that's always been his element. He's never been a measured sort of player that takes it really slow and is super patient. That's not his game, and also he is very good in the clutch when he's on his own, or even in 2vx's, right? Him and Robs, how many countless rounds did they win from that situation? So probably, you want to put him in those situations if you want to succeed, but of course that leads to a little bit more of a chaotic game than perhaps Karrigan is willing to concede, right? You never want to really just build a whole plan and your whole game around
Brokey
one
1.8
player,
historic rating and a middle finger to the Apex.
Working,
you think so?
what is everyone else
see what the actual timing is.
Obviously we alluded to it a little bit.
Wait,
we saw Robs come alive against Fury.
We're not doing
right?
They
had a great comeback there. Fury.
What do they actually have the scheduled time set to? Okay, now?
It worked out the way it worked out.
Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the ad now, so it doesn't play during the game, okay, guys?
He cuts a despondent figure, he's very vocal about how down on the game he's been. And keep in mind, that 1.07, you might go, well, that's fine.
So I'm going to run it now, so it doesn't play during the game. Heads up, heads up, heads up.
That comes with a really inflated performance against Furia to bring that number back up to where it is. So what's up with his game, and can he find a gear individually?
I feel like he's in his own head right now, right? You just look at his body language, and the reason why he popped up in Mirage was he was playing like with a little bit of confidence, with a pair of balls out. He's like, I'm the better player right now. So many rounds you see, for example, towards Ramp, I'm sure everyone remembers against a buy round, just popping head, just getting multi-kills, and it felt like he got a bit of an injection. Maybe Karrigan just whispering to Robs, saying, Robs, you got to do it right now for me, baby. Maybe that's what he needs. But for me, the tale of Robs is it goes hand in hand with the inconsistency from every player on this FaZe side. Even when it comes to the maps, Karrigan has said as well, I don't even know why we're not winning our map picks. They're losing their map picks. So even aside from the players, just the inconsistency in any semblance or any metric you can use to measure a team, FaZe is just up and down all the time.
That's why FaZe is struggling. I mean, their style is really reliant on the players doing their job. It's a lot of default. It's a lot of in the round. You're sort of setting everything up for one guy to win one fight at a crucial time, and that's going to open up the whole map for you, or vice versa. Might make you feel very constricted. So when you don't have your guys winning those fights, favorable duels, you spent a lot of utility and time to get them in a good position, and then they just sort of don't deliver. Like, yeah, it's going to look really bad. And FaZe is not going to magically change their style
if
because
doesn't have a mascot
aren't working out.
For Austin, I'll be
especially against a team like
that
Vitality. They actually don't play a lot of default on their CT side. They have a lot of setups, group up, react in the mid round.
I'm here for it. We should have a mascot for every fucking major.
So guys like Robs, guys like Frozen, who are playing on the extremities, they have to be on point with some of those reactions. Punish some of those aggressive plays if they come their way. At the very minimum, stay alive and give information to Karrigan so he can sort of maneuver the rest of the team around the map. If you end up just losing those guys at the start of the round and you're playing 4v5 with some lost map control, like Vitality is just going to have a field day.
It's also even more egregious for me when I see FaZe, even some of the games they had during the group stage, during the opening and elimination stage, where Karrigan comes out of apartments, he gets a couple of kills to the Tech 9. It's a 5 versus 3. Guys, you can slow it down. You don't have running through the smoke without any flashes. They do that. I feel like they get a little too over eager to try to close out the round. And again, that's such a baffling thing when I'm talking talking about a team like FaZe when you have the veterans on that team. So I feel like collectively they just need to get their act together.
I think the reason for that is they're lost for answers as well. Like, you know, they tried all these different things. Remember, it's been a long time since FaZe did lift a trophy. When you're on FaZe Clan, it's #1 or bust, right? So obviously it's not like this last month that's been a struggle. It's the last 6 months that have been a struggle by their standards. I mean, you know, they lost to Saw in an arena game in Cologne. Like, that's crazy.
Asian,
Never
thank you
happened
for
to
the
a team
17
like
month farmer.
this. So
Thank you,
they've been
thank you.
trying different things, you know, Kerrigan taking more control, less control, this style, that style, right? At the end of the day, you can try all these things, but people need to step up. They need to deliver on the server.
People in Singapore were
until that
running
happens,
out of space because they had too many mascots for every event. Wait, what?
And there's a fine line between being aggressive, being, you know, dictating the pace of the action, and being completely and complete lunacy. Like I remember a round where FaZe on Dust against Furia, when they're bringing it back, they win the first 2 rounds, and like, all right, we got to take the fight to them. They lose to Brox.
I don't know when.
Like,
wait,
you know,
Dallas or
there's
Austin?
a time to
Shelley?
rein it in and time to be aggressive, and I feel like they haven't found that soft spot, that Goldilocks zone yet.
Yeah. Well, Vitality and FaZe, excuse me, there we go, get that out of my throat. Vitality and FaZe, they're both in similar spots, and that is in a sense there's a lot of maelstrom swirling around about whether or not these lineups carry on moving forward. Certainly more so FaZe, there is this air of like doom and despondency that maybe this is their last hurrah. But what I want to do is just highlight the IGLs. 2 veteran players that have had ultimately similar journeys to arrive at different destinations. Kerrigan himself used to be a player, didn't start out as an IGL, learned his craft under some of the best IGLs in the space. Apex, similar, was one of the world's best entry fraggers, you know, pioneered that aggressive rifling style, and then obviously over time, as he got a little bit older and knows maybe those reflexes started to fail him a little bit, he became an IGL. And an IGL never really got his flowers. Before Paris, people said if they don't win in France, he's got to go. They did win in France. He told the crowd, what up now? He had his Nate Diaz moment where he's, I'm not surprised, MFs. And anyway, since then, this is a guy who obviously has gone on to perhaps get the respect he deserves. Let's talk about these 2 IGLs and their styles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they both play old, but
I think Vitality
so far,
will win
ever
this,
since the very beginning. This is only in modern, in CSGO, CS2 history. You talk about Kerrigan, he played his first Counter-Strike major in 2008, right? So these guys are both very storied players. Apex having one as a player and as an IGL. Kerrigan finally getting his in Antwerp, right? But both guys who are super experienced, who are leading from the front, 2 of the best in-game leaders that we have in the game, just full stop. And I think Apex, yes, was definitely underrated up until, you know, he took basically the reins of that team and took them to the trophy in Paris and didn't look back ever since. I think very aware of the type of players he has on his team, how to best use them, and always seems to find a way to win. Vitality is absolutely organizationally
gotta lock the fuck in.
Probably the most consistent one. You look back the last 4 or 5 years, ever since they did give Apex the reins.
I know, I mean, stylistically, it's so cool to just watch Apex evolve as a player. He's been gifted the gift of Zaiwu, and we've had changes here and there, obviously, but the fact that he's able to find his own style, so to speak. And again, a player like, you know, we look at entry fragger, like no brain, all aim, but he's proven that he has an understanding and has what it takes to take this team to the next level. Winning in Paris, obviously, done great. Losing out to FaZe, obviously, in Copenhagen, that was a heartbreak, even though it was a pretty hot run coming out for them. So for Apex, even though this is not necessarily going to be a legacy-defining major, still getting that major.
I think Vitality wins, but I don't know if I can really cheer against FaZe.
Richard, you know, both teams changes sort of looming rumors, right? Like Spinks on the side of Vitality, Kerrigan, Rain potentially on the side of FaZe, and it does feel like out of all, there's a lot of teams that are going through this, that FaZe seems to be handling it the poorest, you know? Like it seems to have really hit them hard, and they're struggling to sort of fight through that. You talk about someone like Rain. I mean, he's been on the team since January 20.
It blows my mind that there was FaZe fans out there that wanted this guy cut at some point. Think about how unprecedented that number is there, to play this long for an organization, always played with guts and tenacity, always gave it his best at the biggest tournaments, and we're like, yeah, maybe we don't want to keep this guy around.
He's not just a legacy player you keep around just because of name value. This guy is impacting the server, man. man. Go back to map number 2. Go back to how he was the one who was like, all right, Captain, I'm going to do this myself. And he was the reason that FaZe are in the playoffs right now. This guy's not just about a name value and a veterancy. He has absolutely been the bedrock of this FaZe team.
Yeah, and look, just quickly before we get ready for the teams walking out, I do want to just add that I agree with Carrigan's assessment of his own team, that we can find that extra gear. Rain said it in an interview as well. There's no better team at prepping for an opponent when they get days off.
Gosh,
There's always a Carrigan curveball looming.
Yeah, that's true, and we'll get into that. It feels like they need some shenanigans from him, a la Copenhagen against Spirit and the whole vertigo gambit. Something like that might need to happen here in this series, because when you just look at it objectively from the outside,
and generally a lot of people don't like
in every
Apex.
single category, right? So for FaZe Clan to turn it around, you need to
are an
make
emotional, loud
game a little
person.
bit messy.
The internet is usually not a
outside
fan.
the box of how you can sort of even the playground.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they'll be able to do it. I mean, obviously, we're going to get into the veto
Shroud
in just
Nav,
a bit more.
Poggers.
We are getting ready to go
Robs,
live to Shanghai for the team interview vibe check.
Donk,
Just some quick
Apex,
thoughts from you on this one in terms of how, you know, predictions without seeing the veto. I mean,
look,
that's pretty much Vitality feel like FaZe.
Scarborough, thanks for the 16-month primer. Thank you.
FaZe definitely should have this one. They've struggled in the map picks, and Vitality, as Yanko pointed out, they're better on every single thing. But as Yanko said as well, FaZe need to drag them down to the mud. They got to get dirty. There has to be a few curveballs coming in.
People actually not like Vitality, dude, the amount of people I have to fucking
they are the favorites
at least
here.
putting time out for insulting a literal child is
There's some
through the fucking roof. You have no idea.
The playoffs, and that's the only win condition for me. Some necromancy coming out from that.
Yeah, people, you know, there's this saying, the wounded animal is at its most dangerous, right? I think actually, you know, it's quite the opposite. Sometimes, you know, you need to do them the mercy and just
people definitely hate Apex more than
I think that's what Vitality is going to do to FaZe, unfortunately, right? Put them out of their misery.
I've said this multiple
goddamn
times.
no.
We are
Scarborough,
just waiting,
thanks
by
to
the way,
16
guys.
primer.
We're going to be going to Shanghai any second now, so don't be surprised if we get cut off. But I've said it many times. I feel like Carrigan
they got to stall for the
needs
production
this
and
extra
for
major in his legacy.
what's happening on the
this is another thing
stage.
we haven't really talked about. When
Bad
you want to
Fish really gets
cement
us sometime, not
your
Bold.
reputation
Thank you,
as the greatest IGL of all time, you probably do need just an extra championship ring if you're going to go up against Clave.
I feel like out of the teams remaining in the major phase is the unlikeliest team to lift the trophy.
All right, guys, we can now go to Shanghai.
We going in?
好的，观众朋友们，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。我们现在正在选手通道里，而站在我身边的就是我们的好朋友帕拉。
你好，美丽的 Shanghai fans.
How did I rate the tournament so far? Structure, organization, interview, cinema.
FaZe are one of the best, most loved Counter-Strike teams in the world. But today, what will give you the edge over Vitality?
Confidence. FaZe 和 Vitality 两支队伍都是 CS 里的巨人。今天你们拿什么样的状态去击败对面？自信。
Flames, two titans of Counter-Strike, Vitality and FaZe. Who will be the greater titan in this arena today?
Yeah, Vitality. 两支巨人之间的战斗，谁会笑到最后？当然是我们自己的 Vitality.
And finally, are you excited to head out there and meet this incredible crowd?
Hell yeah. 我们已经准备好去跟观众朋友们在面前打比赛了。
And Flames?
Hell yeah. 好的，感谢两支队伍接受我们的赛前采访，我们把剩下的时间给到舞台。
最后一张通往4强的门票，究竟哪支战队能够把握住这个机会呢 ？Thanks.
Ni hao Shanghai and hello Counter-Strike fans, because we just had one epic quarter-final, but we got another one coming your way to decide the final spot. Vitality taking on FaZe.
Well, 让我们拭目以待。让我们有请 Vitality。
Okay, so back to the production question. I think considering we're kind of like It's Perfect was major and we're kind of like a stream of a stream. I don't know. But overall, I think the major's been really good. I think the crowd for groups was actually so sick. Probably my favorite part so far.
枪法精湛的狙击手在雾、团宠 Flames 也手感正佳，他们的图池高深莫测。小蜜蜂的弱点在哪里呢？一切皆是未知，留给比赛见分晓。
People like to blame PGL for anything that goes on the broadcast. It's hard to know if it's Perfect World or PGL or whatever, but
everyone is stepping up.
I don't know.
It looks like the Bees are ready to deliver their fiercest sting in a major way. Are they hitting their peak at just
I'm always kind of craving more content, and I feel like the shoulder content this year has been lacking, but I don't know. Overall, I think it's been good. I mean, the format this year was much better.
接下来，让我们请出 Face。
Oh, I'm not saying you guys can't critique PGL. I'm just saying, like, I do kind of feel bad for them because we literally have no idea. Like, I mean, obviously, like, Mike's in their own studio, sure, like, but if that's the worst thing we could critique the major for so far, like, The thing is that PGL does good for Dota 2. They have their mishaps in Dota 2 as well. I just think people are... It's because PGL does a lot of majors where people are like, they just kind of, I don't know. Like ESL has issues too. Blast has had their fair share of issues at different times. Oh, there we go. Carrie getting hyped.
是最强势力。然而，今年的他们似乎还在慢热中寻找手感。杀入淘汰赛8强，向我们展示了这就是老牌强队的底蕴。他们能否从今天起复兴 Face 王朝？
Young, thanks for the 2-month farmer. Thank you, dude. Eddie, thank you for your 2-month farmer. Matt, thank you.
Never count them out, especially when they reach the stage. This is where they are supposed to level up. This is where they do their best work. But now we find out if their best is good enough to finally swap the bees. It's FaZe Clan!
是把两边的队长请到舞台中央。那同时呢，我们这一次要跟观众朋友们做一个小互动，在我们有请他们登上舞台的时候，让我们一起跟随 Banks 的节奏来为他们一起鼓掌加油，好吗？来，我们一起准备，双手准备好，来 ，Let's go。
All right, let's do this, Shanghai. We've got an epic game ahead of us. Let's make some noise for these guys.
I think Kerrigan needs to replace. I'm not sure, man. I think if the FaZe roster is such a...
1, 2, go.
My realest answer I can give you, I'm just glad I don't have to make any decisions for that FaZe roster.
Come on,
like, I actually have no idea what the right move is.
Kerrigan 已经加入我们的节奏了。
Now, Apex, you've had a pretty good run against FaZe in recent times. Does that make you more confident for this game now?
I would lie if I would say no. Yes, of course. When you win a couple of times against a team, I think you get a bit more confident. But we all know that doesn't mean that we're going to win today. So for us, it's focusing on ourselves and do our job. Oh. And we know that if we play our A game, it's going to end the same.
Banks 问他说，在你们的对战历史中，你们曾经击败过他们。今天的比赛，你会不会更有信心，觉得你会是获胜的一方？他说，当然我也不可能说不会，但是这场比赛两边都是很强劲的对手，我们只是会聚焦在我们自己的比赛上面，发挥出我们最强的实力和潜力，希望我们能够拿下这场比赛的胜利。Kerrigan。I know the history, but are you ready to take the honor back from Vitality?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be here. We had that great tournament here in China. I love the crowd. I love the way we are in the arena, especially in China. So just looking forward to a game. We have nothing to lose. Everything is on Vitality to win this major. We're just hanging around and maybe we can go deep.
刚刚我问 Kerrigan 说，你有没有准备好把你们失掉的那一场失利用胜利来结束今天的比赛？他说，当然了，我很喜欢，我也很享受在现场，在中国的观众、在粉丝面前来打这场比赛。我觉得我在这里非常享受我所有到目前为止 Major 的所有比赛。然后我也希望我们能够发挥出我们最强的表现和状态，赢下今天这场比赛。
Respect is shown, and now it's almost time to get into the game.
Of course he's trying to farm the crowd, man. Of course.
Are you ready? Then let's get this party started.
所有人都已经准备好了，两边战队也已经准备好了，让我们把舞台交给 Vitality FaZe Clan。
Yeah, let's hope it's a party. As I said, they got some big shoes to fill in terms of quality Counter-Strike today. And that's the problem for me. You never know which FaZe is going to turn up. There's a version of FaZe that gets 6 rounds in 2 maps. There's a version of FaZe that wins 2-1 in an overtime classic. But let's talk about the veto. Where are the venues? Where are FaZe going to take Vitality to get their win?
Look, FaZe have always been notorious for, trying to potentially go for the vertigo float. I doubt they're going to try this time around. I think that the map pool just looks weak overall at the moment. Vitality, ancient ban, that's gonna sting for FaZe. Obviously, it's a map they do usually want to go for. Now, if you're Vitality, you can basically go anywhere. But for FaZe, I'm looking at a couple of maps here. Do they go with Inferno, where they struggle again and again and again, but that's one map they've actually beaten them on in the past? Or do they maybe try the luck with Dust 2, where they have had a few close games, but a few losses, but it has been close games?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Dust 2 has been the pick of Vitality a couple of times, but they were close games. So if you're FaZe, you also have to take into account they will get to pick the side. You pick Inferno and have to start on T side. If things get rough, that can go sour real quick, it happened against
That's a curveball right there. That's a curveball right there. FaZe haven't picked Nuke in a while. It's a map, you used to be the home map a long time ago, but teams have kind of figured them out and they have kind of gone away from it. It's a map where they still have a decent win record on, but picking it against Vitality, who look pretty solid on it. Vitality's Mirage pick, no big surprise there. They've been looking phenomenal on that map. And FaZe allowing Anubis through is again a big question mark. Dust 2, even though you lost to Vitality recently, you look good against Furia on it. You had a very close match as well against Vitality. So this is interesting from FaZe.
I think for me, it's also you look at just FaZe historically, what's been the map pool for them when they were at their best? Nuke, Mirage, and Dust 2/Inferno, right? Depending on what's available to them. They get 2 out of the 3. I would personally like Dust 2 a little bit more. Rain on your screen is a beast on the map, right? When he has a good day, he can take over that map completely. And for a team that's struggling a little bit with team play, right? Maybe go for something that's simpler like Dust 2 compared to an Anubis, where there's a lot more movement around the map.
I 100% agree. I feel if this map does go to a true map or the final map right there, I think this has been a mistake from the side of Carrigan. Not allowing Dust 2 through. I thought that could have potentially been
their organization was in the process of being caught and potentially nobody knew what was going on.
These days, as I learned in a game.
He didn't know if he was getting a contract. Dior completely dropped the ball and neglected his re-signing, and he didn't know what was happening. So he had offers and tried to make the best decision for himself.
He's got to step up on Nuke.
He played for 6 months without knowing if he was getting re-signed.
Right, for a player that moves a lot on the map and sometimes unnecessarily.
I just got to make that distinction because so many people think that they dropped him or something.
That Vitality is going to throw and then catching
it was just a bad situation because FaZe, the stock market, quite literally the stock market.
From having these swings and there's a kill for you, and some similar sort of strategies that I'm sure Vitality will have, set plays just sort of to punish him and his ability.
I think FaZe are going to just be hoping that Vitality wasn't expecting this Nuke pick to come in, because here's the thing, Vitality should be starting
the season. And they came back, and the worst part is FaZe actually came to him to re-sign him, but he'd already signed the Liquid.
Incredible, just a
if I remember the situation entirely correctly.
Crazy plays, the solid defense altogether, and I'm looking.
And that's also why Jason Lake then had to buy back complexity.
You're rolling back the years. It's such a nuisance there, and then you have to deal
because
with
if Jason Lake didn't buy back complexity after Jerry Jones and the group bought FaZe, it would literally get deleted, the full delete button.
Going ramp, helping out Flames, going for aggro peaks towards Squeaky. The guy is going to be a problem.
Twist,
so I'm hoping, Rich, that this is some old school vintage T-side from FaZe we see on Nuke, or else
a bunch of scenarios, bro, where it's really hard to say.
Could come into play here. 7 days without
they have a lot of ups and downs with Twist
might be a little bit of rust there at the start. That could be the margin by which FaZe could get to Anubis in the future. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely. And again, the stars, the players, Rops, we know what he can do on Nuke, right? As the lobby player, punish the aggression, right? Make it easier for Carrigan. Those plays out of door, out of Squeaky that he so likes to go for. Can he be a menace in that area as well?
Now I think technically the original guys players now own it again, but then like it gets
this guy
the
when it comes
esports
to
side is like leased out. It's really
timing,
weird.
all of that stuff, right? They'll need to be hitting their A game in order to match up against Vitality here.
100%.
Yeah. Anything to add on to that?
No, nothing. Just to add, just to build upon that thing with Rob. So we know he likes to look and everything, but you asked me earlier on, what's been a struggle for Rob, so to speak. Just the fact that he waits a little too long. He's waiting a little too long to activate his looks, and sometimes he just kind of allows his team to die, and the impact's not really being found. The Robs of all would take matters into his own hands, play with balls, and be like, I'm going to single-handedly disrupt the rotations.
Stop playing for your next team. Play for this team.
Yeah, I agree. While we're just waiting for one of the players to connect to the server as well, I will just point out, as you said, Rain, some of his best performances in a FaZe jersey have come on this venue.
Yeah, I think, and also we talk about players on yard, how important they are. Definitely
Isn't
falls
the FaZe
into
brand leased out
that
for esports? That's what I'm saying.
Right?
It's
And
like
we'll see how it unfolds.
I don't know exactly how that's all working.
Side. Goes without saying for the position in which FaZe is in. Pistol round. Some of those early starts, momentum, they need that.
Right, time to go to Shanghai. It is a game that these teams, it is vital they win, lest they phase into the annals of history. Take it away, Sponge and Machine.
Not really sure, man. I don't know, Fred. All I can for certainty I can tell you, FaZe got pumped to $1 billion and then it wasn't even worth like 15 million.
We'll see if that fifth
That's what I'll tell you.
is even accessible. As we get
All
started
right.
with a CT.
I started the game, guys. I did this.
Tagging with that, what is becoming signature P250.
All right, here we go. Does FaZe have anything left in the tank?
Apex descends down the vent. They're starting early for the secret play. So we're expecting the search.
Oh, he already connects. Just saved by the metal. Bullet finds the
4 HP, Zyru moment, Jesus Christ.
Now Apex gets presented an opportunity.
Okay, well.
Finishes off Rain, a lovely double kill from the Frenchman. Frozen finds one back for FaZe. Maybe they can break into this top site after all. Smoke obscures Apex's view for now. 3 through the heavens. They're going to swing through in unison, and just like that, Flames with 3. Multi-kill from Apex. Flames does one better. Vitality off to the races with a hot start.
Yeah, beautiful work there from Apex towards Yard, just capitalizing on that contact that Zyru took. Attention drawn elsewhere, and Dan profits with 2. The French in-game leader, he is going to have a head-to-head against Ray in the desk, highlighting this on either side of the server. And Apex, he's not looked at as one of the bigger fraggers, but he can have his games. And towards Yard, this is where he can collect that information, call those rotations, and if he's feeling it, if he's hitting those shots early, it'll be a great sign.
Frozen asked by Parla, what do you have, coming into this matchup? Frozen says confidence, but Apex, he talks about the head-to-head and what that's given Vitality. They have got the better of FaZe more often than not.
Yeah, well, what a difference a year makes. 8 months
Damn,
ago.
Kerrigan lagged out. Earl, what the fuck just happened? Oh, he's still back. All right, he's back.
To go back-to-back, they eliminated in the semi-finals of Copenhagen. Since then, one-way traffic. Vitality, win after win after win. 4 on the trot. But right now, this will be the best time to take revenge against FaZe.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. I hope FaZe gives us a good game, but I'm not counting on it.
It's just the digs, and they are again the same duo towards Yard, being a real nuisance. Just mopping up these upgraded pistols without too many problems at all. There's a shot from Robs. Can he make it a double? No. And they will be able to retrieve that M4 back to warehouse, so upgrading away from the SMG. Clean start from Vitality. Clean, it's key, right? You discussed it on the way in. It's a clean sheet versus a rocky road.
Opie, I think you should go into maybe the history of how the first roster started, and you probably
You've played
might
4 days.
not go with that
Let
one.
that really sink in. You've played 4 days.
It's ridiculous. 4 days out of what, 28?
Well, in the Swiss, right, you played the 2 best of 1 on the same day, and you put yourself 2-0, and then you go into a best of 3 the next, and you get that done. You haven't dropped
I
a
think I had Vitality winning this in my pick'ems, but it doesn't matter because I had Mongols winning the whole thing,
Suffering from success, and we'll see if success continues into the guns.
Apex loves that play. He absolutely loves that fucking play.
Apex spamming through like that.
And hang on, that's a big head-to-head to win. Mezzi down early on the top side. Apex forced to react.
Super thanks for the 84-month reset. Thank you.
It's Rain that's going to start to progress.
What happened to the Perseverance tournament? Why is it canceled? It was a scam.
And that's bad info, right? They're not aware if a player was close red or going to poke their head up secret. So FaZe with no information towards
and then I guess
think the smoke was forced to rotation. That's not the case. And so I was actually activating with
streamer,
aggression.
I guess, wasn't paying any of the players for fluffy gamers. So a lot of W's being taken around NA today.
Because right now we're heading over towards ramp.
Vitality are going to be prepared for this, given the information.
Well, you can still get the diamond coin, but G2 needs to reach the grand final. Can it really? I thought you had to pick the winner, no?
Fantastic flash. Sets up Carrigan. Apex trying to spot
I thought you had to pick the winner correct. I could be wrong.
Threesome down. Spinks responds.
Yeah, you have to get the winner right, bro.
Broken, and Molly will force a fight out of him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hard clear. Fight is found. Spinks delivers a double. Robs did catch Apex. This is up for debate still. So low. If Spinks gets another, it's ridiculous. The double already. More than he was worth. Bomb now retrieved, and he falls back. Partners up with ZywOo.
Ooh.
They try and stop that plant. Swing open the double doors. Robs doesn't have much health. Safe plant.
Oh my god. And then, wait, Spinks first, right? Oh my god. Okay, nice. Wow, Spinks with it.
Well handled scenario there. They're just discussing for FaZe. They need to make this dirty. They need to draw Vitality into a bit more of a slugfest. Out there coming down to the wire, sure, but good trade work. Good cognizance from Spinks. He could have
already
overstayed the welcome in the window
Rishi
side, dropped back, hunted it up, knew that he just needed to be traded, and beautiful work there from Vitality to secure this third. This towards Yard, really, like, just being a nuisance early is Apex. They've gone for a Yard control setup with only 2 players.
Yeah, I think you need the winner.
Spinks was dealing with that door leak.
Unless they change that, but I'm pretty sure you have to pick the winner.
Again, so it will liberate FaZe to make a couple of extra investments. A Galil for Rops, Tech9's for everybody else. And you want to try and condition Yard to make sure that Vitality aren't having so much room and control.
Well, ZywOo throws some bullets down range.
Bomb first.
Yeah, but it's a cross. And that was an attempt from Frozen. He caught Apex off guard, but a quick adjustment from their captain. Is this bomb quicker than they're ready for? Flames does seem prepared for it.
Has the layering of utility that's available for FaZe to break in. If they do want to finish towards B, they
only
have
those stickers look
kind
of cool in the hull, actually. I like that.
So where is he going to use that? You molly off one side of ramp, you still have to worry about the other.
That's
and
cool.
Flames is going to be hard to push out of this position, so this is extremely tough for FaZe. If they're able
Somebody
to
actually try to get creative with that, with an expensive skin instead of just slapping the most expensive things they can. Although I know that sticker costs a lot too.
Fights on multiple fronts, and Flames will only get one.
Somebody actually trying to be crafty.
Catches Carrigan, Brokey gets nothing on his lobby lurk. And a fake. That's not the plant they want. He's going to try it again. Oh, he's playing.
What happened to FaZe? I don't get it.
From Robs. Look at the restraint.
It'd be like if G2 if Nico stopped shooting.
And you won't even get the plant. Robs
and a coffee ice in there, Connor.
I mean, and it's ZywOo again in the feed.
With the loss bonus, it's going to be a buy anyway. So the
FaZe
cash
is not built to, like, they're not going to play like heroic as much, you know?
With all the utility would have been there for Rops or Brokey, and then
I'm not saying they pug it, but
the AWP out.
The whole point of like how Kerrigan likes to call, how like he wants to give these guys room. The problem is giving them room
when you're discussing FaZe
to make individual plays and like play the way they want to. If they're not shooting, it kind of just falls flat.
Really, at this point, you have to be a full-time believer.
They use at the end of it, Matthew, if I'm not mistaken.
Find that form. Like your NIP Magic, your Virtus Plow.
Almost, I'm 99.9% sure. I don't think there's any
highlighted here by the ops team.
for it.
Gap in that smoke. Apex can pierce straight through.
And remember, they were ready. They were trying to re-sign Twist. They just dropped the ball. So they had the money for that.
Piecing this one together.
They just
Apex reacts to that information. Flash the shoot doesn't play off of.
They finally realized, they're like, wait, that's right, your contract, like, did you?
That main roof potential.
So yeah,
see, really dynamic CT side.
He's already signed. Oh, jeez.
Reacting to what FaZe throw their way. Locker smoke throw. Molotov and fights are found. Brokey, that's good to see him in the feed. A double kill from Brokey.
ZywOo aiming like me. No, okay, never mind. Not like me. I take it all back.
From the Frenchman there.
Oh, this is where we need a Rops.
And they just forget to wow, I think they came back to him after he'd already signed was the problem.
In clutch position. 45 seconds, bomb available. Open sights.
Oh, the repositions from both of them is just going to mean a big test for Robs and his instinct and expectation. Look at ZywOo already sweeping towards ramp. Cuts noise at the right time. Robs continues to walk around with 28 seconds on the clock to find the finish. ZywOo is low. Actually, does opt for heaven. Could be very vulnerable here.
Why they keep picking him? To be fair, he's missing a lot of shots, bro.
Shot found. Vitality keep it clean. Keep it perfect. 5 in a row to start off their defense.
All right, well, Vitality have come to play today. Yanko discussing the pistol would have been one way for FaZe to get off the mark, but now with couple of rounds that have been close. That one you would have really liked the bomb going down because this is likely to be just another one of these half investments. I can already see the investment starting to come through. Rops with the HE. Sure he's going to blow up the sneaky, drop that lurk smoke potentially. So this is where hopefully Neo has a great idea of a pocket strat or something they could run to break themselves in. FaZe need a big round that's going to inspire that confidence because their individuals is what we turn to. I think the long and the short from Yanko's perspective is they need to pull up their socks. Karrigan needs his players to play to the ability they can. That's been a big question around this team. If the winning ways continue for Vitality, gotta wonder, are they even gonna drop a map? G2 would be up next.
So far, so good. It's certainly looking good, like a sunny start on FaZe Clan's map pick as well. Vitality looking more than comfortable.
Yeah, this is T-side nuke, so you'd be happy with 4 if you can get there. Smokeball dotted towards Yard again, this time on the second tempo. Just allow that traditional CT protocol utility to block, to expire, and now you drop out the smokes.
Spinks has got an AK, Zywoo too. Just to make matters worse.
I think the wind condition.
Hang on. Yeah, he catches a nice timing because Robs. He's cut down by Mezzy. Apex as well from the rafters. Lovely lockdown. Just shut down. Great anticipatory positioning. 6.
Yeah, that's the key. They went a little bit earlier. Didn't have a chance to highlight that, but Apex, traditionally the Yard player, up in that rafter. The mollies for backside / heart. Traditionally, at that point, he's in this third-man position that's not going to be ready. They're so embedded within the site that
I'm just hoping they just do something I'm not expecting.
This is great from Vitality.
The fact that it's Apex as well. Started off strongly in the pistol, and he hasn't really let off the gas. Another multi-kill. Top of the scoreboard.
Right, so get ready to sleep faster.
Right behind him. I mean, this is
man.
always, you know, when a captain is on, the team typically.
I knew this game had potential to be really sad. Somebody's like, I get cheered for Vitality. It's like, I mean, I think Vitality's gonna win, but I know this shit ain't gonna feel good to watch.
3 members of FaZe clearing corners.
There we go. There we go.
First blood drawn for FaZe. Can they convert? Can they put themselves at least a step in the right direction of a T side they can be proud of?
Not sad, be happy. Bro, I don't like.
Who doesn't think so? Finds Ray. Spinks his AK as well onto Robs. Lobby player removed in his immediate pivot down the vents. They're just starting to attend to this B-bomb site. There's already 2 players waiting for them. It looks so
Bro, it's not fun seeing FaZe play poorly, though, you know?
Oh. Disgusting from Spinks.
No. No. No, what the fuck?
How has he cleaned up that quickly? They just disappear, Chad. They evaporate.
That was a thing of beauty.
What in the absolute fuck?
That's the way into the round.
Look at this.
This is the quick way out. He's moving. He's giving him the sidestep.
I've seen that one. That's a new Spinks move. He's learned a new ability.
Nah, that's actually crazy, man.
Oh, we talk about individuals. Spinks is on. Apex is on.
Look, 9-2 for Spinks, 9-1 for Zywoo, 9-3 for Apex.
By the way, you know, we haven't seen Mezzy yet. Mezzy's been on a mad one.
He's just anchoring that top side flames. He's over towards Fran. He's just chilling out. Everybody else is taking care of business right now. And for FaZe, another round, the bomb doesn't go down. Well, it has to be a partial.
Partial to more of this. AK to the head of Rain. Familiar tale. As Flamesy is getting pressured, Karrigan drops down. Tech9, though, not the weapon for the job, and Flames is so comfortable. It's his turn in the spotlight. Locks down ramp against the partial buy. Protein expects him. Takes down 4. And Mezzy will get a constellation frag onto the top site, but Vitality's individuals are firing.
I think Zywoo can still take #1 from Donk.
This is the Vitality highlight reel on display. Second timeout called, and understandably
I
so.
think
This one is going one way
technically
and one way fast.
I personally think
highest flyer at the moment is Rops with
that's
5
Donk
kills,
should
but
get
they're
it,
just
man.
getting obliterated.
If Donk doesn't get it, I'm not even trying to be dramatic. It's just like, what more does a remove the name Donk out of your mind, okay? What more would an entry rifler in Counter-Strike have to do?
You go back to CAC, they won the title there.
Like, seriously.
It's a completely different phase. It's not the phase that are in 7 finals in a row from the late stages of 2023 into 2024.
Besides just
it's not the same phase that knocked Vitality out of the Copenhagen Major. It's a phase that's been floundering, and right now that's on full display on our screens. Now, I did say
I just
T-side
don't know.
nuke 4 would be okay, but that means it has to start and now.
If he doesn't get it, I don't know if there's ever going to be a world where an Opera isn't the one getting it. You know what I mean?
As discussed just moments ago, Rob's at the tippy top with 5.
Like, truly, I know that's kind of dramatic to say. Like, there's going to be more years of Counter-Strike, and there's definitely going to be more players, but it kind of feels that way to me, at least. It's just like, if this isn't the type of performance that makes you the #1 player of the year, especially considering the position that you play, like, I don't know.
Go a bit slower this time. It's Rain. Buffing up his chest, spamming smokes, and Robs gets proactive. It's
like, what more do we really want to see?
Asset removed.
Either from your lurk, right? Rob's
the non-quarterback MVP discussion. Yeah.
Last late piece. We're here taking the initial duel while FaZe were taking contact yards. So that's given them an incision.
4v4.
Now they need to be able to find the finish.
Really nice from
Does
Robs.
role affect players? Well,
very risky.
Not directly, no. Like, if you're a certain role, you don't get like different ratings.
Now they're
But
setting up for a top play. The
Operas, if they are consistent, are always top 5 players in the world because of the nature of the role.
Vitality ready for war. Rain is too
Nice
low.
shot. Very nice shot.
That's the ramp defender down.
Hoping to be overlooked, trying to catch that timing. Rain does spot him out, and so now the jig is up. Mezzi readies himself. Knows his site is going to be the target. FaZe smoked off, the spam is clear. Mezzi, here you go. Off you got. Only the one. Important rebuttal from Brokey. Spam on the smoke, but bomb on his back. We'll have to try and close it down. Heaven for Zywoo. Nade awaits him. Shot down to 40.
Okay.
The body shots connect as well. Rain removes it. Apex thrust into a clutch he doesn't feel confident in. And FaZe may very well.
Yeah, no, that's fair too. Like, if Zywoo wins the major and then gets MVP, I don't know. But somebody did, you know, if you're asking me right this second, Donk is the clear #1. He's the #1 rated player in this major at the moment.
Maybe, just maybe, be more ready for a proactive maneuver in the lobby.
Like, he's
the entry fragger in that one.
I mean, Rain.
Oh,
Rain
we got a
just doubled
second
his
anyway,
kills
right?
And simultaneously saved the round. You saw how many ways that could have gone wrong. So many moments when no one's looking at that ramp push.
There you go.
And his awareness that they
And
could
he's
have
done
been
it over
a
more
second as well.
maps
He switched
too.
on today.
He's gone up. He's gone up. The competition has gotten more difficult.
Obviously, action was elsewhere. But it's the little details that are going to make a difference.
He's played more maps, and in playoffs, he literally his rating went higher.
Hoping is many, but Vitality, this has been quite the showing so far. Everybody is in the server, present. We read out the kills previously. Well, now Messi's up to 7, Flames is up to 8. Everybody is firing right now for Vitality. The same.
So when somebody asks me the question right now, like,
we were treated with G2 versus Heroic.
Ooh, is this Zywoo on the AWP? Gonna start it off towards ramp. Perhaps after the first shot. Guard smokes down, Apex.
Come on, everyone's rating gets higher when they play against Liquid Foam.
Early connections, and Flames are very forward off angle.
Okay, 1, that's really fucked up and uncalled for. 2, you're not wrong. 3, FaZe had to play Fury to be in playoffs. That's all I'm gonna say.
Misses his first.
Under pressure.
Rise up Heaven. Sound you heard. Trying to drop. No. Didn't nail it.
You can see the lobby hold right now from FaZe. They're ready for the aggress. They know this has to be the only option. Right now, Vitality are pinched.
Not ready for it. They'll have to hit the shot though. Frozen ready. Zywoo, eye on the scope. Well aware they've lost control of Heaven, so they really are in a tight box here. Ross this time more patient. Let's Carrigan play. Who moves first?
But yeah, unless like if Dawn or like if Zywoo did make it to the final and just like completely fucking owns in the final and maybe overtakes Donk in the major, then he'll probably get #1. And then it's going to become a really very real discussion. There you go, FaZe. There we go.
Stunning couple
That's
of
what they
shots
need.
there.
Sorry, I was yapping there, but that was
going to be necessary if they
a little
want to start
delayed
bringing this
reaction.
back. And you've got to question Zywoo's scoping.
Robs,
close
just
squeaky.
do that
Likely heard from the player
3
on
more
the rafter in
times?
lobby, so that's why
2
Robs
more
is able to
times?
swing
Nah,
his way
actually
so
just do that
premeditated.
a lot more times.
Beautiful shot from him still.
Yeah, still need that crosshair placement to be bang on. As it was, Brokey walks past that idle orb.
T-side and nuke, it's definitely not a necessity whatsoever. The AK will allow you to be a lot more mobile. Not going to have to build the round around the AWP either, but the CT side something that I'm sure he's going to want. So Speaks staying alive, holds onto an M4. It's FaZe, they've made it 2. Best they could muster is 4 consecutive going into the halftime break, and have been able to force out some respect from Vitality. Tactical pause. We've had 3 within this first half, 2 from FaZe, 1 from Vitality, and there's still plenty of cash in the coffers.
Monasty's really got to fucking do something spectacular, I think, at this point, yeah.
Going into the final round for the next, if they can't win this one. Spinks with 4.8 after the full buy. Then you're looking at
Plum is the best streamer in America. He's achieved 50 million hours watched. Hashtag ad, hashtag paid.
Loss bonus will be 400.
I think Modesty has to really, and the problem with Modesty is he has the highest rated, he is the 3rd highest rated player on his team. The problem for Modesty right now is suffering from success. He's got some guy named Nico next to him just fucking going crazy. And then when it's not Nico, there's that guy named fucking Balls going crazy.
Position, he has been seen as the most consistent presence
so
within FaZe, not only just in the jersey.
Suffering from success over there, man, you know?
It's the duo right now, Robs and Rain.
So it's... And not to sound like a prick, I think Modesty's an exceptional player. We're talking about #1 for the year. It's tough. Modesty was on a heater there for a second.
You can tell this is a completely different flavor. They've started flamesy towards the back of warehouse
but yeah,
towards Red Pole.
I think ZywOo is ahead of him right now, unless something incredibly dramatic changes in the middle of this tournament, and then
into a bit of an aim map.
It feels like it's a 2-man show right now between ZywOo and Donk, and right now I'll take Donk.
Taking a heads up, Joel, you did need that one. Spinks will punish. A messy spray out of Carrigan. Rain's gone. It will have to be at this 3v4. A retake demanded of Vitality.
That's the problem with Donk, #1.
I was got 2 flashes.
Nico's Donk's father. Just because Nico literally owns Donk when they played a 1v1 heads up doesn't make him not the most talented player.
Oh, that's a very well-timed Molotov. The restraint on that. Just as they were starting to line up the util, do they have to call this off, or is it really going down to the wire? Here we go. Flashes.
Yeah, how good are you? Nico killed you.
Needs more than one. Gets it with Frozen's help. And now ZywOo and Apex, they have to think twice about this one. They'll give it all away.
Okay.
ZywOo trying to get out of dodge. He's being hunted. They wanted to take it away, and they will. Frozen puts down the orb.
Starting
consecutive
to do some things here.
Now, if you went to the FaZe restaurant and you ordered the special menu, that's exactly it. Your aggressive riflers of Carrigan and Rain helping create the space. Sure, Carrigan should have had that kill, but he entered in and was traded upon. Rain went down in yard for free, but gave them the information. Then you have your what is meant to be star trio of Brokey, Robs, and Frozen to close down the round. And they did exactly that. This round of play, first half. This one's got flavor and taste.
Oh, it certainly has. Carrigan goes flying straight into the loving embraces of Vitality, but here we go! It's Robs' moment! Breaks through, connects onto the double, and immediately the A-site lost. A familiar theme.
Carrigan calling right now. Bro's going for straight mental warfare right now.
Time a connection through the smoke spam of Apex. As CT smoke thrown out towards the squeaky door, will only have to focus on that CT vent.
Did you ever hear back from Nori after she started playing PoE?
Eyes on that Heaven approach.
I went over there, she's still playing.
ZywOo does have the flashbang.
Like I said, her sleep schedule's going to be fucked up too.
A few key positions.
Oh yeah, that's
it's over.
Robs onto
she's hooked. It's done.
Frozen is going to have to hit this headshot. A hard fight from the vent. Robs and Brokey providing support, but it's ZywOo left. Robs delivers a massive round out of Robs. Multi-kill, top of the scoreboard. He's proactive, he's opening, he's closing. Robs has kept FaZe in it after an 8-0 start. FaZe trying to make believers out of us on their map pick.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? This is their environment. This is where they do their best work, in the arenas, the big games.
Oh, now
extremely experienced
drops 30 a game and gets HLTV #1. Nah.
And Robs is the one who delivered them 3 opening kills within that half. You know, whether or not
you guys completely forgot about it, but I'm pretty sure my memory's right.
He's been proactive in those duels. That's a great
Nico was
sign
buns
into this second half
at the start of the year, and then he played this team called M80 on Ancient.
You win the pistol, you win
and
versus
some
the Force,
guy
or the Eco. Let's say you get
named
the 3-0.
Mobs
Okay.
pushed him and his team to the absolute fucking limit.
Carrigan in the interview references MR12 and how quickly those
he rose from the ashes
can slip away, just as Chad
and he found himself again. And then he's like, holy fuck, that Mobs guy's really good. I need him on my fucking team. Literally, at Pro League, bro, go straight to the couch. First thing he says is, "Holy fuck, balls."
Talked about it, but this T-side pistol from Vitality.
I mean, dude, it was
a smoke and a flash on Apex.
And next
There's a plan.
Second half of the year, next thing you know, they're teammates.
Scenes, right? You want that P250 towards Yard to search. Two Berettas on Brokey, one for Frozen. Carrigan with a flashbang in his hand, but all 5 starting Yard.
Pretty crazy though. Like if that was the start of the year though, isn't that crazy?
From heaven.
It feels so long ago, man.
Deliver the fights. That will be a
Orange Shakes with 8-month primer. Thank you. Ah, fuck! I just hit myself in the feels. All right.
Rain. In
who do I think is number 4? I haven't really thought about it. Too concerned about number 1.
Carrigan does confirm multiple bodies out towards Yard. And they're quick about this. They're ready for this fight. Long range. Glock hits the head of Carrigan, forced away.
Beretta's clearing lobby. Rain looking for info. Whether they've been put into a bit of a box to fight out of this phase.
Yeah, Glocks always just feel like they're just...
Rob's accounting for the pivot B.
They were insane in Go, and I hated them in Go. And somehow, some way, I think they feel worse than CS2 because I was really hoping somehow, some way CS2 would just make it not feel the same. There was like this hope that Glocks wouldn't be as
and it falls
fucking
away from phase, out of reach.
Toxic feeling, and they still feel super toxic.
And Frozen get away. Have some upgrades if you do opt to force behind this into the next, and Frozen's actually going to go looking. So Jewel Beretta's in hand. Rops is also searching.
No kid, this seems like a.
This is the first time the first top 3 were this close.
Hadid cleanly found and dispatched of Spinks. There could have been a conversation for that late 2v4, but Rob's now tasked with just maintaining his Kev. And
did Nico ever get 2?
Backs away as Vitality start their T side as they mean to go on.
Be careful they don't.
There was a year where Zyro, Nico, and Simple were all going crazy.
He does get the kill, but the bomb's going to start to be a bit of an issue.
I think it was Zyro's rookie year.
Oh, Spinks got the job done. Will not be able to retain that Kevlar.
Was it last year Nico got 2? Okay. Yeah, somebody. It was pretty insane. And then
Eco. Roki's invested into just a flash.
Major, yeah. It's hard sometimes to keep track of everything. I'm not gonna lie to you.
To find themselves notching double digits.
But yeah, it's kind of boiled down to Simple Side quite a few times, but like
double digits is something that they're not too familiar with.
There's absolutely been
the other end,
you know, discussions similar to what we're having now. However, this is the first time we're ending the year on a fucking major, bro. Meaning, we're talking about who's the best player and watching
they've actually had to play
the major to sort of see who's really got it.
That's RMR and elimination
stage. It's so, oh my god.
And people will question
bro, you realize we used to have to fucking watch this, and then there was a whole nother tournament when all the teams were dead?
If you're one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world, of course you're going to be versing lower seeded
my god.
teams.
And then you have to strike this difficult balance as well, where you don't want to underplay, you know, you don't want to be cold coming into what's been a hiatus from gameplay.
Ron, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you.
With that 8-round stretch, just how sharp everybody was. Everybody was delivering. Sure, FaZe gave us something to believe in at the tail end of that half, but right now, they could snuff that flame. It could be immediately turned off, and then we move to map number 2, the territory of Vitality.
Were you thinking if 2021 was Simple 1, Zyro 2, Nico 3? Yes, that would be the year. Thank you.
Checking in on the eco, they actually took
I was G2, I overslept. The G2 heroic game was by far and away best game of the major.
It should still be fine.
It's just the
I mean, there are other comebacks and there's crazy shit that's happened, but stakes, opener, everything. You should absolutely watch that game.
Should have this one. A bit of a messy spray punished by Carrigan. Galil, if he gets another, now the USP comes hunting.
If you only have time to watch one map or you're like, fuck it, Flum, I don't want to watch the whole thing, just watch map 3, you're welcome.
Zywo doesn't bite, doesn't budge. Door swings open, Carrigan deleted. Clean conversions with these SMGs. And Robs, he likes the feel of that AK in his hands a little too much, despite it being very convincing from Carrigan.
That was almost a moment of
Not
madness
terrible,
there,
though.
wasn't it?
Almost
You were
phase.
bang on about
Almost
the timing.
phase
I think
moment.
Vitality just got
Run,
no
thanks for the
information,
primer,
so they
thank
couldn't
you.
piece
And
the
Orange,
puzzle
thanks for the
together of
with
where the
primer,
stack
thank you.
was. You don't find anybody from phase. You don't get a lick of information. You didn't send any real probe, and then things got a little
You're
bit out of
old,
control.
you watched yes for a while. Pure eye test. Have you ever seen anyone as good as Dog?
Something was said.
Yeah.
And they do hit
I mean,
the unstacked bomb site.
he's in the
albeit
server right now.
drops as they
Yeah.
start charging into lobby with USPs. And Apex probably shouting at his
The
boys to
thing
get
that
that bomb
makes
down.
And Apex
the
would have been
eye
a key name
test
to talk
part
about there
with
if that round
Donk
did
that
fall
makes him
apart.
different is
He would have been extremely frustrated with the outcome.
he
with all things
imposes his
considered.
fucking
This
will
is
on the
the
game,
phase
dude.
rifle round. Rops with the AK carried through. Upgrades for everybody else.
He's oppressive,
Frozen
and
needs to be
Zywoo
playing
is
over towards that top
too,
side alongside a
but he's
Carrigan. Rops
oppressive
is
in
the
a
round.
different way.
Zywoo's
a fucking human CS calculator. He was born the day Counter-Strike was released. This motherfucker has the answer to every outcome. That's not how Donk beats you. Donk runs at you.
Down to B immediately, so straight in with the secret drop. Frozen tasked with getting that early
Donk
information
says,
from main.
bitch, you know where I'm gonna
That
be.
heavy lobby lean at the moment from Vitality.
Square up, where are you?
He
He said, where are you at? I'm in mid.
They're going to do this on a second tempo.
Like, I've been waiting.
Smoke from him.
So it's just very, the eye test is how they do it, not the level.
Drops in.
You know what I mean? That's the difference.
Oh, what a beautiful piece.
That to me is,
now Rob's
yeah.
under scrutiny, but that AK has found the head of Zywoo. Now support has arrived. The cavalry. Brokey canters over to provide support, but now he's got to be worried about this lock. The windows was broken. He wasn't ready.
And both are really like, both players are outrageous in their own right, man.
Cut down now. Carrigan hearing a lot of footsteps.
Nah, I don't like the fade that much.
He certainly is for one. Can't finish Spink.
Doesn't look bad. I just.
Come down to the 1v1.
Oh!
He delivers. Continues to deliver.
There you go, Rocks.
17 and 9. Not a
Guys,
single
is anybody else going to play with Rops on the stage, or
as Rops is closing in on 20?
is this a solo act today?
Around there for Rops. He's really come to play today. He is putting on a bit of a show. His impact again. Now this flash was perfect. The yard's controlling off. This first one great. The second was going down simultaneously. Rops dealing with plays. Nice little one tap there. Then trying to rotate in time. Trades going down. 1v1 situation. And his counterpart on the other side. Spinks couldn't get the job done. If Humble
Are players
Vitality
allowed to
early,
talk
that
shit to each
damage
other?
done with
Oh,
just
no, yeah,
those
they can type to
USPs
each other all they
already
want.
Reaping rewards for FaZe. Vitality
Players
have,
just don't like
Scout for Zywoo,
truly
not
talk
Apex.
too much
That's a
shit
little
to
bit
each other
strange.
because
I know that seems silly, but the in-game
a lot of these guys get along together, man. They're all in the same situation. You know what I mean? They're all opponents, but in a lot of ways they're kind of all co-workers.
Yeah, for somebody else to step in and join him.
These guys see each other after every event, at every event, in different locations.
And on this yard position, Brokey will be his scout.
Sponsorship. I mean, we don't see the in-game chat.
We're going to
So
take
like,
this fight with Brokey in this off.
I mean, at least on the stream, you can download the demo later. But
Rain restrained. It's his time. So I was trained on it. Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem for FaZe. Rain empty-handed up against this.
Luke, I'm not talking about stupid days, and sounds like your friend's a fucking idiot. And he's lucky it wasn't worse. But the fact that he had to go that far back to pull up one time of somebody we probably don't know kind of proves my point as well.
Down, but hold on tight, FaZe. You still have some advantages in your favor. Sure, not the numbers, but the weapons.
No, like I'm not saying all pro players are best of friends. No, I'm just saying it's kind of like
nobody home towards lobby.
Oh, Carrigan.
Most of these guys don't have like some crazy beef, except well, then there's some of them, but you know, usually that's internal team stuff.
He's blind. He's dead. Mezzi brings him down, and Vitality are making this one a reality. Spinks not looking. Zywoo scout doesn't hit the shot. That's unfortunate. Robs is another.
Also, I'm gonna do this.
He's doing everything.
I just don't want that in my chat either way.
Good with the SMG. Flames forced away. Robs needs to activate more. His Flames.
Oh my God.
What can he deliver?
Okay.
A double kill from Brokey. Sweat off the brow. A terrifying
Take out the French scene, and then most don't have beef. That's what I'm saying, like inner region stuff. But I'm saying like these top 5 like international rosters where, yeah, no, not really.
And they just, again, by their fingertips, are holding on to keeping this as a competitive match. 2 rounds now posted in this second half.
Yeah, in your own region where you're fucking throwing it down versus people you played against. Right? Yeah, like.
So lots of damage done. Vitality buy back in. Brokey with the AWP.
Apex talks shit though. Yeah, you see how many people get hurt feelings over it too?
Frozen tending to it. Carrigan smokes off the squeak.
Apex had an entire stadium chanting "Fuck you, Apex" for him
Feels like they're ready
for like 3 days straight. And the first thing he did after he took an L is thank the crowd and said that they were insane and incredible.
Still a minute 25 left on the clock as Spinks is looking for a fight on a jiggling play.
Yeah, Apex is built for it. He's fine.
More block utility being dropped.
Lay smoke wall. Just Mezzy's trying to sell it. Yeah, this util, this util. Force Carrigan off for the fight.
Is it a double pump? Right, they could throw out the first set and then.
Pretty sure he didn't hear any of that. Oh, he absolutely did.
Top hut to be lined up.
This is geeky. Living in the lab, and two of them are on the hut. Flames charges through, double kill. Forced into the fight with Flames by the Molotov, and it's a triple. Finally, Rob puts him down, extinguished.
Man, that's a cool little hit too. I haven't seen people throw this execute in a minute. Wait, oh.
Mezzy denies. What a way to manufacture a round from Vitality. That felt beautiful. Just to watch.
In terms of those opening kills, it could not be easier for Flames there. Two players dropping off of the hut straight to his crosshair. Thank you very much. Lining up for him. And then he's palming into the side, finds Brokey back at the side, flashed up. And Flames wreck House and wreck FaZe calling their final tactical timeout. This really hasn't felt like a close game. FaZe have had opportunities where they started to excite
Someone needs to help props.
Vitality have been in full control, looking for another map under their belt in Shanghai.
I was talking about it at the start before this went down. I said the silver lining for FaZe is that Rain has looked the best he has in a while in this tournament. He did start to fizzle towards the end a little bit, but he's still like been playing good CS. And he's really the catalyst for these guys, but he's not having a strong game right now.
He's had a whole lot of
It's not all on Rain to do well, but it's such, man, they just look like a completely different team when he is playing well.
Same to be said for Brokey, but realistically,
like, if Frozen does well, I mean, Frozen also is having a really rough one. I don't, but, oh man. Well, good trade.
Robs puts him on his ass. Finds himself a nice upgrade as well. They have gone yard, but now pivoting back. It seems a second guessing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could see that Apex really put the leash on.
Wait, look at this angle.
What's going on with Frozen? Not sure, man. He's usually such a stable, like, consistent piece. Oh, man.
That was a golden opportunity. Another rifle, a man advantage.
And a pesky position on the roof with an AK-47. It would be very difficult to deal with. It feels like you might even have to ice him out, try and leave him, and hope that you can rotate and he doesn't chase or find a timing.
Damn, Apex had so much nades on him as well. Like, that was the kill. He survives, and he swings. He swings into that 5-7. He has the confidence, the conviction. And now potency fades.
Yeah, two players from FaZe have dropped down towards the lower side. They bit real hard on that smoke wall towards yard. But Frozen and Brokey, they are in the wrong place. Flames just walking into the A site, very diligent on the clears between the two of them.
I feel like I have to credit Apex, whether or not it's him that has that leash, I presume. But the Counter-Strike and this T-side structuring, it feels beautiful, it feels considered, it feels like a team that haven't lost a single map so far at the Major.
And this is going to have to be a save.
These two captains, you know, elder statesmen in Counter-Strike terms, playing for the better part of 20 years for both of these captains.
And one a Saucer, one a 1.6er. A little bit of flavor from either, but both successful in CSGO and, well, CS2.
Yeah, and now both saddled up with some of those new gen talents.
The powerhouses.
I was wondering why the coaches, I mean, dude, Valve and coaches, there's a history there that, yeah, no, they're probably not ever gonna, maybe. To be honest, maybe Valve's coming around on coaches because I'm surprised that they didn't completely remove coaching after the Hunden shit, to be honest with you.
Mirage up next.
I really thought they were. I was
going to break this one down.
Many people in the scene thought that coaching was just about to get deleted off the face of the earth.
You could get excited about a FaZe Mirage if some of your names were hitting a little bit harder. You know you can turn that map into a brawl.
So the fact that they didn't, who knows, maybe, I guess.
It's not as tactical as a nuke, but again, there's only one bright spot for FaZe. Whereas for Vitality, name me a player that hasn't had a moment in the sun.
I'll remain silent.
Go again. MP9's the saved AK and the scout in Rain's hands. He's been having a tough time.
What did you say? Donk is better at Prime Stream. Donk clears Stream literally every single day forever.
It's a big scout posted, and now a scout tag. The jump is his demise. Into the crosshairs of Apex.
Stream clips looked fun though on Reddit.
Trying to tend to this secret drop quick. He has a smoke, could play that little pixel angle and block.
And Stream had a mouse and Donk didn't, so +1 for Stream there.
Nonetheless.
I think removing coaches are removing an important aspect of the game.
Well, they respect it. One can only assume.
The coach is definitely helping. I'm glad they exist.
A rush for Vitality. Allow this one to subside. Got so much
do we do a
utility
history
for the
lesson?
finish. Even looking
We
for
could
the
do a
boost
history lesson
pre-fade.
if Vitality wins this.
So close. He's confirmed it. There is contact imminent. Dismount the boost, flash and go. Brokey proceeds, concedes space towards that low site. Audible steps.
MP9. MP9.
Got 2 to deal with. Brokey, can he? Oh, nearly find 2.
Man, I actually feel like the MP9 usually just farms
two
that.
players low. And Zywoo, I can't believe
Unknown was the only one getting caught. No, he wasn't.
Once you've lost this space.
No, he was not.
Frozen's trying to catch the timing, and a crazy one at that. Waits for the sound
25.
cue. Steps are made. As he wants to go up the vent.
Hell
Frozen's
no.
got that on lock. Oh my god! They're not ready for him!
Oh my, what is happening? Oh no!
Now get the bomb down.
How is
Both
this
players went
still?
down ramp. There's plenty of time for them to get this and set up the post plant.
Kit on Rops as well. Carrigan's recovered an AK-47.
Yeah, it was like over 60 plus coaches. One of my mods got banned for the coach bug in his open match.
Rops already takes the
Idiot.
fight, and Apex bests him.
That's the kid in heaven.
He didn't use it, by the way, and had proof, and they kept him banned for 6 months because
He
Isak
saves
is a
his
joke.
team from red faces, and Carrigan, you can see, almost accepts defeat at this point. The only route to win this round is through heaven, and to do it silently leaves you with no time at all.
Why is Kerrigan leaned back like that, like he's going Super Saiyan or something?
It is unbelievable from
fuck.
Vitality. Faces pick.
Yeah, the lore of that one chat is Thrice, my mod, was coaching one of his open teams, and he was streaming it. He got the coach bug. This is pure fucking comedy.
And in the major campaign
He got the coach bug. He realized he got the coach bug. He saw the entire enemy team stacking a bomb site, and they were all streaming. He didn't say a word. He watched his whole team go into the bomb site stack and get slaughtered. They lost the round. They lost the match. He immediately disconnected after that one round. He got... Ban him for doing the right thing, or do they expect to report it? I have no idea, man. No, they banned everybody that just got the bug. I mean, famously, that's why Gary couldn't make it. Dude, a bunch of coaches... There were a lot of people that abused it. Zoner was like the worst. Zoner basically used the coach bug for every single match ever since it was discovered. Every single match. And then there were some coaches that just got the bug and then left the next round, and they were getting banned for 6 months. And a couple Brazilian coaches, like Gary, couldn't be in Rio with Furia. The Furia coach literally got to play in front, you know, when they were on the stage, he couldn't be there. Yeah, true. Honestly, all anybody ever had to do, all these coaches had to do is pretend to have a lawyer, and then Isak would have just been like, well, can't do anything. Oh yeah, that's right. Raban missed and yeah, you're right.
Nature is the standard. It is rooted in passion, glory.
Nah, they just Carrier. They just clapped him if they got it pretty much.
Remains the grand event you long to
because they couldn't prove that they didn't use it even for a round.
This is the major. Inbot major. This is the major. Niekto sama spýtal. To jest major.
But you know what? Adren never got banned because none of the North American coaches even knew about the coaching bug.
The major.
Say what you want, guys, but we were too stupid and not in the know
Yes, this is the major, and
Let's go North America,
should
baby.
tell FaZe that because they have kicked the hornet's nest.
Us over in North
with their
America, you
map
guys were
pick
team?
on Nuke, not
What the fuck
pretty,
is this?
not competitive, despite Robs' best efforts to try and drag them into a respectable scoreline.
Yes, it was going to be an uphill battle, no matter.
Eric woke up and literally was like, "Dude, what the fuck is going on?"
Well, the fact that Vitality hasn't played in a week, and like the casters pointed out, they played 4 days in the last
True,
month.
that shows how
because that's
far behind in the meta we are. We're not even
Could
cheating
be
using the coach
potentially a
mode.
way in for FaZe, but
no.
You know, I feel like
And he's bouncing back from really great showing this. Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, that narrative got stomped to death.
We're getting there. By the way, speaking of NACS,
because, you know,
if any of my North American homies are still fucked up and awake,
it was 0-8 for FaZe.
please sign up for the cup. That starts today, Friday. I think it's today.
Inspired moments coming out from Robs to net them with 4 rounds, but the pistols, man.
Please. And then I'll be streaming the Revival Series Saturday, Sunday before the major each day.
Every single player on Vitality were better on any single player on the FaZe team apart from Robs. FaZe went 2-13 in opening duels, taking Robs aside. Not a single player apart from Robs got to double digits. I mean, end of the day, you got to shoot some heads. No one else was doing it apart from Robs.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
if you're not going to play in the tournament,
I thought they were kind of just
watch me or watch Mythically
the map
on Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
Okay.
That their executions were as thought out as you would associate with a Carrigan team. It was a nice comeback there that you just saw to even get 4 rounds on the board.
No NA coaches get the bug.
Down, but
all of them left when they got the bug. And Dren had it, I think, twice happen, but he got it in warm up and he disconnected.
The anti-eco that
Most
they almost fumbled really with.
And it could accidentally happen, but you could also force the bug to happen.
When you're thinking, okay, FaZe, we win this one cleanly and one more gun round, maybe then we start to think this is possible, but even that couldn't happen. It was just a clinic from Vitality.
And also just like, even when it comes down to just the full execs coming in for Vitality, there's one round you could see Carrigan and Frozen on top of the HUD and just getting completely outbrained and out-aimed as well.
And follow-up bug. It used to be a coaching bug that basically gave you Cypher Cam.
Kill spread between everyone, man.
Thanks to 26 with Primer.
Having a grand old time.
Ace, thank you very much for the 4 month Primer. Thank you. Hi.
Side. And for FaZe, it's a one-man show. We asked for Robs to step up. And again, it goes down to the conversation we've had about the ups and downs into the consistency of the players of the individual. And today, unfortunately, no one's woken up apart from Robin.
I don't want to lie to you guys. Like this just feels like the most predictable game so far.
I love talking about Flames. I wish we had a chance to do it a little bit more often. I think he's the most improved player probably in World Counter-Strike across 2024 from where he started to where he's at now. I think he's incredibly clutch, a lot of fun to watch. Seems to be a great teammate in terms of his mentality and approach to the game. Doesn't mind getting his hands dirty. And I think he had a very impactful
What time is the Mythic Cup thing? I went the next
few
days. Forget the exact start time. If you do Expedition Point Cup, it'll take you a link. It'll show you the start time. I think even in your own time zone.
As well, it's about Flames, Spinks. Mezzi is a bonus. Mezzi performing the way he is right now is a bonus. It's about Flames and Spinks peaking at the right time. And this entire journey this year has been leading up to this major. After the failure they had in Copenhagen, win in Cologne, fantastic stuff. But the fact that it continuing to deliver, despite the fact that when you played 4 days of Counter-Strike this year, I think that's the winning condition being met for Vitality right now.
I made a little snacky real quick.
There's still to be truly tested. I mean,
no, it's because somebody used it before you.
Still in the major, right? Going on to their map pick doesn't really feel like it's going to be changing for Vitality at the moment. And Casters touched on it as well. Just very well put together, even on the T side, the details, whether it's utility usage, flashes.
I'd love to participate, but I work late. Nah, it's okay, man. If you can't, I just ask that you guys try to tune into mine because I'll be co-streaming it or the main stream.
FaZe is playing checkers and Vitality is playing chess.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at some of those rounds. Let's analyze the chessboard with the FaZe checker pieces on it. We got round 5, I think it is.
I think this one for me is sort of this game is probably, this is it for FaZe. I mean, it starts off with the different smoke combinations, so there's a gap in the smoke. So that's open. Apex has the information. Okay, doesn't matter. We don't want to go secret anyway. Smoke window, smoke main. We want to fight the guys outside under heaven. Vitality sort of expects it. They keep sending bodies outside for this fight. FaZe sends 5 guys. Robs is there. Everybody's there. They're actually, because of that, going to win out on this fight. But what happens here at the very end? They're 3v2 and sort of still somehow they're trying to get back. They're not trying to get back. Zywo finds 2 more kills. Robs is left alone in a 1v2 with low HP. I'm like, kill him. You know, just keep fighting. If you're already there, if you're 5 guys there, you fight with anyone who shows up, right? Where are you gonna go from yard? Back to lobby where you have no information and don't know what's going on. Just shoot him, right? And for the players on FaZe's lineup or whoever maybe said let's get back is like, that tells you where they're at as a team, instead of just just kill him and then we're 3v1 or 2v1 or whatever it is.
I don't know about five guys, but Vitality are giving them the in and out, right? Just completely just getting absolutely wrecked. I think we have a round right here. This is less cerebral, so to speak, but I just want to talk about how immediate, how quickly they move, right? So it's going to be a nice opening find by Rain here, catches the outside player right there. It's a 4 versus 5. Now ZywOo just lurking around the smoke is going to get a free kill. Now what Spinks does, he knows where Robs likes to play, pushes through the smoke, catches his kill onto Robs, immediately just drops on down, and from here, like, I love the, just very decisive decision making coming out here from Spinks. And then man, this 3K is absolutely ludicrous. All headshots, and FaZe, they're getting tactically outplayed and even individually as well. And look at how early in the game this is, Rich. There's no, I mean, what can you do against that?
Well, like Janko says, you can kill him.
Well, they're not really doing that either, are they?
But yeah, so
I think for FaZe as well, the problem is, even in their heyday, how did they win close games? How did they win championships? It's a little bit of clutch, 2v4 from Robs and Brokey, 1v2 from someone. It's a FaZe Deagle round, right? A FaZe BS round, something like, and of course a couple of good calls sprinkled in from Carrigan at the right time, and you're not seeing almost any of that at the moment, right? Like, FaZe is just not a team. Like, Carrigan is a great in-game leader, but he's always had really good players, and you want to give those players freedom, right, and space on the map. So it's never going to be super step-by-step out positioning the other team and trying to be one step ahead. It's like, I'm gonna put my player in a good spot and then he needs to deliver me the frags. And when the players aren't doing that, the whole system collapses.
I mean, like, sure, when you're talking about some of these hero rounds coming out, we had a couple from Robs, but as Janko said, the foundation is still some really good calls coming out, right? If you look at some of the classic FaZe games on this very map, in arenas, in majors, there's so many cool calls coming out where they're completely outbraining their opposition as well. I didn't see that over here. I saw some hero moments, some hero plays coming out. Robs, by the way, finally waking up, being a little bit more impactful, being a little bit more proactive. But apart from that, there's nothing much.
I'll say, Richard, though, we were in the exact same spot against Furia.
Read my mind. Exactly where I was going to take it.
Your pick doesn't really work out. Everyone seems, to be lacking, and then we go to the opponent's map pick on map 2.
Well, crucially, the decider was the map we're going to get on now. It was Mirage, and we saw Carrigan call a T-side masterclass.
And we saw Rob step up, but I think more importantly on the map before that, on Dust 2, it was actually Carrigan who sort of started leading the way in a sense with calls, and also finding double entry kills back-to-back gun rounds. So he's had a poor first map. Can he step up as well?
Yeah, I mean, look, the good news, as you can see from that number on your screens at home, is Robs is very much in the building. Now, whether this is his last appearance in a FaZe jersey, last appearance with this FaZe lineup, whatever's going to happen in the, great roster mania that's coming after Shanghai, all irrelevant, all academic for now. Robs is here. He's already had a good first map. He's warmed up, ready to go, and he had a monster performance. I mean, one of the performances of the tournament from an individual player on Mirage against Furia. Now, I know Vitality, they are a step up, but that has to be the pathway to victory here.
Sure. Look, I have absolutely zero criticisms for Robs in the past 2 maps he's played so far. Even here on Nuke, by the way, T-side, I said, Robs, you need to be a little bit more proactive. You just can't keep baiting your teammates and playing it slow. He was getting so many good timings. 3 opening duels found in 3 rounds, which FaZe were able to convert in that mini comeback they had right there. My problem is, like, if you're talking about the rest of the individuals, look, you're going to be starting to see this side. I'm assuming here it is Vitality's map pick after all. Vitality play Tex. Their defaulting might be one of the best defaulting I've seen so far in Mirage. Rarely are you going to see many calls coming out, going for any fast speeds or fast stays. Such good defaulting that when you try to push extremities of the map, you're going to be caught out. And when you start going for this individual plays, maybe trying to push towards apartments, trying to push towards palace or ramp, if you're not hitting the shots, there's nothing you can do. You're going to get just choked out. And some people might enjoy that, Rich, but FaZe won't today.
Okay. I know a few people like that. What do you think, Janko?
I think for this one, unfortunately for FaZe, it's going to prove a bridge too far, really, to continue and sort of shock the world one more time, right? Like, yes, we've seen him do it countless times before. different iterations on the lineup, perhaps at times, but it does feel like this lineup, just this roster is out of gas, and that unfortunately, you know, this is the last time we'll see these 5 guys play together, and they're going up against the main favorite and the #1 team if you look at just pure form at the moment. So I feel like this is just where Vitality, as pointed out, you know, does FaZe a favor and sort of puts them out of the misery.
We've still got some time, so let's talk about Vitality on this map and what it is they do so well. Blair was talking about defaulting, but I mean, obviously as well, this is a map that I think if you're able to put up that brick wall, you're always in for a very easy time.
Here's the thing with Vitality's T side, which they're going to be starting on right now. Firstly, they just had the momentum going for them. They won all the pistol rounds as well. Just the way they take mid, just watching the way they handle mid, the utility protocol, it's so really good. And then you have the extremities plays. You have Mezzi actually doing a fantastic job recently towards that A ramp position, the A extremity. And you have Flames over towards B as well. It's like, it's really hard to kind of disrupt the plays they have. Now, FaZe, once upon a time, have the manpower, have that, you know, that extra 5th gear to have the disruptive element. I didn't see that on you. I have no faith in them being able to do anything against the
Bro, people are talking about 5th gear, like FaZe included. Find a 3rd gear. Like you're in 2nd gear at the moment.
Bro, Rob's just pushing the car. He's pushing the car alone.
We're not talking
and they're all sitting on it.
We're talking about the 5th gear. Like you guys are in 2nd gear, like 3rd gear at best, you know, and that's the problem. And you're on the other side. You have a race car who's firing on all cylinders in Vitality. So that's the problem. In whichever way, I don't know what kind of a talk they needed to have in between maps, but these guys individually have to dig deep. I mean, Brokey, one more time, right? Like, sure, on CT side, Nuke, not a great economy, didn't have the op, can't really say it as much, but if there's a map where you can wild out a little bit, I mean, it is Mirage, so I want him to sort of take a little bit more initiative, try to establish himself, try to find some impact in this game, sort of give momentum and imbue his teammates with some confidence.
Even someone like Robs, who has been, you know, the slight consistent force that FaZe have had so far, is nowhere to be found. For me, look, listen, for FaZe, this might be, as Yango pointed out, might be the final map we're going to see of this particular lineup, right? At least go out swinging. Brokey, you want to go for the bullshit plays? At least go for that. Rain, just pop some heads. None of them were there to be found. So at least if it's going to be a 2-0 or whatnot, at least go out swinging. Let Vitality bleed a little bit. Otherwise, just going on a whimper in this fashion is just so sad.
Yeah, he nailed my pre-game prep with FaZe. Rain, just go nail some heads.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're still waiting for them to get on the server. So, you know, I'll say this. We've said something very similar when we did the death segment going into Fury.
Grandpa's are beefing in chat. Oh, ref clutch and
like, whenever you think you just finish it, it's like Lord of the Rings.
They'll settle in the shuffleboard.
It isn't. There's another end. Then
1v1 for the ages.
To the Grey Lands, and then here's a book or something. And that's what's been happening with FaZe this like whole time. It's like people wrote them off. People thought they weren't going to make it to the playoffs, right? People were saying back in the RMR they weren't even necessarily going to be at the major for real. I think this is a team that understands that, yes, this is the end of the line, but we do want to go out on our terms.
What are they alluding to, Flum? When they say this might be the last time we see this lineup? I mean, Mike, genuinely,
that against Fury, and
there's a good chance they make changes, right?
Even a belated Fury comeback couldn't.
I don't know what they'd be.
Change the destiny.
But dude, if we got Nico leaving G2,
right now,
there's so many rumors already.
Of Lord of the Rings. We're going to the glossary of terms and places in the book.
That's why it's what's going to make this so much fun too. Is like
sad. No one wants to read it.
And also one final difference. That was Furia. Sure,
literally nobody knows.
Run, but that's Furia.
We've never had it so definitive, like right after the major. Just like,
and their backs are closer to the wall than Yakinder's face is to the monitor, right? So if there ever was, you know, a time
we've never
for you
had
to
it
sort
this
of
clean cut,
turn it on and
where we end with the major.
Like, it's now. There's nothing.
So you'd always have a major, then you see the performance, and all these rumors would come out. Teams are dead, and they'd play another tournament.
Just let loose.
Players would deny that they're cutting people or moving on from teams. Then like a month later, they all move teams.
We haven't had a lot of time to talk about him. Obviously, in terms of
but a lot of it revolved around the performance of the majors. Now there's no other tournament. Now nobody has to pretend
on that team.
So after this tournament, it's just gonna be like fucking boom, 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 boom. It's gonna be crazy.
Played really well and and kind of lived up to his billing. And obviously, we don't know what's going on with the roster. It's super important for everyone's future right now that you kind of dial in and deliver.
Like I said, the Flom Clips and Highlights channel is going to do fantastic.
This has just been... Look, we've been critical of Frozen, we've been critical of Robs, of Rain, even of Carrigan as well so far. But everyone has had a map, at least a map.
In the Mod's defense,
where
they like delayed this one pretty long.
Pulse. I don't know what's going on with Brokey, man. It just like he seems broken.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I agree with you.
I'd say like
think
most teams
I was
in the top
Maximum Brokey
10
before it was cool, to be
with the
fair.
exception
I
of
think
maybe
his
like Navi. I don't even know. I don't even want to say that. I think every team is going to have like a change.
He had the numbers. He had the delivery. He was getting MVPs.
Not sure GT, but I don't do Gamba talk in my chat, right?
You take that away from him, and you're still left with a player that makes bad calls, but doesn't hit the shots. And like you said, Yanko, he thrives in chaos. So let's get a chaotic game going.
Then it becomes a liability. Actually, that's what you end up with, and you can't have your offer be a liability on the team. He's just a wild card. I mean, he has been a wild card.
I want more people playing in the cup, but I don't.
And I mean, at the end of the day, he just needs to play
well.
Messi
gets dropped from Vitality, maybe.
Like, sure,
I mean, the rumor is Spinks is leaving anyway, so do you really want to drop him?
He's not a poor rifler either. He's not one of those guys who has to have an op in his hand to find impact. So yeah, it's just finding ways to impact the game, even if you're struggling.
And
it's also like,
I think Messi is inconsistent at times, but I don't think he's the problem with Vitality. I think the problem is Spinks and Flames aren't consistent enough.
Right, but overall, it's not. I mean, of course,
Spinks is the one that is like frustrated, which is just kind of like
he's been around for such a long time. You know, where the position is to play a little bit more safe. Doesn't have to be a crazy play every single time.
I don't know. It's interesting.
Just play default.
It's not that I think Messi is like still has room to grow as an anchor, and
seen much from him.
Hasn't been the problem at times.
2 months.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot as well about coaches over the course of the major. I do feel we don't do that when it's FaZe because Carrigan is such an autonomous genius and savant at the game and how he thinks about things tactically.
Not really sure,
but I also
to be honest.
think, you know, Neo has kind of been a little bit insulated from some of the criticisms. You know, X-Taz has never had that
it was
luxury.
actually rumored, this rumor about Spinks wanting to leave
kind of
started before they won Cologne.
Neo's been in the background, kind of not doing a whole lot of much.
Well, I think some of that is also
That's why it was so weird. It was like it seemed like they were going to make a move before the major.
Tell his impact in some of those half-buy rounds, utility-heavy tech 9
so like
rounds
that
and
rumor has
whatnot,
kind of been.
That's why Robin was such a great fit in a way. You know, when you have an in-game leader like
this
Carrigan,
rumor came out.
That's not the main
and it
thing
seemed
that the
pretty
team
much all
needs.
but confirmed. I think it came from KRL stream. I don't want to be wrong.
Like, how do you get
it might not be, but it was a rumor.
And that's what they need now.
We're about to find out if we can deliver on that promise. We're
I have no idea, Raven.
It's FaZe versus Vitality on Mirage.
Well, let's go. Well, I'm start the game. I did.
Done deal then. Vitality's turf undefeated, and that continues into the first map of this quarterfinal, a head-to-head. Rob's certainly present. Desk discussed. Technical pistol to start us off, Chad.
Yeah,
and Rob's got Apex. Goodbye.
Robs, they're into Rain right now. This is an A execute.
Yeah, cost him his life, the fake, but Rain hitting a shot big. Ooh, one back. Spinks has put him on notice. It's the goosh. Carrigan has a whole lot of use.
That's kind of a cool strat, though. You see that?
Down, retake is on. Man advantage.
That's kind of interesting.
Flash.
They smoke off Con at the start, then Apex mollies window to pull, and then they pop out A, smoke off jungle, and then they have a clear pathway into Con. That's kind of tricky.
Messi puts him down, puts him in
Something
the dirt.
too grim.
Kept to one. Important frag back from Brokey, and with Frozen helping out, but still not locked in.
Oh man.
Flames and Spinks the duo.
Kid?
Smoke
No
might
kid.
get them scared. Carrigan does hit the first.
He got one.
He's just gonna have to stick it. He's just gonna have to stick it. A 10-second defuse on the stage in Shanghai.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
Got more bullets.
No.
Oh. Away. One single headshot, all he needs.
Oh my.
Denying the chance for a face plant pistol.
That one came down to the wire, didn't it? Spinks, another impactful moment for him, making sure Vitality keep it clean in the pistol department, 3-0 in that category. This is how it started. That smoke that Apex dropped towards Connector.
I mean, that was great from him.
Parcel of the space that Vitality were able to take. Spinks and Flames used that cover from
Matt,
jungle
main
as
stage,
well
right?
to
You know,
push
we've
on
seen a
in
couple
and allow
today.
him to post up to deny that defuse.
We saw two knives
really
at least, and maybe three in the other one.
Carrigan towards the B site on his lonesome. The rest of his players posturing around middle and A for the time being. There's been Deagles upgraded, 2 of which, one for Rops, one for Frozen. Got the knife in hand.
It depends on how many teams show up, Leprechaun. Run the next one. We're gonna run another one in like another month. You're chilling, dude.
With what should be not too many problems.
Yeah, just trying to entertain. Here's Carrigan.
At this point, Leprechaun, I don't want to be responsible for anything that happens at your based on your employment. So I'm now banning you from this one, and you can't show up. Thank you.
So far, he could be off for an ace here with the Glock trying to track us. Rain Scarpers.
All right, Flames, go get it. Go get your ace. Go, go, go.
Yeah, well, he almost got one on Nuke.
Chop, chop.
That one got taken away by Mezzi.
It's got to be his. An ace for Flames in the playoff stage.
There we go. Nice little Mac 10 ace.
And will we see FaZe buck that trend, Chad? Coming into this second map after Nuke, where they were tactically, mechanically, and mentally outclassed.
I like what the desk addressed. Obviously, the future of FaZe is uncertain, but what is certain is they're in the server in a quarterfinal right now in Shanghai.
Right.
This team, traditionally, well, actually, traditionally not the best way. In recent times, we tune into a series, they lose their map pick. Oh, they go into their opponents. Yeah, they expected that. They're prepped for it. They're ready to go. Well, if they're ready to go, it's right here, right now. It's not a default from Vitality. It's going to be direct towards A. The bonus round with 2 Mac 10s, a couple of Galils, and just, well, one man tending to the site, and that is going to be Rain. Not even from a strong position whatsoever. They might just have to play retake on A as he sees the util start to rain in. The rotation on its way. He's going to play ahead for a fight.
Has got his M4 ready. Knife finds a nice elevated angle. Secured by the smoke and edge the Molotov, chooses not to. Layers to this exec. CT smoke last to arrive, but they're through. Bodies swarming the site now. FaZe man hoping to find something on their smoke spams. Layering of utility. Now it fades. Rain punishes. Spinks on the retreat. Opportunity here for Flames to do some damage, and damage denied. Rock,
okay, nice. Okay, well played, well played.
Only one. And
there you go. Nice, well handled, FaZe. Didn't get bonus. Well done.
FaZe do put themselves
important round.
The defensive board early.
There's no kit in that situation, so
Vitality going to keep it simple, stupid, and just trying to force that bonus round.
Had faded and getting caught in transition, so that was
FaZe finally shot back a little bit. Feels good, man.
From FaZe, and this time it's not an 8-0 start. It's just 2-0 into 2-1. Keep 3 alive, that's nice. If you found yourself in a 1v1,
it kind of looks like that for me too.
Alive, that would be a real problem with the follow-up investment, because Vitality, that's a bonus. Now, you get to bring Zawu's AWP into play very, very early in the piece. The same can't be said for FaZe and Brokey. This time there are defuse kits that can be invested in, so it won't be so many issues.
Check it, thanks to 22-month primer. Thank you, guys.
Through middle with 4, they're going to fight.
Wow. No smoke. They just want to take the headshots, take the jewels. They welcome FaZe into the engagement.
They literally threw fuck all. That's crazy.
The flames spread. Warning shot fired, and Spinks will punish Rain.
Man.
Onto Spinks, nade in response, puts him low.
This is the Spinks you want to see. A Spinks who's happy to take fights, who's going to play ahead on these extremities. And as part of the lurk, this is not a lurk whatsoever. This is active space taking, and he's under 1. That information will be relayed, and he's going to continue to take space.
Oh, Brokey completely unprepared for that.
Jesus,
just catches the perfect timing. The sound of Rob.
Oh my God! Well, at least somebody fucking put an end to him.
The damage is done.
How you doing good, man? How you doing, bro?
Can't get anything more. It's just going to leave Carrigan, who had a really rough time on map number 1 individually, just not hitting anything, not even the broadside of a barn. And he's going to be found by Apex here, low on HP. Switching between the nades, has been spotted and retrieved.
Getting FaZe and beat Vitality Flum.
Whatsoever.
No HP, you get the
non-politically nice answer.
That's another one. That's another brick of your confidence shattered, removed. Starting to look wobbly.
Really, really have to credit Spinks.
No,
there was a while earlier on in the year.
I'd be happy to see FaZe even get a map, to be honest with you. And I hope I'm wrong.
Were late. They never really felt like they were in sync, but now his
team
FaZe
at the end of the day, but
he pivots and takes some room. So really
I can't logically get there without just like coping as much as I do for NA, and that's strictly that amount of cope is always reserved for the North American teams.
Stop a stairs, you don't think someone snuck out to sandwich, right? Tetris maybe, but Brokey shouldn't have been susceptible to that. It's going to just have to be a light investment. Funds not there, and a moment where we've.
I'm genuinely impressed that they're even in the playoffs, and bro, I just feel like I'm hating. I don't like this, but. Yeah, I think they got very lucky with who they had to play as well. Like, yeah.
I brought this one of the.
I think unfortunately, man, things just are not going well right now, and I'm just glad I don't get paid to make decisions about this roster because I don't know what I would do.
For all of the top international teams now, you look at Vitality; they have that recipe
No
of success.
faith?
They have
Correct.
Zywoo, one of the absolute best
don't.
players in the world, in contention for #1 this year, alongside the likes of Donk and Monacy. Well, then that takes us to G2, and that's the similar recipe for success for them. Might be getting Vitality versus G2 tomorrow if we continue in this fashion, but they're walking into the stack.
All right, maybe right here.
Still, the stack up his headshots instantly, and Frozen has done so. The jig is up, the shot is hit. Zywoo does get that late
so
trade.
Much info. They know that there's at least 3 players on B.
Yeah, Carrigan's going to try and push through the flames, and a missed shot from the Orc is going to force into the fight. Needed the headshot. Mezzi comfortably collects.
And by the way, for the FPS comment that somebody made earlier,
hopeless for the two of them.
Yeah, it looks like that for me too.
Job done. Disaster averted. And a fourth.
I'll try to pause play and see if it somehow magically fixes it, but I just think it's how it looks right now.
FaZe had the T-side start. Now they were struggling to find opening kills, but that's T-side, right? So yeah, you're going to trade your teammate. Where's you taking that room?
Have I tried Velatro? A little bit. It's really fun.
Too shabby in that category.
I started getting into it right as PoE 2 dropped, and I'm going to be honest with you, I am not playing anything but PoE 2 and Counter-Strike.
For Vitality, they are gunning for that semi-final, and while they were able to keep that average, touched on the fact that throughout the RMR and the elimination stage, they have a clean sheet. They've dropped an average of just less than 7 rounds per map.
What's wrong with the FaZe roster? Bro, they've just been really... Basically, they won Chengdu, and then...
Let's see if they can make that even better.
They've been...
Nah, nothing for Rops, nothing at all.
They've either been out of playoffs or first rounded in playoffs the rest of the year, pretty much. Slater, thanks for the 16-month primer. Thank you.
An AUG for Carrigan, that's how you know his confidence is low.
They lost the major, they won Chengdu,
the playing field against those AK-47s.
And then they've
Brokey into
just
his AWP.
been struggling.
Desk wanting him to stand up and deliver. Right, let's see him make some of those crazy moves, get in the game. You saw him with that letter to himself. Well, now would be a time to read that.
Nah, people are going to put it on Carrigan. It's not. He needs more out of individuals to... It's like going to IGL for G2 and then Nico isn't Nico anymore.
And
it just kind of doesn't work.
Because Brokey has jumped up for that Palace fight. We'll get the late string of Apex coming through late.
Except
by the looks
now
of
that's happening with like every player.
Of Zywoo. Point man Flames.
Doing it dry. Crouch peek in. Ready, track it, ready. Does hit just a shy bullet. Wants to extinguish it if they continued. Does so. Oh, he adjusts. Like his old self for the first. Removes Apex. Palace a threat. Rain confirms commitment.
There you go.
The bomb as well. Rops chips in. Spinks, this lurk now does need to activate, and it's Frozen that may overlook this position. Spinks peeks in. Spinks delivers. Removes Frozen. 3v5, now 3v4. Zywoo with 40 seconds to work his magic. Mezzi to escort. Start in and losing his head to Rain. Stalwart defense from
All right,
Fade.
there you go.
Nice. Lock it down.
Yep.
Put up a fight.
They looked really good right there. They looked really good right there.
Opening kill in the AWP. That was an awkward position to be in. He had to thrust himself forward into apartments because Rain was pushed off of the active line that he was jiggling info for on ramp. So in that time, you're worried, has a player been able to sneak up close range? But fortunately for him, Apex was extremely late to that. There is FaZe with their second.
Yeah, no, I think Frozen is a really good player, and I think it was working when they were honeymooning a bit there. But the problem at the end of the day is Frozen and Rain just play so many similar spots, and like, but also on T side, I think Frozen isn't as aggressive.
Brokey has already started well.
They missed their
so they lost their aggressiveness a bit more on the T side, which has put more pressure on Carrigan and Rain and Brokey to kind of like clear the way. And then Rain also on CT side and Frozen for that matter. You're getting like two players that they're not playing maybe 100% the way they would want to.
Now Flames is moving. Still by the smoke is Robs. Flames could be caught out with a nade in his hands. Robs reveals himself now. It's a big fight. It's a big fight for Robs. Zywoo cuts him down. Job done though, a 1-for-1.
Guys, I'm repeating myself here, but they didn't cut Twist. It was just a quite literally a one-of-one situation.
Spots the hip of one. Spinks noted.
Oh, nice from Brokey.
He's under so much scrutiny from so many different angles, but Brokey remains the 3 versus 3. Bezzy advancing closer to this bomb site now. The whole team joining him. Working for CT control, Zywoo has the bomb. He will be tasked with the plant. Carrigan reveals his location, swings it to Zywoo, and delivers with the orb.
Carrigan with the orb. There you go. There you go.
It's a one-round game.
Looking good, and the money and vitality not great. Maybe Hero AK on Spinks.
Finding impact as well, was quite labored over towards middle
Hero
distance.
AK on
They've got pitter-patter
Spinks.
to it with some of these fights. We see them start to initiate, but they stall out.
Apex will probably keep his money up for Zywoo next
It's
round.
going to come down to moments like
Maybe
those multi-kills
2
from
AKs?
Carrigan to decide rounds.
If Flames is feeling real
the final
frisky.
throws. Now Vitality.
Good.
Oh, hold up. I was going to say partially invest, but they brought in a Hero AK in the hands of Spinks. I don't
They have
hate this
decent
whatsoever.
enough
He's been
buy
finding
'em.
good
I'm
impact.
surprised they didn't buy more,
How do they try
actually.
and set up for this?
Okay, no, they did. They did. Yeah.
And how the U2 avoid the flak damage, try and level the playing field as the clear of the smoke top mid has been a consistent feature.
It's not offering Twist a new
Brokey
contract,
not
essentially the
posted
same
on
as
line.
telling him no. Guys,
And understandably
oh, man,
so,
I have
because
to-
you knew
every
this was going to
time.
be a lighter
Guys,
buy.
they
Your
did offer him a
expectation
contract. He
immediately is
just
gonna
was
be
already
potentially
signed
Tech9's
because they dropped the
execute into a
ball.
site. Poppy, waterfall out Palace, hit over towards B, exploit that of Carrigan. That's not the case. They're just crawling through
FaZe
the mid-round
publicly
after the
traded,
initial
went
block
from
utility
$1
on
billion
FaZe.
to
And
less than.
that secondary orb.
They went to 15 million. Jerry Jones bought them. When Jerry Jones was buying them, they already own Complexity.
Prime candidate to fall
In the
foul
middle
to
of
this
all that
Spinks
shit
boost.
going down,
Boosted up.
Twist
Rob's
got lost in the
right,
sauce,
millimeters away from
and nobody
spotting out
was
Spinks
handling
and putting
his
head right in the
negotiation for his
crosshairs.
contract. They just forgot,
See the
quite
acknowledgement,
literally.
though, knowing he doesn't have to go deep for this. He just needs to make sure they're not in window. Oh, okay.
He overextends. It's Apex.
That's the vent.
Remember, they should have had to.
Breaks the skull.
I wouldn't be so
Robin
tired if
Cole
that
has
shit
to be the
wasn't going down
forward
earlier.
now.
It was going down. My
Vitality,
God.
They make this round feel like an eternity.
And look at the radar. They should
And
be able to get their hands
so
on this second
Vitality gave an offer and Liquid gave an offer to Twist because I mean he literally wasn't hearing from FaZe.
Action on Rain. He needs to
And
come up massive
then
here. We need a multi.
yeah, you can't just like not can't just sit out and hope that FaZe gives you a contract when they've been radio silent.
Distraction's great. Oh, pull of the
He
trigger
eventually
from
ended up
Brokey.
making a decision, signed, and then FaZe came back and said,
Tucked
"So
in tight.
okay,
Vitality, they make it threatening.
we're ready. You ready to do a contract?" He's like, "Bro, what the
And he
fuck?"
makes it
Okay.
exciting with another. Removes Brokey with a clean headshot on the dig.
Some nice shooting from Apex.
So that
Only
is what
up to 5
happened.
kills, but we're still very early on, and still another team effort game looking like for Vitality.
No, it wasn't like they just ignored him and didn't give him anything.
A tactical timeout called Xtaz. An opportunity for him to contribute as part of the conversation. Just as I was discussing the restraint of Robs, where Apex found a way.
Yeah, I'm
This
not gonna
crossfire
answer that
he
one
did it.
again. We've done that one like 3 times tonight.
degrees that Vitality are having to deal with, and Brokey shooting first
could just
takes all
ask.
the
He
attention.
literally
Rain
did.
gets
Thank
to
you.
activate, gets a 2-for-1 special, and did deliver within that multi-kill capacity. What's the change-up going to be?
Necessary shots here there from Brokey.
And positive that this didn't look as shaky as what happened with the Scout upgrade round that we saw on
Fum,
YouTube.
okay, so FaZe
It
cut
is a
Twist.
really good
God
sign
damn
for
it, man.
FaZe that they were able to keep that one pretty level-headed even after the death of Robs.
No, you're fine, Asterix. You're fine.
And that is another key, that it so far hasn't just been Rops. Brokey is here to play as well. 3 players starting over towards A for FaZe Clan. Put all the pressure on Carrigan.
Yeah,
Solo
Sprinks,
B. That
they
double
did
setup's
the
not being
equivalent
carried
of
through
leaving him on
another
red
round
for
of
like
play.
6 months.
Searching A ramp early.
And then after he signed with somebody, they go, "Oh, our bad. What's up?"
How far did Robson Rain push this?
That's what happened.
He is there to receive. Just a bullet between the eyes.
It's a connector player, but can you try and take the space? Still very risky. So many smokes to deal with. You'd be walking through. You could offer up another kill.
Not a perfect break. Apex not exposed. Smokes out, applies the con. Pressure. All of Vitality occupying.
You up?
Brokey concerned about those extremities. Concedes mid.
Have to worry about the flank. Did Rops fall back or did he continue? That's the big question. He's actually parked himself up in Palace. So Vitality with 55 seconds left on the clock, the timeout, the round has completely changed now. You weren't expecting that ramp progression now. You have to be around now.
Like I
You
said,
have
that
to
was
find
a
new
one-of-one.
solution.
Plenty of other esports orgs are on the stock market and plummeting in terms of value, but none of them
through A ramp. That's Apex.
had their investors fucking basically maybe over exaggerate, we'll say politely, their value and hit $1 billion and then just immediately 95% of them sell off to fucking 15 mil. I mean, Astralis is literally like a penny stock. They never hit that kind of shit.
As Brokey finds Zywoo clean. Another from Brokey. He's back in the server when FaZe needed him most. Round after round, we're seeing his orb in the feed. Flames just getting one for the consolation prize, but it's Carrigan to secure the fifth.
Okay, FaZe. All right, now.
Side they can be proud of. Another gun round.
No, this is good. This is good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Brokey's looking great right now. We're slowly getting there. And Rops is keeping us warm.
Extra $600. Unable to get that to their name, so stunted, and this is the first time that's kind of felt Vitality lacking that polish for the
finish. To be fair, Prismatic, they bought him because of it.
You had Apex, he was standing behind that smoke, looking exactly at the oscillation of it.
Well, my car went over the speed limit. What do I do? Well, tell your car to stop. Knock that shit off, dude. Tell it to grow up. I mean, you clearly weren't the one speeding. It was your car.
Something to think about for them. Apex and Flames gone immediately. Escorted off of the premises of round 10. And this round just disintegrates for Vitality. They're supposed to go searching, but all they find is trouble.
There we go, looking good. Looking good. Keep it clean, man. They need, y'all need 8. 100%
for FaZe quick.
It just needed a hill start to get them into this gear. Looked like that Major was going to be rolling away from them, but now they finally found some form.
In true FaZe fashion, you know?
Well, hey.
Just when everyone started to think, okay, yeah, I know there's supposed to be some magic and mysticism surrounding this roster.
Much higher are your viewer numbers compared to non-major times?
And the doubt's understandable when you've seen them go up against Vitality not long ago, just that RMR, and get 2-0. They had a match against G2, they were absolutely embarrassed.
Yeah,
I'd say
not seen as the same team.
Yeah, it's just hard to say.
Ruined the Copenhagen dream, the dream of a back-to-back.
My numbers are doing quite well though for this time slot. Incredibly well.
They win the last of Go.
Actually, way better than I thought they were going to.
Be clear, they know exactly where that AWP is. Great work.
And the multi-streaming now for the first time with this stuff is
to come in
huge.
more and more. Right, obviously this is one of those CS2 changes.
Okay, it's their turn to claw their way back into a game, or rather back into a round, certainly the game.
True, Craze Wolf.
No Robs.
They're going to try and lock down our middle, and as they do, you're going to see Vitality running towards B.
That ladder room lineup. Geek and Rain punishes ahead of the
okay.
They're taking the B
quick
space.
trades.
Oh,
that's a huge find from Rain.
Rain puts down the woo.
They're in the site, but that's a massive kill to force a 3v3.
To deal with. Vitality are in a very good position to win this round.
Not an easy retake, especially this head-to-head. Frozen versus Spinks is
favorite caster right now. My favorite duo personally is Anders Energy.
Spinks called upon to smoke out the window as he returns. Frozen is advanced and now spotted.
You gotta understand, every CSGO game for me was casted by Anders for like 3 years straight, 4 years straight. He's just like the voice of CS in my head.
But 1 kill away, Flames looking to deny them with a 1v3.
All the casters are great though, genuinely.
Spotted out and headshot down. Rain delivers.
Very well played. Rain stepping up in the mid, grabbing Zywoo was so fucking huge. And then that retake was fucking clean.
A monstrous fan base in China. Some of the loudest cheers we've heard are for FaZe.
And they're finally living up to that name.
Current, one of the new duos that I really like is Jackie and Vince.
Is without the pistol. They got 4 rounds, tail end of Nuke, but that really counted for nothing. Looking like their former selves here on Mirage. Going into the final round, first half, second tactical timeout burn. Xtaz wants this 5th. He does not want to give an 8-4 half to FaZe when we swap sides. That is the first round in this spree where FaZe have been able... Sorry,
no, we literally, we actually have too many good casting duos, actually, though.
All right, highlighting an M4 left at spawn. Taking a look at the purchase from FaZe, the double AWP setup has been brought in once again. This is a nice little boon. If they do have to go for a retake, they can get rid of the sniper, bring up something a little bit more agile.
Yeah, 3 AK-47s as well for your riflers. They've got everything they need.
I would say the only thing right now is I do feel like, and I don't know if it's because of like visa stuff, but I do wish we had like a bigger rotation for the bigger games.
Break of the smoke, but break of the skull. Flames wins out the duel.
Like we have somebody good, but I feel like it might be it's either a cost or like a visa thing for some of the casters, like for Harry and Hugo. I'm not sure.
3 different attacks, 3 different fronts. It's going to be in unison as he pushes out of the smoke. Brokey misses his chance. The back was presented to him, but unable to convert. Now Rain with a bit of discipline, a bit of destruction. Just 2. The Spinks and Sai would put him to rest. A 1v3.
No, come on, Brokey, pull it back. Come on. Oh.
Shut down by Spinks. Vitality respond with a 5th from 4-1.
Great half from FaZe.
It's something to work with. FaZe
I always hate though when you get the comeback, you just let that last round. Because then if Vitality gets this pistol right here, like it's
pistol conversation, and
it just feels so much
if you want this one
different.
to go the distance, you are going to need to convert this FaZe. Sure, you can battle back in, you get a force by going. I'm gonna try and make it easy because Anubis is going to be that third and deciding map if we need to get that.
A lot of teams trade map choices because you know the other team's going to pick it. You have a lot more time to prep and they play it a lot more. And if you're the team that's going to pick a map, like you don't really want to like... Everybody says this when they lose a map, but it doesn't happen all the time. Most people still have positive win rates on their map choice, you know? Most. It's just, you got to stick to your strengths. And sometimes you get burned for it because the other team isn't so far away from your individual level or your team's level that like you can truly separate yourself. And if they get to prep really hard, I also
taking off to get underway.
I could just be a fucking doomer, but I think it partly is this fucking map.
Good luck, have fun in the chat. Carrigan with the P250, smoke for Rain. Made that 2 smokes.
Hey, we got the perfect world UI now. Oh shit, nice.
2 windows start, hopping out. Apex with aggression.
Wait, nope, doesn't have audio.
Okay, Apex, what are you made of? We kind of a clash of the captains to start this pistol off, and it's Carrigan.
Well,
in his hands and a
something's broke.
Apex, Saiwu tracks him.
Holy, this is so fucked.
Just on that corner.
We're like, okay, we're in the Matrix right now. We're like on the perfect world UI.
Throws out a smoke to delay. Chip damage inflicted onto this B site. Zaiwu awaits on site.
Brokey, your ultimate? Give me Brokey.
Flames tracking onto Frozen. There's another headshot favoring FaZe. Things are shaping up, but still.
Oh, we're back.
Punching that code. They know Zaiwu was on the site somewhere. How long will this man advantage last? Over on the bottom.
Oh, there you go. Huge pistol. Huge fucking pistol.
Is that the breakthrough moment? Is that the aha moment for FaZe? Could have been a real tussle there. Apex, the opening exchange, not working for him. Force buy for Vitality.
Well, I think they might get a ESL. We'll probably get another major at some point. I think it's just if I recall correctly, they just have to put in bids. So I guess whatever ESL is putting in bids for, and I think they stopped bidding for a little while. I'm not sure.
And it wasn't Poppy, it wasn't immediate, so freed up to rotate back is Spinks. So
I think the reason why
the lone B
Valve tries not to give them as many majors though is because they already own so much of the circuit.
Starting to kick up a bit of a fuss.
It's gonna feel like a fake for Apex, right? No steps, no commitment. One guy throwing out some util. The rest of the crawl.
Stan Esports Strats usually doesn't track Asian viewership, if I'm not mistaken. They posted the Twitch numbers yesterday or today. I can't remember what day it was, but they don't even include the multi-streaming. They just did Twitch.
For the B split. Apex has not been able to force them away.
Kind of weird.
This B finish. Smoke is up. Bodies are spotted. Bodies are tagged. Good tag from that scout. He finds the feet.
Reason why they don't really hard to, the Asian viewership isn't tracked the same way that like Twitch and like YouTube are.
Plant their flag, plant their bomb. Making a strong case for this one to just be lay down arms.
Yeah, the numbers for this tournament are going to be worse. Like anybody that, and if people sit there and go, "Gee, I wonder why," or like, no, it's just going to be worse because it's in one of the worst time zones to stream for.
To hunt, don't want to give away any of these rifles.
For a platform that has mostly North American and European viewership. Not saying it doesn't include around the world, by the way, but that's primarily where a lot of people watch from.
For us to look for in the early stages.
It's the worst time.
Will they get another round to be threatening? Not have to just operate with those USBs.
Everybody's known this for years. It's not like some secret. The peak time of like Twitch and YouTube for like live streaming is around noon PST.
And the rifles will come out, but these rounds stay stressful.
It's like afternoon
right? You know that it's
to
still
evening.
Investment.
It's afternoon for NA and evening for EU. It's perfect.
There tends to be more risk taken with these type of buys, more gambles, more pushes.
So like using that and like only looking at that metric for an Asian event is just kind of stupid.
Running up the insta window. No, there's a scout. Want to make sure you're very diligent with your utility right now, and even when they used it the previous, it gave them what they were looking for. Top cat and window as aggression through mid. Nice protocol nade there from Robs. Flashes are good too.
Not really,
so sharp on Nuke. Can he continue to hit some headshots? Up against what was aggressive start.
Yes, you can see just how worried they were about the aggressive maneuver. The HE, the flash, now the molly, trying to clear out and flush out behind this little ledge smoke.
It's been 4 years since I had a major. No, Asia's never had a major, dude. No, it's
molly
good.
to clear anyone off of the balcony position.
I just saw some people that like, you know, have some decent sized followings and are usually more in line with like.
Wave of view to obscure the view.
I don't want to use the word journalist because I don't really know if they are. I've seen people go, you know, this major has some of the lowest viewership possible. Don't know, like it's like it felt like rage bait.
Smoke's available, and if they
not sure why.
To cover bench and stairs, ZywOo's scout will get an opportunity to take a couple of pot shots from CT spawn.
He's been waiting a whole minute for any sort of action. He hasn't moved, continues to be posted. Flames goes looking for Frozen. Oh, this is a big head-to-head. This is a big head-to-head! And Flamesy removes Frozen's!
Might just be stupid. It read like rage bait. It almost got me, to be honest.
ZywOo scout does connect. Body shot for Brain finds the head. Arrogant tries to get across. Flames unloads his magazine. Drive-by from Apex actually does some significant damage. Can't try to recover with the scout. A hipfire shot doesn't connect, and Carrigan's Deagle does.
Keep your eyes on the flank. Sphinx is going to come late through Palace.
Yeah, that could be influential, especially now he's spotted.
Oh, the fact that Flames killed Rops actually opens us up like crazy, though. That could be huge.
Could be very impressive.
Yeah, right next to the 49-month primer. Thank you.
Broky's not ready for this. Huge finds the AK.
But then the reflank on jungle. The reflank on jungle.
Second bite of the cherry is so sweet for Vitality. His Messi's good. Mac 10
from there? From there?
They can just defuse.
He can't touch it. He can't stop it.
What the hell? Flame just killed. What the fuck?
Away phases.
Oh, I wonder if he saw him over the little gap.
Swoop. How has Flames contributed so much from that jungle position?
Scavenging that Galil right there. The amount of damage that he was able to do. Yeah, Spinks that late piece. ZywOo with the tag as well, making it a little bit shaky on the way out of the round. Rain sat him in his ass when he went for that second pot shot.
Can't believe
as a third shifter, this has been a pretty good major to watch. I fucking bet, dude. Game rock next to the 49-month primer. Thank you. It's right in your wheelhouse.
The shot, not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. Flames has given Vitality a way in.
Is that a momentum shifter?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Well, there still can be a buy for FaZe. Sure, lacking a little bit in the firepower department. Rain into a
as soon as Rops died, though, in Palace, like, it just opened up that fucking flank for Spinks, which is the real...
Rain's over towards the A side.
That was their avenue back into that.
Carrigan's actually going to push and try and disrespect the smoke, try and take some space.
You excited for the new tournament formats next year? As a North American CS fanboy, that...
Bomb isn't moving with him, though.
Yeah, and Rain's applying pressure over towards B at the same time.
Also,
so they
holy
really
fuck, the overlay's broken.
Where is this? Was it an A
I'm a bit sad, to be honest, because there's all these tournaments and not a single one of them has been announced in North America.
He continues his impact, jumping over the sideline of Spinks on this angle.
Yeah, mini-maps frozen, Mezzi's everywhere, it's fucked. The overlay's broke.
Still functional. Can FaZe really hold off the wrath of Vitality on this retake? Outgunned, outmanned. But time is on FaZe Clan's side.
Now we're all
that
Flames.
Smoke block delays them. They're going to be channeled into just a Tech 9 on Brokey. He needs something special here. Now how's that? A quick conversion onto Mezzi, and he lives on. Nimble, dipping, darting, ducking, finding damage. It's big for Brokey. Down at last. And defused just in time. It really came down to the wire there.
Yeah, I thought that Rain swing, that should have been the difference maker. Brokey gets the first to draw some attention. They thrust out that doorway. Thought Rain on the AK should have been good for
that
one in that
retake
situation.
is
But really good
ridiculous
work
out of Vitality,
man. For a
man.
loop in that one. Pressure all over the map. FaZe can't get into a
MVP
side.
so
They get the
far.
bomb
Oh,
down, but still the finances are the biggest issue. Vitality now should have their easiest round of the second half so far. Likely to see the shove all in from FaZe. Some pistol upgrades are starting to don. Plenty of
Donk
damn
has
Deagle
gotten
to P250
better
for Frozen and Yuto.
The more maps he's played, he's already the highest rated player by far, and he played better in the playoffs.
FaZe Clan's Desert Eagles were infamous.
It's unreal. Oh, well. Yeah, now they overlay super scope.
Be living on a bit of a hope and a prayer, I think, to be able to snag this one away.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Oh, boom.
It looks like they're flowing
Loses
now.
out, yeah,
Like
single
maybe they
limb.
came into this second map.
We're back?
I don't want to say they took their foot off the gas, but hey, we dealt with them on their map choice so easily. Now, FaZe have definitely been showing some finer form, but Vitality look like they're hitting a bit more of that flow state.
Yeah, I guess whatever's going on with their feet is just scuffed up right now.
Flowing, coming into Mirage. Nice smoke from Zywoo, throws it out towards Palace.
If they can find an incision towards A, then they might have been able to fool Vitality, draw that rotation and get into the B site. Now, Mezzy has glanced away for a moment. Rob's yet to sneak past that line.
That's the fight Mezzy was waiting for, and tracks him. Trying to leave the apartments, and it's not that easy. Punching in the code, taking the bomb.
You take the plan.
It's certainly something. Extra cash to splash into the next. Sure, Frozen with a P250. These frags feel like a formality. Damn, the P2K rips off Frozen's head. And the Rain Desert Eagle unable to post a frag.
Really well handled there from Mezzy. Good round from him, 4 kills in total. No, it was the lighter investment.
Man.
But tidy fights for the B anchor. It's a one-round game now. We'll see a tactical timeout called from FaZe. Looks to be their first. Neo.
Always sleep deprived. Nah, I've been getting my sleep.
Find a way out of this hole.
I'm gonna get my sleep.
Should have been double digits. Should have been them going in.
Although, chat, I'm gonna be honest.
In the potential round they lost in the second half, but no.
I don't think Nori's gotten to bed yet, and I'm pretty sure she's still playing Path to Exile.
Has changed the tide. 3 consecutive rounds with the bomb going down for FaZe short.
So what's the conversation? You've taken your tactical. First we've seen from FaZe on Mirage in the face of what feels like that momentum shifter. 3 consecutive off the back of it. Bomb plants in each for FaZe. Brokey top of the scoreboard.
Residual cash left over
Go
for
check.
Rain, and he hasn't bought full utility.
I'll check after this round.
So that's telling that this feels a bit more
Actually,
like
no, she didn't get on Steam. I can't.
Set piece.
I can't see if she's
play
got
for
it
the default
open.
of the round. You are going for a
I mean, she
set
could get on
finisher,
Steam.
and
She
you've
just
only
didn't
bought what
download
you
it on
need.
Steam, you know?
They've sent 3 players over towards B. Up the gates, 2 top mids to B split. Look at that. You two coming over. Pressure.
Immediately applied. Rain coming in.
Oh, nice timing. Very nice timing.
That's a massive start.
Oh, Apex spammed one, though. Oh, they saw him sneak through. Oh, do they know he's in market? Oh, my God, they kissed. Oh, Kerrigan! Bombs on him. Bombs on him. Wait, no, it's not. I'm stupid. Sorry. Sorry.
This one a go.
He certainly could. He's even got the Desert Eagle. Fancies his chances. Knows Kerrigan's his first fuel. Overlooks the position. Just nicely. Frozen has to convert this. All the pressure. All the hopes of FaZe Clan fans. All on his head-to-head. And Frozen delivers.
Nice shot from Frozen. Very big kill.
Converts what his captain started.
They took that time out, and as mentioned, it was premeditated. That was just a B split. That's something they've been working on. We know that FaZe went home between the RMR and the major.
Damn, they're cheering for
We know that they
FaZe.
had an
Let's see, I'm
opportunity to
curious.
work on things in the lab that was isolated away from the rest of the pack. They were one of the only teams to
Yeah,
go
she doesn't
home.
have it on. She doesn't have it on Steam, chat. I can't see.
Strategies that are a bit more veiled.
Short
They pull it
version,
out
I
right
think
now,
she's on
and they
PoE
grab
too.
that 10th round. But still, with only 1 player staying alive, it's still quite touch and go for FaZe. Do you go back into something
Yeah.
set? Do you go back into the default?
She's farming. She's probably like close to level 20 now, if I had to guess.
Charges straight into his demise. Rain delivers an opening kill. Now the CT side. Gaps will start to form.
Hiding PoE2 addiction.
Want to retake some control to Vitality, but in the interim, FaZe have been able to reroute, regroup, and set their sights on A. Frozen again with smoke and mirrors, selling B pressure.
Come on,
Follow
FaZe.
through isn't there. Mezzi playing a tucked-in angle, and now Utility dons A.
Okay, they're going to be behind these smokes.
Apex running
no, they're not. Apex!
Apex, bro, that smoke was not there.
Eats flashbangs.
He thought it was a different smoke util. He thought it was a different main set.
This is a 5v3 situation. If Flames can't find anything, you're going to want to hold on to these guns. You know that there was B pressure, and the position of Frozen, he hasn't moved a muscle. That puts him in a great spot to be able to remove these guns on the hunt. If they're loud, he'll be able to communicate that.
This is a real power play here from Frozen.
They've made noise.
Knows there's two, hears them, communicates and relays that information. There is a player from behind. Flames might be able to deny here. Works it out. Is that a warning shot? Bang forces him forward. Flames trying to get this threat nullified and dealt with. So the rifle's likely to be brought through, an upgrade for Flames for the frag. But it's a FaZe Clan 11th.
Is it confirmed Sphinx is leaving? No. Nothing's confirmed anywhere, guys. It's just a whole bunch of like people trying to predict the future, and that was definitely one of the rumors before Vitality won Cologne.
Timeout. Vitality are well and truly under pressure. Saves coming through does enable another full buy. Zowie still has the AWP. There's defuse kits, everything they could hope for to defend. Nextdoor is trying to slap them back into this. This is their map choice. This is Mirage. Up next, Anubis. And if you look at the history between these two teams on the map,
very much for the Twitch farmer. Thank you.
It was a crazy game when Anubis was kind of just first coming
G2
to the map.
rumor?
It was
What, you mean
insane.
like Nico and... Yeah.
12-1, crazy comeback. Even could have been CSGO. It could have been a 14-1, right? You're going to have to really go back in the history books. But history hopefully could be telling of an absolute banger, an absolute barn burner. This one not done yet. Just a 3-round gap for Vitality to try and claw back. FaZe, one more necessary to secure overtime at a minimum. But they haven't let this get away from them. They have stayed in contention. They are not done in Shanghai just yet.
Haven't been consumed by that loss on your map pick, but for FaZe, perhaps it is just business as usual. Take their opponents, just 2 rounds separate, but this time Karrigan's called his boys out mid behind the window smoke.
Careful, Apex, you might get more than you bargained for, bro.
Just conga lining straight into connector.
That con smoke, guys, is their assault.
There's no spam, there's no mollies, there's no tell that this is about to explode in their face.
Cyber flashed off now, the penny drops. Cyber, what can you do? Missed your shot between the wickets. Responds onto Karrigan, Frozen though, caught Apex, charging through jungle, trying to react. And FaZe set for success. Zywa's gonna have to do something impressive. Mezzi and Spinks not even looking like they're going for it.
2,400 loss bonus into the next round. You just have to take a quick look, like you don't add up.
Oh my God, they're saving. They're saving. 12.
Very nice, very nice.
Rounds, right? These two of these really explosive rounds from FaZe. It was the B split to get things started, where they threw the util B, and then it was the late cap play from Brain coming in behind, dealing with Zywa.
What is it actually
this time
called?
they've thrown the util mid. Vitality have been conditioned to worry more about the sites. So they weren't playing for a mid control. They weren't in their face. Nobody jumped out connected. Nobody ran out mid playing behind the smoke. They were just very light on in the mid department.
I've been playing Armor Barb. Yeah, it's weird. I've been playing Warbringer Armor Break
Then they
Thunder.
explode. Flashes come over. Util's there. Well rehearsed from FaZe. And these two
I walk
key
around and bonk
explosive
things on
rounds
the head.
with the pistol in this second
And
half
then I can
are the
blow
clear
shit up when I
difference
slam the
makers.
ground.
Vitality are just getting rattled. It's happening and they have absolutely no idea.
Inspired run from FaZe. The calls, Chad highlights just how impressive it has been. 4 map points.
And it's not the Rob show. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. Brokey's been here to play. Rain finding contributions. Frozen in the clutch and Carrigan calling a good game.
Zywa sent to middle to ensure that won't happen again. Peeks around his own smoke. Brokey boosted up. Flash is good. Zywa spotted. Rain unable to finish it off cleanly. Nade and flashes though. He's in trouble.
Sounds satisfying? Yeah, it's chill. I like it. 4v4? Alright, come on. Come on, FaZe.
Spinks has kept us level. Removes Karrigan top mid.
Ah, that's their side
Brokey bomb
says.
and an AWP. And time to search. Mid is now FaZe's. Shanghai wants a third.
FaZe at the brakes. Sit, and they wait for the aggressive maneuver. We can see on board
Mezzi's about to get a lot of info. For 1 minute remaining, they could come back and re-clear him. He might actually overflank this.
Into Frozen's crosshair.
It kind of depends on what happens with Flames here. Flames is going to say he has ramp.
For this mid-information.
Oh, Mezzi. If they go up for B, it's really bad. Nope, Mezzi cleared mid. They didn't go up for B.
So 2A. Picture starting to become clear. It's hard to track though. Just the toes. Flames mantles up to evade.
Everybody will be on A for Vitality in time. 25 seconds.
They have to go.
Holy shit, Flames.
Positions, knows he can play the clock. It's against FaZe now, but headshots required. Rain spotted out. The setup's potent. Frozen
oh my Frozen.
To the site. Double headshot. Double trouble. Frozen another. It's just Spinks. Standing between them and FaZe. Force a third map. Just when you doubt
there it is.
Just when you think
map 3. Alright, I said I was sitting down for map 2 until FaZe showed me something. We're back to standing.
Delivering here in Shanghai. Vitality will not remain flawless. They will drop their first map of their major cycle so far to FaZe. A team that has looked down, a team that has looked out, but a team that forces this the distance.
Check the Gamba stats, Slum. Oh god, how many VIPs did we just pay out? Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I
need a shower. Thank you, MacBook. Map 3's Anubis, MacBook. Did I stutter, Jagati? Did I fucking stutter, buddy? I might have, to be honest. I get really nervous. Iron Penguin, thank you so much for the 20-month primer. Guys, thank you so fucking much for the primers, prime forgetters, the follows on Twitch, subscribers on YouTube. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Right, I'm gonna go see what level Nori is right now in PoE 2. Hold on.
I can smile through an interview. All guys I lift the trophy. ובנימוס ארשום GG.
Or shout out the effort in celebration.
Someone asked me. Why not here?
Why not now? This is the major.
This is the major. This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major. The a major.
Never mind.
Major.
She actually did go to bed.
This is a major.
Yes,
this is the major, and it's shaping up to be a great day of quarterfinals. FaZe are making a series of it, and they have taken Vitality's pick. And guys, you know, look, I don't want to say I'm prophesizing sometimes, but I did say Mirage. We saw Carrigan, you know, do a masterclass on it against Fury.
Nori used to only do hardcore runs at PoE. I'm not trolling.
But once again, they've come alive when they really needed it.
It's crazy how every time we count this team out, like every time you saw it against Fury as well, we count them out and they come alive. They found the fifth gear. Rain was talking about it. We have the fifth gear. They found it. Everyone finally woke up. And I think the difference here for me, Richard in particular, is they finally played like they believed. They played with conviction. They were taking the fights. And we said Robs needed a little bit of help. And maybe, I don't know, maybe Neo gave them a speech. Rich, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Carrigan telling them, you need to start to believe. And that's what happened here.
It's just freakish, Richard. FaZe have a fetish at this point in time. I feel like it really does have to be the last moment in the tournament before they show up to play. Doesn't matter which map it is, doesn't matter who the opponent is, right? Like that's when they decide to start playing some damn Counter-Strike. And this one, even at the very beginning, did not go their way. I mean, they were 4-1
Devil
down
Donkey, thanks for 50 month reset, beautiful.
On the CT side, going on to win 6 rounds in a row to get it up to 7-4, finally firing on all cylinders. Finally, we see Brokey with that AWP managing to find some impact.
And it's also like, just to emphasize what a turnaround this has been Vitality's worst loss on this map all year. It's tied when they lost to G2, where they had Jax playing in the World Finals, and when they played Mouse early in the year. This is FaZe just completely switching on and just smacking Vitality.
And first map they've dropped at this major.
How many minutes will Anubis starts? It's usually 15-20 minutes in between maps.
But also, I mean, look, I talked to
Cameron, thanks for 35-month primer. Thank you.
Wall, that CT
and no,
side,
it's not because these guys are yapping all the time. It's because the players take a break.
Has been
everybody gets their banana.
Now, look. Everything we just said about Rops
yeah,
in the previous segment,
fuck this.
we now get to repeat. That's all we really do on desks anyway for everyone.
Ad nauseum.
Yeah, it's just the same narratives with the names changed. But Brokey obviously did find a game, and he really needed one. I've got to say, like, it's not just this major where he's been disappointing. He's been on the outs for a while, but this was a monstrous performance.
But just look at the kill feed on this graphic, right? We were saying FaZe was down 4-1. Look at round number 6. Brokey 1 kill, 7, 2. Like he would get a kill every single round or 2 kills for the remainder of the half, and that was the main reason why FaZe was able to stack rounds together. When they were making an aggressive play, when Robs was trying to make a move, Brokey was ready for the reactions, or it was him himself who was the aggressor, who was finding openings, who was pushing apartments like we saw here, right? And finally being able to put his stamp on this game.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at all the kills he's getting over here, you know, just so confident. There's a difference in the way he's approaching these peaks. Going for the peak into Zywoo, knowing there's someone over there, instead of playing scared. And if you look at a lot of his positionings here, Richard, as a prelude to this map, we said as long as he plays his game, there's no need to go for crazy stuff and no-scopes and running into the middle of the side. Just do what an op is supposed to do in Mirage, and he did it with aplomb. That's what we needed all this while.
Well, if I had to use a word for it, it would be the same word for my scooter, mobility. He was all over the map. He was able to, you know, get those picks, and he just hasn't played with that kind of verve at this event. Like, that was really, I mean, hands down his best performance.
Oh, yeah, easily by far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main difference between some of FaZe's previous games and this one, I think you could also tell how it started. We were talking about it, like him playing better is going to imbue his teammates with confidence. That's what happened. Guys all of a sudden started picking up the slack. We had that round where they were in a 3v3 retake where Vitality had the whole of B, right, frozen, somehow wins the fight coming from B apartments against Pinks, and they get the last second defuse. Like, those are the types of rounds that we see FaZe win, where they're on a roll that they're not supposed to win.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's also like, sure,
I think this one was, though, like, moving on to the T side, this was the pace changer from Carrigan, right? The fast B split, as Vitality is getting on a roll to win rounds together, he makes a great call, but what does he do as well? He pushes through the smoke, makes a play, finds 2 more kills. We saw it on Dust 2 with the B splits and him being the tip of the spear. Here it's another B split, right, with him in all the chaos, makes a Carrigan-esque sort of a play, pushing through the smoke, finds 2 more kills, and this was the first one on a sequence of rounds that FaZe went on to close out the game.
It's such a quintessential round from FaZe as well, because Zywoo is just locked into a short. Remember where you are. You're in an arena. How many times have you seen calls like this from FaZe saying, just run up Rain, run up Twist back then, go for the kill. He had no idea Rain was just running up right there. But what I really like from the side of FaZe, apart from, of course, Brokey popping off, apart from, of course, some crazy rounds like that from Carrigan, was I kept saying about the mid defaulting from Vitality. Really, really good. What I like from FaZe, the way they were very patient. Rain was playing like, I'm the better player in the server. He was peeking out, outdueling Zywoo. They seem to have Vitality's number on the T side. And when they realize, hey, there's no need to fight anymore, there's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds remaining, they fall back onto the bomb sites. Textbook CS, but the most important thing, the difference maker here, were the individuals had woken up.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it bodes very well for FaZe when Carrigan is able to have those individual moments. He's always good for 1 or 2 crazy rounds, even when he's at the bottom of the scoreboard. Also, as well, the way they got the game over the line, the last round. Frozen. I mean, this is another player stepping up to the plate for FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about him kind of a little bit slow in this series, right? You can see FaZe in control. It's a 4v4. Clock is running low. Vitality trying to find some extra information. The patience of FaZe sort of pays off in this situation, but even though Vitality is on the rotate, Frozen is just going to hit a couple of blinders. I mean, you can see Vitality is in position, Apex in a little bit of a Joker position there, not to be expected, but Frozen doesn't give a damn. I mean, he just completely deletes him off the server, going to find one more here, and that's FaZe finishing it off against Vitality on Mirage.
Yeah, and that's obviously as well a player imbued with confidence at the end. They can see the victory on the map within touching distance, but they don't always play like that. Look, Vitality, they knew what they were getting into when they were taking on FaZe. They knew there was going to be the Karrigan curveball. They knew it wasn't going to be easy. Even a down-and-out FaZe is very dangerous. But now we start turning our attentions to Anubis. And you did say in the veto, Blair, you were kind of a little bit worried about this one.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. It was FaZe who had the opportunity to decide, are we going to play Dust 2, where we lost to Vitality, albeit it was 13-11, a very close fashion, a map where they have looked better. They beat Fury very convincingly as well. They could have taken it there. Instead, he said, no, I'm going to take it into the mud. It's Anubis, a map that, one of the weaker maps of Vitality, who have a very solid map pool overall. I think they have like a 40% win rate or something in the past 4 or 5 months. And FaZe are like, yeah, we're going to take it there. We're going to play it right there. This map, all bets are off. Like, you saw the way FaZe completely mentally turned it around. And now you're playing a map where neither of these two teams have really had much success recently. So, I don't know, actually.
But I think it's a little bit deceptively bad for FaZe because they only played it once, and it was in the RMR against Fnatic, and they beat them 13-5 on it. You know, so I'm sure they have some things on the map that they haven't shown yet. They also, you know, obviously had a lot of time since the RMR up until the major. And I think the main thing for me, this Vitality lineup all year long is like,
no, Toto, I got all
situation. If Zywo and Apex are not alive, one of those two, I don't trust them. Like, I don't trust Flamesy, Mezzy, and Spinks in some of those high-pressure late round situations. And sure, Spinks' second part of the year has stepped up almost like he's playing with a lot more freedom, knowing that the future is going to look a little bit different for him, and it's let loose in a way. But let's see if these guys, you talked about Flamesy, most improved player maybe this year. Let's see mentally where they're at. Now that the big bad wolf of FaZe Clan, you know, that you've seen so many times do it on stage, that you played a ton of times on stage as well, if they get off to a hot start, if all of a sudden you're again on the back foot, right? Have you matured enough? Do you have what it takes to fight off the enemy at the door, right? And take the win home? Because by all measurements, Vitality has been the better team, right? And is coming in hotter form. Individuals playing much better. Zywo,
what's the honeymoon phase when you're leaving?
Has to be said, right? During the conversation for the world's best player, show it now on the decider.
Yeah, well, kind of like when people talk about dead team buff.
It's a very heavy T-sided map.
It's just the fact that
and
basically,
it really does come down to some pretty brutal execution.
It just doesn't really matter anymore.
Like points on the map, and it's just
internally
who can
the pressure
hit those
gets
headshots.
I mean, Chad, that particular Anubis game which happened, I think back when Anubis just came in as a map, where I think it was like an 11-1 lead for FaZe, and Vitality brought it back. The map has evolved quite a bit since then, but it is still very much T-sided. This is what's going to happen here. We've seen it many a time against CD side. It's brutal, it's tough, it's suffocating. The B bomb side, it just can't play default all the time. So it's going to be a lot of aggression coming out from both the teams, right? It's going to be a lot of Hail Marys, a lot of haymakers coming out. But what we're seeing from FaZe right now in Mirage is they're willing to throw more haymakers, more Hail Marys rather, than Vitality are.
I mean, Hail Mary, can we win a pistol and convert? They all won one on Mirage, lost the anti-eco, right, eventually. And I think for FaZe, they've been the worst pistol round tournament.
Banana peanut butter and honey goes crazy, Chad.
Right?
Oh my God.
Come on, man. There's Rain is on this team, like with a USP. Rops is on
that
this
was my
team.
Windows noise, and holy
Frozen.
fuck, I thought my
these are
OBS
sick
just crashed
pistol players. I don't know how this is a thing for this team in the tournament.
Wake up,
but
wake up.
Surely it has to turn at some point, right? And wouldn't be a better moment for them than now on the decider.
I'll also tell you as well, just knowing how Karrigan operates, I've known him for so long, and I've seen him do this so many times. How many secret practices on this map do you reckon they've been doing on
for
the
nothing,
days
thank you
off,
for the
100%, because like I said, when I saw Dustin getting taken out, I'm like, okay, you really want to bring it here, a map where you have struggled. Sure, you beat Fnatic, but you know everyone is beating Fnatic. But yeah, I think this one's going to be some interesting pocket strats, some reads perhaps. But then again, they haven't had enough reps, Yanko. That's my worry.
Also, you want to talk about Chaos, Richard, and Brokey. Yeah, Anubis can get pretty chaotic in some of those B executes or A executes. You can jump through a smoke, right? Try to find a kill, make something happen. So I'll never forget the ancient game between
Honestly,
FaZe
I
and
was
ENCE
watching it the whole
Dallas,
time.
You know, last year where he was just
I didn't believe it.
Brokey doing his crazy stuff, going through smokes, finding kills time and time again. If the game becomes that, he's going to thrive in that sort of an environment.
I can't believe we're on a third map, to be completely honest with you.
Vitality, as Yanko touched upon, you're talking about Spinks, you're talking about Flames,
I feel
you're
like
talking
if I
about
said
Mezzi,
anything,
and how
FaZe
good
was just
they've
gonna
been
fucking
so far in
lose.
the tournament, right? You're looking at the CT side of Anubis. Flames, buddy, you're going to get tested now, right? Mezzi, you're going to get tested now. You've had a great major so far the past month. You're peaking at the right time, but when the pressure is on, once playoff phase has shown up, can you handle it? Because I'll tell you who can handle it. ZywOo can, and he needs a little bit of help.
Well, you're saying that. I agree with Yanko. You know, this is the game where you make your reputation, you make your legacy.
Going to bed at 5.
I think it's a little bit overplayed narratively that maybe you don't see the best ZywOo in the playoffs. But like I say, I think he needs this major under his belt if he wants to get that #1 spot.
Probably so, and I think it's no secret, you know, some of Vitality's runs at these majors and the opposition that they faced, you know, compared to his performance, it hasn't been what you would come to expect from a player touted as the world best, or definitely being in the conversation. So every game like this is another opportunity for ZywOo to prove the doubters wrong and show them what he's capable of.
All right, guys, great getting your thoughts. We are ready to go back to Shanghai. The loser of this quarterfinal, you might never see that lineup again. Legacy is on the line. FaZe versus Vitality. Apex versus Karrigan on Vertigo.
It's Anubis.
Ready to get this one started. T-side Anubis, and look at the nades. So much at stake. The desk has highlighted well exactly what we have to look forward to. I can't quite believe we're on a third map.
Yeah, and FaZe, they're the
He had
ones
Vertigo on the mine,
which
is Vertigo enjoyer W.
Did connect a smoke thrown out there. To apply a bit of pressure towards this B side, but it's a
Imagine
retake.
Richard did that just to fuck with you. I could actually see him doing that. I'm not even gonna lie.
Playing for one and unsuccessful.
I could actually see him intentionally doing that.
Tapping away, site conceded.
Hit and smoke on Karrigan for this retake, but not able to make a dent right now. This needs to be clear for FaZe.
Very forward positioning here from Apex. He's supported by Flames. Spinks lingers. He's going to have a lot of bodies here.
This is a huge load.
Surely they
this is insane.
This is ridiculous from Spinks. Comes from behind and only one for the delay. They help finish him off. Finally, he falls. The clock ticking throughout all of that.
Oh, Rob's nice shot.
There's something here. There's certainly something
artifacting.
here. W. Karrigan down. Kit on the floor. A 1 versus 2 handed to Frozen. It's not easy. It's near impossible because Mezzi with 3 kills to start off proceedings, and the FaZe pistol woes continue.
All right, so only one to FaZe's name so far. The rest going in favor of Vitality. I'm questioning now, do we see a FaZe force buy into this second? It looks likely.
What a rascal Spinks is.
Oh, that is just such an unorthodox position to see someone playing for the B lobby control. Actually, when you think about it,
holy fucking, should I just start making the audio myself?
And you're never going to be clearing. So the fact that they get into the site for free, unscathed, means that Spinks does not need to assist the assault and gets to play late. It won't be the force from FaZe. It's just going to be a flash for Karrigan and a 5-7 for Rops. So we will see the rifles coming out into the next.
I need to set it up so that way I can do some PoE2 runs on Eco rounds tomorrow. And just have PoE2 visible on the left-hand side of the screen, like picture-in-picture for a bit for you guys.
There's going to be presence, and he'll comfortably collect at least the first.
Kind of does give the same Subway Surfer energy a little bit.
Irretrievable Galil, given the positioning of ZywOo, going to be picking that one up after taking down Robs.
See if Robs can get off to another performance that we had.
We're not all
on
TikTok enjoyers. Okay.
Trying to carry FaZe through.
Bro literally watches YouTube shorts and thinks he's better than us.
He woke up and remembered how to play.
And Karrigan's literally cheating. Okay.
On the eco, could have been better, could have been worse. As Spinks says, nice shot to the vet. 12th major playoff appearance for Karrigan, 10th for Apex and Rain, and only one of those two sets of names is going to be able to march forward. FaZe are going to make us all believers in fairy tales if they're able to convert
Is Artifact still alive? No, but it was the biggest directory in Twitch there for like a week. If you know, you know.
Drops into the org. It gives him some positional advantage over towards this A site. You can see these tighter line to be able to lock into
Holy
the 2-3
shit.
split of the defenses. Is quick through middle, but they're dropping to the B split. This one's got pace.
Yeah, Rain, they're going to be ahead of that. They're going to be ahead of that, running him down. He's in so much trouble. Jeopardy. Frozen just trying to bait himself out. Smoke to delay, but that bomb will go down shortly. Spamming the smokes. He's so vulnerable. Brought low.
Yeah, Valve doesn't usually miss, but when they do, it's definitely called Artifact.
Nade just chips away at ZywOo. 57 to work with. Karrigan could maybe finish the job on. ZywOo gets away. ZywOo gets away. Into the swing is Karrigan, tapping the head of Apex. Couple of shots to the shoulder. 3 versus 3. Looking for the kit, looking for the frag. Spinks catches Frozen. Going walkabout towards that jail position. And Brokey trying to desperately get a smoke on that bomb. Sow some seeds of doubt, but they have to get out.
Deadlock's hella fun.
10-second defuse, not realistic.
Source, I haven't played it in 3 months. But that's because the MOBA community. The game's fun. Majestic, thank you very much for the 6-foot primer. Thank you.
It look like they're just doing a mid-control round, drop straight through the window, hits towards B, catch Rain out of position. As you just highlighted there, no defuse kit available for that. So that's why it seems like it's a bit helpless.
Well, GG, maybe that's why they let him go.
That timing. Hope that you get that kill. Unable to do so. But saving 2 guns, what does that mean for the next round for FaZe?
Everybody keeps asking me to play Marvel Rivals, but I'll be honest, like,
information after that initial kill, but
I think I'm just going to keep playing PoE 2 unless I secure some sort of bag that makes me really incentivized to play Marvel Rivals.
They will half buy around the save, so next round will
It
be a
looks like
rifle
it'll be
round
really
with
fun, but
the
also
full loss
I
bonus of 3,400 being injected.
can't see myself playing that game for any, like, long period of time.
And these two teams have the lion's share of previous
Praise
major
thanks
winners.
to the 23-month primer, thank you.
Apex, ZywOo, Spinks, Karrigan, Rain, Rops, and Brokey. Twist has been eliminated.
Expect to Marvel Rivals stream next week. Like I said, if I get the bag, I'll play it and have a great time. I just mean, like, personally, I'm not going to play it because
look to block
I got
with the
PoE
Ascender in
2.
hand.
Last thing I want to do is just do Dopamine Simulator after playing Counter-Strike all day in a shooter.
Gets 2 with the 5-7. Not ready for the orb. Rob delivers a multi-kill, and it's FaZe's first.
All right, there you go. Karrigan with the fucking hog, huh?
Delivers a massive multi-kill, and I thought his incendiary was way too deep.
Wait, Praise, did you just prime and then convert to a tier 1?
And he's able to secure FaZe their first round, an unlikely round.
Of the honesty, though? Yeah, I mean, it's not that I think the game is bad, it's just that I don't talk about it all the time. It's like, Counter-Strike's just kind of my FPS or my shooter, you know?
Without Karrigan.
Quite late on the purchases, we were already leaving spawn, and Frenzy was just buying. You can still see Apex in spawn.
If I play CS or watch Counter-Strike 8-10 hours, last thing I'm trying to do is like go load up a different shooter.
Seem very composed here in Shanghai so far, but of course,
even if I have fun with it, I just kind of need like something else, need that variety. Doctor, thanks to 37-month primer, thank you.
Just under 7 rounds per map over a 9-round spread, and finally defeat.
Ollie limits Brokey's options.
Good night, MJ.
Have an angle to hold.
So they want to try and test this B defense of Frozen and Rain again.
Sorry, did I say Karrigan?
Just has an MP9.
Oh, dude, my brain is cooked. Holy shit.
Throws out the main block.
Did I actually say that?
Rain's
I probably did, honestly, yeah. Ooh, that was a little fancy.
Uncomfortable 3 faces, blind.
Get an audible here.
Incendiary, timing, everything. They're pushing in, good MP9 work.
Mine is fried. We gotta get another banana in here ASAP.
Rain and Frozen passing this.
Oh, nice shot.
And headshots are galore. It's another one.
There you go, Frozen.
Frozen with 4. Ice cold.
And there's that confidence he was talking about in the pre-game interview. Need to see that. The only member in this FaZe jersey not to lift the major trophy. He joined the team coming into 2024, taking the position of Twist. There's been questions about how these roll
All right, see, this is, as somebody that put Mongols winning this thing, I have no pressure on Diamonds. How you Vitality pickers feeling right now?
To see how Anubis is developing. Used to just be constantly block con. Well, you're seeing teams starting to lean more in the direction now of late. Block B main, take out that prong. Focus via con, works the small choke point.
Shut up. Hey, bro, you can laugh at me. I put Mongols winning the whole thing.
This is the round that FaZe must convert. Not only does it tie things up 3-3, we've been hammering home the factor that this is a T-sided map for FaZe. If they can get 4, 5, 6
so fun
rounds,
when your pickups do get bricked, though, because you can just sit here and, like...
That's going to be par for the course.
I wanted G2 to win today, don't get me wrong, but man, if they lost, the amount of pick'ems that were just absolutely fried, my chat was an absolute shambles.
They have room to work with. Can they sit Rops on his ass? Well, they're letting the Glock of Mezzi take the room. The Deagles.
Chat was going through it, man.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it? The minute mark
I had people already putting essays in my chat talking about how Heroic deserved it, and they'd be okay as a G2 fan if they lost.
Flamesy puts his captain down. And Brokey just puts his AWP on his back, comes running into the
Oh, Brokey. Okay. That's some Brokey shit right there.
He gets it done. Terrifying for a moment there.
Yeah, makes it look sketchy.
That's a Brokey moment if I've seen one.
He charges in and almost makes a mare of it.
Honestly, after seeing Brokey do that, he's getting a 3K this round.
In a different world.
Well,
I'm calling it right now.
Considering the investment from Vitality, you'll take that. Get into the site, show the TK. Not going to concern Flamesy too much.
That's really prime Brokey right now. I'm not even kidding.
5 players pushing through a smoke. It's going to get hectic.
It's part of the job, really.
Yeah.
Double AWP set up quite early in the piece here for FaZe.
Oh, they want to extend this. I mean, you talked about it.
Oh, bro, you get a shoe on head for sure if FaZe win this. There was a guy earlier that was pinned at the top of stream that said he was gifting 100 subs if FaZe win. I had 2 people today say that.
Will allow FaZe to hold on to utility for a bit longer. They can stay posted on the line. They don't just have to play smoke molly defense.
So if anything, like, I'll be waiting.
Positions with key utility, but that is a tidy nade.
Flashed in. Doors control seized. Brokey elects to smoke it off.
Who were you saying is hilarious to watch in clutches? Was it Brokey? Yeah.
Oh, he missed his chance.
Brokey just always looks like he has no idea what's going on. Like, he's holding on, like, and somebody else is driving.
Good point.
Oh my God, that's actually a perfect analogy of how Brokey looks when he plays.
As long as he possibly can. Now blocks them camera. Are you running through a smoke into Carrigan? Yes, you are, because the flashbang's perfect. Mezzi sets his team up. Rops with the AWP. Gets the double. Zywoo sits him on his arse, but there's Brokey's AWP to worry about as well. Combat AWPing. Oh, stairs. Mezzi overlooked. Rain going to be walking through this one. Mezzi's got so much to focus on. The bomb not going down, and Rain takes down Mezzi. Zywoo's got no bullets. And Vitality have
Don't talk about my goat like that. Nah, dude, Brokey's really fucking good. But he looks goofy when he plays sometimes. Nova Bova, thanks for the 17-month resub, and he'll be successful doing it too.
You have the interviews over the last couple of months. They say, hey, the results aren't there, but we're feeling it in practice. Things looking up and up. It's just felt doom and gloom from the outside looking in. Where is the FaZe that started the year, that ended the last, that was in the major grand final against Na'Vi? They looked out.
I think that might be the perfect way to describe Brokey. Brokey looks like a guy trying to hold on for dear life for somebody playing it for Brokey.
Here they stand.
And
it's like, holy shit, we're going out mid, bro. Holy
with
fuck.
2 set guns and a couple of
what do you mean we're going for a no-scope? We're just
with a double on the 5-7. So have they stunned Vitality?
Jumping through a smoke.
Now we look for their resilience.
He just gets crazy with it, dude.
Catches Flamesy. They wanted to double nade him.
Also, guys, FaZe is on the lead on CT side. The fuck?
Block smoke. Brokey tested by these Deagles. As is Rock.
Settle down, yeah. Sorry, I almost jumped there and caused an earthquake. My bad.
Shot and punished comfortably. Comfortable for FaZe Clan here. No trip-ups. No mess, no problem. 5 alive, 5 frags between Brokey and Rops.
Before we got the server today, we had 5 series in 2024 between these 2 teams. To kick off the year, they met in the semi-final of Copenhagen. FaZe eliminated Vitality. Since then, Vitality have been looking to enact revenge. A win at Pro League, a win at the Spring Finals, a win in Cologne, a win in the RMRs. That has been one-way traffic in favor of Vitality, but have FaZe saved the best for last, the final event of 2024, and they might break their heart in a major yet again.
Stop being rude to your elders,
that bar of rounds that we discussed only moments ago has been hit. 5 secured already. Now, you can throw whatever you want their way. You stick 1 or 2 more rounds, you are sitting pretty with a strong CT half.
Yeah, Anubis is CT-sided, yes. This is a good CT side.
They had to battle back. They had to make them self-believe on Mirage, and now they definitely are. Stairs smoke from Carrigan on the insta.
This is an unfamiliar feeling for Vitality.
Okay, well, that's either misthrown or a little bit awkward.
Robs is very proactive here on A. Not anticipate Rug's occupation. Spinks to be tested potentially. Brokey posted.
Almost unk status right now. Yeah.
Mid-util throw. It's their signal.
This walkout. That's a nice little walkout with Brokey's up. Does he keep going though?
Headshot posted. Brokey dips back into the site, audible.
Sound cue communicated by Spinks. He sent that information to Apex. 4v4 situation, still just a minute on the clock. Bomb picked up.
They don't
3 players
know
on B
it was
for
the op
FaZe.
though.
Look at this positioning from Brokey. This feels like it's guaranteed a frag. Zai, we're going to try it dry. Into the AWP of Brokey. Zaiwu down.
Mezzy, get your ass on there first. What the hell are you doing?
Brokey repositioning, pressure applied to Carrigan, but he's
sorry, Mezzy, I know you're late.
Smoke exposed, but Spinks delivers.
Mezzy, I know you're behind him, but you gotta like yell at Zaiwu there to tell him to bait you.
Behind the smoke and spams him down. 10 HP for Spinks. Mezzy's getting flanked.
Somebody has to be around to tell Zaiwu he's Zaiwu. You know what I mean?
Another multi-kill round for FaZe Clan Zorpa.
Because like Mezzy was trying to catch up, and then Zaiwu just swung. Like. All right, listen, I was a couple rounds early on the Brokey 3K, but I don't think he's died since I told you he was in his flow state.
Right where they want them.
Bro just started blasting in every direction with a P250, and he hasn't died since.
So a little bit of extra cash splash at Christmas time is what Vitality are looking for.
Vitality, dude. Or he just looks like he's
half
just
invest, so they can still stay threatening.
low-key. All right, man.
But this is actually becoming a bit of a problem with their
Throw
team
up,
side
chat.
now.
It's spiraling.
Gonna get out of control. Carrigan just taking a heads up.
Wait, that was
Kurt. Spinks down first.
It's exactly what you talked about, Chad. Carrigan just says, I got the spawn, I'm going. I'm gonna make it worse. And Flames has fallen. Rain feeling himself, and so is Frozen. Actually goes down to Zaiwu. Wait, Apex. Onto Carrigan. Rain now focused on so many fronts. Takes the head-on duel, head-on collision. Zaiwu low.
See, this is why Zaiwu should have had the gun. Oh. Oh my god. Nah, no way.
This round to give
What
them
the?
some hope.
Okay.
Just a little bit of hope. Apex is on his
I
own.
was gonna say French plot armor can't be that insane. Okay.
A glimmer of hope for Vitality, but their T-side woes continue. This problem is exacerbated now. A 7-round haul on CT side Anubis.
And Rob's putting it a shift, 15 and 4. Massive impact with most of the kills that we've seen coming his way. Yeah, Brokey finding impact as well. Carrigan with 8 frags to his name, 7 for Frozen. He had that massive B defense round alongside of Rain with the MP9. And scrambling for answers are Vitality. The French game leader on your screen. X has behind. And this is the moment where you need to give him that stern talking to.
Things are not looking good right now.
2 rounds going into halftime. This isn't done just yet. We haven't come this far. We weren't undefeated up until this point, and we're not going to be knocked out by FaZe. Second half of the year, the second season, Cologne is the trophy they have to their name, one of the biggest outside of the majors. We lost Na'Vi, the reigning major champs. The question mark is, who is going to be able to take this one home?
But the majors, the trophy in game, your legacy inscribed in the trophy.
How does FaZe turn up at these important times events? I'll never know.
That's what FaZe Clan
Because they're that good individually, they just like to
Vitality. FaZe Clan, sure,
not show it all the fucking time. Also, Rob's quite literally is like
do it again at the end of the year.
So fucking back, it's absurd.
A strong case being made here.
Have you pulled up Rob's stats for like just like his last 4 maps played? He might be up there with Dong. Only the last 4 maps. Don't look at the other ones. Just the last 4 maps.
I want to try and test Romps over towards A main. There's the util set from Mezzy just on the fade of the smoke.
Forward. Oh, Romps has to fight.
Well, hello, little one.
How you doing, buddy? Important trade back Zaiwu provides. Block smoke from Carrigan. They're going to walk through this. They're coming for you, Carrigan. They're coming to test you. Playing anti-flash, but they're not looking at any clearance.
Shit, I didn't see it. Oh, wait, he killed another one through the fucking smoke, though?
Unbelievable play. It's slipping through their fingers. Vitality.
I snapped back and I saw Carrigan somehow magically get a second kill with the guy running through the smoke.
On the back of Spinks. Side by side for the ride. Spinks
Doggo had my
reality
attention.
out the 1v1.
Ooh, Brokey.
It's just Brokey standing between him and a necessary fourth. Pressure's on Spinks to plant. Cut of noise, tension mounts. Brokey recedes, lets him play. Can't find him. He's opted to find or search for the frag until time is of the essence.
Brokey's dropped all the way back. He's going to let Spinks make the next move. Bomb to be faked. He has to plan it now.
Oh, he went the wrong way.
He's rotated completely away. The penny's going to drop. Now he knows.
You hear him?
And uncertainty grows for Spinks. So much time has passed
I
since
think
he
you
last
heard
saw
him.
him. Since he last noted him, he's got the right idea though. A must-win clutch for Spinks, and he delivers. Steps up when his team demanded of him.
They put a stop to that 7-round run. They don't let it get crazy out of control. You can still salvage this half. Sure, you're not going to get the lion's share around.
Rookie fucked that one up. Nah, it's just hard, man.
Across 3 maps.
If Spinks slipped away to be there, it's the same situation, just in a different place, you know?
Carrigan thought he had done enough there. Massive impact over towards
It's just
A
hard.
lane.
Oh, hello. Wait.
Here we go. Final round of the half.
Got it. I fixed it. I got it.
Again, early A pressure. Carrigan with the AUG, taking a duel.
I got it. Don't worry.
Because it's into the AUG.
Straight into the AUG. Yeah, you've got a scope, but ZywOo's is better.
I don't know why anybody installed one of these things on the stream to do that shit, but hey, I figured this out a long time ago. I got a system in place.
That's a nice change up. That's a nice opening. Pressure mounting though to
That's
Spinks.
the lurk. They're into the
out.
side.
Yeah, so they can rotate a bit more comfortably now. They know they've taken down Spinks off B. Pressure onto A, and the site is lost.
Final round of the half. They're definitely going for this, and there's decent util as well.
Oh, miss smoke. Smoke.
He's playing the Brokey thought processor. No, I mean I already did. You just gotta guess. Like I mean, it's just he was in that situation one way or another. Either stays A, and hypothetically, if Spinks slipped to B, he's in the same situation, just in reverse.
Apex is going to take first friction. Fight on bricks.
And he wanted to speed up. He could have taken more time in the clutch, but trying to minimize where he could be in that situation, so he's hurrying up.
Trades out. Catches Robs. Brokey's AWP is still in the feed, and Brokey's AWP has delivered. Just enough time to make it 8.
8 rounds.
Unbelievable scenes. A CT side that puts Vitality's
I'm gonna say this
into
though.
the compulsory category.
These two teams specifically, I've seen some unreal shit on Anubis.
Final versus G2, they're going to make us believers in fairy
Right,
tales.
this is the 14-1 game, right? And go.
Happy Magic. You had the Virtus Plow.
Am I wrong?
And you got this
I
FaZe,
think it is.
who are never down and out when they're in an arena. This is the type of team. This
I've
is the
seen
caliber
these
of
teams
player
trade
that you love to see
14-1,
step up.
14-1
And tipping
halves.
top of the scoreboard again is Rops, Robin Cool.
I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen.
Yeah, Robs, as cool as a Baltic winter.
The Des brought this up just before we jumped into game. Is ZywOo, the superstar, in contention for Player of the Year alongside Amonisi and Donk? Well, those two names are already in the semifinals.
You want to be a part of that conversation?
Use curse them.
You got to have the ticket to attend.
It's going to be a necessary component, a necessary force. Now
Everybody's going to insert the team that they're cheering for now.
Still at the top of the scoreboard, 11 kills to his name, but he is going to have to step up with impact and be counted. Sure, it's a team game, but there is a reason that we talk about the greats. There is a reason that we highlight the absolute best in the world. That is because in the matches when they are needed, they step up and they deliver.
Right now, Robs is doing
the pistol rounds. If FaZe win this, it'll be their 2nd out of 6. But the most important with the scoreline sitting in their favor, it's their T side.
He just lets his hair grow out again. Brokey, when he dyed his hair fully black, looked like he was about to star in some sort of movie. It was wild, like a rom-com.
Hands on cam.
For sure.
Steps are heard.
It's a fake to try and buy a mid-gap, which it has ever so slightly, but Spinks is here. He has support.
Flames just arrives in time.
I think one of the casters said he literally doesn't like that he's got the salt and pepper hair so early though.
P250 connects, but Spinks was overlooked. Only the one. Frozen keeps FaZe.
He dyed his hair when? A little bit ago. You wouldn't know. He just.
This round is starting
oh man! Run at him, Robs.
T-side pistol on Anubis.
I'm kidding. It's Rops. Ain't no way he's doing that.
I'm starting to believe in fairy tales, Chad.
Oh, yes, indeed. And this is the matchup where they break the hearts of Vitality again.
It's not like he dyed it pink or something, or
You
like
have their
blue.
number all
He just
year
dyed it
long.
black.
Other than the majors, the ones that matter the absolute most. FaZe floundering. Questions about what their roster will look like once we hit that tournament break, once we hit that Christmas break.
Second most picked team to win
And they are
the
sitting
major with
9
Pick'ems,
rounds
chat.
to the
Might
good.
get eliminated right here.
Pistol need the conversion, and they could be running this one home in front of a crowd that are FaZe fans.
I thought it was pageantry. I dismissed it at that.
Who's number one? G2.
Saying,
By
yeah,
a mile.
We'll step it up in the playoffs. They barely got
By a
here.
mile.
On the last day, securing themselves a ticket to the playoffs and now up
Wasn't
against
even
their
close.
adversary who's what? Head-to-head is ridiculous. And yet here on the major stage, FaZe sit 9 rounds to the good. A pistol win.
Why is a major but Kelowna Katowice consider less of achievement? Because they're not a major. Majors are given, and every year they're Valve sanctioned tournaments that have like the stickers and a bunch of stuff like that. Although Kelowna and Katowice aren't majors, and they are considered
it's sweet.
The very tippy top tournaments. They're fantastic. They're basically majors on their own.
For the double dip.
That's what makes our scene so awesome. Is we have such like Counter-Strike's been around so long now that we actually have history at events, like in locations, which is fucking cool.
It is a 3-2 split of the defenses. On board with
Like,
Flamesy right now, we'll have a smoke.
As somebody that recently went to their first Cologne just a couple years ago, and now I've gone back-to-back years, it is an experience, man. It is so cool, even though it's not technically a major.
They can call this off. They don't have to go. They've been blocked. They've sustained a lot of damage. The rotation has come in for Vitality. That was to be the finish, but they did it early enough that there's
I've been to
enough
other
time they
events.
can
I'm
pivot
not going to
back. The
pretend like I've
contingency of
been
all of this is
to
Spinks, still in connector.
So much uncertainty. Rain asked for
any
the
events
low
besides
HP.
CS ones too recently, but man,
going
to Cologne is
potential.
you're just like, what the fuck? This is crazy.
Holding mid for now.
I don't know how to describe it.
Rain
It's
is
just,
first
it's literally
in.
ingrained.
He should just be blown
Like,
over by this MP9. Then it's about, can Spinks double up? 3 players on the site for Vitality.
everybody just knows it's going down. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
Swings in, headshot found. It's up to Zywoo. Just a scout at the back of the site. He's got Mezi in support.
Oh, what a shot. Oh, didn't matter though. Didn't matter. 2v1.
And Apex, maybe he can. A
Are you
manageable
gonna carry
1v2,
the next?
not easy.
Hold
Not
on one
easy
sec.
for the Frenchman. And yet he
There's
has
one.
isolated
Wait.
Jules. 14 bullets. Rob
Nope.
strikes. 10 is found. And
Probably not, to be honest with you. Going to Poland in the winter isn't at the top of my list.
The major are numbered.
This is the tough decision.
It seems like a great
This is
event,
the tough
but
call that
like
you have to make. And it feels like
traveling
you need
like
to
that
give
isn't
over
really the
11th
top
round.
of
You
yeah.
need to just go for some light pistol upgrades. If you shove all in
Just
again
remember,
and
it's
you
not
lose
like I'm
again,
also like
even though the
not really
economy for
traveling
FaZe
to like see the
is
city.
limping
I'm
with
going to be in a
only one
hotel
staying
lobby
alive,
for
the
like 4
risk.
days.
Does it outweigh the reward? Vitality don't think so. They will be subdued in round number 15.
But also, to be fair, Cologne in the summer is kind of buns too sometimes because holy fuck
Vitality
air
is gonna be a
conditioning.
crazy comeback required in China.
Ooh. Get the smoke out early. That is helpful.
That utility done so with ease. There was the one piece of block utility.
Force that smoke out. You can come back to this later. That's right. Yep. Let them know. You can come back later. Don't sit in A main. You don't want to get pop flash and isolated. Mid util coming out.
The concern at the moment would be a B finish into the Deagler Spinks. Now, he would have to do something unbelievable. But that position, if not mollied, is great to take a couple of heads. Carrigan with full mid space.
This is such a typical.
Yeah, we can do a recap of the games after this.
The B defense has to move. They need to acknowledge the CT slip. Temple is a possibility.
As they do that, Carrigan loses his head, pulls the crosshair, confirms Spinks' occupation of Temple.
They should be able to get into the site now.
Ray, I have streaming setups at the venue. I'm not streaming from the hotel. I'm not.
On planet default.
So I'm not too concerned. Although they always have good setups because I'm always staying where the players stay, which is where they host like the practice rooms and shit.
Brokey still where he planted, so the flank is also
timing on this flashbang.
Possibility.
Is everything, Chad. They will have to swing at some point. Brokey sends it high. Jiggle out. Rops delivers onto Flames. Pressure applied. Still damage inflicted.
Should be 11. Should be 11. Wait.
It's back and forth. Tit for tat.
Wait.
Apex in
kit. No kit. No kit. Oh.
FaZe Clan make 11 a reality. 2 rounds away from a semi-final in Shanghai.
And this is the Rops form that everybody wants to see. 23-6, the superstar.
Where's
He's driving this one home.
Where has
Rops
he been?
is going
But he
crazy,
arrived when
man.
he needs to. A wizard.
Next has. It's a final 30 seconds on his time to rally his team. To remind
Look at him
them of
go,
what
boys.
they came
This
here
is
for, what
this
they
is
have
not
spent
this map
a
currently.
month in Shanghai, China for. They have been here for 28 days.
2-0 in opening duels right now.
4 days of Counter-Strike, this being their 5th. Success could be the undoing of Vitality.
Not only that, the unfamiliarity with the opposite. That Mirage lost the first at the end of 28 days of labor. And now they're off kilter into Anubis. Lost. Unfamiliar territory, a 3rd map.
Get plenty of swings right now if you FaZe.
I currently have silver if I guess only 1 in the semis, but none in, no, you need 2 of the quarterfinals, 1 in the semi, and you have to pick the winner.
It has to be ZywOo. This is his time. This is his moment. If you want to be a superstar, you dig your team out of holes like these.
FaZe's finance is still brittle. The scoreline is damning, but the bank balance is not. Vitality can convert this must-win round.
I'm not trying to flame you, but am I the only one that doesn't like calling it a reverse sweep?
It'll be too late otherwise.
Surely we can get a better name. Just like as a hockey guy, it's like
pressure on his own.
It's not enough game. Like if it's a BO5 or best of 7,
responsibility.
It always feels weird to call it a reverse sweep when it's a best of 3 to me.
No one out.
Not trying to give you a hard time, by the way.
Pressure applied to the B defense. Layers, multiple nades, sky high. Pressure applied, left and right. Spinks smoked off.
It always feels so
no vision,
weird.
No confirmation. Down goes Karrigan Shaw. The boost is a nice and inspired pivot. They'll have to spam just to see the vision. It's a good smoke. Apex here. Spamming smokes. The bomb is planted.
There's no kit for the retake.
What do you do? What can you do? Pushing through. It's Messi. No one's ready. No one's holding. They're playing it too safe. And Messi jumps through. Ignites a little bit of hope here for Vitality.
There you go,
2
Messi.
versus 4. Rops and Frozen. You hear that sound? They call the bluff. Frozen starting to activate.
Damn.
Making steps. Nice one from ZywOo. They just have to hold it here. Apex going for the hole. He's covered by every angle. There's no way in for FaZe. Rops accepts. The 5th round is Vitality's. No kit. No problem.
I think you should try to look for it a little bit, brother. Well, I don't know.
Take a breath. Well,
I guess bomb was down.
Vitality. Have to give props to Mezzi. Great work from him. When the chips
Yeah,
went down,
no,
play
keeping
had
the
to be
gun
made.
was
Those
good.
kills had to come
That's
through,
fine.
and they just weren't expecting
No,
that
the ball.
audacious nature.
I meant before.
So
I thought
Mezzi
he
over
might
towards
try to
B,
like make some
difference
impact.
maker. That's Karrigan found in mid, and then Mezzi with the push up towards Jail unlocks the key to this retake. Rob's doing his best, but knowing, as I discussed, the finances is a little bit miserable for FaZe, even though they've been able to secure the 3 rounds out the gates.
No, I wasn't expecting to win it. I was just wondering, their money I thought was in a better spot than it was. So I thought it might be good that he actually pokes around a little bit and tries to damage their economy, right? Because even if they lose that, in my head when their money was better, Robs gets like 2 kills there, and then they win the next round or wins another round. You can like break them to 13.
It also just gives you that time to really look in on the finances. Okay, 1,900 is the loss into the next. Where's everyone's money out? Do we really need a force right now? Will we get a buy if we take the more conservative approach? And the answer is yes. If you keep yourself around that 2K mark, 1,900 comes in, you can get the AK, you get the Galil.
I'm your Knights guy, right? Yep.
And you get this round. Do you set Rops up for aggression? Do you try and send him in? We've seen him with flavors of in your face.
Look at his mechanical self. Oh, that's a problem for Spinks. That's a disaster.
Did he?
The Glock hit his head. He did.
Yeah,
have
wait,
the
what the fuck just
reaction,
happened?
as though he was
The rain gush him?
without a helmet. They managed to
Oh, stinks.
Crazy that he didn't invest into the head armor. Maybe he was expecting a buy.
He might have, to be fair. He might have actually just...
buys time.
I actually didn't realize FaZe's money was so bad as well, to be honest.
Push is huge.
And they got bombed down. So I don't think he expected
Tough to stick the landing.
pistols.
Can go wrong, can go south, but has timed it well. And not spoiled whatsoever. Robs onto Apex is just one, but hang on, Broken managed to kick open the door. ZywOo, they know where he's coming from. And Flames from the temple, they need them now. Flames, these kills worth so much more than just the number on the score. Carrigan, just a pistol. It will have to be Brokey with no Kevlar either. It's set for Vitality, but what's that? Sideways fine, pushes through regardless.
1v1.
And it's up to Brokey.
Oh my God. The woo is inevitable.
Triple kill on the flank. In Spinks' shortcomings, it's Zaiwu that just bails them out.
It's tough when it comes down to that, but stands up and he is countered. That is a pressure scenario. Spinks pops the goosh, gets finished off. They brawl into the site. They know where Zaiwu is. They deal with Flames through Temple. But Brokey, he knows he just has to dance around the site. Zaiwu stays calm. But that was a saved AK and light upgrades where they took 4 kills and got the bomb down. It's a full buy for FaZe now. The same to be said for Vitality.
$26 and 7 on Robs. What a time.
Perfect call, swings through. Flames does deliver. Dispatches rain. No trade available because the AWP is trained on their location. Good flash, but they get away.
Two-man advantage so early in the round. Vitality, look at all the util they have to continue to block. This is the moment where you play for information, you jiggle, you make sure you can get out. You never want to be full committed to a fight in their two-man advantage like this.
Oh, great flash, but Spinks is trapped. Oh, Carrigan can't finish! A golden opportunity, and now in the flames, Brokey burns! Mezzi finishes off the job, bails out Spinks. He feels lucky to be alive.
Not die?
And look at Apex, he understands the scenario so well. He's just sprinted straight through B main to make the map feel very small. Loss bonus going into the next is going to be the problem. It's only 2,400. So he knows if he can remove the AK, there's not going to be a threat like there was last time they took a half buy into it. So Frozen left in this 1v4 situation. It would need to be the ace. He got the kill on the A push. They know he was Canals. There's only so many options.
Test is playing in 40 seconds.
Absurd.
Who's the space? It's likely. Oh, finds a quick, clean one onto Spinks.
30 seconds, and the fact that Apex is behind him, even if he's able to put pressure on this B defense, he's still a dead man walking. Worst case after time. So if he just messes about a little bit too much, I think we're destined for a little bit earlier head on collision.
No way he's ready for that. Apex, he's won the round, sealed the deal with that one.
And he was the only member of the team to spring to action off the info. This is the in-game leader brain. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead. So now we're back in it. 11-7, a great CT side from FaZe short, but there's no reason that Vitality can't do the same. These two have had some crazy Anubises against each other in the past. Some games that really need to be seen to believed, and maybe we have another one right now to be delivered.
Chad, don't steal my lines. I already talked about that chat earlier.
Only popcorn worthy right now.
Another round.
I already brought that up earlier. We covered that.
We're going to push with a flash again. From A to B.
Flash through. 2 bodies to be tested.
Could be bad info.
Could be bad info.
And the round, right, it's not done yet. There's no full commitment from FaZe. They're quite spread. You see 2 outside B, 2 towards T-stairs, 1 on rugs. So spread out with these sidearms. Test connector. 2 through B main. There's util for the finish.
Still that defensive util to be deployed. Spinks is holding on to his, and now it's been too late. Rops is ready to flood it in. Problems! Problems! Oh, the Tech Knights! They fill the feed. It's Rain and Rops side by side.
Nade.
Hang on, that bomb.
Nope.
It's going down. Brokey gets it in.
Oh, if they phase round them, that'd be hilarious. Let's see. Brokey misses 1 shot.
There's nothing for Apex here. Trying as hard as he might with Flames by his side. Brokey knows. FaZe know. The 12th round is theirs. It's just a matter of time. They will be 1 round away.
What a cruel twist of the knife.
Not a singular kill on that hold.
Position and work back into this game, and it's the
Spinks
pistols.
really got greedy with that molly, man.
Rounds, but apparently not the finishers.
The first guy got completely by him.
Flood in. Damage is all Vitality have to report. They're keeping.
I mean, especially for a CT molly, I feel like you gotta just get that shit down there and then like.
Where Spinks and Mezzi are left worse for wear.
Maybe I'm being a hindsight Henry. I don't know.
Pressure.
I like that he held it, but then there's like, it's such a fine line. I was like, yeah, that's nice.
Do what they do best
and then he kept holding it. I was like,
It's Rops again. A name we cannot keep out of our mouths in Shanghai. 28 frags deep.
Mark Graves, thank you very much for the 7-month primer. Thank you.
From the semi-finals. Famas.
Yeah, look at the buy. Look at the buy to defend their honor.
Pressure. A touch of it at least forces the orb shot out of Brokey. Good flashbang connects, but there's one
different from his view though. Yeah, but his teammate threw down a molly. He heard the execute. He knew they were there.
You gotta ask yourself,
it's not like I'm saying he needs to see. No, like he's. I was just like a big boy choice.
That's a terrifying combination of util for Flames to deal with.
Like
smoke and the flashbang.
You play against like an eco round like that, when the full hit comes in, the chances of them having a second hit or something is kind of low. So if you stuff it early, right? You're taking a higher percentage, in my opinion.
And 2 of the most.
Like him holding it was actually good. I liked it up until like I was like, damn, bro, okay, you gotta drop it at some point.
One more.
He hit it like with one extra jiggle. You know what I mean?
Give Vitality that feeling they felt months ago.
To end the season, same way it started. Doesn't matter if it's Copenhagen.
Not wrong, Liam.
Or Shanghai.
Moves fast. Oh, Kerrigan. Getting spicy with this play.
Coming through. He's undetected. He's undetected.
Slipping through smokes. Only 2 players.
Nah, they know.
Of the smoke, he's exposed. Flames is vulnerable. Just a Famas to Apex's name. As reality is starting to feel like a problem for them. It's collapsing.
Wait, Zyro got to. Oh, Kerrigan sat him down. He sat down the woo. Kerrigan! Karagorn!
The reality, a fairy tale! FaZe Clan 2 frags away from knocking out Vitality, who up until today did not taste defeat, did not feel it. A sour taste in Spinks' mouth as he needs to clutch up just to keep his team in it. No time, no hope! FaZe Clan!
Holy shit.
In Shanghai, no less, the major playoffs, and they knock them out again.
They told us they had an extra gear, and they delivered. They weren't lying. They have set up a semi-final.
FaZe fucking did it, bro. What the fuck?
Are done in China.
You better start believing in fairy tales. We are in one.
They actually, I can't believe they did it. I will eat my words because I love eating.
And it is a fairy tale.
I really didn't think they had a chance.
The protagonist with a little help from his sidekick, Rops. Remember, they said in the RMR, maybe FaZe don't even make it into the final 16. That would be a FaZe thing to do. Then we watched FaZe kind of limp across the finish line. Looked like they might lose to Furia. They had to step it up on Mirage. Then we said, hey, you've made the top 8, well done, because this is a broken FaZe, a dysfunctional FaZe. You cannot even think about beating the likes of Vitality, one of the teams of the year, arguably the #1 form team right now. And they do it again. They defy the expectations and they go to the semi-final.
You talk about fairy tales, I talk about plot armor for FaZe. It defies expectations. It makes no sense.
Snow.
I have no idea. Richard, I said they needed some necromancy to come back to life, and somehow they managed to do it again. I don't know what to say about this FaZe team. It's incredible.
They had them right where they wanted them, Rich.
The whole time.
Just, you know, cozy up.
Speedo, Shadows be 200 gifted. That's all I'm going to say.
This is a broken FaZe, you know. These are not the legends that we've seen.
There were 2 people that said they were gifted 100 subs in FaZe 1.
We took their map pick, right? This is going to be
there were 2 different guys that said it. All I'm saying is
G2, but FaZe, man, again, against all odds, they just somehow find a way. It is actually
I think Madfish pinned a comment earlier, but I don't know if it's gone now.
It sounds like hyperbole. The amount of times we keep saying about FaZe, it makes no sense. It's a fairy tale. It's bizarre. It defies logic and expectations. But
Tier 3,
somehow, when you
count
them out, when their backs against the wall, on the precipice, battered bloody fingernails, hanging off with one finger, they manage to claw it back. And I have to give the flowers to the one man who we have been critical of time and time again, and for very valid reasons. Rops.
Chat, I know there's interviews, and you guys should watch the main stream if you'd like to see them, okay?
He destroyed Vitality here today.
However, is 5:10 in the morning for me, and I've been live, a couple hours. So I'm going to run an ad here to simply farm. I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm going to do a little recap of the quarterfinals with you guys, and then I'm going to go to bed. Okay? So that's what we're doing. All right. Let's see. All right, OG Shoe, thanks for 22-month primer. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Also, this is not update, right? Okay, well, this is what happened. Okay. So, little recap of the quarterfinals. My pick'ems are dead. I tried to manifest the most cinematic major finals I could think of, and I failed. So a little recap of the Mongols game. Mongols came out where they had multiple 2v4s. You had the 1v3. They came out red hot on Ancient, slowly faded and let it slip away, and Mao's rallied back on a stage in front of a crowd. Mao's actually showed like incredible determination in that series. Like truly, like Mao's, this whole finals or this whole playoff bracket is incredibly stacked. It's actually unreal. So props to Mao's. They take down Mongols. And then we had, what was the next one? Spirit Liquid. It was kind of a cosmetic comeback on map 2. Donk is the highest rated player. He actually went higher, I think, rated after the Liquid series in playoffs. I mean, now Monacy's kind of fighting with him for that number 1, but I think Donk's going to take number 1, man. Not to sound like a dick to Liquid, but I didn't really expect them to take down Spirit when Donk is in that kind of individual form. And he showed exactly why. The silver lining for Liquid and me as a North American, chronic copium abuser here, Liquid went from not making the major to making Twitch IGL to making playoffs. So the glass half full is the team is they did better in the second half than they did the first. The half empty, I think that roster is still just not done yet. I don't know I don't know if Twist wants to be the IGL still. I think he does. Okay, then you're not getting an IGL. That means Twist is staying there. Then you have to potentially look at a replacement for other players like Yekindra, or maybe you should look at Ultimate. Like, I don't know what's going to happen with the shuffle. There's a lot of weird shit that could happen, but short version, Liquid did better than I think I expected, and I think a lot of people did. But also kind of feels like there's changes probably looming. And then we get to today. Pure absolute fucking cinema. G2 Heroic, so far, my personal favorite best of 3 so far of playoffs. Credit to Heroic again, man. They look like the better team, but G2 showed exactly what they are about. And that is Nico going fucking insane the first 2 maps with Monacy chiming in here and there. And then Malbs himself, the fucking king, going crazy to get G2 over the finish line on Mirage. That was a great game. If you end up watching this on my YouTube channel later, watch map 3 of that series. You're welcome. And then last but not least, probably I'd say the biggest upset of the tournament, right? I think the stats were G2 most pick them to win it, then Vitality, then I think it was Mongols or FaZe. I can't remember which one. And then Liquid, then Heroic, I think. No, Mouse was in there. No, I don't remember where Mouse is. I know G2 was number 1 and Vitality was 2, though. Everybody kept asking me. I will totally own up to it. I thought Vitality would for sure 2-0 this. I didn't see any way for FaZe to win it. Rops is fucking back, though. And FaZe looks like they got a little bit of their mojo. I wouldn't even say their full mojo. That's kind of the scary thing for 2 reasons. Like, I don't know if I fully believe it yet. And now that they're going to play G2, I'm not sure I'm going to be like, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I'm ready to all in FaZe yet. It's tough. It's a tricky one. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I think they absolutely just exceeded my expectations versus Vitality, though. To lose map 1 the way that they did, I think Stewie literally turned off his stream early and said, we know how this one goes, and then they brought it back. So I mean, this is quite the upset from FaZe. I don't know if I fully believe in the I don't know if I believe in FaZe fully yet to be able to take down G2. I'm not sure. Stewie catching strays. No, I just thought it was kind of funny because honestly, dude, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Like Vitality blew them out of the water. I was like, kind of just like, man, this sucks. Like that was not fun to watch. Thinking that FaZe was just about to like lose 13-6, 13-5 and be out of the tournament 2-0 and just kind of like, oh God, it was not an enjoyable experience. Now tomorrow we got Spirit Mouse, FaZe G2. G2's got to be the favorite for me over FaZe. I realize I'm saying this and essentially I'm doubting FaZe again. However, I once again can't. I just think G2's look great, individually speaking. And then when it comes to Spirit Mouse, I don't know. The resilience that Mouse showed on the stage in playoffs is, I feel like, something I haven't seen much out of them. I feel like they actually kind of just come out swinging and ride that wave and just beat you. But the way they beat Mongols was quite impressive. But it is Donk. Donk is the best player of the tournament by far. Now, especially now that Zywu got knocked out and like this. I think Mouse can beat Spirit, but the Donk's in the server. So that's kind of where I'm at. I feel like Mouse Spirit feels more like that heroic G2 game to me. That's how I feel. So I don't know. I favor Mouse slightly, but I also can't with any sort of certainty sit here with the form that Donk has and tell you that I think Mouse will win. That's maybe. Oh shit. No, I saw the G2 tweet, guys. All right. I saw it. But anyway, that's going to wrap it up for me, guys. All right. Take it easy. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subbing. If you guys enjoyed the YouTube video for this recap, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Oh, yeah. Look at me. I'm a professional, chat. Look at me go. And yeah, for you beautiful humans watching me live right now, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let me see if I can raid somebody here. We hosted JoJo yesterday. Can we... If we hit up Get Right today. Guys, JoJo's live, though, if you want to go watch him. Let us host Get Right today. I don't get to host Chris much.
I mean, since you understand both, right? English.
Nah, it's okay. We're going to make him play more. All right. Thank you for watching on Twitch or YouTube. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay beautiful. Stay kind. And I'll catch you guys in the stream tomorrow. All right? Later. I'll catch you later. Bye, guys.